Chapter 1. The Great Qian Dynasty of the Southern Wilderness Domain, the Great Heavenly Realm. This is a newly emerged vast world, divided into 6 domains. The Celestial Spirit Domain, the Nether Abyss Domain, the Northern Sea Domain, the Western Cloud Domain, the Eastern Phoenix Domain, and the Southern Wilderness Domain. The upper 3 domains, the Celestial Spirit Domain, the Nether Abyss Domain, and the Northern Sea Domain. These 3 domains are controlled by different races, and they occupy 65% of the Great Heavenly Realm. The Celestial Spirit Domain is controlled by the Spirit race, the Nether Abyss Domain by the Nether race, and the Northern Sea Domain by the Dragon race. The lower 3 domains, the Western Cloud Domain, the Eastern Phoenix Domain, and the Southern Wilderness Domain. The Western Cloud Domain is controlled by the human race, the Eastern Phoenix Domain by the Phoenix race, while the Southern Wilderness Domain is chaotic and disordered. The city of Tian in the Great Qian Dynasty of the Southern Wilderness Domain. Tian City is the imperial city of the Great Qian Dynasty, the largest city in the entire Great Qian, yet it has the fewest inhabitants. Tian City is divided into the outer city, inner city, core city, and the imperial palace. The total area of Tian City reaches 170,000 square kilometers, with the imperial palace occupying half of that area. Countless grand and magnificent palaces stand tall in the center of Tian City, where the imperial palace is located. The tallest palace even reaches a height of 1 kilometer. At its very center is a towering mountain that is tens of thousands of meters high. At this moment, in the Tian Hall of the imperial palace. Inside the Great Hall, dozens of high-ranking ministers of the Great Qian, dressed in bright red robes, stand quietly. Their figures appear solemn and dignified under the illumination of the hall. On the high seat above, there sits a young man in a black and gold imperial robe, tall and imposing. His stature is grand, and his powerful aura makes him seem as towering as a mountain, giving an undeniable sense of pressure. His sword-like eyebrows are dark and long, slanting into his temples as if drawn with the finest ink. His deep-set eyes shine like the brightest stars in the night sky, dazzling and captivating, revealing a sense of wisdom and composure. This is the new emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, Jun Tianlin. He quietly observes the ministers, and his thoughts involuntarily drift back to a poem he read in his past life. One day the dragon will find water, and the Yangtze River will flow. Backward point, one day the phoenix will return to its nest, and the Great Wall will stand forever. Point, one day I will rise to prominence, and I will reign supreme over the world. In this life, as a prince, he has lived a life of luxury and respect since childhood, with no one daring to disobey his orders or ignore his demeanor. However, combined with his past life, he could be considered to have already risen to prominence previously. His high status as a prince meant that even his father did not dare to issue commands to him at will, because he is the destined master awaited by the Jun family for generations. Born under a sky of colorful clouds, with dragons and phoenixes heralding his arrival. The 3rd-generation emperor of the Jun family personally conducted the baptism ceremony for him at his ancestral land. He lived up to expectations, successfully entering the 1st realm of the 9 realms of martial artists, becoming a 9th-grade body refining martial artist right after the baptism ceremony. Even in infancy, his meridians and bones were already comparable to a 7th-grade martial artist, and his strength reached the standard of a 6th-grade martial artist. His soul even reached the 3rd-grade level. At the moment of his birth, he was already conscious and remarkably clear-headed. The 3rd-generation emperor also examined his soul, and at that moment, no secret could escape the emperor's eyes, including memories from his past life. However, the emperor did not kill him. Instead, he expressed great joy. As for the reason, even as Jun Tianlin grew up, the emperor never explained it. A modern person, after crossing over, arrived in a world where one could cultivate and with terrifying talent. Naturally, he had to practice hard, not for anything else, but to ensure that no one could overshadow him. To put it plainly, it was to avoid being slapped in the face when trying to show off. So he diligently cultivated, and by the age of 18, he had already reached the perfection of the 1st-grade earthly Grandmaster Realm. His physical attributes were comparable to those of a 9th-grade celestial being. Even his father's strength at the 7th-grade celestial being level was inferior to his. Originally, this Great Qian Emperor was supposed to be succeeded by his elder brother or 3rd brother, as he was to enter the ancestral land once he reached the celestial being realm. However, an unexpected turn of events led the Shadow Guards to push him into this position. Just yesterday, his elder brother and father disappeared overnight along with the entire ancestral cave. The disappearance of the ancestral cave meant the loss of the Jun family's core. The situation in the Great Qian is somewhat complicated. The disappearance of his elder brother and father is a minor issue, but the disappearance of the ancestral cave is a major one. Let me briefly introduce this world. In this world, martial arts cultivation begins with the 9th grade body refining martial artist. Above that are the 8th grade bone refining and 7th grade blood refining, known as the lower 3 grades. A 9th grade martial artist at the initial stage can exert a force of 500 pounds, while at perfection, they can reach a force of 1,000 pounds. An 8th grade martial artist at the initial stage can exert a force of 3,000 pounds, and at perfection, 6,000 pounds. A 7th grade martial artist at the initial stage can exert a force of 12,000 pounds, and at perfection can reach 50,000 pounds. Next are the 3 realms known as the middle 3 grades: 6th grade organ refining, 5th grade muscle refining, and 4th grade chi condensing. A 6th grade martial artist at the initial stage can exert a force of 60,000 pounds, and at perfection can reach 100,000 pounds. A 5th grade martial artist at the initial stage can exert a force of 160,000 pounds, and at perfection can reach 250,000 pounds. A 4th grade martial artist at the initial stage can exert a force of 500,000 pounds, and at perfection can reach 1 million pounds. Then come the upper 3 grades of martial artists: 3rd grade master, 2nd grade grandmaster, and 1st grade earthly grandmaster. Martial artists in the upper 3 grades no longer pursue immense strength, but focus on true energy. Although breakthroughs at each minor realm will lead to terrifying increases in power, they are far less than the combat enhancement brought by true energy. A 3rd grade master is also known as the martial king. Masters refine their Qi Dan into Golden Dan, storing an enormous amount of spiritual energy, and their sea of consciousness matures, allowing them to use mental type attacks. These martial artists can fly using the pure and vast true energy from their Golden Dan, but a 2nd grade grandmaster is also known as the martial emperor, refining their Golden Dan into 9-patterned Golden Dan, with each pattern representing a level each added. Pattern exponentially increases the quality and quantity of true energy. The 1st grade earthly grandmaster is also known as the martial saint. What is an earthly grandmaster? It is because they can utilize the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to release martial arts without consuming their internal true energy. Martial artists at this level are walking killing machines. These 9 realms are the 9 realms of martial artists. The 1st grade earthly grandmaster is already a top-tier existence in the Great Heavenly Realm, and the strongest beings from various races and powers in the Great Heavenly Realm also belong to this realm. However, the Jun family is different. They are not native beings of this world. Legend has it that the Jun family was saved by a tribe here 1,000,000 years ago, so the Jun family decided to establish a dynasty here, protecting this tribe for generations. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, there is some truth to it. As this tribe continued to expand, it eventually became the Great Qian we see today. Therefore, the earthly grandmasters who are invincible in this world have no standing in the eyes of the Jun family. While others see the Great Qian as a dynasty, the Jun family sees the Great Qian as their personal domain. The ministers exist solely to ensure the people live prosperous lives, while the emperor does not concern himself with worldly matters, focusing solely on cultivation. The Great Qian possesses terrifying military strength and rarely expands outward. This is because the territory currently held by the Great Qian is sufficient for its 700 million citizens to live. Over countless generations, the citizens of the Great Qian have grown from a small tribe of a few hundred to the current 700 million. In the stable and prosperous environment of the Great Qian, 700 million citizens in a span of 1,000,000 years is actually quite small. This is mainly the result of the Jun family's restraint. It is said that the former small tribe was composed of sincere, simple, and kind-hearted individuals who helped the ancestors of the Jun family. The ancestors, in order to prevent the descendants of these people from becoming bad influences on the lives of good people, established very strict laws. The criminal law of the Great Qian is quite simple: death penalty and enslavement. The southern wilderness domain is chaotic, with constant warfare, But within the borders of the Great Qian, there is absolute safety, as the Great Qian possesses the military might to ensure that its citizens live in peace. Internal strife is even more non-existent. The Jun family has absolute control over the Great Qian. This is because in the Jun family, there are countless beings in the celestial realm above the first grade. Above the celestial realm is the divine travel realm. Above the divine travel realm is the divine form realm. Above the divine form realm is the divine power realm. Above the divine power realm is the divine palace realm. Above the divine palace realm is the creation realm. Upon reaching the creation realm, one can create a cave heaven with their bare hands in the ancestral land. There are many who can create cave heavens with their bare hands. These realms have long surpassed the limits of this world. No, they exceed the cognitive boundaries of the beings within this world. Therefore, in the Great Qian, anyone who does not obey the Emperor's commands will only be eliminated. The original Great Qian would have never had internal strife, but the disappearance of the ancestral land has added a hint of possibility to this impossibility. Because the Jun family still has many collateral branches, affiliated clans, and many princes who did not enter the ancestral land. These collateral branches, affiliated clans, and princes exist in the cave heavens outside the ancestral land. Their cave heavens are crafted for them by the ancestral land, and aside from the princes, all affiliated clans and collateral branches must hand over 90% of the spiritual stones produced by their cave heavens to the Emperor each year. The strength of these people is not as simple as that of a first-grade Earth Grandmaster. The affiliated clans are the weakest among the three types of existence. But the standard for becoming an affiliated clan of the Jun family is to possess the heavenly human realm. The collateral branches are even stronger. They possess part of the Jun family's bloodline, and the strongest among them can even reach the creation realm. The princes are more terrifying than the collateral branches, but the powerful princes have all entered the ancestral land. Princes are those who have failed in the struggle for the throne throughout the generations and are then conferred the title of prince. The ancestral land creates cave heavens for them, and they do not need to hand over spiritual stones to the Emperor, as they're also part of the main bloodline with their names in the family tree. However, their descendants are not counted unless their talents meet the standards. Although these princes belong to the main bloodline, Jun Tianlin must still be wary of them. After all, with the disappearance of the ancestral land, it is not impossible for them to establish their own lineage. When that time comes, who wins will determine who is the legitimate heir, and how can Jun Tianlin compete with them? He is merely at the first grade great perfection. Even if his strength rivals the peak of the heavenly human realm, it is still far from enough. His talent is indeed terrifying, but he needs time to grow. Once he reaches the heavenly human realm, his bloodline power and physique will be fully activated. While an ordinary heavenly human requires hundreds of years to break through a realm, he might only need a few days, but that is not enough, far from enough. In the face of those princes, he at least needs the strength of the divine palace realm. In a short time, he cannot reach that realm. He can only find other ways to delay this moment. The coronation ceremony has just ended, and Jun Tianlin has just taken the throne. The ministers who should come have all arrived. There are dozens of civil officials on one side, and only one military general on the other. This is mainly because there are too many military generals in the Great Qian, and what military generals value most is strength. They need a lot of time to cultivate. Thus, the military generals are basically those few leading generals who take turns attending court each day, while the civil officials also rarely come. They need to cultivate. While I in this world where strength is paramount, cultivation is always the top priority. Moreover, the Emperor of the Great Qian also needs a lot of time to cultivate, as the Emperor will eventually need to enter the ancestral land's cave heaven. So emperors generally do not attend court. Their presence is of no use. That if there is something, the Emperor will send someone to notify in advance. The Great Qian court is mainly focused on cultivation. After all, in the face of powerful martial artists, natural disasters or man-made disasters are insignificant. Even a third-grade grandmaster can easily shatter a 100-meter peak. The military generals of the Great Qian are primarily there to protect the safety of the common people, while the civil officials aim to ensure the quality of life for the citizens. There is no need to consider other matters. Returning to the main topic, the most prominent civil official is the current Chancellor, Qi Huafeng, a grandmaster of the 9-pattern Golden Corps, who had previously wholeheartedly supported the Crown Prince. Although his support was of no use, As the Crown Prince's most loyal subordinate, he inevitably felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Jun Tianlin ascend the throne. Especially since before today, they had never heard of the name Jun Tianlin. After all, given Jun Tianlin's status in the Jun family, almost all those serving him are shadow guards, and with Qi Huafeng's position, he was not qualified to come into contact. With Jun Tianlin on the military side, only the current Duke of National Defense, Luo Tianxing, remains. He is nearly 200 years younger than Qi Huafeng. He is also a Grand Master of the 9-pattern Golden Core, possessing the Overlord battle body. He once flattened 7 opponents of the same realm by himself. At that time, he became widely renowned, and even the long-secluded Jun Tianlin had heard about him from his third brother, but in their eyes, it was just a joke. Not to mention Jun Tianlin. Even his third brother Jun Tianheng, when the Grand Master Realm, could easily defeat Luo Tianxing with one hand. Your Majesty, your youth in ascending the throne will inevitably lead to contempt from the people of the world. You are the first emperor of the Great Qian to be 18 years old. Please issue an order to exterminate all sect forces within the Great Qian. These treacherous ministers will definitely take advantage of your youth to cause trouble, and this hidden danger must be eliminated first. The speaker was Duke Luo Tianxing, his tone grave and filled with a murderous aura. Jun Tianlin, who was originally pondering how to stabilize the various princes, was pulled back by Luo Tianxing's words. He frowned, looking at the murderous Luo Tianxing with some confusion. What's going on? Why is this guy so fired up? What sect forces? He had not heard of any such thing. Does the Great Qian really need sects? Just as Jun Tianlin was about to speak, Chancellor Qi Huafeng interjected, only knowing how to fight and kill, Your Majesty. I believe that those minor pests are not worth worrying about. Your Majesty, the region centered around Qingzhou is currently plagued by continuous natural disasters. If Your Majesty can resolve this, you will undoubtedly be the wise ruler in the hearts of the common people. Qi Huafeng scoffed at Luo Tianxing's earlier words in his eyes. Luo Tianxing was just a brute who only knew how to fight. Did those sect forces really need to be exterminated? The few forces that barely reached the 2nd-grade Grandmaster level have been ignored by generations of emperors. Yet these military generals enjoy finding trouble every day. After Qi Huafeng finished speaking, Jun Tianlin felt somewhat speechless. What is this? Natural disasters? In Jun Tianlin's eyes, aren't those so-called natural disasters easily solvable? Also, is this guy usually this brave? Doesn't he check if I'm speaking before interrupting me? Upon hearing Qi Huafeng's words, Luo Tianxing also became displeased. He did not notice Jun Tianlin's increasingly dark expression on the high seat and directly pointed his finger at Qi Huafeng, angrily cursing, "Old man, did your cultivation come? Easily. If you only know how to fight and kill, why don't you waste your cultivation? We are all practitioners, don't give me this nonsense." Qi Huafeng turned his head and sneered, "I practice martial arts just to avoid wasting time reasoning with fools." Luo Tianxing snorted coldly and again cupped his hands toward Jun Tianlin. "Your Majesty, while natural disasters and beast tides are indeed important, such matters can be handled by the town military division, and many ministers have also personally gone to command them. Resolving them is only a matter of time. For now, we should first eliminate the treacherous ministers. These sect forces have become increasingly rampant in recent years. They should have been eradicated long ago." Impudent. Before Luo Tianxing could finish, a voice carrying terrifying pressure resounded throughout the hall. The pressure from the voice forced both Luo Tianxing and Qi Huafeng to kneel on the ground. The voice came from the high seat, but it was not Jun Tianlin who spoke. A figure in a gold-patterned black robe and mask had appeared on the steps to Jun Tianlin's left. Hearing the voice, Jun Tianlin gently closed his eyes. Having been interrupted from his thoughts multiple times, he could not be bothered with these two. Moreover, these two did not have the qualifications to make him speak. Seeing Jun Tianlin close his eyes, the figure in black relaxed and coldly said to Luo Tianxing and Qi Huafeng, "Your attendance at court today is to make it clear that the new emperor has ascended to the throne. You should report on the operational status of your respective departments according to the rules, not to discuss trivial matters. My lord, the natural disasters in Qingzhou are not trivial matters. The number of Grandmaster Generals heading to Qingzhou has already exceeded 70, yet the issue of the natural disasters remains unresolved. The common people of Qingzhou are living in dire straits. Shouldn't we follow the ancestral decree of the Great Qian and open up a safe place for the common people?" Qi Huafeng did not cease his proposal due to the words of the figure in black. Though he bowed his head, it seemed as if only his body was bowing, while his spirit stood tall like a proud eagle. After listening, Jun Tianlin understood Qi Huafeng's concerns. The fact that over 70 grandmasters had not yet resolved the natural disasters was indeed something to pay attention to. However, he was certain that the people of Qingzhou would not be in trouble otherwise. The Shadow Guard would have informed him by now. The ancestral decree of the Qian meant that the Shadow Guards understood the situation much better than Qi Huafeng. Both of them were just looking for trouble. The lack of reports from the Shadow Guards indicated that the situation was under control. If it affected the lives of the people there, they could simply relocate them. Thinking of this, Jun Tianlin slowly opened his eyes. Qi Huafeng's words had sparked a hint of goodwill in him, so he decided not to punish him. Otherwise, daring to interrupt him in the court would not be forgiven, and the Shadow Guards would not let Qi Huafeng off easily. The black-clad man snorted coldly and was about to speak again, but upon seeing Jun Tianlin's eyes open, he hurriedly stepped aside. Jun Tianlin's deep-set eyes showed no emotion, and an invisible aura quietly emanated from him. The originally heavy presence suddenly became incredibly calm, even cold. At this moment, everyone in the hall felt their breath catch, as if an invisible hand had grasped their hearts. The matters of Qingzhou. I will send someone to address them, and you all now need only to report the situations of your respective departments to me according to the rules. Jun Tianlin's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to resonate in everyone's ears. As his words fell, the hall became exceedingly quiet. The ministers dared not speak, their hearts filled with terror. They were all intimidated by Jun Tianlin's terrifying aura. Qi Huafeng was also shaken by the invisible pressure from Jun Tianlin. This aura was even more terrifying than that of the late emperor. This sense of oppression was something even his father, known as one of the Great Qian's twin saints, could not compare to this previously unknown sixth Princino, now the new emperor of the Qian. Although this new emperor had never shown himself before, they had all heard the Shadow Guards announce that he was only 18 years old when he ascended the throne. Luo Tianqing was even more shocked. This new emperor was just 18 years old. Could such an aura really be possessed by a boy of that age? What level had this new emperor reached? Was this what it meant to be royal? A previously unknown young prince could be so terrifying. Is my voice too small? Or are your ears all deaf? Though it was a question, Jun Tianlin said it with an incredibly calm demeanor, as if he were stating something completely ordinary. Yet, to the ministers, it sounded like a death warrant. They dared not delay any longer and hurriedly began to speak in order. The agriculture of Qian is all normal. The crops produced this year are enough for the people to live for 10 years. The manufacturing of Qian is all normal. The prices of all mass-produced items have dropped to the lowest. The job market in Qian is all normal this year. Over 570,000 new jobs have been added. The minister's reports were mostly about the well-being of the people. After all, Qian aimed to ensure that the citizens lived stable and happy lives, a promise made by the Jun family in gratitude for the ancestors' blessings. The size of Qian's territory depended on the number of its citizens. The more citizens there were, the more land the Jun family would send people to acquire. Chapter 3 Task. The Great Qian on the Brink. Jun Tianlin pondered for a moment. Then he did not call for the Yinyang Guardians first, but instead looked at the man in black before him and said, "Let's go back to the Imperial Palace." Jun Tianlin walked in front of the man in black through the vast palace and with their realms. Returning from the Feng Tian Hall to the Imperial Palace would only take an instant. However, Jun Tianlin walked leisurely, and the man in black did not dare to overstep or urge him. In fact, Jun Tianlin was checking the task panel. As for the 10 Guardians, they were quietly following Jun Tianlin around. For now, Jun Tianlin had no intention of revealing their presence. Although the Shadow Guards were loyal to the Jun family, they were still living beings, and, as humans, they would have thoughts. Being unable to control them absolutely made them unstable. He needed to think of a suitable identity for the Yinyang Guardians to appear, and certainly the existence of the system could not be exposed. Task System. Important task. Task 1. Detected that someone within the Great Qian has ambitious plans, uniting 3 major superpowers to plot a rebellion. This action will cause some casualties among the Great Qian citizens. As the Emperor of Great Qian, please find out the instigator and resolve this crisis, allowing the citizens of Great Qian to live in a safe environment. Rewards. Phase 1. Find out the instigator. Rewards. Shadowhunter x 300, Premium Spirit Stones x 100, 000. Dao Yuan Fruit, small, x 18, Dao Ling Fruit, small, x 3. Phase 2. Resolve this crisis rewards. 1 Shadow Assassin, Premium Spirit Stones x 1, 200, 000. Dao Yuan Fruit, small, x 40. Dao Ling Fruit, small, x 10. Note: the initial realm of Shadowhunter is the peak of 2nd grade martial artist, carrying the talent of divine concealment. The initial realm of Shadow Assassin is the peak of 1st grade martial artist, carrying the talent of Dark Sovereign. Dao Yuan Fruit, small, increases cultivation speed by 5 times, lasting for 1 hour. Dao Ling Fruit, small, slightly permanently increases root bone. Task 2. Detected that a sacrificial formation has been arranged in Qingzhou of Great Qian. Once the formation is activated, all citizens of Qingzhou will perish. As the Emperor of Great Qian, please protect your citizens' safety and resolve the formation. Rewards. Phase 1. Resolve the Qingzhou Sacrificial Formation Rewards. Sacrificial Blood Pool, Premium Spirit Stones x4, 800, 000. Dao Yuan Fruit, large, x5. Dao Ling Fruit, large, x1. Phase 2. Resolve all followers of the Demon Sect rewards. 3,000 Beastmaster Legions. Upgrade the Scripture Pavilion once. Premium Spirit Stones x4, 000. Dao Yuan Fruit, large, x3. Dao Ling Fruit, small, x200. Note: by putting the main body's essence blood into the Blood Spirit Pool's culture dish, a copy can be produced. The copy inherits all the main body's martial arts and talents, and comes with the talent of Killing Maniac. Killing Maniac, continuously killing, can stack its attack power. The Blood Spirit Pool needs to absorb energy to replicate, and the amount of energy determines the realm of the copy. Dao Yuan Fruit, large, increases cultivation speed by 15 times, lasting for 1 hour. Dao Ling Fruit, large, significantly and permanently increases root bone. Dao Ling Fruit, small. The Beastmaster Legion consists of 3,000 individuals, all peak 2nd grade martial artists, and the beasts they control cannot exceed their own major realm. The Scripture Pavilion will be fully upgraded, with internal martial arts, techniques, pill formulas, and guardians all rising by 1 major level. Task 3. Not unlocked, generated by completing Task 2. Daily Task. Review memorials. Reward depend on the impact of the memorials. Rebellion? Rebel against the Jun family? And what is this sacrificial formation in Qingzhou? Is the Jun family so powerless now? After reading the system task, Jun Tianlin felt that the system might have sent the wrong task. Did the news of the ancestral lands, cave heaven disappear get out? Is it really about to rebel so soon? However, he saw the opportunity to upgrade the Scripture Pavilion once, fully enhancing it by a major level. What is this major level? To know if, according to the true rank division, martial artists of the 9th realm are called Mortal Realm, and those at the Celestial Realm to Creation Realm are called Extraordinary. There is also a major level above, according to the records of the Jun family. That level is a top existence even beyond the Great Heavenly Realm. So he needs to confirm what this major level is, whether it is a major realm, or a level that transcends the extraordinary. Ding! According to the rules of this realm, there are 3 major levels: Mortal Realm, Extraordinary, and Entering the Tao. In other words, after the upgrade, the strength of the Guardians will be elevated from the peak of the Mortal Realm to the peak of the Extraordinary, which is the peak of creation. Jun Tianlin asked with anticipation, if it is really like this, then what does he have to fear from princes, collateral branches, or affiliated clans? Ding! That's right. All items in the Scripture Pavilion will be upgraded by 1 major level, not just the Guardians. Jun Tianlin directly ignored the last sentence of the system. Really? Then why should he panic? Destroying the demon sect would allow him to walk freely in the Great Qian. Then Jun Tianlin looked at the introduction of the Blood Spirit Pool. Upon seeing it, he was astonished. This is another good item. System: can the copy produced by the Blood Spirit Pool exceed the realm of the main body? Ding! Yes. The copy completely inherits the main body's talents, and with sufficient energy, it can exceed the main body, and the copy will obtain some skills of the Blood Ancestor. However, the quality of true Qi and the strength of the physical body depend on the main body's talent. The system recommends selecting individuals with strong talents for replication. Jun Tianlin was stunned after hearing this. For Task 2, no matter which phase he completed, it seemed that he would not need to eat beef anymore. Jun Tianlin calmed his mood and then continued to read on. After finishing, he saw that the daily task required reviewing memorials to obtain rewards. Jun Tianlin frowned. He remembered that the memorials of Great Qian were reviewed by the Chancellor and inspected by the Shadow Guards. In the future, the memorials will be sent to the Imperial Palace. Huh? Jun Tianlin's sudden remark left the man in black momentarily bewildered, and then he quickly reacted, stopping to clasp his hands and advising, "Your Majesty, such trivial matters should not trouble your Majesty." Jun Tianlin merely cast a sidelong glance and continued walking. "Remember, send it to the Imperial Palace." The man in black looked shocked and quickly knelt on one knee, saying yes. "Your Majesty." As Jun Tianlin contemplated the first task, he also thought about what kind of superpower dared to rebel against him. Or is it a superpower within the Great Qian? What kind of superpower is this audacious? This made Jun Tianlin recall what Luo Tianqing mentioned in the Feng Tian Hall, but he truly had not heard of any sect forces within the Great Qian. And the second task, the sacrificial formation, the entire Qingzhou, don't mention the whole Qingzhou. The entire Great Qian is under the watchful eyes of the Jun family. Setting up a sacrificial formation in Qingzhou is just a blatant slap in the face to the Jun family, right? Could it be that the Jun family's history, he learned, was all fabricated? Why does it feel like the Great Qian is on the brink of collapse? However, the rewards for Task 2 were truly tempting. If it's on the brink, then let it be. Fortune favors the bold. Soon, Jun Tianlin and the man in black returned to the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is the sleeping palace of the Emperor of Great Qian, and in just one morning, the Shadow Guards had already changed the decoration style of the Imperial Palace to one that Jun Tianlin liked. Jun Tianlin lay on a recliner and softly said, "Speak." The man in black waved his hand, and a group of similarly dressed individuals surrounded the Imperial Palace tightly. "Your Majesty, we have offended you. The matters we are about to discuss must not be heard by outsiders." The man in black apologized with cupped hands. Jun Tianlin was quietly. Even though the man in black had surrounded the entire Imperial Palace, there was not a hint of emotional fluctuation in his eyes. These men in black are the loyal Shadow Guards of the Jun family. And the man in black who had been following Jun Tianlin was the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards, a late-stage Grandmaster of the first grade. "Speak, and after you finish, I have other matters to ask." "Your Majesty." 3 days ago, the late Emperor received a secret order. The demon sect in Qingzhou has set up a sacrificial formation intending to sacrifice the entire Qingzhou, but the formation is not yet complete as it still lacks 3 main arrays. The former Emperor sensed something amiss. The small demonic cult could not possibly have the capability to set up such a large-scale sacrificial formation in Qingzhou. He suspected that there must be a powerful force backing the cult. Thus, the former emperor took the former crown prince to the ancestral land to seek help. But the ancestral cave had vanished into thin air, and even the life tokens of the former emperor and the former crown prince had shattered. "We had no choice but to push you onto the throne. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. We have no other options left." Jun Tianlin listened to the words of the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards, nodding slightly. However, he was deep in thought. So, there really is a sacrificial formation in Qingzhou. Is the first one also real? He had heard of the demonic cult before, a bunch of rats hiding in the sewers. Moreover, the region of Qingzhou was quite special. Divine consciousness could not spread widely, allowing these rats to hide for a long time. The Jun family had repeatedly sent troops to surround and eliminate them, but before long, these rats would pop up again. If it weren't for the fact that this group of rats had not caused much trouble, only engaged in some brainwashing activities, the Jun family would have long since evacuated the people of Qingzhou and carried out indiscriminate strikes. Over the years, the Jun family had also sent troops to conduct carpet searches in Qingzhou, but they had never found anything. Where did that secret order come from? Jun Tianlin Kesuri asked. "Reporting to Your Majesty, that secret order came from Guizhou, but the Shadow Guards have not been able to determine who delivered it." The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards replied truthfully. "Is there anyone you couldn't find?" Jun Tianlin chuckled, but did not pay much attention. The Shadow Guards did not have the guts to conceal the truth. It was either a directive from his father, or they genuinely hadn't found anything. However, this was not important. He did not care about it. Is the news blockade in place? It is in place, but the grand ceremony is about to commence, and it may only be concealed for 3 months at most. 3 months? That's enough. I will soon break through to the celestial realm. It shouldn't be a problem to intimidate the vassal tribes, and the princes and collateral branches should not act rashly. Jun Tianlin was very confident. Once he began to break through, he could at least reach the 6th level of the celestial realm. After 3 months of hard training, he should be able to achieve the divine travel realm. With his bloodline and physique, he need not worry about anything below the divine powers realm. The vassal tribes would basically pose no threat. As for the collateral branches, once he reaches the divine travel realm, he will go and eliminate the demonic cult. By then, upgrading the Sutra Pavilion would yield 10 peak transformation realm cultivators. Would he still need to fear the collateral branches? Moreover, there's the system. With 3 months of sign-in opportunities, perhaps he could sign in something good in the second month to complete the second phase of Task 2 and then take off. Cough. Cough. Forgive my gambling mentality. Your Majesty, the situation may be far worse than we imagined. The force behind the demonic cult in Qingzhou is likely the collateral branch, the Lingguang lineage of Qingzhou. Are you saying this lineage is planning to rebel? This made Jun Tianlin recall the first task. It seems someone was also trying to rebel against the Qian. Logically speaking, the Qian was devoted to the people. Why would so many want to rebel against it? Oh, wait, that was only towards the common people. Those vassal tribes and collateral branches seemed merely to be tools. Your Majesty, this is merely the speculation of the Shadow Guards. The 5th commander has already taken 43 commanders to Qingzhou. The sacrificial formation has been temporarily controlled, and its scale almost covers the entirety of Qingzhou. The people from the Heavenly Inspection Bureau have also vanished along with the ancestral land, and without a way to crack the formation. We can only keep a close watch on Qingzhou. Jun Tianlin was very satisfied with the decision of the Shadow Guards and nodded. That collateral branch is not something the current Shadow Guards can compete with. Remember, do not confront them head-on. Just report to me if anything happens. Yes, since the sacrificial formation still lacks 3 main formations, it does not pose an immediate threat. Jun Tianlin now wanted to eradicate the demonic cult to obtain the second phase reward of Task 2 and then focus on the first phase, retrieving the cult's records. Although the Shadow Guard speculated that a certain collateral branch was behind the scenes, Jun Tianlin still planned to confirm it himself. In Jun Tianlin's mind, if it was indeed that collateral branch, he would feel relieved. If it was some unknown force capable of creating such a large-scale sacrificial formation in the Jun family's territory, that would be something he did not want to see. When the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards heard that Jun Tianlin wanted the demonic cult's records, a flicker of evasion flashed in his eyes. Jun Tianlin precisely captured that momentary change. If there is something to say, just say it. Is this act intended to make me guess your thoughts? Jun Tianlin smiled gently, but his eyes did not reflect the softness of his expression. The cold gaze made Jun Tianlin appear particularly terrifying at that moment. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards was extremely terrified and quickly knelt on one knee. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. 3 days ago, there were changes in the demonic cult's records. The previous records have become void, and the new records contain matters that are likely. At this moment, Jun Tianlin quietly stared at the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards. Bring them to me. Yes. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards quickly got up and randomly found a 3rd-grade master-level Shadow Guard to retrieve the records. The Shadow Guard did not dare to delay, and quickly left the Imperial Palace, activating his true energy. Chapter 4 Superpower? The efficiency of the Shadow Guard was quick. The documents on the demon sect were handed to him in just a moment. Jun Tianlin calmly opened the thick documents. In the year 101-0263 of the Great Qian, the demon sect first appeared in Qingzhou, killing 400 young boys and brainwashing over 3,000 Qingzhou citizens, while the Qingzhou garrison killed over 5,000 cultists. In the year 101-0269, the demon sect appeared for the second time, kidnapping 700 young girls and brainwashing over 17,000 Qingzhou citizens, with the Qingzhou garrison killing 9,000 cultists. In the year 101-0298. In the year 101-0312. The documents recorded over 700 occurrences and destructions of the demon sect. Each time after its destruction, it would reappear after several decades or even a few years. Initially, the demon sect was not strong. During the first 100 occurrences, the strongest was only at the Master Realm, which the Qingzhou garrison could suppress. By the 300th occurrence, the demon sect already had over a dozen second-grade grandmasters. By the 500th occurrence, the demon sect had its first appearance of a first-grade world grandmaster. In the later occurrences, the number of world grandmasters increased, and the Qingzhou garrison was no longer a match, needing the Dragon Suppression Army to take action. By the 600th occurrence, the number of world grandmasters in the demon sect had reached over a dozen, requiring the Shadow Guards to take action personally to suppress them. The last appearance of the demon sect was 27 years ago. At that time, the intelligence was incomplete, and it was the Nangong clan among the affiliated tribes that destroyed it. The recorded world grandmasters had already reached 37. but the Nangong clan deemed the demon sect as not worth worrying about. This number was quite terrifying. Even if all the shadow guards were mobilized, they would suffer heavy losses. At that time, Jun Tianlin's father believed the demon sect had been completely destroyed. After all, the Nangong clan was quite reputable among the affiliated tribes, and their actions were quite reliable, plus the number of world grandmasters involved in the extermination was indeed large. Little did they expect that after 27 years, the demon sect would reappear. However, these were secondary concerns. Jun Tianlin remembered that there had been no record of the demon sect killing Qingzhou citizens before, and the number of people brainwashed was far fewer than what was recorded here. What exactly was going on? The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards lowered his head. The Shadow Guards, previously responsible for Qingzhou, as well as many city lords, had their memories altered. This matter was only discovered by a Shadow Guard who broke through to the divine travel realm over 9,000 years ago when he realized his memories had been altered. That Shadow Guard then informed the former emperor, who was furious upon learning of this and summoned all Shadow Guards responsible for Qingzhou over the past 10,000 years, discovering that everyone's memories had been altered. Moreover, the methods used by the perpetrators were exceptionally sophisticated, and even the clan's Divine Palace realm experts were unaware of it. And the ancestor was in seclusion, which allowed this matter to go undetected for nearly 10,000 years. The demon sect only appeared in the last 10,000 years. A Shadow Guard 9,000 years ago only realized his memories had been altered? Jun Tianlin frowned. This matter was more complicated than he had imagined. Given this, it was impossible for the Lingguang lineage alone to achieve this. The Jun family must have had someone with ulterior motives. In this world, only the Jun family could possess such means, which is why Jun Tianlin was so certain that this matter was orchestrated by someone from the Jun family. After deep contemplation, Jun Tianlin finally said, "I understand this matter. It is not your fault." Hearing this, the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards breathed a sigh of relief. Having followed this person for 2 years, he knew very well their character. Besides the crown prince, the third prince, and the former emperor, no one else dared to even breathe in front of him. The number of citizens in the land of 10,000 countries is thousands of times that of our Great Qian. Why are these people not setting up formations in the land of 10,000 countries, but coming to our Great Qian? Jun Tianlin found it difficult to understand. If it was just for the sake of sacrificing lives, wouldn't the people in the land of 10,000 countries outnumber those in Qingzhou? Moreover, there are only a few world grandmasters in the land of 10,000 countries. Wouldn't they be easier to deal with in the Jun family? Your Majesty, the sacrificial formation is likely not only sacrificing Qingzhou citizens. It might be aimed at sacrificing the national fortune of Great Qian. Jun Tianlin Faunu, National Fortune. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards explained. The main lineage established the Great Qian out of gratitude. So the main lineage uses the national fortune of Great Qian to ensure good weather and protect the people from suffering. Therefore, we suspect that the purpose of those people is likely to target the national fortune of Great Qian. Jun Tianlin helplessly rubbed his forehead. His elder brother and father had passed away too suddenly, and he knew too little about the affairs of the Great Qian Emperor. The documents on the demon sect were not very helpful for his quest to eradicate the demon sect. As the reason the demon sect could not be destroyed was due to the special nature of Qingzhou, which prevented spiritual consciousness from spreading widely. Now, he was pressed for time and had no leisure to investigate here and there step by step. He did not know how many princes were involved in this outside. But one thing he knew for sure was that there were people from the ancestral land involved as well. The movements in Qingzhou were too significant. It was impossible for there to be no one providing cover from the ancestral land. He then softly asked, "Where are the Yin-Yang protectors?" The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards looked somewhat puzzled, but soon his face showed fear. He saw that 10 elders had appeared behind him at some point. The presence from the world of first-grade warriors indicated to him that a very powerful existence had appeared behind him. And he did not dare to turn around, but feigned calmness as he looked at Jun Tianlin. These 10 people were summoned by Jun Tianlin, so they should not act against him, right? The surrounding Shadow Guards exchanged glances, but did not act rashly. They had all heard Jun Tianlin's words. Jun Tianlin ignored the 13th commander of the Shadow Guard's strange demeanor and looked at the 10 elders behind him. The elders were tall, and their eyes met Jun Tianlin's without a hint of fear. Indeed, although he did not know their past realms, they were surely much stronger than him. Once divine beings, although they had fallen to the mortal realm, they still held their heads high. From the eyes of these 10 elders, he saw the indifference and confidence of those in higher positions, but Jun Tianlin did not dislike it, for there was a hint of respect in their gaze toward him. Among these 10, 5 wore black robes with white characters inscribed on them, while the other 5 wore white robes with black characters inscribed on them. Jun Tianlin crossed his legs casually and said, "These are the Yin protectors. They're the guards sent to me by the ancestral land before." After briefly explaining the origins of the Yin protectors, Jun Tianlin did not elaborate further. Sometimes, too much explanation could be a cover-up. Jun Tianlin looked at the Yin protectors and asked, "I presume you heard my conversation with the 13th commander. Do the protectors have any insights?" Jun Tianlin's casual words made the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards gasp in shock. People sent by the ancestral land to be the Emperor's guards? Then what about the Shadow Guards? Had they been abandoned? Moreover, the Emperor actually said that these people heard his words clearly, which meant they had been by their side for a long time. Upon thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on the back of the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards. He was not afraid of the Protector's strength, but worried that the Protectors would replace them. The 10 elders exchanged glances after hearing Jun Tianlin's words. Then one elder in a black robe stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I am Ini. I have studied a bit about formations and can handle the matter of breaking the formation." "Is this true?" Jun Tianlin was somewhat surprised. If they could break that formation, with the blood spirit pool, he would no longer have to worry about the threats from those princes and the collateral branches. "I wouldn't dare say I'm proficient, but I can generally solve common formations." The Protector was indeed humble. "Your Majesty, this matter is confidential. Is it appropriate to entrust it to them?" The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards suddenly remembered that these matters must not be leaked. Although these 10 people are sent by the ancestral land, what they are swayed by others. Given the current situation, if those affiliated tribes and collateral branches sense something amiss, it could lead to great chaos. Jun Tianlin smiled calmly and said, "No worries, my guardians have been with me since I was young." At this moment, the 10 elders also clasped their hands and said, "We have followed your Majesty for 12 years, so please rest assured, Commander Shursan, our loyalty to your Majesty is as clear as the heavens and the earth." Jun Tianlin waved his hand and said, "There is no need for such words. I naturally trust you. Commander Shursan, you need not be wary of the Guardians. Have the commander of the Shadow Guards in Qingzhou record the complete layout of the sacrificial array and send it back for Guardian E to observe." "Yes." The commander of the Shadow Guards, although slightly hesitant, nodded after hearing Jun Tianlin's words. He then took out a communication token from within the Shadow Guards and sent Jun Tianlin's order to dozens of commanders in Qingzhou. The communication token was jointly produced by the Jun Family's Bureau of Astronomy and the Royal Construction Department of the Luo family. Its main function is to send messages and create projections, and it can also be used as a talisman for protection. By the way, Jun Tianlin's thoughts were interrupted by the matters in Qingzhou, and he suddenly remembered the question he wanted to ask earlier. Are there any sect forces within the Great Qian? Are the superpowers very strong? As Jun Tianlin's question was posed, the expression of the commander of the Shadow Guards changed from confusion to bewilderment. There are indeed several sect forces within the Great Qian, and they are all superpowers. But why is your Majesty asking this now? Did that guy Luo Tianxing's words stick in your Majesty's mind? So, the commander of the Shadow Guards put away the communication token and explained to Jun Tianlin. The classification standard for superpowers is whether they have martial emperors within. The so-called martial emperor is just a name the Heavenly Spirit Realm Spirit Clan gives to the Grandmaster level. However, the Great Qian does not recognize the name given by the Heavenly Palace, because the Great Qian is a dynasty with a single emperor. Only the titled princes can be called kings. Proclaiming oneself as an emperor is disrespectful to the Great Qian's emperor, and this crime deserves death. After hearing the commander of the Shadow Guards, Jun Tianlin frowned. "Are you saying that as long as a force has a Grandmaster, it can be called a superpower?" Replying to your Majesty, "That's correct. Superpowers are merely a classification by the Heavenly Palace," the commander replied. "And what about first-rate or second-rate? Superpowers are just names to intimidate. In reality, they are not worth mentioning." This made Jun Tianlin even more puzzled. He opened the task panel again to check the first task. After noticing that it indeed stated superpower, he felt something was off. Superpower? Grandmaster? Anti-Great Qian? Is this a joke? Jun Tianlin became slightly interested and then asked, "Then what level of force is our Great Qian?" Replying to your Majesty, on the surface, the Great Qian is classified as a holy land because the strongest in the Great Qian are the Grandmasters from the Luo and Qi families. Is that so? Then you should check if there are any unusual activities from the superpowers within the Great Qian. Jun Tianlin's words seemed to remind the commander of the Shadow Guards of something, and he quickly clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, there are only 8 superpowers within the Great Qian, and the leading one, the Breaking Heaven sect, was discovered to have treasonous intentions 7 years ago. But the late emperor did not deal with them. This is because the Breaking Heaven sect was listed as a key observation target 800 years ago. The emperor at that time, who was your majesty's grandfather, ordered that as long as Yang Hua of the Breaking Heaven sect does not commit any principal offenses before Yang Hua breaks through to the first grade, they would be exempt from punishment. The one who wants to rebel is Yang Wushuang, the adopted son of Yang Hua, who is unaware of this matter. Therefore, the late emperor only sent a few people to keep a close watch on Yang Wushuang, intending to use this as a favor to win over Yang Hua. Detected that the host has completed the first phase of the current task. Rewards: Shadow Hunter X 300, Premium Spirit Stones X 100, 000, Dao Yuan Fruit, small, X 18, Dao Ling Fruit, small, X 3. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Jun Tianlin's mind, and he was momentarily stunned. So it really is this superpower? Jun Tianlin felt somewhat speechless. He thought it would be a difficult character to deal with, yet it was just a superpower. Is this task really this simple? Next, he needed to handle this matter. According to the commander of the Shadow Guards, the Breaking Heaven sect is merely a superpower, yet they are thinking of rebellion. Shadow Guards, summon the Duke of the State. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, Your Majesty, what is your plan? The commander of the Shadow Guards was somewhat unclear about what to find the Duke of the State for. Jun Tianlin simply shook his head. I need to resolve the Breaking Heaven sect. The Duke of the State has been at the second grade perfection for a long time, only a step away from breaking through. I plan to have him capture the rebels of the Breaking Heaven sect after he breaks through. The commander of the Shadow Guards nodded. Having the Duke of the State break through is not difficult. It's good that he is a strong figure on the surface of the Great Qian, and it is just right for him to handle this matter. Jun Tianlin nodded slowly and stood up. All right, leave the matter of the Breaking Heaven sect to the Duke of the State. Shadow Guards continue to monitor Qingzhou. Both the sacrificial array and the Lingguang lineage must be kept an eye on. This matter is of great importance and must not be neglected. Yes. After the commander of the Shadow Guards knelt to receive the order, he left the palace. Chapter 5 Mingyudan. Daughter of the Minister of Works, after waiting for the Shadow Guards to leave, Jun Tianlin finally spoke. Everyone, Arded Qian is facing some issues now, and we need your help. This is a real world, and Jun Tianlin cannot control the thoughts and intentions of the people in it. So it is inevitable that some may harbor ulterior motives. Therefore, he cannot trust those collateral and affiliated families, nor can he trust the princes, even though they share the same lineage. As the emperor of the Jun family, his status is always much higher than that of the princes. He does not believe that those princes are indifferent. Some have been cultivating in their own realms for tens of thousands of years, and he does not know their abilities. Once the ancestral land and realms disappear, and these people find out, Jun Tianlin might not be able to withstand it for long. If he were given a few more years, he would naturally not need to avoid confrontation, but right now he is in desperate need of time. However, he can feel more at ease with those 100% loyal characters rewarded by the system, especially knowing that these individuals would reach the peak of their potential after leveling up. The more he looked at them, the more he found them pleasing. Your Majesty speaks too highly. It is only right for us to serve you with all our hearts. Indeed, Your Majesty, we will surely help you through this difficult time. Your Majesty, do not worry. Although our current strength does not match yours, our methods should not be underestimated. Although the 10 individuals appeared old, their vitality was not inferior to that of young people. In fact, reaching the realm of a grandmaster could allow one to return to their youth and maintain a youthful appearance, but they did not care. With your strength, you should have already figured out the layout of the royal palace. I will place the scripture pavilion on the spirit gathering mountain in the center of the imperial city, and do not waste the medicinal pills in the pavilion. There are many strong shadow guards, but the majority are still 4th or 5th tier martial artists. I hope you can utilize the scripture pavilion to quickly cultivate the strength of the shadow guards. I thank you in advance. Yes, Your Majesty. X10 Jun Tianlin handed the imperial edict crafted by the shadow guards to the 10 protectors, and then said, later, go to the scripture pavilion and fetch a pill that can help someone break through to the 2nd tier. Jun Tianlin instructed the system to place the scripture pavilion on the spirit gathering mountain behind the imperial city. After the Yin-Yang protectors left, a shadow guard delivered a memorial to the imperial palace's study. Jun Tianlin leisurely stood up, and just as he was about to walk out of the palace door, he suddenly stopped and softly said, go. Keep an eye on the Lingguang lineage. Immediately, hundreds of concealed auras swiftly rushed from the imperial palace towards Qingzhou. Then, Jun Tianlin slowly made his way to the study. With the system, his mood had improved. On the main road of the southern gate of the palace, Qi Huafeng and Luo Tianqing were arguing. Today, it was you who had to bring it up, causing His Majesty to be angry. Old fool. How can the wise head of the Luo family give rise to such a disaster like you? We are subjects and should think of the Qian people. Thinking of the people must depend on the occasion. The commander of the Shadow Guards has spoken to you, yet you still dare to retort? Is your Qi family seeking to lose your head? As the Duke of the nation, you are not as brave as I am. Self-righteous. The Shadow Guards monitor the world. How could they not know about Qingzhou? Useless bravery. You're a chancellor. Hurry and step down. The two were arguing fiercely, and behind them was a group of ministers watching the drama, which had become their daily entertainment. Two gentlemen. A sudden voice interrupted. However, Luo Tianqing and Qi Huafeng ignored it and continued to argue. The ministers behind them had already lowered their heads and simultaneously exclaimed, "We greet the Shadow Guard." What? X2 Luo Tianqing and Qi Huafeng turned their heads in unison to find a young man dressed in black, wearing a mask that revealed only the lower half of his face. The two quickly said, "We greet the Shadow Guard." The young Shadow Guard looked at the two with a cold snort. "Duke, His Majesty requests your presence. Please proceed to the Imperial Palace." After speaking, the young Shadow Guard disappeared. Seeing the Shadow Guard leave, Luo Tianqing immediately revealed a victorious smile. "Ha ha ha. Old fool, did you see that? His Majesty summoned me. Ha ha." Qi Huafeng seemed to be choked. His face turned pale, and he glared at Luo Tianqing through gritted teeth. Luo Tianqing ignored him and hummed a tune as he headed to the Imperial Palace. As the residence of the emperors of the Jun family throughout the generations, the Imperial Palace was heavily guarded, with Shadow Guards everywhere nearby. Luo Tianqing had been a minister for over 200 years and had only accompanied his father once. But he remembered the route very clearly. The ministers exchanged glances and quickly left, leaving Qi Huafeng alone in place, seething with anger. Luo Tianqing arrived at the Imperial Palace and stopped to look at the Shadow Guard at the door. "Please inform His Majesty that Luo Tianqing has arrived." The young Shadow Guard glanced at him. "Do you understand the rules of the Imperial Palace?" Luo Tianqing quickly cupped his hands. "I understand. Please lead the way." The young Shadow Guard nodded, then opened the grand door of the Imperial Palace. The two did not enter through the main door toward the palace, but went to the side hall, which was the study of the Imperial Palace. The Shadow Guard knocked first and said, "Your Majesty, the Duke of the Nation has arrived." Inside the study, Jun Tianlin frowned as he looked at the memorial in his hand. Upon hearing the Shadow Guard's voice, he finally spoke. "Come in." The Shadow Guard pushed open the door for the Duke, and then stepped aside to guard the entrance. As Luo Tianqing stepped into the study, a refreshing coolness greeted him. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the royal family was wealthy. Even a study could be so luxurious. The entire floor of the study was actually paved with 10,000-year-old Qian ice essence. This Qian ice essence is extremely rare, its texture incredibly hard, and it would not melt even after thousands of years. These 10,000-year-old Qian ice essences were made into floor tiles, yet he did not feel the bone-chilling cold. The temperature here always remained at a perfectly comfortable range, neither too cold nor too warm, providing a slight coolness. Upon closer inspection, he found that these Qian ice essences were engraved with unique inscriptions, which shimmered with a faint glow, as if containing some mysterious power. Luo Tianqing knew this must be the handiwork of the Luo Royal Construction Department. This should be the reason why the temperature remained within this perfect range. To be honest, Luo Tianqing felt a bit envious. Just for cooling down, using 10,000-year-old Qian ice essence was truly wasteful. For martial artists cultivating ice attribute techniques, this was a tremendous boon. In such an environment, not only could they enhance the power of their techniques using the cold air from the Qian ice essence, but they could also accelerate their cultivation speed. According to Luo Tianqing's estimation, it could increase by at least 7 to 8 times. At this moment, Jun Tianlin was quietly watching the astonished Luo Tianqing, having already put down the memorial in his hand. "Is the Duke interested in my flooring?" Luo Tianqing came back to his senses and quickly cupped his hands. "I apologize, Your Majesty. I have never seen such a large scale of 10,000-year-old Qian ice essence, and for a moment, I was captivated." At this time, Jun Tianlin had already retracted the terrifying aura he had in the court. Otherwise, the Shadow Guard beside him would be suffocated every day. Was that appropriate? No harm done. I called you for a reason. If the Duke likes this 10,000-year-old Qian ice essence, I will reward you with a few pieces once the matter is settled. Luo Tianqing was overjoyed upon hearing this. The reason he was captivated by the 10,000-year-old Qian ice essence was naturally that his grandson cultivated ice attribute techniques. The treasures the Luo family sought for his grandson were far inferior to this 10,000-year-old Qian ice essence. One piece of 10,000-year-old Qian ice essence could last for over a decade in cultivation, with his grandson as talent comparable to his father's. One piece of 10,000-year-old Qian ice essence would be enough for him to reach the third tier. What does your majesty need this old minister to do? I will surely give it my all. It's not complicated. I want you to deal with those 8 superpowers within the Qian territory. Yes, this old minister will send them down to the Yellow Springs. That is not necessary. The Ziyun Valley and Danwang Pavilion can be incorporated. I have also taken a look. Yinzhou has a newly established 8th grade spirit plant cultivation base. These 2 forces are specialized in this area, so let them participate. If they are unwilling, they can be eliminated. Luo Tianxing scratched his head and chuckled, then cupped his hands in salute. Yes, your majesty is indeed thoughtful. These 2 forces haven't made any mistakes and have paid quite a bit of tax. Your majesty's arrangements are truly perfect. Jun Tianlin chuckled lightly. There's no need to say that. Duke, please take a seat and wait a moment. Someone will bring something over shortly. Luo Tianxing was a bit puzzled, but said nothing more and sat down on the nearest chair. Jun Tianlin then looked back at the memorials. In the 10 minutes before Luo Tianxing arrived, he had already reviewed over 70 memorials, most of which were reports for various states and not very important. Things like building this, and that could mostly be solved with a few spirit stones. For the few that required manpower, Jun Tianlin didn't mind giving it, as there were still many idle soldiers in the Great Qian. Aside from the garrison troops and border troops from various states and other special military types, there are over 8 million soldiers in the Great Qian who are not in active service. Although they receive salaries, it's nothing compared to those in the army. Most of these soldiers serve as city guards or engage in infrastructure work, at least earning some extra income. The elimination system in the military rules has made the Great Qian's army exceedingly strong. In the lands of various nations, even ordinary people can become soldiers. The strongest dynasty might not even be able to muster 100,000 martial artists. However, a single garrison troop in the Great Qian easily exceeds 800,000. And the quality of its martial artists is several dozen times higher than those in the lands of various nations. Moreover, regarding spirit stones, constructing a palace requires only a few hundred top-grade spirit stones if the materials are slightly inferior. The ministers in the court receive salaries of 10 to 30 top-grade spirit stones each month. One top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 upper-grade spirit stones, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones, or 10 million taels of gold. In the Great Qian, an ordinary person can earn only 10 taels of gold in a year. He rewards several thousand or even tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones for reviewing a memorial. Although the Great Qian itself does not lack spirit stones, who would complain about having too many? However, when he saw the contents of the memorial in his hand, he stopped reviewing. Your Majesty, the resources consumed by the Ministry of Works in recent days have been quite large, and we are still short of many resources for the new project. I hope Your Majesty can approve 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The memorial seemed quite normal, but Jun Tianlin quickly noticed something amiss. This memorial was sent under the name of the Minister of Works, which was quite impressive. Jun Tianlin's expression hardened, and then a few drops of dew appeared in front of him, falling onto the memorial and wetting it, causing the words on the memorial to change. My Lord Prime Minister, I am the daughter of the Minister of Works. Recently, I made a mistake and was punished by my father by having my allowance cut. I have raised many spirit pets over the years, but my father does not allow me to keep them. Many of my friends also no longer want to keep their spirit pets, so we want to build a stray pet shelter in South City. We have crowdfunded, but we are still short of 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and I would like to borrow some spirit stones from you, my Lord Prime Minister. I hope you can grant this request, and we will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Jun Tianlin's gaze grew colder. He understood pets well. He had once raised a little white tiger. However, the spirit plants he fed were all high-grade, causing the little tiger to quickly evolve into a 6th-grade monster beast, initially awakening its intelligence. However, he did not like the little tiger after it became intelligent. It was ungrateful, reckless, and abused its status to misbehave. So he extinguished the little tiger's intelligence himself. Although that little tiger has now reached the 3rd grade, its intelligence has not awakened again. These people clearly want to abandon their pets, but still want to build a shelter for them. They're just too lazy to care for them, but can't bear to part with them. He couldn't understand what these people were thinking. It was only 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Jun Tianlin didn't care much. To settle in the imperial city of the Great Qian, one must at least possess the strength of a grandmaster and have made contributions. Thus, even if these families in the imperial city raise pets, they would at least be spirit pets. Aren't these pets stronger than ordinary citizens? Do they really need a shelter? Moreover, they're trying to use a memorial as a loan request. Is this treating a memorial like a promissory note? The beginning doesn't even address the emperor anymore, directly calling him my Lord Prime Minister. Although the emperor of Great Qian hardly reads memorials, there are still basic rules. The Minister of Works is a disciple of the Luo Emperor's Ministry of Works, but merely a nominal disciple. The daughter of a mere Minister of Works has quite a bit of audacity. Jun Tianlin set this memorial aside. He would deal with it later. At this moment, Yi entered the study with a jade box. Luo Tianxing looked at the unfamiliar Yi with some confusion. This old man in a black robe gave him a strange feeling, one he couldn't quite explain. The only thing he was sure of was that this old man was extraordinary. Yi entered the study without looking at Luo Tianxing and bowed to Jun Tianlin. Your Majesty, the elixirs have been brought. As he spoke, he held up the jade box. This elixir is called Mingyu Dan. It can help a second-grade perfected martial artist break through to the first grade without losing their foundation, and it can also strengthen their roots. Jun Tianlin nodded. All right, this gentleman is the Duke of the Nation. Just hand it over to him. Luo Tianxing looked at the two conversing in a daze, and when he heard that this elixir could help a perfected second-grade martial artist break through to the first grade, he couldn't help but feel envious. However, when he heard that this elixir was for him, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Chapter 6. Is the national fortune triggering a plane invasion? Your Majesty, is this really for me? Taking the jade box, Luo Tianxing still found it hard to believe. By his estimation, it would take him at least 20 more years to break through to the first rank. This small pill could actually allow him to skip 20 years of hard training. He did not doubt the authenticity of the pill, as this was the Qian royal family, the ruling clan that had governed this land for 1,000,000 years. He did not believe such a colossal entity would be bored enough to deceive him. Fine, once you break through to the first rank, take your troops with you. Just a few little ants. I won't give you too much military authority. Use your own permissions to mobilize the troops. Yes, Your Majesty, just a few small ants. It doesn't require the Qian army to be on the move. I will mobilize as necessary, but there's no need to make a big deal out of it. It's just the beginning of spring. Let's treat the soldiers to a spring outing. Your Majesty is indeed thoughtful. Dismissed. Jun Tianlin waved his hand. Luo Tianxing then left the imperial palace with great joy. After Luo Tianxing left, Yi clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the Shadow Guards have handed over the information on all their members to me. Excluding the 3 missing commanders, the Shadow Guards now have 54 commanders, 2,772 captains, 14,956 squad leaders, and more than 80,000 others. Jun Tianlin nodded. How is it? Give me a projection. Yi thought for a moment and said, In a month, I can have the commanders reach 200, the captains 5,000, and the squad leaders break 40,000. But the medicinal pills from the scripture pavilion are far from enough. However, my 3rd and 8th brothers are proficient in alchemy, but they require many natural treasures. Jun Tianlin raised an eyebrow. So confident? You need not worry about natural treasures. The Qian has over 70 spiritual plant cultivation bases. Take as you please. Yi chuckled. Your Majesty, the Shadow Guards are of your lineage. Although their bloodline is not as terrifying as yours, they should not be underestimated. Absorbing the medicinal pills is as easy as drinking water for them. As long as the conditioning is appropriate, their strength will rise rapidly without damaging their foundation. That's excellent. If the Shadow Guard strength increases, it'll be much easier to get things done. Yi nodded and then brought up the matter of Qingzhou. Your Majesty, I have reviewed the sacrificial array in Qingzhou, and I have a solution, but it may be somewhat inappropriate. Please decide, Your Majesty. Oh, tell me more. Jun Tianlin became interested. As expected of someone summoned by the system, a solution had been devised in less than a few hours. This array has 10 main formations, 36 subformations, 18 central formations, and 8 connecting formations, with the main formations being the largest and the central formations being secondary. These 2 are the most crucial. The other formations, if broken, would only cause instability in this grand formation, while the subformations are merely used to amplify power and are basically useless. The main formation, as the pillar, is the hardest to break, but it is not a significant issue. There is no need to break it. Without the central formation, the main formation cannot operate, but the key is still the central formation. However, to break the central formation, a core is needed, which the shadow guards do not know the location of. Listening to Yi's lengthy explanation, Jun Tianlin did not rush him and allowed him to continue. Therefore, I plan to forge a core to break the central formation. The creation of the core may take a few days, but Your Majesty, this formation has been rooted in Qingzhou for a long time. The national fortune has been suppressed, and natural disasters have arisen. However, the Qian's national fortune is indeed strong. And neighboring Fengzhou, Qizhou, and Guzhou continuously transmit their national fortune to Qingzhou. Otherwise, the backlash from the Qian's million-year national fortune would have long since destroyed Qingzhou. If Qingzhou's national fortune is released, it could gain tremendous benefits. Things like a spiritual energy explosion, the emergence of a secret realm, and the appearance of interdimensional portals are all possible, which would naturally be excellent for the Qian. However, it may cause problems for the people of Qingzhou. Jun Tianlin frowned upon hearing this. A spiritual energy explosion? The emergence of a secret realm? He can understand this, as the Qian's vassal tribes and princes all have their own cave heavens, which can also be considered secret realms. But interdimensional portals appearing? Yi, are interdimensional portals connecting to another world? Jun Tianlin couldn't comprehend how a dynasty's national fortune could be so powerful as to connect to another world. Your Majesty is young and may not know. I have roughly understood this world. The Qian's existence completely defies reality. According to the Shadow Guards, before the ancestral lands, cave heaven disappeared. The Qian could have sent troops to bring the entire world into the Qian's territory. However, the Qian did not do so. And the reasons behind this may only be known to you, the main lineage. But Your Majesty, the Qian's national fortune is too strong. It continues to grow. Yet the Qian's territory remains largely unchanged. The national fortune may have long been unwilling to be confined like this. In such a situation, I have rarely seen it. Such a massive national fortune being suppressed in a small place. Even without spiritual intelligence, it may instinctively launch a plain invasion towards other worlds. Now, Jun Tianlin began to understand. But the national fortune launching a plain invasion? Can the national fortune initiate a plain invasion? Your Majesty, it is quite common for the national fortune to initiate a plain invasion. I have seen an imperial court that ruled over thousands of worlds. That imperial court's national fortune often initiated plain invasions. In fact, when a world reaches its current limits, it will actively link to the coordinates of other worlds and launch plain invasions to break through its limits further. The national fortune is similar. However, Your Majesty need not worry. When the time comes, expanding to Qian's territory may strengthen the national fortune further. But it will delay the time for the national fortune to initiate a plain invasion. In fact, the upheaval of the national fortune has already begun. But it has only strengthened the growth of natural treasures and spiritual energy within the Qian. This is likely caused by the disappearance of the ancestral lands, cave heaven. Previous emperors may have been suppressing the national fortune or utilizing it for other matters, which is why the national fortune has remained stable. Jun Tianlin has now gained some knowledge. It turns out the national fortune is so powerful. However, the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards previously mentioned that the main lineage mainly uses the national fortune to ensure good weather in the various states and to protect the people from suffering. He now understands that the Qian can sweep across the world. With such a powerful national fortune, how could it only be used for these purposes? He wonders what the ancestral land is doing with its national fortune. In that case, let's have the people of Qingzhou evacuate. There are over 70 million people in Qingzhou, and it will likely take several days to evacuate. I will issue orders to mobilize troops immediately. I hope you can create the core as soon as possible. If you need anything, just let the Shadow Guards know. Yes, Your Majesty. Ini left, and Jun Tianlin once again opened the memorial submitted by the Minister of Works. He actually did not want to believe that a Minister of Works would make such a low-level mistake. And how could a Minister of Works be short by 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Of course, it is not ruled out that this guy wants to use public funds for personal indulgences. However, as an outer disciple of the Luo family's Ministry of Works, he should understand Qian's rules, right? Within the inner city and outer city of the imperial capital, all the resources of every family are provided by the royal family. These are all families of the Qian's military generals and civil officials. The resources provided by the Qian are absolutely sufficient for these families to squander. If they are still not satisfied, someone investigate this matter. Jun Tianlin coldly threw the memorial to the Shadow Guards and began to write orders to mobilize troops. After Luo Tianxing left the palace, he returned to the Luo family residence. Father, head of the family. As soon as he returned home, a group of Luo family juniors surrounded him. Father, did the emperor summon you to agree to suppress the sects? Luo Tianxing suivant son, Luo Kong asked curiously with a joyful expression. The Luo family is the most hostile to sect forces in the imperial capital, always thinking of driving these sects out of the Qian's territory. This is because 1,000,000 years ago, the Qian had no sects or gangs at all, and it was a certain emperor from 1,000,000 years ago who introduced many sect forces. These sects enjoyed the treatment of court officials, but did not fulfill their responsibilities. The emperor originally intended for the sects to cultivate more warriors for the Great Qian, but the sects were extremely exclusive, never recruiting citizens of the Great Qian, instead hoarding vast resources to train their own disciples while oppressing the common people. After the local lords and garrison troops learned of this, they directly dispatched troops to beat the sects until they dared not come down from the mountains. The emperor did not anticipate such a situation, so he canceled the resources allocated to those sects and expelled them to the borders. Now, these sects and gangs are nestled in the deep mountains and forests at the borders, even afraid to approach the cities of the Great Qian. However, the families within the imperial city believe that such actions are too lenient towards these sections. Therefore, every time a new emperor ascends, the martial families led by the Luo family apply to suppress the sects under the pretext of consolidating the emperor's position. This is merely an excuse to seek conflict. How could these sects possibly threaten the status of the emperor of the Great Qian? Meanwhile, during normal times, the civil families led by the Qi family do not let them off either, having developed a sect tax law. Yes, a sect tax law with no concealment, specifically targeting the sections. They have continuously reduced the income of the sects, forcing even their core disciples to take on tasks. Even so, these sects are unwilling to leave the Great Qian. Why? Because leaving the Great Qian means they would have to enjoy the same treatment as those dynasties in the lands of 100 nations. That cannot be resolved just by paying taxes. It involves tribute, requiring 90% of their annual income. Thus, even if they have to put on a brave face, they stubbornly cling to the Great Qian. Regarding his son's issue, Luo Tianxing simply shook his head. His Majesty did not instruct me to suppress them. Huh? Why? Luo Kong was somewhat disappointed. He was nearly 100 years old and had never fought in a battle. His talent was a bit weak, and now at nearly 100 years old, he had yet to break through to the master level. He had not been sent to the Yellow Wind Desert, but following his father to bully the sects would still be acceptable. The surrounding Luo family disciples also showed disappointment. It was such a pity. Now is not the time to suppress them. Luo Tianxing shook his head helplessly. He took out the secret scroll given by the shadow guards, opened it, and waved his arm with a hearty laugh. Instead, it is to quell a rebellion. What? The Luo family disciples looked at Luo Tianxing in confusion. Luo Tianxing sneered, glancing at the words on the scroll indicating that the old master of the Patian sect might have already broken through to the first rank. Huh. Do they think that just because they have produced a great master, they can challenge the Great Qian? The Luo family disciples leaned in, and after clearly seeing the task scroll, they were all astonished. Damn sects, we have already shown them enough mercy by not exterminating them completely. What audacity! Actually daring to rebel against the Great Qian. Do they not realize who they are? These ungrateful wolves should have been destroyed long ago. And now, they actually want to rebel? Father, how do we deal with this great master? Luo Kongfoned. Both the Qi family and Luo family's great masters were currently in the Yellow Wind Desert. Luo Tianxing laughed heartily. His Majesty has bestowed me a divine pill to aid my breakthrough. Once I break through, I will capture that old man Yang alive. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations, Patriarch. Once the Patriarch breaks through to the Great Master, our Luo family will ascend to new heights. Father, since His Majesty is mobilizing troops, let us start preparing now. Luo Kong's expression was somewhat excited. He would be able to lead troops into battle. Luo Tianxing's expression became very serious. You go to the Luo Shui army to select 40,000 black Xian heavy armored soldiers. Then take the secret scroll to the Zhenlong army to request 10,000 Xian beast heavy cavalry. And then summon 100 masters from the outer city and 7 great masters from the inner city. 3 days later, we will march against the Patian sect. Yes. The other disciples prepared themselves. Most of you have never fought in a battle. This time, I will personally lead the charge to give you a taste of the world. Ha ha! As the Duke of the State, Luo Tianxing actually had limited military power. The Luo Shui army he cultivated only numbered 50,000. And all the resources for this army were borne by the Luo family, which was not the royal family. The resources consumed in cultivating warriors must be higher than those of the royal family. Otherwise, how could these warriors willingly follow them? Not only was the resource consumption too large, but the number of troops cultivated by the Luo family was also controlled, with rewards for slots only given after achievements in battle. Of the 50,000 slots in the Luo family, 80% were occupied by the old head of the Luo family, leaving only about 10,000 for the remaining Luo family marshal generals. Even Luo Tianxing, as the Duke of the State, only had a quota for 5,000 troops, while the Qi family had even fewer, with only 47,000 slots. However, the military power that Luo Tianxing could mobilize was still relatively significant. Apart from the garrison troops and border troops, he could call upon other military branches, with a maximum of 100,000 troops. However, applying for the Zhenlong army was different. He could only mobilize a maximum of 10,000 troops, and he could not call upon other military branches. The Zhenlong army was one of the strongest military branches of the Great Qian, rivaled only by the Fengyu army of Yinzhou. Chapter 7. The peculiar daughter of the Mo family on the other side. The Chancellor Qi Huafeng did not return to the Chancellor's residence immediately. Instead, he was invited to the star-picking tower. The entertainment industry within the imperial city basically belonged to the royal family, with only a few being granted to subordinate clans and princes. The star-picking tower was also a royal property. Old Qi, I invited you here today, not for any other reason, but mainly to apologize for the mistakes made by my daughter, said the Minister of Works, Mo Chun, as he picked up his cup of wine, somewhat embarrassed. Qi Huafeng was about to raise his cup, but was taken aback by this statement. He had heard of Mo Chen's daughter, a well-known spoiled young lady in the imperial city. After all, Mo Chun was a disciple of the imperial court's Minister of Works, which was second only to the astronomical bureau in the eyes of the royal family, holding a higher status than the subordinate clans. Although Qi Huafeng was superficially the leader of the civil officials, he was actually only responsible for collecting tributes from the lands of various nations, holding little real power. In contrast, Mo Chun managed the Ministry of Works, which developed all civilian machinery for the Great Qian, overseeing over 100,000 factories. In recent years, they had even developed military equipment. Such a person had an unlimited future, with the opportunity to truly enter the imperial court's Ministry of Works. Mo Chen's future status was something he could not even dream of. However, he could not understand how Mo Chen's daughter had offended him. He had no news during the emperor's ascension ceremony that morning. Moreover, for Mo Chun to personally come to apologize, this matter must be quite serious. Old brother Mo, am not as well informed as you. I still don't know what your daughter has done, Qi Huafeng replied. Mo Chun shook his head helplessly. Originally, I was not clear either, but just after leaving the palace, my servants brought news that my daughter had actually submitted a memorial in my name to the Chancellor, asking you to be lenient and promising not to forget you in the future. Thinking of this, Mo Chun was extremely alarmed. Forging a memorial was a death penalty. If the Shadow Guards found out, the Mo family would be executed along with their 9 clans. Mo Chen's words shocked Qi Huafeng as well. He had long heard that Mo Chen's daughter liked to cause trouble, but he had not expected her to be bold enough to forge a memorial. It was known that the daily memorials were personally checked by the Shadow Guards. If they found out, the Mo family would not even be able to save their dog's head. Confused, old brother Mo, your daughter has committed a serious crime, Qi Huafeng said. Chancellor, please quickly destroy that memorial. After this matter, I will have my daughter marry into the Qi family, allowing them to take care of her. Mo Chen knew that Qi Huafeng began reviewing memorials every afternoon, submitting them to the Shadow Guards before 8 o'clock in the evening. There was still time. It all depended on whether Qi Huafeng was willing to help. He had originally planned for his daughter to marry into a subordinate clan or a royal family, but now, to secure the Mo family, he had no choice. Furthermore, the Qi family might also rise to become a subordinate family in a few hundred years. So he wouldn't be losing out. Let us discuss this later. The urgent matter is to find that memorial. Immediately, Qi Huafeng summoned a middle-aged man. Go to the study and bring out the memorial with old brother Mo's name on it. Yes. The middle-aged man transformed into a shadow and left. Seeing this, Mo Chan was still somewhat worried. Old brother Qi, this person, rest assured, old brother Mo. He was raised by my father and has already reached the master level. You can trust him to do his job, Qi Huafeng reassured him. Mo Chen finally felt relieved and quickly urged Qi Huafeng to eat. However, not long after, The news brought back by the middle-aged man made both Chi Huafeng and Mo Chan feel a great disaster approaching. Are you saying the Shadow Guards have sent all the memorials to His Majesty in the Imperial Palace? Without His Majesty's permission, future memorials will also be sent to the palace? Chi Huafeng felt as if the sky had fallen. As Chancellor, reviewing memorials for His Majesty had become his daily work. But now His Majesty wanted to review them personally. Could it be that something had gone wrong with his duties? Mo Chan was even more dumbfounded. Was this heaven trying to destroy the Mo family? At this point, neither of them had the mood to eat and hurried back to their residences. They felt that the imperial city was particularly desolate that day. Chi Huafeng, having a higher cultivation level, returned to the Chancellor's residence first, but there were no guards at the entrance. Seeing this, Chi Huafeng's heart sank. After he opened the door, he saw 2 rows of shadow guards watching him, and in the middle stood a particularly burly shadow guard, whose black outfit was adorned with golden markings. Chi Huafeng recognized the 2 stripes on his chest. That was the insignia of the Shadow Guard captain. Chi Huafeng quickly knelt down. Chi Huafeng pays respects to the Shadow Guard captain. Chancellor, you have met with the Minister of Works, so you should know our purpose. Let us go. It's best not to let anyone enter or exit the Chancellor's residence until this matter is clarified. Yes, I will follow your orders. Chi Huafeng's face turned ashen. He did not expect the Shadow Guards to already know about his meeting with Mo Chan. It was likely they also knew about his sending someone to retrieve the memorial. Even at his age, he began to feel panic inside. This was not a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Mo Chan had also arrived at the Mo family's residence. Upon opening the door, he did not encounter any Shadow Guards. However, he did not see anyone at all, not a servant, nor a maid. Mo Chan did not dare to delay, and quickly ran towards the main hall. But as soon as he entered the main courtyard of the hall, he saw that everyone from the Mo family had gathered there, all with a bewildered look on their faces. Upon seeing his daughter, Mo, yanching in the crowd, he breathed a sigh of relief, but then he noticed something was off. Many people were glancing towards the main hall from time to time. Mo Chen's heart skipped a beat as he approached with a sense of unease. The Mo family servants and maids did not greet Mo Chan, but stared at him with curious expressions. Even his daughter, Mo, yanching remained silent, merely watching him intently. Mo Chan ignored the unusual atmosphere and focused on the main hall. But when he reached the door, he hesitated, feeling fear for the first time in his 400 years of life. Since the minister has arrived, why do you hesitate? Hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Mo Chan was startled and recalled that he seemed to have heard this voice in the court. A gust of energy surged from inside, pushing the door open and heading straight towards Mo Chan. He could not dodge in time and was knocked back 4 or 5 steps. I do not wish to repeat myself. The voice came again, and Mo Chan raised his head. At that moment, he could see the situation inside the main hall. On the main seat, a young man wearing a black and gold mask was coldly staring at him. The young man's chest bore no insignia, but the golden patterns on his black clothing made Mo Chen's heart sink to the bottom. The gold-patterned dark robe was exclusive to the commander of the Shadow Guards. Mo Chan did not even step inside, kneeling before the terrified gazes of the Mo family. I, Mo Chan, have met the commander. Do you want me to come over and discuss matters with you? Mo Chan quickly got up, walked into the main hall, and knelt down, not daring to raise his head throughout the process. Seeing this scene, the Mo family members transformed from bewildered expressions to fear. The person actually made the head of the family kneel. Who on earth was this person, able to make the head of the family act so submissively? The Mo family members were filled with myriad thoughts, but recalling the commands just given and seeing their head of family in such a cowardly state, they ultimately dared not speak. You should know why I am here, right? The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards was in a very bad mood at this moment. He had originally been collaborating with the Yin-Yang elders to customize training plans for the Shadow Guards. The Yin-Yang protectors' methods were indeed terrifying. In just a few hours, using medicinal elixirs and personally imparting cultivation experiences, dozens of Shadow Guards in the palace had already broken through a minor realm. This made him very pleased. With the help of those 10, the Shadow Guards would rapidly ascend, thus alleviating worries for His Majesty. However, a Shadow Guard suddenly rushed to tell him that there was a problem with the memorial. It should be known that the memorial was monitored by the Shadow Guards throughout the entire process, and if there was a problem, they would be held responsible. He, who was originally overjoyed, instantly felt his heart sink halfway. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this damned daughter of the Minister of Works actually dared to forge a memorial, and this damned Minister of Works hadn't even discovered it. How could he be so negligent? Commander, I already know the reason. No need for your reminder. Imochen knew that the laws of the Qian could not be violated, and very few people had spent more than 3 months in the Qian's prison. Because the Qian only had the death penalty and slavery, the prison was merely a residence for the criminals before the investigation was clear. A third-rank master-level martial artist could already touch the spirit. If it really couldn't be clarified, they would search the soul. The Shadow Guard would never wrong an innocent person and would never treat a villain kindly. You'd better tell everything that happened at such a critical moment, daring to create trouble for His Majesty. I see you're tired of living. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards disappeared from his seat and appeared in front of Imochen in an instant. His aura of a late-stage Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth was completely unrestrained. Under the influence of the 13th commander's aura, the entire sky above the Mo family became heavy and oppressive. The Mo family members found it difficult to breathe under this terrifying pressure, all looking at Imochen in panic. They didn't know what Imochen had done. They had been staying normally in the Mo residence. But suddenly someone showed up and gathered them all here, forbidding them to speak. This person was too powerful. They dared not resist and could only obediently comply. After all, this was the Imperial City, and anyone who could appear here and act like this was definitely not simple. Imochen's performance after returning confirmed their suspicions. Those nobles who usually relied on the Mo family's name to act arrogantly felt disaster was imminent, facing the questioning of the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards. Although Imochen was terrified, he still gritted his teeth and answered truthfully, "Commander, this matter was indeed caused by my daughter's ignorance. Some time ago, I punished her by cutting off her allowance for several months. She became dissatisfied and, in a moment of impulse, committed such a grave mistake. This is all due to my poor discipline, and I hope the commander will show mercy. If punishment is to be given, let it be on my daughter and me, and do not implicate the other innocent members of the Mo family." Imochen's words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shocking the Mo family members outside. They all turned their gazes to Imochen, only to see her once beautiful face now filled with confusion and helplessness. Clearly, Imochen had no idea why she had been assigned such a serious crime. Evidently, she did not realize her mistake. In Imochen's mind, borrowing money from the Chancellor was merely a trivial personal matter, naturally excluded from her consideration. Just as Imochen was about to speak up in her defense, she suddenly felt a chill emanating from the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards. She focused her gaze and saw the commander staring at her with an extremely cold look, as if his gaze could penetrate her soul. In just an instant, Imochen felt as if she was enveloped by an invisible pressure, her entire body covered in frost, as if she had fallen into an icy valley, the cold piercing to the bone. What an ignorant little girl. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guard's voice was particularly stern at that moment. You not only misappropriated the name of a court minister to satisfy your selfish desires, but you also made His Majesty witness all of this, provoking His Majesty's fury. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards coldly snorted. Take her away. 2 Shadow Guards instantly appeared beside Imochen, knocking her unconscious and taking her away amidst her terrified gaze. At this moment, Imochen was still kneeling in the main hall, not daring to turn around. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guard surveyed the Mo family members and then let out a cold, sinister laugh. Your fates all depend on her. Just wait. He then left the Mo residence. Only then did Imochen dare to slowly rise, and the Mo family members looked at him with faces filled with fear. Head of the family? What did the young lady do? Head of the family, what should we do? What about the young lady? Shut up, Imochen shouted angrily. He then trembled and clasped his hands together, bowing to the sky. This 800-year-old minister of works actually shed tears. Father, the Mo family has come to an end. Unfilial descendant Imochen is sorry to our ancestors. No one in the Mo family dared to speak again. Imochen turned to stare in the direction of the Imperial Palace, praying that His Majesty would spare the Mo family. Inside the Imperial Palace, Jun Tianlin had finished reviewing today's memorials. He had earned a total of 800,000 high-grade spirit stones. The daily consumption in the Imperial City was only a few thousand high-grade spirit stones, yet he had earned 800,000 high-grade spirit stones in less than a few hours. The Shadow Guards acted quickly. After taking the reviewed memorials down, they began to implement them. Then another Shadow Guard entered and said, Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that the memorial from the Minister of Works was indeed submitted by his daughter, Imochen, under his name. Upon hearing this, Jun Tianlin knocked on the table. A Minister of Works' daughter can submit a memorial? Are you all this lax in your supervision? The shadow guard trembled and hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, the shadow guards only check the memorials sent out from the Chancellor's residence. What if the Chancellor privately withholds a memorial? Your Majesty, please rest assured, every memorial sent to the Chancellor's residence is recorded by someone. Huh. I don't want to get bogged down in so many details. No system can manage living people. The Qian has provided them with so many resources, and if they're still not satisfied, then let us change someone. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones are even less valuable than a tile in the Imperial Palace in Jun's eyes. But such behavior is a direct challenge to the authority of the Jun family. Using a memorial to demand spirit stones from the Chancellor is simply absurd. Since the establishment of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Jun family has enforced absolute control. Over 1,000,000 years, many subordinate clans have been exterminated. The Jun family has many capable people and does not need to indulge anyone. Yes, Your Majesty, I will find someone to replace the Minister of Works right away. Jun Tianlin nodded, and the shadow guard quickly left the study. Jun Tianlin then planned to go practice. He still wanted to test the effect of the Dao Yuan fruit and Dao Ling fruit. But suddenly, sensing the auras of several people outside the Imperial Palace, Jun Tianlin paused his cultivation plans. Kumin, outside the Imperial Palace, the two shadow guards who had just arrived were carrying Immo, Yanqing, and froze in place. Once they regained their composure, they did not dare to delay, quickly opening the Imperial Palace gates and bringing Immo, Yanqing inside. Your Majesty, this person is the daughter of the Minister of Works, Mo Yanqing. She is the one who misappropriated the minister's seal to forge a memorial. Wake her up. Hearing Jun Tianlin's command, the two shadow guards used their true energy to wake Mo Yanqing. When she awoke, Mo Yanqing looked up at Jun Tianlin's tall figure and impeccable appearance in a daze. Jun Tianlin merely glanced coldly at Mo Yanqing and said, Strip her of her identity as a citizen of the Qian. Exile her alone to the lands of 10,000 countries, and send all other Mo family members to mine to be executed after 50 years. Hearing Jun Tianlin's indifferent words, Mo Yanqing instantly came to her senses, tears welling in the corners of her eyes as she choked out, I don't know what I did wrong to anger Your Majesty. Please spare my family. I am willing to bear it alone. When Jun Tianlin heard Mo Yanqing say she didn't know what she had done wrong, he felt that this person was not normal. You don't know what you did wrong? Absurd. I can't believe there are such foolish people in Qian. It seems you think that what you did is perfectly reasonable. People like you do not meet the standards of the Qian citizens. In that case, let us exempt the Mo family from slavery and execute them directly. After saying this, Jun Tianlin turned and entered the main hall of the Imperial Palace without looking back. Mo Yanqing's pupils contracted sharply as she shouted excitedly, On what grounds do you accuse me? This is an unwarranted charge. Mo Yanqing couldn't understand why her family had to suffer such baseless accusations when she had never had any contact with the royal family. At this moment, she was filled with extreme resentment towards Jun Tianlin, but she didn't dare to speak any harsh words. Life or death still made a difference to her. As long as she was alive, there would always be infinite opportunities. The two shadow guards beside her were perceptive and quickly covered her mouth. One of the shadow guards sneered disdainfully, saying, Falsifying a memorial? Are you challenging the authority of the royal family? The heads of everyone in the Mo family will not be safe. His Majesty has already shown mercy by giving you 50 years of servitude. But you're still not satisfied? Well then, having the 50 years of servitude waived can be seen as an early end to your suffering. At that moment, Mo Yanqing suddenly realized, falsifying a memorial? She remembered that her memorial had been sent to the Prime Minister's residence. Why would the current emperor see her memorial? Could it be that old man Qi Huafeng had reported her? Two crystalline tears rolled down from Mo Yanqing's eyes like pearls from a broken string. A wave of regret surged in her heart like a tide. She did not regret her actions. She hated that Qi Huafeng was such a snitch. One day, she would make him pay the price. That old man was ungrateful. She had promised him a great reward in the future, and yet he was still not satisfied. She never imagined that such a trivial matter would bring about such a catastrophic disaster for the Mo family. Last night, she had forged her father's seal to write that memorial, and a few days ago, she had been punished by her father with half a year's allowance for injuring the Su family's young lady. As a proud daughter of the inner city of the royal capital, how could she manage without spirit stones? Thus, she came up with a plan, wanting to emulate her friends from the lands of the 10,000 nations and try to get some spirit stones from the Prime Minister. After all, those spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket for her, merely equivalent to a few months of her allowance. If Chi Huafeng had been sensible, her Mo family wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Spending a little spirit stones could connect her to the Minister of Works. She believed the Prime Minister could see this clearly. Unexpectedly, Chi Huafeng turned out to be such a person. Please don't do this. I was wrong. Can you spare my family? They know nothing. Mo Yanqing sobbed quietly. Her voice muffled as her mouth was covered. The two shadow guards were startled and glanced fearfully at the Imperial Palace. They quickly dragged her away from the palace. Mo Yanqing's actions were closely related to her environment. While she might not represent the Mo family, she still bore some resemblance to them. If Mo Chan had learned that his daughter had committed a grave crime and had come to Jun Tianlin to admit it right away, Jun Tianlin wouldn't have been so angry. Unfortunately, he chose to approach Chi Huafeng in an attempt to conceal the matter. If Jun Tianlin hadn't had the shadow guards bring the memorial today, things could have truly developed as they wished. What kind of future would that lead to? What would Chi Huafeng do with this power? What would Mo Chun and Chi Huafeng do standing on the same side? Although it was possible they would do nothing, why should Jun Tianlin place his hopes on such possibilities? If he destroyed the Mo family today, he could support another family to take that position tomorrow. Chapter 8. The Surge in Cultivation, the 8 Realms of Heaven and Man. The moment Jun Tianlin made his declaration, the fate of the Mo family was already sealed. Originally, the Mo family faced 50 years of servitude, but thanks to Mo Yanqing's efforts, they were directly sentenced to death instead. Mo Yanqing had his cultivation abolished, was marked with the slave seal, and was exiled to the land of 10,000 nations, which was not very friendly to prisoners exiled from Deqian. The people of Deqian were seen as nobles in the eyes of those from the land of 10,000 nations. And those who were stripped of their noble status and fell into the commoners would certainly face a harsh reality that everyone was well aware of. Now it was time to deal with the Qi family, and the actions of Mo Chun and Chi Huafeng were under the watchful eyes of the Shadow Guards. Chi Huafeng's actions had already earned him a death sentence in the heart of the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards. However, Chi Huafeng's father was a late-stage Grand Master of Heaven and Earth, and Jun Tianlin's father had high hopes for him, granting him a golden medal for immunity from death. Jun Tianlin did not dispose of Chi Huafeng. After all, in the court, Chi Huafeng's image of being unafraid of royal power for the sake of the common people made him look more favorable. However, he was quite disappointed when Chi Huafeng sent someone to the Qi residence to fetch the memorial. He did not understand why the Jun family provided them with so many resources, yet these people could never behave themselves and do their own jobs. Did they really have to take a different path? Did they not understand that the Jun family did not lack people to use? Jun Tianlin did not deal with Chi Huafeng, but instead went into seclusion to cultivate. Originally, Chi Huafeng had given him a good image in the court, but it crumbled in an instant. He did not deal with Chi Huafeng for the time being, but that did not mean the Shadow Guard would not take action. The Shadow Guards, originally known as the Hidden Shadow Clan, were the first branch of the Jun family, and one of the 3 clans qualified to live in the ancestral lands, cave heavens alongside the main lineage. They held significant power within the Jun family, and even if the Shadow Guards destroyed the Qi family, Jun Tianlin would not say anything. Jun Tianlin did not care about the life or death of a person who made mistakes. The 13th commander of Shadow Guards communicated this matter to all the commanders through the Shadow Communication Token, and after discussion, they chose to handle it with indifference. Indifference meant letting the other affiliated clans know the royal family's attitude. Naturally, some affiliated clans would step in to resolve the Qi family issue. The former Luo family had also been treated with indifference for hundreds of years, nearly fading into obscurity. But the old patriarch of the Luo family managed to carve a path out. That old patriarch was born 800 years ago. He broke through to a 4th grade warrior at 18, reached 3rd grade master at 25, 2nd grade grandmaster at 50, and broke through to 1st grade grandmaster of heaven and earth at 100, reaching the realm of heaven and man by 300. They were originally supposed to be promoted to an affiliated clan, but the Jun family still treated the Luo family coldly, and the old patriarch was very self-aware. He did not ask the Jun family to open the cave heavens for the Luo family, but instead concealed his cultivation, continuing to guard the Luo family. Jun Tianlin had heard of this, but merely sighed in response. The actions of the Luo family had a profound impact, leading the 379th emperor of the Jun family to declare that the Luo family could not be reused. Thus, the emperor at that time chose to handle it with indifference. Those affiliated clans understood the intentions of the Jun family's main lineage. And to curry favor with the main lineage, almost all the affiliated clans began targeting the Luo family. In just over 20 years, The high-ranking members of the Luo family dwindled, with some committing suicide, others dying in battle, and various other deaths. As long as they complied with the laws of the Qian, those trying to please the Jun family went to extremes. Only the old patriarch of the Luo family, who carried a trace of the Jun family's bloodline, was spared by those affiliated clans. This old patriarch relied on his own efforts, fought for spirit stones and cultivation techniques, and step by step reached a level that many could only look up to, earning the admiration of many. Others said that he had exhausted the Luo family's luck accumulated over 10,000 years to achieve this, not realizing that the Qi family had no such fortune left. However, now the Shadow Guards deliberately shifted the attention of the affiliated clans away, ensuring that the Qi family would not face immediate issues. Once Jun Tianlin resolved the current crisis, the good days for the Qi family would soon arrive. The Shadow Guards were quite confident in Jun Tianlin. At 18, he was a fully realized Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth, and no, Jun Tianlin was about to break through to the realm of heaven and man soon, making him 18 years old in that realm. His combat power was terrifying, according to the Shadow Guards. As long as they helped Jun Tianlin break through to the realm beyond heaven and man and reach a high-level realm, the problems with the affiliated clans would be resolved. Once Jun Tianlin broke through to the realm above heaven and man, those branches would have to be wary. It was expected that Jun Tianlin would not take more than 2 years to break through to the realm of divine travel. And what the Shadow Guards needed to do was to do their utmost to buy time for him. After being tormented by the Shadow Guards, Qi Huafeng was released. At this time, in the Mo family, Mo Chun looked at the corpses scattered across the ground and felt a deep sense of loss. Watching his clan members die one by one, he felt no sadness. Instead, a bitter smile hung on his lips. A Shadow Guard approached him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. She has been spoiled by you to this extent, leading to the downfall of the Mo family. 800 years of history turned to dust. Do you regret it? The Shadow Guards quickly investigated Mo Yanqing's life. Ultimately, Mo Yanqing became what she was due to Mo Chen's pampering. Mo Chen gave a wry smile and said, "My lifelong wish was to join the Luo Imperial Engineering Department. But after meeting her, I felt that everything in life became unimportant. I love her. Yanqing is the last remnant she left in this world. Do I regret it? I regret not teaching her well, but I do not regret spoiling her. I wanted to give her the best of this world." The affection between parents and children is the most addictive. Many are hurt by love, trapped by it, misled by it, for merely a fleeting emotion. It is not worth wasting a life. Since you have strayed onto the wrong path, yet can remain so carefree, then I suppose that is a kind of clarity in this world. So, Mo Minister, it is time to set off. The matters between the Mo family and the Qi family no longer concern Jun Tianlin. Jun Tianlin had long immersed himself in his cultivation. After consuming the Dao Spirit Fruit and Dao Origin Fruit rewarded by the system, his cultivation speed became increasingly terrifying. In less than 3 hours, a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy formed above the entire imperial city, with the center of the vortex being the imperial palace where Jun Tianlin resided. 3 Dao Spirit Fruits permanently enhanced Jun Tianlin's root bones, and the enhancement of root bones greatly aided his cultivation. Even a slight enhancement could significantly increase the speed of cultivation. The 3 Dao Spirit Fruits allowed Jun Tianlin's cultivation speed to soar at least several times. This was still from the small Dao Spirit Fruits, and yet it had such an effect. Jun Tianlin was increasingly looking forward to the Great Dao Spirit Fruit. Now, with the 5-fold cultivation speed from the Dao Origin Fruit, his cultivation was skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He began to fully absorb the spiritual energy, converting and compressing it. Soon, he could no longer suppress his realm and began to break through. Within a few breaths, he broke the shackles of his realm, and the true qi that had been suppressed within him for a long time seemed to find an outlet, flowing through it and continuously being sublimated and purified. However, the quality and quantity of Jun Tianlin's true qi were already terrifying. Even after being sublimated and purified, the quantity did not decrease significantly. After breaking through to the realm of heaven and man, the 9-patterned golden core within him had already hatched, revealing a small figure that looked exactly like him. This small figure served as the new center of his true qi, but at this moment, it could only barely be distinguished as resembling Jun Tianlin. A Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth constructs an image within the 9-patterned golden core, which can be anything. The stronger the image constructed, the stronger the power. But the difficulty of the breakthrough also increases exponentially. Jun Tianlin constructed himself, As the small figure began to manifest, his physical body grew several times, allowing for a smoother manipulation of true qi, and the power of the martial techniques he performed would also double. The golden core had not yet completely shattered, and true qi continued to be absorbed by the small figure, which was also solidifying. At this moment, a normal person would be fully focused on channeling true qi to help the small figure absorb its own true qi. But could Jun Tianlin do the same? While he channeled true qi to assist the small figure in solidifying its body, he simultaneously madly absorbed the external spiritual energy, converting it into true qi. Cultivating quickly is just one aspect of talent. Jun Tianlin's control over himself is terrifyingly powerful, and his soul power has long surpassed his realm by a significant margin. Relying on his formidable soul power, Jun Tianlin crazily absorbs spiritual energy every time he breaks through. The breakthrough represents the latest understanding of a realm, a feeling akin to consuming a celestial pill, with no immunity to the effects of the medicine, making it the most effective. Coupled with the insights from the previous generations of the Jun family, Jun Tianlin does not have to worry about going astray in his cultivation. At this moment, the effects of his full effort in operating his cultivation technique are extraordinarily frightening. Thus, starting from the initial stage of the 8th rank, Jun Tianlin essentially leaps directly to the later stage and then compresses the realm back to the initial stage. The subsequent cultivation is basically smooth sailing, and he can quickly enter the next realm. The scene above the Imperial City becomes increasingly terrifying, and Jun Tianlin's realm is also surging dramatically. Celestial being 1st realm, Celestial being 2nd realm, Celestial being 4th realm, Celestial being 5th realm, Celestial being 7th realm, Celestial being 8th realm. When he reaches the Celestial being 8th realm, the explosive growth of Jun Tianlin's cultivation comes to an abrupt halt. While others toil for hundreds of years to break through one realm, Jun Tianlin has only taken a few minutes to surpass 8 realms. This indeed exceeded Jun Tianlin's expectations. The layers of the celestial being realm are vast, with each realm's strength increasing exponentially, especially from the 7th to the 9th realm, where each step represents a whole new world. He initially thought reaching the 6th realm would be sufficient, but the enhancement from the Tao Spirit Fruit and Tao Origin Fruit was so terrifying that it pushed him to the 8th realm. At this moment, the previously vague image of the little figure has become extremely clear, wearing the same imperial robe as Jun Tianlin, its imposing demeanor terrifyingly strong. The various organs within the little figure have also been perfected by Jun Tianlin. As long as he perfects the most difficult meridians, he can step into the 9th realm. Unlike before, he does not start to compress his realm. Instead, he continues to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate and construct the meridians for the little figure. Since the celestial being realm is divided according to the state of the little figure, the higher the level of perfection, the higher the realm. Therefore, the celestial being realm cannot be compressed. After all, it has been perfected, and it is impossible to shatter it and start over, right? If a rogue cultivator genius perfects a little and then starts to compress their true energy, they will begin the next step once they can no longer compress. However, relying on the Jun family, Jun Tianlin does not need to do this. The Jun family has an ancestor who specifically created a method to refine the true energy of this realm. However, it requires a large amount of treasures from heaven and earth. Jun Tianlin does not mind, as he has never lacked cultivation resources. His cultivation has long been arranged by the 3rd-generation emperor of the Jun family, and all resources have already been prepared. He still has over 10 hours of 5 times cultivation time, enough for him to push his realm to the 9th realm. By then, he will spend some time refining his true energy, and the celestial being realm will essentially be a pass for him. At that time, when he activates his bloodline power along with his own physique, Jun Tianlin's combat power will increase by several dozen times on top of its original foundation. Once he stabilizes his realm, he can break through to the divine travel realm, at which point he will have virtually no opponents under his divine powers. 2 months. Just give him 2 more months. When he reaches the high tier of the divine travel realm, even the collateral branches must submit to him. With his talents and divine abilities, he would even dare to challenge the divine palace realm. Chapter 9. The 3rd Prince, Jun Tianheng, and the Xian Beast Heavy Cavalry. Beizhou Maple Leaf City. This is the largest city on the northern border of the Great Qian. At this moment, a soldier in black armor is running down the main street of the city. He rushes towards the largest mansion in the city center. Marshal, something bad has happened. The black-armored soldier rolls and crawls his way from the main gate to the main hall. The young man in white, sitting at the main seat, looks a bit speechless. What is causing such panic? The young man in green, sitting next to him, also shows a smile. General Chun, if your soldiers see you so flustered, it could damage your authority. But the black-armored soldier doesn't care about such formalities. He has run thousands of miles from the garrison army in Beizhou, and his internal energy is already exhausted. If it weren't for his strong physique at the master level, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. The black-armored soldier takes a sip of water and gasps for breath. I don't care about authority. His Majesty suddenly abdicated. And the new emperor is none other than the unknown sixth prince. What? Both the young man in white and the young man in green stand up in disbelief. The young man in green asks, how could this happen so suddenly? Did the officials just let the sixth prince take that position? The young man in white is clearly more concerned about how the sixth prince suddenly became emperor. The previous emperor had only been in power for 200 years. According to the rules, he should have at least 300 more years before abdicating. In just a moment, the young man in white has imagined dozens of scenarios. Who brought the news? The young man in white asks, trembling. The black-armored soldier replies, it came from the garrison army. The Imperial City directly used the teleportation array to inform the garrison armies of each state. Now all the garrison armies in the Great Qian know that we have a new emperor. The young man in green looks at the slightly panicked expression of the young man in white and quickly speaks. Tianheng, that sixth prince has only been on the throne for a day. Otherwise, if we... Shut up. The young man in white is the third prince of the Great Qian, the Grand Marshal of the North, Jun Tianlin. At this moment, Jun Tianling's body trembles slightly, filled with disbelief. Generally, a Great Qian emperor reigns for 500 years. During this time, the emperor will choose the most talented offspring to be the next emperor. 500 years is not the longest reign, but the basic duration for the next emperor to grow. The early abdication of the Great Qian emperor has only occurred twice in history. One was due to being attacked while away from the throne. And although a fragment of his soul was saved, his cultivation level fell, forcing him into seclusion in the ancestral land. The other was due to a cultivation mishap, almost resulting in his demise, where even his soul was nearly lost, and he was forcibly taken away by the ancestral land to recuperate. An early abdication definitely indicates something has happened to the Great Qian Emperor, coupled with the fact that Jun Tianheng has felt uneasy these past few days. His heart suddenly tightens. The black-armored soldier and the young man in green exchange glances, unsure of how to speak. A ring on Jun Tianheng's middle finger flashes, and his black gold battle armor is donned instantly. He strides out of the main hall and turns back to say, I will go to the garrison army and use the teleportation array to head to the Imperial City. Your Highness, there is no need. A cold voice rings out. Jun Tianheng is taken aback, and the young man in green and the black-armored soldier are also stunned. They didn't just speak. Following the source of the voice, the three turn around to see a young man in a black robe with golden patterns, wearing a mask that only reveals half of his face, leisurely sipping tea at the main seat. Jun Tianheng's expression changes in shock. This is the golden patterned Xian robe, the commander of the Shadow Guards. Jun Tianheng quickly replies coldly, Old Chun, Qing you retreat, before the black-armored soldier and the young man in green can react. A powerful aura slowly emanates from the Shadow Guard's commander. At this moment, it feels as if time has stopped in the eyes of the black-armored soldier and the young man in green, their heartbeats echoing loudly in their ears. When they come to their senses, both have already collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Jun Tianheng watches this scene without intervening and instead questions, what on earth happened? Why are you in Maple Leaf City? The fourth commander of the Shadow Guards shakes his head. The late emperor has passed away. While the world seems calm, it is actually already a storm brewing. It doesn't matter whether you go to the Imperial City or not. With your current state, you cannot be of help. Jun Tianheng sneers. Is it your place to interfere in the affairs of the main branch? The fourth commander of the Shadow Guard sighs. Your Highness, we have turned a blind eye to the things you have done. Do not make it difficult for me. Jun Tianheng, then tell me, what exactly happened in the Great Qian? What happened to Father? What are you guards doing? The fourth commander of the Shadow Guards shows a hint of sadness. Your Highness, I received the last order from the late Emperor to protect you. If necessary, I will take you away from the southern wasteland. This is the late Emperor's final command. Do not make it difficult for me. Tell me. I understand you, so I cannot tell you. I am the legitimate heir of the Jun family of the Great Qian. You are merely a branch. This is treason. I only listen to the late Emperor's orders. Your command does not take precedence over the late Emperor's. In the end, Jun Tianheng still compromised. There was no other choice. After all, he was just a minor 9-pattern Grandmaster. Your Highness, although my duty is to protect you, that was the late Emperor's command. I am currently in constant contact with the Imperial City. My appearance here is only to remind you that for a while, I will be following you closely. If the new Emperor requires my assistance, I will head to the Imperial City. At that time, I hope you can act with caution. If things reach an irreversible point, my subordinates will take you away from the southern wasteland. Jun Tianlin sneers. So you have been watching me all along? That is my duty. Let them go. Seeing that Jun Tianlin has calmed down, the 4th commander of the Shadow Guards also cooperatively releases the black-armored soldier and the young man in green. The two feel the pressure on them dissipate and quickly retreat behind Jun Tianlin. Marshal, what is this? The black-armored soldier looks at the 4th commander of the Shadow Guards in terror, while the young man in green watches the 4th commander warily. The young man in green is named Qingyu, a member of the Qingmu clan from the Western Cloud Domain. He has just heard the conversation between the 4th commander and Jun Tianlin. That is why he is so vigilant. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Moreover, he swears that the strength of this golden-patterned black-clad man is definitely more terrifying than that of the clan leader of his family, undoubtedly a peak martial saint. The 4th commander of the Shadow Guards, however, is not concerned about this little fellow. He has heard of the Qingmu clan. They are a family that enjoys investing, helping geniuses grow, and developing their family power based on that. However, their strongest member is only at the mid-level of the Earth Realm Grandmaster. The geniuses they have invested in reach no higher than the full level of the Earth Realm Grandmaster. He has already investigated this little fellow since he appeared beside Jun Tianlin. The young clan leader of the Qingmu clan, Qingyu, possesses the rare azure phoenix body that appears once in 100 years. The 4th commander of the Shadow Guards is also well aware of the Qingmu clan's interest in the southern wasteland, but he does not take such forces seriously. Jun Tianlin glances at the wary Qingyu and then sighs. Do not worry. Go back to do what you should do. Yes, the two dare not defy the order, primarily due to the overwhelming pressure from the 4th commander of the Shadow Guards. They quickly flee the Grand Marshal's mansion. Outside the Imperial City, Luo Tianxing, clad in black gold battle armor, stands before 40,000 black Qian heavy-armored soldiers. Each one is elite among elites, mounted on 7th-grade demon beasts, the Yulai horses, with intense battle intent in their eyes. The Great Qian rarely has opportunities for battle, despite the decades of fighting in the Yellow Wind Desert. The main force has always been the Scorpion clan, and the Great Qian has sent mostly high-end combat forces, with few troops deployed. The black heavy-armored soldiers, upon hearing that they could fight, all rushed to apply to go, mainly because the target was a superpower within the Great Qian. These superpowers posed little threat. Wasn't it good to earn some merit? Every black armored soldier in the black heavy-armored army possessed the strength comparable to a 6th-grade martial artist. The battle armor they wore was crafted by the blacksmiths and inscription masters of the Great Qian's Luo Imperial Engineering Department, capable of enhancing the power of a 7th-grade martial artist by a whole level. Although it was not as good as the battle armor of the Orthodox army of the Great Qian, it was the best that the Luo family could obtain. Even Luo Tianxing's battle armor was a reward from the Jun family, crafted by the Luo Imperial Engineering Department, and even a Grandmaster martial artist could gain immense enhancements from it. Behind the 40,000 black heavy-armored soldiers were enormous beasts, fully covered in black armor, with a green gem shining brightly at their necks. In front of these giant beasts, the black heavy-armored soldiers appeared exceedingly small. These beasts were the war machines of the Great Qian, the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry. The Great Qian almost always took the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry on expeditions because, with them, the army suffered very few casualties. Each time, these giant beasts trampled through, while the following soldiers dealt with the remaining survivors. The Great Qian did not accept prisoners. Enemies were enemies, and once they decided to go to battle, they had to be prepared for death. Among the 10,000 Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry, the most common were 4th-grade beasts, while at the forefront were 10 colossal creatures over 100 meters in size. Surrounding them were hundreds of beasts over 50 meters tall. Around those 10 colossal creatures, even beasts as tall as 50 meters appeared small. The Qian Beast is a type of demon beast known for its strength. Adult Qian beasts are at least 4th grade and possess the bloodline of dragons, though only their heads and scales resemble dragons. Adult Qian beasts stand 10 meters tall, have a massive physique, and their strength is terrifying. Even Grandmasters dare not confront a 4th-grade beast head-on. However, they are too large, slow, and lack ranged attack capabilities. Thus, the Luo Imperial Engineering Department crafted a gigantic battle armor for the Qian beasts, placing a core chamber at their necks, where the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry would operate. Each Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry soldier must be at least a 5th grade martial artist with Wind Attribute True Energy to be qualified. Centered around Wind Attribute True Energy martial artists. They practice the Wind Transformation Technique, infusing the spiritual energy from spirit stones into their Wind Attribute True Energy to activate the battle armor. This eliminates the speed disadvantage of the 4th grade beasts, and the armor on the claws of the Qian beasts, combined with Wind Attribute True Energy, can unleash attacks comparable to 7th grade martial techniques, such as the Rending Wind Claw. As a result, the enemies of the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry face beasts with no weaknesses. Even Grandmasters would not dare confront a single Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry soldier. This is the true killing machine of the Great Qian in warfare, and the Great Qian expands the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry every year. The Jinlong army has 500,000 soldiers, but only 230,000 are Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry, with the remaining 270,000 being reserved for the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry. Only 100 adult Qian beasts are sent to the Jinlong army every 10 years, leading to severe internal competition within the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry. 5th grade martial artists are basically out of the running for the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry. Only those who reach 4th grade have a chance to compete. Luo Tianxing did not expect that this time they would be able to deploy 3rd grade or even 2nd grade Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry. After decades of cultivation by the Great Qian, the bloodlines of the Qian beasts have continuously evolved, surpassing the original racial limit of 4th grade. Common demon beasts, when they reach 4th grade, have 2/3 of the physique of a Qian beast, which is already considered terrifying. At 3rd grade, the physique of the Qian beast grows again to 30 to 50 meters. At 2nd grade, it reaches 80 to 100 meters. Merely moving its body causes the earth to shake, and its terrifying weight, even when walking lightly, exerts enormous pressure on the ground. If it were to fight with full force, even a 1st grade Grandmaster would only dare to consume from a distance. The growth of the body signifies a significant increase in physical strength and power. What surprised Luo Tianxing was not only the presence of these powerful Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry, but also the 3 young Grandmasters beside him. These 3 were not easy to deal with. Martial artists can delay aging upon reaching the 6th grade, and upon reaching the 1st grade, they can even regain their youth. Luo Tianxing chose not to return to his youthful appearance. He simply did not want to. After 300 years of cultivation, he had been in this form for 200 years and was already accustomed to it. Generally, reaching the 6th grade before the age of 25, then breaking through to the 3rd grade by 50 and the 1st grade before 100 means one would not need to regain their youth, as their appearance would essentially be fixed at the age of 25. These 3 Grandmasters were still exceptionally talented youths not yet over 100 years old. Although their talent was not as terrifying as his father's, it was still far beyond what Luo Tianxing could reach. Old Luo, let's set off quickly. We can hardly wait. One of the young Grandmasters chuckled lightly. Though he called them old, there was not a shred of respect in his eyes. This was simply because they came from an affiliated family of the Jun family, and, naturally, had a poor attitude towards the Luo family. If it weren't for Luo Tianxing's father, they might even dare to ride on Luo Tianxing's head. Luo Tianxing ignored this Grandmaster and instead looked ahead at the army with blazing eyes. Ahead, over 100 figures slowly flew in. They were the riders of the 3rd and 2nd grade Qian beasts. Seeing this, the 3 young Grandmasters also straightened their postures and became serious. Let us begin. The Qian beasts have been calmed down, said a middle-aged general with a cold expression. He was the strongest among the 2nd grade Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry, at the early stage of a 1st grade Grandmaster. In order to gain merit and resources to help his Qian beast break through to 1st grade, he took on this small task. There were not many opportunities to earn merit in peacetime. The 3rd and 2nd grade Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry beside him were all his subordinates. There to earn merit. After all, this was a task from Jun Tianlin, and the benefits to be gained were considerable. Luo Tianxing slightly bowed and said, "Thank you for your hard work, General." The 3 young Grandmasters beside him also nodded slightly. Then Luo Tianxing began to boost morale. "Soldiers, the Great Qian has welcomed these sects, but they are ungrateful and even think about rebelling. This is a contempt for imperial authority. They are a bunch of ungrateful wolves. His Majesty's order: annihilate the 4 sects, uphold the Emperor's might. 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 Annihilate the 4 sects, uphold the Emperor's might." Roar, roar, roar. The Qian beast army passed, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to quake. especially those beasts reaching 50 meters or even 100 meters. Each step caused the earth to shatter, leaving the black heavy armored army in utter shock. Chapter 10. The Nine Realms of Celestial Beings, Refinement and Expansion. Breaking Heaven Sect, 18 hours of cultivation quickly came to an end, and Jun Tianlin had already pushed his realm to the 9 realms of celestial beings. He then took out a large pile of heavenly and earthly treasures from his spatial ring, including the 10,000-year profound ice marrow, purple flame, gold saliva. These treasures, placed in the outside world, would make even those in the divine travel realm go crazy, and those above the divine travel realm would regard them as priceless treasures. Using these heavenly and earthly materials as a guide, and the high-purity spiritual energy of top-grade spirit stones as a foundation, he began to refine Jun Tianlin's all-attribute True Qi. In 3 minutes, the first refinement of True Qi was completed, doubling its quality. In 10 minutes, the second refinement was completed, quadrupling its quality. In 1 hour, the third refinement was completed, increasing its quality 6-fold. In 4 hours, the fourth refinement was completed, increasing its quality 10-fold. In 10 hours, the fifth refinement was completed, increasing its quality 18-fold. After 5 refinements, further refinement was no longer possible. Originally, this method required 9 refinements to be complete. However, that was for True Qi of lower quality, and since Jun Tianlin's True Qi was already high, it had reached its limit after 5 refinements. Jun Tianlin then took out another pile of heavenly and earthly treasures, including the blood of the Crimson Phoenix and the true treasure of the 9 dragons. He began to utilize another technique to expand the capacity of his miniature person. Various precious beast blood, spiritual marrow, and treasures became the foundation for Jun Tianlin's miniature person, expanding the capacity of its True Qi. This technique only required spiritual energy, but these treasures were easier to absorb, saving Jun Tianlin a lot of time. After just 6 hours, Jun Tianlin had pushed the technique to perfection. The amount of True Qi the miniature person could hold increased dozens of times, although the size of the miniature person did not change. Once Jun Tianlin broke through to the divine travel realm, the true size of the miniature person would be revealed. Generally, when first entering the divine travel realm, the image constructed within the body could manifest as a phantom outside the body, but still could not leave the warrior's body, as the internal image was the core for operating True Qi. Without this core, the warrior would have to invest more energy to operate True Qi. However, the combat power of this phantom was extremely terrifying, as the phantom was not the warrior themselves. In a fight, it would fight to the death and could also mobilize the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, essentially becoming a fearless output machine. As the realm increased, the size of the phantom would grow larger, and the power of the martial techniques displayed would also become greater. After breaking through to the 9 realms of celestial beings, Jun Tianlin arrived at the Gathering Spirit Mountain in the Imperial City, located behind the palace. Underground, there were 9 top-grade spiritual veins, providing abundant spiritual energy for the palace, and making the entire Imperial City a coveted cultivation, holy land for countless people. Unfortunately, commoners had to pay spirit stones to enter the Imperial City, costing 300 medium-grade spirit stones a day, a price that made many princes from various kingdoms hesitant. Upon seeing Jun Tianlin's arrival, the numerous shadow guards immediately knelt in reverence. "Your Majesty!" The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards and the Yin-Yang protectors quickly approached Jun Tianlin and paid their respects. "Your Majesty!" He was not among them, presumably still busy creating the false core. Jun Tianlin nodded and said, "No need for formalities. I came to see how the Shadow Guard training program is progressing." "Thank you." "Your Majesty!" The Yin-Yang protectors initially wanted to give Jun Tianlin a surprise, but it had only been less than a day, and even if there were advancements, it couldn't be considered a surprise, right? Suddenly, Yin San, who was skilled in alchemy, and Yang Ba both exclaimed in shock, "9 realms of celestial beings!" With their exclamations, all the Yin-Yang protectors looked at Jun Tianlin in terror. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards was still a bit confused. Jun Tianlin smiled and said, "That's right, through some insights, I broke through several realms." The 13th commander finally reacted and looked at Jun Tianlin, somewhat incoherent. "Your Majesty. You. Congratulations on achieving great success, reaching the 9 realms of celestial beings." The Yin-Yang protectors again bowed and shouted in unison. The other Shadow Guards, hearing this, also followed suit and bowed again. "Congratulations on achieving great success, reaching the 9 realms of celestial beings." The still incoherent 13th commander of the Shadow Guards muttered, "Wow. You guys are way too quick at flattering." Seeing that the 13th commander also wanted to bow, Jun Tianlin quickly waved his hand with a smile. All right. No need for more formalities. Thank you, Your Majesty." The 13th commander felt very awkward. Everyone had congratulated him, yet he, as Jun Tianlin's top aide, had not managed to congratulate him successfully. Jun Tianlin then looked at the Yin Yang protectors. "I came to see how the core is being made and the situation of the Shadow Guards. Your Majesty, my brother's core is being made much faster than expected. It should be completed by tomorrow. As for the Shadow Guards, we have already produced 7 first-grade Heavenly Grandmasters, 80 to 92nd grade Grandmasters, and over 300 third-grade Masters. These are all individuals who are already close to breaking through. As for the enhancement of others, temporarily only 2 or 3 small realms have been achieved, while those below the 3rd grade have improved relatively quickly, averaging 5 to 6 small realms." Jun Tianlin was overjoyed upon hearing this. The Yin Yang protectors were able to enhance the Shadow Guards so significantly in such a short time. Given time, the Shadow Guards would become even more terrifying. Although the resources consumed were substantial, it was all worth it. Jun Tianlin understood how terrifying the resources mobilized by the Yin Yang protectors were. In just under 2 days, the resources consumed were worth at least over 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Although many resources had yet to be used, it was still alarming. By the way, 13th Commander, how is the withdrawal of the Qingzhou citizens going? Reporting to Your Majesty, the withdrawal from the border cities is progressing quickly. 17 cities have been completed, totaling over 3 million people. The remaining tens of millions will likely take a few days. The forces of the demon sect have become restless, but they have all been suppressed by the Shadow Guard commander stationed in Qingzhou. The garrison troops from Fengzhou, Yunzhou, and Guzhou have sent people to assist. With the Qingzhou garrison and other troops, as well as the previously dispatched troops, the number of troops in Qingzhou has already exceeded 4 million, and there are currently 53 Heavenly Grandmasters in Qingzhou alone. With the addition of Grandmasters from various regional armies and those who had previously gone to deal with natural disasters, there were already over 700 Grandmasters and more than 17,000 Masters below the Grandmaster level. The threat of the demon sect could be temporarily disregarded. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards reported the situation in Qingzhou in one breath. Jun Tianlin nodded. "Very good. Once the withdrawal is complete, seal off the entire Qingzhou. I want none of the demon sect to escape. By the way, ensure that the people of the demon sect do not mix into the withdrawing teams. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Qingzhou garrison has been in confrontation with the demon sect for many years and has long understood the characteristics of the people from the demon sect. As long as they do not hide, we would have already flattened the demon sect. However, Your Majesty, regarding that lineage," Jun Tianlin knew what the 13th commander was worried about, but he merely smiled slightly. "Do not worry. Someone is keeping an eye on them. As long as they take a step out of their cave, I will know immediately." The 13th commander was taken aback. He did not know who Jun Tianlin had sent, but thinking of the Yin Yang protectors, he wisely chose not to ask further. Afterward, Jun Tianlin visited the treasure vault but found nothing of interest. So he headed to the Imperial Palace study to begin today's work. At this moment, within the Breaking Heavens sect, today, the old sect master appeared for the first time after a long period of seclusion. Moreover, tomorrow was the 5-year grand competition held by the 8 superpowers. So after 100 years, the old sect master reappeared at the sect meeting. Tomorrow is the 5-year grand competition, and this time, our Breaking Heavens sect must take first place. In previous competitions, the Purple Cloud Valley took the prize, causing many dignitaries from major countries to seek them out for missions, leading to significant resource losses for us. That's right, young Master Sheng Tian has finally turned 19, and this time the competition will fall into our hands. Master, we need to remind him not to underestimate the competition. As the leader of the 8 great superpowers, we have faced repeated defeats in the younger generation. This time, we must reclaim what we have lost. After the meeting, the elders left one after another. Once no one was around, Yang Wushuang could no longer contain his inner joy and hurriedly said, "Father, you just came out of seclusion, and the great competition among the 8 sects starts tomorrow. I've invited a few of your old friends, and I will give you a big surprise then." The white-haired young man frowned. "But Sheng Tian has broken through to the 8th rank perfection?" Yang Wushuang's slightly aged face revealed a mysterious smile. "You will know then." Looking at Yang Wushuang's smile, the white-haired young man always had an ominous premonition, but he couldn't figure out why. "Where is Sheng Tian?" "Father Sheng Tian. has fallen for the daughter of the Dan Wang Pavilion's master, and has been going to the Dan Wang Pavilion frequently lately. Ha ha, that kid has finally come to his senses. He is nearly 20 and should find a good match. Tomorrow I will talk to that guy MOU, huh? The white-haired young man's worries vanished, and he was quite pleased with his grandson's awakening. The next day, the Patian sect was bustling with people, as the young talents from various sects gathered here. Xiao Yun, you are the hope of my Ziyun Valley for 1,000 years, but unfortunately, you were born at the wrong time, Sai. An old man in a purple robe looked at the flourishing Patian sect and sighed helplessly. Beside him stood a mysterious and noble young woman in a purple dress. She resembled a lotus blooming in the bustling world, exuding an irresistible charm. She remained silent, as if the entire world had nothing to do with her, but her slightly lowered eyes seemed to silently scrutinize the ebb and flow of the crowd. Her tall and slender figure stood proudly like a strong bamboo in the wind. Her beautiful face was like a finely crafted work of art. Her snow-white skin revealed a faint blush, and her cherry-like lips were gently pursed, making one unable to resist being captivated. The most eye-catching feature was her long, straight, snow-white legs. They were like two flawless jade pillars extending from beneath her skirt, with smooth and natural lines, devoid of any excess flesh. Every time she moved lightly, her legs swayed gracefully, attracting countless gazes around her, making it impossible for anyone to shift their eyes away. The old man in the purple robe was the ancestor of Ziyun Valley, Zihe, a powerful master of 7 stripes. The beautiful girl in purple was his granddaughter, Ziyun, who was 21 this year. She had already surpassed the age limit for the competition, but her talent could not be overlooked. 5 years ago, at the age of 16, she was already a late-stage 9th rank martial artist. Now, at 21, she was already at the late-stage 8th rank, easily surpassing the champions of previous competitions. Ziyun Valley had won 5 consecutive championships, and if her age were appropriate, this championship would definitely be in her hands. Unfortunately, this time, the participants from Ziyun Valley included one who had just entered the mid-8th rank and another who was only at the early 8th rank. Only that mid-8th rank participant had some hope, as the champions of previous competitions had only been at the mid-8th rank. However, it was said that this time the young master of Patian sect, Yang Shengtian, would also participate in the competition. Rumor has it that he is exceptionally talented. It remains to be seen how he truly is. Old Z, why are you sighing? Isn't it enough that your Ziyun Valley has won 5 consecutive championships? Xiao Yun, don't listen to your grandfather putting pressure on you. An old man in a green robe, accompanied by a woman in a dark dress, walked over to Zihe and the others. Zihe shot a silent glance at the old man in green. Old MOU, I'm not putting pressure on Xiao Yun. I'm just a bit regretful. This old man in green was the ancestor of the Dan Wang Pavilion, MOU, a powerful master of 6 stripes. And the woman in the dark dress was his granddaughter, Mo Zhu. She had also surpassed the age limit for the competition and was here at the invitation of the Patian sex master. Mo Zhu wore a long, floor-length dress that resembled a deep pool in the night, mysterious and profound. It tightly hugged her body, as if it were a second layer of skin, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. However, despite the long dress tightly wrapping her body, it could not conceal her stunning beauty, which was unparalleled. Her face was like a finely carved piece of beautiful jade, snow-white and delicate. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, and the slightly upturned corners of her eyes held a hint of alluring charm that made one unable to resist being captivated. Beneath her high nose, her lips were red without makeup, and when they parted slightly, it seemed like they could utter the most enchanting words in the world. Especially her eyes, which sparkled like bright stars, radiating a lively brilliance. Just one glance could deeply draw people's attention, making them intoxicated. The young talents who had come to participate in the competition all stopped in their tracks, staring at her with astonished admiration and a hint of undeniable desire. They were stunned by Mo Zhu's beauty, secretly marveling at how such a stunning woman could exist in this world. Some even forgot their original purpose for being there, lost in gazing at Mo Zhu as if the entire world had become just her. The two women exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, as if greeting each other. I heard that the young master of Patian sect often visits your Dan Wang Pavilion. It must be for your precious granddaughter, right? Z glanced at Mo Zhu, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He was not surprised by Mo Zhu's beauty, but rather by her cultivation level. She was actually at the same level as his granddaughter, and he remembered that Mo Zhu was 2 months younger than his granddaughter. Mo Yu sighed. I don't want to interfere in the affairs of the young people. At this moment, Ziyin took the initiative to ask, "How strong is the young master of Patian sect?" This question was directed at Mo Zhu, and both elders looked at Ziyun in surprise, not understanding what she meant. Mo Zhu's expression remained unchanged, her face still cold. Late stage, 8th rank. Upon hearing this, Ziyun frowned. As expected, he is indeed formidable. Today's young people are increasingly terrifying. When we were at this age, we probably had just broken through to the 8th rank, right? Ziyi sighed. As the sect's ancestor, he basically stayed at the sect and rarely came out. This time, he was invited to the 5-year competition by the master of Patian sect. Ha! This is a whole new era. Being able to witness the growth of these talents is indeed a great fortune in life. MOU also felt quite emotional. Let's go. It's been a long time since I've seen old Yang. The two women silently followed behind the two elders, without any words. Behind them were countless scrutinizing gazes. But being in their position, they were bound to attract attention, so they couldn't be bothered. The conference was about to begin, and the ancestors of the 7 superpowers sat high on the platform, with their own young talents behind them. Only the ancestor of Patian sect had not arrived yet, since the main character was to make an entrance last. Ha ha ha! Old friends, long time no see. A hearty laugh echoed as a white-haired young man descended from the sky. His appearance caused a stir among the crowd. Old Yang, you broke through? MOU looked somewhat incredulous. Ha ha! It seems the 8 great superpowers are going to become 7. You Patian sect will have to change your name to Patian Holy Land in the future. Old Yang, you actually broke through without saying a word. Is this the martial saint? Rejuvenated, eternally youthful, with extraordinary strength, a single person could become a holy land. Mo Zhu and Ziyan looked at the white-haired young man in surprise, both feeling astonished. As women, how could they not care about their appearance? As prodigies, how could they not yearn for great strength? Xiao Zhu, why are you here too? A slightly surprised voice drew everyone's attention. A handsome young man walked over. MOU. And Xiao Zhu, my granddaughter is 2 years older than you, all right? Mo Zhu. If it weren't for your father's invitation, would I have come? Even though her temperament was as cold as snow, Mo Zhu couldn't help but feel speechless. But she was aware of her situation and could only silently complain in her heart. Ziyan also glanced at Yang Xingtian, but unfortunately, after that brief look, she withdrew her gaze. Although her cultivation speed was fast, it was still not as strong as his. Ziyan scanned the prodigies in the competition once again, feeling extremely disappointed. The competition soon began, and the prodigies took turns to compete on stage. Meanwhile, 40 miles away from the Patian sect, the army had already dispersed, with most heading to other sections. What remained here was the main force, with the Haitian heavy armor army reduced to less than 10,000 men, while the Xian beast heavy cavalry still had around 3,000. After all, there was a big fish above the Patian sect. The Xian beast heavy cavalry of that first-grade Earthmaster looked sternly towards the direction of the Patian sect. Beside him were 9 Grandmasters, as well as 100 third-grade masters still present. They all came to earn achievements, helping their leader to promote the Xian beast to first grade. So naturally, they had to rush to the place with the greatest merit. In addition, there were Luo, Tianxing, and the 3 Grandmasters from the affiliated families, while the rest of the Grandmasters and Masters were sent to eliminate other forces. Chapter 11 Information Blockade. The 3 confident ancestors of the Guogong. The Patian sect is currently holding their so-called 5-year grand competition. What should we do next? Luo, Tianxing sneered. Still holding a competition? No rush. This time the old guys from the 8 sects have gathered together. The purpose of the Patian sect's leader is too obvious. In the past, these old fogies guarded their sects as if they were rooted there. The 3 Grandmasters from the affiliated families beside him couldn't help but mock. I couldn't believe it when I heard this little thing wanted to rebel. But I didn't expect that upon seeing it today, this little thing is braver than I thought. Luckily, we followed along. When the time comes, we can tell Nangong Xiaoyan. That guy would miss out on a good show if he doesn't come back. Haha, the royal family is not revealing the strength of Deqian. Yet these brainless guys actually believe it. Every country, dynasty, and empire will not reveal their full strength, and Deqian is no exception. The most famous figures in Deqian are the 2 Grandmasters of Heaven and Earth from the Luo and Shi families. And the common people believe these 2 are the strongest in Deqian. This can be considered as the Jun family's information blockade. It's not a good thing for the people to know that Deqian is too strong. The Jun family doesn't want to stir up trouble. It's enough for them to know that the forces near Deqian don't dare to provoke them. However, it's fine if the common people believe it. Who would have thought that the fools from Patian sect would believe it too? Doesn't this guy understand the law of the jungle in this world? If Qian really only had such strength, the Demon Beast Mountain Range would have launched a beast tide long ago. No, this guy probably doesn't even know the true situation of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Pass the word down, slow down the marching speed, and let us wait for this Patillon sect leader. At this moment, one of the young grandmasters ordered. After he gave the order, a soldier beside Luo Tianxing looked at him, as this person was from the Luo family's Black Qian heavy armor army. Luo Tianxing didn't mind. He knew the attitude of these affiliated families towards the Luo family, and simply nodded lightly. Thus, the soldiers of the Luo family hurriedly arranged to slow down the army. As for the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry, Luo Tianxing looked towards that Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth. The middle-aged Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth nodded, and then shouted, "Black Dragon, slow down, roar." The largest Qian beast let out a roar to the sky, and all the Qian beasts responded in kind. Then the speed of the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry simultaneously decreased. The three young Grandmasters couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Affiliated families can't train armies. And even those who weren't affiliated families before had to hand their armies over to the royal family once they became affiliated. The Zhenlong army was originally the army of the Yulong family, and that Qian beast was previously seized from the Demon Beast Mountain Range by the Yulong family. The Yulong family has been following the Jun family since long ago, back when there weren't so many affiliated families. Affiliated families could still cultivate armies. After the rules were re-established, the Yulong family was also very willing to hand over the Zhenlong army to the Jun family. The dragon-type demon beasts raised by the Yulong family are not just Qian beasts, as their cultivation methods require dragon blood. After handing the Zhenlong army to the Jun family, they no longer need to consume a lot of resources to cultivate those dragon bloodlines. When the time comes, they can just ask the Jun family for dragon blood based on their merits. The emperor of that generation saw the potential of the Qian beast and had the Luo Huang engineering department tailor-make battle armor for it. And indeed, the emperor had good insight. Among many dragon-type demon beasts, the Qian beast is indeed the best for heavy cavalry. Currently, the first-tier Qian beasts in the Qian Beast Heavy Cavalry have reached 27, and there is even a hidden card at the celestial level. If its dragon bloodline could be further enhanced, it would be even more terrifying. However, due to the lack of first-tier wind attribute warriors, only 3 first-tier Qian beasts have been tamed, while the others are mostly lying around enjoying retirement. Sometimes, when the Jun family hold an event, they will be showcased. As for why this middle-aged Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth doesn't he directly tame a first-tier Qian beast, it is mainly because he comes from a common background and is named Xiao Mu. He was brought up by the Zhenlong army since childhood and is a person of excellent talent, only slightly inferior to the prodigies of the affiliated families. If he had the resources of an affiliated family from a young age, it would be hard to say who is stronger or weaker. Since he stepped into the 5th tier, he has been accompanied by the Black Dragon, which was bestowed upon him by the then commander of the Zhenlong army for his exceptional talent. The Black Dragon is a descendant of the commander's Qian beast, and its talent is also quite strong. However, the growth of demon beasts requires a lot of resources. Although the royal family has never been stingy in cultivating Qian beasts, the Black Dragon has always been one realm lower than him. 4th-tier demon beasts have already developed intelligence, not to mention the 2nd-tier Black Dragon. He has accompanied the Black Dragon for hundreds of years, feeling like family, and it is impossible for him to abandon his old partner for another powerful Qian beast. Once this mission is completed, the merits he has accumulated can be exchanged for a drop of blood from a celestial-level Qian beast. At that time, he can request the omnipotent Luo Huang engineering department to refine a 9th-tier blood Yusheng Long pill, and the Black Dragon can break through. Even his subordinates fear that he won't have enough merits, so they all abandon their cultivation time to help him. Inside the Patillon sect, the grand competition is proceeding normally, and the prodigies of the 8 superpowers are also entering one after another. On the high platform, only 8 ancestors and the 2 women, Ziyun and Mo Zhu, remain. Old Yang, did your son tell you anything? The ancestor of the meteorite sect suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Yang Hu on the main seat looked puzzled. What did he say? Then he glanced around and found that Yang Wushuang had not yet arrived. Ha! That kid is still keeping it from you? The ancestor of the falling moon sect laughed heartily. The ancestor of the Changhe Hall shook his head helplessly. It seems he is preparing to give you a surprise. Surprise? Hearing this word again, Yang Hu's heart jolted, and an uneasy feeling spread throughout his body. Ha ha! We've already found out that the twin saints of the Qian are currently in the Huangfeng Desert, and the Qian's Fengtian city is the most vulnerable right now. That's right, old Yang. You have now also achieved Martial Saint. Let's attack the Qian's Fengtian city together. What the hell? Z looked at these three old friends in confusion. Not only that, but Mou Yanghua, the ancestor of the Daoran sect, and the ancestor of the Fengyu sect also looked bewildered. Zi Yun and Mo Zhu were equally astonished. Since they could remember, the adults had been warning them not to approach any cities of the Qian and not to venture deep into the Qian's territory. In the adults' descriptions, the Qian was like a hell that devours people without spitting out bones. Yet now, they hear these ancestors wanting to attack the Qian's Fengtian city. Although they had never been to the Qian cities and had rarely seen the Qian's common people, they still knew about Fengtian city, as they seemed to be subjects of the Qian as well. Fengtian city is the imperial city of the Qian. The words of the three ancestors piqued the interest of the two girls. But Yanghua felt that disaster was imminent. No, were they attacking Fengtian city? ISNT that. The imperial city of the Qian? You are crazy? Yanghua desperately suppressed the fear in his heart, but his voice still trembled. The ancestor of the Changhe Hall, however, was unfazed. Although the Qian's national strength is prosperous, the military generals are scattered across the regions. Now that the twin saints have left Fengtian city, there are no martial saints left in Fengtian city. Old Yang, do you really want to endure the humiliation that the Qian has brought you? Yanghua was bewildered. What humiliation? Your fiancé, he was taken away by the emperor of the Qian. Although everyone has tacitly forgotten this matter, as your old friend, we remember it at all times. Now that the opportunity for revenge has come, we will certainly assist you wholeheartedly. The ancestor of the meteorite sect's eyes were cold, and his tone was filled with anger. As if it was he who had lost his fiancé. Yanghua. No, brothers. You are my real brothers. If you knew how many benefits the Qian has given, you would probably be more than willing to send my fiancé over. Yanghua's fiancé, he was chosen by the Dacian emperor of that time, who was also Jun Tianlin's grandfather, to dissolve the engagement between the two families. The Dacian emperor summoned Yanghua to Fengtian city. Before going, he thought that the martial generals of Dacian were dispersed, and that Fengtian city was only protected by the two saints, which was a common understanding among all Dacian citizens. This was also what the royal family and those families within Dacian Fengtian city wanted to see. They had hidden it too deeply. It wasn't until he was taken to Fengtian city by a group of masked men in black that he realized the true Dacian. Just the rich spiritual energy in the city was worth 3 days of his hard training with just one breath. There, he obtained many heavenly materials and treasures, as well as powerful cultivation methods. It was these resources that allowed him to break through to the realm of a first-grade Earth and Heaven Grandmaster. However, Yanghua also signed a confidentiality agreement and could not disclose anything about Fengtian city. In the years that followed, he received daily warnings from those black-clad men, and it was useless no matter where he hid. After being monitored for 5 years, he was finally let go. Dacian Fengtian city was the greatest opportunity of his life, but it was also the place he feared the most. He had always adhered to the confidentiality agreement, not daring to reveal a single word, but now his old friends actually wanted to attack Fengtian city, the place he had always feared. Are you serious? Mou looked at the nearest ancestor of Changhe Hall with a very serious expression. The ancestor of the Yuxing sect scoffed. Of course, they have humiliated us so much. Can't we fight back? We have found a secret route that can avoid all cities, and at that time, we will launch a surprise attack on Fengtian city. The ancestor of the Yuxing sect was extremely confident, but if he knew that the secret route they calculated would pass through the garrison locations of 7 troops, would he still be so confident? Dacian has 9 garrison troops, and the route they calculated just had to go through 7 of them. No country would disclose the locations of its troops, and neither would Dacian. The garrison locations had already avoided all areas where the Dacian people lived. Yet this group of fools managed to figure it out, and they thought this route was Dacian's weakest defense. Seeing the ancestor of the Yuxing sect so confident, Mou and Z he exchanged glances, and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. They did not want to rebel, as their situation was much better than that of the other 6 major sections. The spiritual herbs cultivated by Ziyun Valley were sought after by many royal families of both large and small countries, and even those dynasties collaborated with them. The Danwang Pavilion, which mastered alchemy and had a long-term partnership with Ziyun Valley, could be said to be the richest sect among the 8 superpowers. The ancestor of Daoran sect showed some interest in his eyes. Although they called themselves Daoran, they were actually a group of insidious people who appeared righteous on the surface. Yang Wushuang did not approach Daoran sect at the beginning because he was afraid of being tricked by them. Old Yang, as long as you say a word, our 7 sects are always ready. said the ancestor of Luoyue sect passionately. Wait, my Danwang Pavilion is not going. Ziyun Valley is not going either. Zihe and Mo made their stance clear. After exchanging nods, the leaders of Daoran sect and Fenyu sect looked at each other. For Old Yang, my Daoran sect will go all out. That's right, my Fenyu sect is not a shrinking turtle. In just 2 sentences, they portrayed Ziyun Valley and Danwang Pavilion as ungrateful turtles. However, Zihe and Mo were not affected by this. They dared not take risks. Even if they captured Fengtian City, wouldn't the city lords of Daqian and the 2 saints outside seek revenge for the Daqian royal family? Enough. Yang finally couldn't hold back anymore. He trembled, and the fear in his heart spread throughout his body, as if he had returned to those years of being monitored. The feeling of being watched everywhere and having no way to escape made him extremely uneasy. Old Yang, what are you doing? You guys are crazy. You are crazy. Rebelling against Daqian is no different from seeking your own death. Don't drag Wu Shuang into this. Yang stood up and pointed at the ancestor of Chang'e Hall, shouting. His emotions were somewhat out of control. Even though he had broken through to the 1st grade, he still felt fear from his past experiences. Yang's outburst puzzled everyone. Even Z, he, and Mou felt confused. Yang had just broken through to the 1st grade. Wasn't this supposed to be the time for him to be inflated? They thought he would agree. Ziyun and Mo listened silently, still showing no expression, but they were speculating about Yang's outburst. Gossip is a nature everyone has. Old Yang, this is your son who came to us. The ancestor of the Yuxing sect frowned, somewhat displeased. Wu Shuang, Yang's expression changed. These people must have been planning this rebellion for more than a day or 2. If Daqian discovered it, Yang couldn't bear to imagine the scene. If Daqian really found out, these sect powers would only have one way to go: death. Chapter 12. The fearful Yang Hua, the dominant Luo Tianxing, and the terrifying Xian beast. What have you achieved? Has anyone been discovered? Yang Hua grabbed the collar of the recent ancestor of the Meteor sect with both hands. The ancestor of the Meteor sect was startled by Yang Hua's sudden action and felt a bit displeased. But now the Breaking Heaven sect was no longer on the same level as them, so he could only obediently respond. Don't worry. Our deployment has not been discovered by anyone. The disciples and elders of our several sects are already prepared. As long as you give the order, we will immediately attack Fengtian City. Nonsense. Yang Hua shouted angrily. His voice silenced the entire Genius Conference. What is going on? Are the ancestors dissatisfied with the Genius Conference? Yang Xingtian, who was competing, turned to look at Yang Hua on the high platform. What is wrong, Grandpa? At that moment, his opponent seized the opportunity to launch a deadly attack on Yang Xingtian. Yang Xingtian glanced lightly, his gaze cold. This match should have ended long ago. Facing his opponent's attack, Yang Xingtian tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the attack. Then he extended 2 fingers and with a forceful strike, sent his opponent flying dozens of meters away, revealing 2 bloody holes in the person's chest. You haven't been to Fengtian City. You have no idea how high the threshold is and how terrifying it is inside. You. Yang Hua trembled with anger. Finally sighing helplessly, you are all confused. The ancestor of the Falling Moon sect dismissed it. Threshold? I want to see how high it is. If it's higher than the mountains, I can still fly over it. If it's higher than the sky, I will still try it. If I live my life being timid, what is the point of practicing martial arts? That's right, Old Yang. Our sect has been suppressed for too long. The Great Qian looks down on us, wanting to force us to death. Can't we resist? Old Yang, once we take Fengtian City, you can sit in that high position. The Luo family and the Qi family value reputation the most. We can threaten them with the citizens of Fengtian City and their clansmen. They will definitely not dare to act rashly. Let's do it, Old Yang. The troops are ready. The plan is set. We just need your word. Yang Hua no longer had the mood to deal with them. He just wanted to find Wu Shuang and send him out of the Great Qian territory. Wonderful, too wonderful. Just as Yang Hua was about to fly, a voice carrying terrifying power spread throughout the mountain of the Breaking Heaven sect. Yang Hua was startled, looked up, and said solemnly, "Which saint has descended?" A figure stepping on the void slowly appeared in the sky. The person was extremely tall, dressed in black and gold battle armor, with white hair flowing in the wind. He looked down at Yang Hua with an incredibly proud expression. As soon as he appeared, the air in this space seemed to be weighted down with immense gravity, making all martial artists below the master level unable to lift their heads. Martial artists below the intermediate level were even forced to kneel. On the competition stage, Yang Xingtian supported himself with both hands on the ground, preventing his knees from touching the ground. He looked quite awkward, but he did not want to kneel. having been instilled with the title of genius since childhood. He always believed he was not weaker than anyone else, even if he had seen stronger geniuses. Ziyun and Maju could only stand steadily under the protective aura of their grandpa. The two girls looked at the domineering figure in the sky and their grandpa's serious expression, feeling a bit angry, but more so filled with a desire for power. If they were strong enough, their grandpa would not be in such a predicament. What's going on? It hurts. Who is it? To act during the sect grand competition. Aren't they afraid of the 8 superpowers teaming up to suppress them? The 8 ancestors were all present today. Who would dare to take such a risk? In an instant, everyone at the competition was cursing Luo Tianxing in their hearts, but no one dared to speak out, as the terrifying gravity made it impossible for them to even open their mouths. It turns out that the Duke of the State has come in person, and there's a lack of courtesy in welcoming him. Although Yang Ho was panicking inside, he could not show any flaws at this moment. He knew very well how much these royal martial generals wanted to eradicate sect forces. Just then, the other 7 sect ancestors sprang up from their seats like springs, their eyes wide open, all faces filled with shock. You must know that the words Yang Hua had just shouted about the Saint's arrival were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. What does this mean? It undoubtedly indicated that the Duke of the State had already stepped into the highest realm of a first-class martial saint. Everyone else felt a storm of emotions rise within them, their shock evident. The Duke of the State, this title was practically a mythological existence to them. Previously, this Duke had single-handedly fought against 7 same-level 9-pattern grandmasters and defeated them all. Such a glorious record was still recounted and revered by people today. In an instant, the entire scene fell into a dead silence, but everyone's heartbeats grew increasingly intense, as if they could hear one another's heartbeats. Some turned red with excitement, their hands trembling slightly. Others felt fear, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Even Yang Shengtian, who was pressed down and unable to lift his head, when he heard his grandpa mention the Duke of the State, instantly recalled the massive Luo family. In his heart, the Luo family was like an insurmountable, towering mountain, unreachable and awe-inspiring. The impression the Luo family left was simply 2 words: powerful. This power was not only reflected in martial prowess, but also in an all-encompassing suppression and deterrence. Every time he thought of his experiences in the Great Flame Dynasty, his heart would yearn for strength. Only with powerful strength could he earn respect for himself. A saint? Did the old sect master forget the rules of the Great Qian? Luo Tianxing curled his lips into a mocking smile. Then an even more formidable aura pressed down towards Yang Hua. Although Luo Tianxing's talent was not as good as his father's, the battle power brought by his overlord battle body was not to be underestimated, which was also the reason he could single-handedly defeat 7 opponents of the same level. The terrifying pressure fell on Yang Hua, who felt a weight on him, causing him to be greatly alarmed. Being at the initial level of a grandmaster, the pressure from Luo Tianxing was so intense that it was frightening. If they truly fought, he would probably lose quickly. After all, just the pressure alone could suppress him, and if he were continuously suppressed by this aura during battle, his combat power would be limited by at least 10%. I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I've been to the Great Qian City. I forgot the rules for a moment. I hope the Duke will forgive me. Yang Hua quickly reacted and apologized. Here in the Great Qian, what 3rd-class martial kings, 2nd-class martial emperors, and 1st-class martial saints were called were grandmasters, great grandmasters, and heavenly great grandmasters. Because in the Great Qian, only those princes could be called kings, and only the current emperor could be called emperor or saint. I'm too lazy to argue with you. The purpose of my visit should be clear to you. Luo Tianxing's expression remained cold and proud, his aura still at its peak, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. Yang Hua thought it was bad. The arrival of a saint from the dynasty at this time was too coincidental. No, it's not a coincidence. Yang Hua recalled the days when he was being monitored. No matter where he went or what he did, he received warnings from those men in black every day without realizing it. It was very likely Wu Shuang and the others had already been discovered. And the Great Qian sent someone here at this time, certain that Wu Shuang and the others would stir up trouble with the other sects now. Wu Shuang, you fool. What does the Duke mean? The common people are a bit confused. Yang Hua naturally had to feign ignorance. If he didn't, the entire Breaking Heaven sect would be doomed. Just now I heard very clearly, you don't need to pretend to be confused. Luo Tianxing crossed his arms, his gaze cold, and said disdainfully, attack Fengtiang City? The 8 great powers are plotting rebellion, and His Majesty has personally ordered me to come here to quell the chaos and the rebels. Wait. As soon as Luo Tianqing finished speaking, before Yang Hua could say anything, Mo Yu stepped forward. My lord, our Dan Wang Pavilion has not participated. You cannot make such a hasty decision. My lord, my Xian Valley has not participated either. My lord, our Daoran sect is loyal to the Qian and absolutely did not participate in this matter. My lord, our Fengyu sect has never had any rebellious intentions. My lord, Enough. I don't want to hear any more from you. Luo Qingxing Snirkuldi, Daoran sect, Fengyu sect, Yuxing sect, Changahol, Luoyu sect, and Pokan sect. None will escape. Dan Wang Pavilion and Ziyun Valley. You participated in this grand competition, and there is suspicion of collusion. I will take you back to Fengtiang City for questioning. If you seal your cultivation on your own, you might avoid some physical suffering. What? Mo Yu and Zai looked at Luo Tianqing in disbelief. They never expected that just for participating in an event, they would be captured. The ancestors of Daoran sect and Fengyu sect also looked incredulous. Although they were tempted to attack Fengtiang City, they hadn't taken action yet. So how could they be labeled as rebels? My lord, this doesn't conform to the rules, does it? The ancestor of Daoran sect quickly defended. We have not colluded with them. The ancestor of Fengyu sect also quickly followed. We are completely unaware of any rebellion. The ancestor of Luoyu West sect was indignant. Hey, you all spoke so well before. How can you go back on your word now? Yuxing sect was also extremely angry. Just a martial saint. Old Yang is also a martial saint. With us together, can't we defeat him? The ancestor of Chang'e Hall felt even more frustrated. Everyone, let's work together to take down this so-called national duke. Have you all forgotten how he oppresses you on a daily basis? This hypocritical Luo Tianqing often finds excuses to make things difficult for us. Do you dare not resist just because he is a martial saint? Enough, just a few ants daring to shake the tree. A voice more powerful than Luo Tianqing's suddenly boomed, causing everyone at the competition to feel their eardrums burst. Then a tall figure appeared behind Luo Tianqing, his expression cold and proud, looking at the 8 ancestors as if they were wild dogs by the roadside. This person was Xiao Mu, who had no respect for the Qian. At his level, he knew more than Luo Tianqing. In his eyes, these sect powers were just untrainable dogs, and there was no need to keep them. General Xiao, the Shadow Guard has matters to convey. Luo Tianqing was somewhat stunned. Usually, he wouldn't say a word and would have wiped these people out already. But the Shadow Guard had matters to convey. Xiao Mu shook his head slightly and transmitted sound. Yang Wushuang already has 2 pieces of evidence. First capture them, and leave the rest to the Shadow Guard to decide. Luo Tianqing nodded upon hearing this, then looked coldly at Yang Hua. You have saved us a lot of trouble. Someone, surround them. With Luo Tianqing's furious shout, countless large, black-armored beasts rushed in, shaking the ground within 10 miles of Patian sect, like an earthquake. The people from these sect powers fell into panic. They had never seen the Qian's Xian beast heavy cavalry. After all, the Qian hadn't seen war for a long time, and even when there was war, it wasn't something they could know about. Even the decades-long conflict in the Huangfeng Desert was something they only learned about in recent years. Grandpa, what are these? Ziyun asked curiously. These giant beasts were so large that she had never seen such enormous monsters before. Within the Qian's territory, monsters were basically driven out. And even ordinary wild beasts weren't this big. Although Ziyun had seen monsters in other countries and dynasties, this was her first time seeing something so massive. After all, the smallest here were 4th-grade Qian beasts. If placed in those weaker countries, they could be considered a national disaster. Strong dynasties have great masters sitting in command, but even they would have to exert great effort to subdue a 4th-grade Qian beast. As for Ziyun's question, Zak didn't know either and could only shake his head. At this moment, Mo Yu, standing to the side, suddenly spoke. Look at those beasts. They have dragon heads and claws, but their bodies are as strong as tigers and leopards. If beneath their black armor, they are covered in dragon scales, then these beasts are very likely the legendary Qian beasts. Hearing Mo Yu's words, Mo Zhu revealed a puzzled expression and asked, Qian beast? What kind of monster is that? I've never heard of it before. Mo Yu nodded slightly and patiently explained. The so-called Qian beast, full name Qian Jiahelong beast, is a powerful monster with dragon blood. It is said that they are inherently averse to bloodshed and meat, and their temperament is relatively mild. Hence they are also referred to as spirit beasts by our ancestors. The most notable characteristic of this spirit beast is its immense strength, renowned for its powerful force. Moreover, once they reach adulthood, their strength is at least at the 4th-grade level. Even though they are only 4th grade, their size is already comparable to ordinary 3rd-grade monsters. Aside from lacking ranged attack capabilities, they are even stronger than ordinary 3rd-grade monsters. At this point, MOU's expression became serious. These Qian beasts are all over 10 meters long, all adults, each one at the 4th grade level. But I don't know the purpose of the armor they wear. But one thing is certain, is not to protect these Qian beasts. They have dragon scales all over their bodies, with astonishing defense that ordinary master-level experts cannot break through. So powerful? MOU, do they have any weaknesses? Zai was now a bit anxious. Not just him, but even the other ancestors were extremely panicked. Just relying on these Qian beasts could flatten our 8 major sects, right? Where do you get the courage to take down Fengtiang's city? These Qian beasts are too strong, and the terrifying number of them, an endless sight, even made 2nd-grade grandmasters tremble. Just as Zai finished speaking, hundreds of even larger roars came. Everyone unconsciously looked up at the sky. Indeed, 100 3rd-grade Qian beasts and 10 2nd-grade Qian beasts were hovering in the air, these 110 beasts blocking out the sun, leaving MOU in a daze. If he was merely dazed, the others were trembling in fear. The several ancestors who had heard MOU's words, upon seeing these even larger beasts, all felt a sense of powerlessness rise in their hearts. These beasts slowly descended, their green crystals on their chests shining brightly. Qian beasts primarily rely on physical strength. They do not possess true qi and can only fly with the aid of their armor. However, they have broken the shackles of their race, enjoying different treatment. Their armor has been upgraded, so even without the help of warriors, they can briefly operate their armor to use martial skills or fly. Roar! The black dragon at the front roared as soon as it landed, feeling Xiao Mu's anger. And so this roar activated the dragon blood within it. This roar sounded like thunder, and everyone at the competition had already suffered 2 attacks. But as a monster, especially one with dragon blood, this roar was no simple sound wave attack. This could already be considered an 8th-grade martial skill. Yang Hua, as a grandmaster of heaven and earth, also sensed the power of this roar and hurriedly released true qi to block this attack for those at the competition. It wasn't out of kindness, but because his grandson was still on the competition platform. The black dragon, seeing that its voice was blocked, fixed its enormous pupils on Yang Hua and said, "Human." Upon hearing the black dragon speak, Yang Hua felt an increase in pressure. If he guessed correctly, the person beside Luo Tianxing was also a great master of heaven and earth, and he sensed a deadly threat emanating from the black dragon. In a brief exchange just now, he had to unleash 60% of his strength to defend against it. He recognized what kind of beast this was and knew that such a beast was renowned for its physical prowess. If it came to a real fight, without 9th-tier martial skills, he wouldn't even be able to break through the beast's defenses. The several 2nd-tier mystical beasts beside the black dragon also gave him a feeling that couldn't be underestimated. Their combat power was comparable to that of ordinary 1st-tier great masters of heaven and earth. The inkfish. Are these also mystical beasts? Z swallowed hard. Putting aside the 10 monsters over 100 meters tall, he felt that even the 100 monsters over 50 meters tall could easily tear him apart. MOU let out a bitter laugh. How would I know? I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've seen mystical beasts. I've never seen such large mystical beasts in books. Are these mystical beasts from the Qian? Why have we never heard of them? The old sect master of the moon landing sect found it hard to believe the reality before him. Don't say that. You are all a bunch of fools, damn it. Dragging me and the inkfish down with you. Right, the Qian has been in such a good position for so many years. If you idiots really succeed in a rebellion, wouldn't the surrounding holy-level forces be fools too? You two, stop making sarcastic remarks. We are all in the same boat now. Stop arguing. Let's find out if these giant beasts have any weaknesses. MOU mocked. Oh, they do have a weakness, Speed. But look at their armor. There are green crystals at their necks. Remember I just said that the black armor is definitely not for protecting them? Looking at that green crystal, don't you think the black armor carries wind, attribute spiritual energy? He was startled, and upon closer inspection, he indeed found that the surface of the black armor had wind. This is outrageous. Doesn't this mean they have no weaknesses? For the first time, Z felt so powerless. Their conversation was overheard by several other elders, who looked terrified. Although they were great masters, how many mystical beasts could they fight? One person might be able to handle dozens, but the mystical beasts here seemed endless. The entire Breaking Heaven sect was filled with the roars of mystical beasts. Their massive bodies resembling small mountains, and their overwhelming aura made weaker martial artists tremble. Yang Xingtian stared wide-eyed at this scene from the competition platform. He still hadn't grasped the situation, and of course, the vast majority of people were in the same boat. These giant beasts were all over 10 meters tall, having been raised in luxury. How could they have ever seen such enormous beasts? Living in the comfortable realm of the Qian, they rarely saw mystical beasts, or rather, they seldom saw high-tier mystical beasts. In fact, mystical beasts below the third tier are not very large. After all, a large size represents a terrifying density, which signifies terrifying defensive power and terrifying strength. Upon reaching the third tier, the strength of mystical beasts would soar, their size would grow exponentially, and their power and defense would be beyond what martial artists of the same realm could contend with. Martial artists could only rely on martial skills to battle mystical beasts of the same realm. Roar! Roar! The roars of the mystical beasts were deafening, even if the young talents at the competition covered their ears. Their internal organs could not withstand the shock waves brought by these sound waves. Chapter 13. Yang Hua's Memories, Luo Daoming of the Feng Tian Hall. The pardon decree bestowed by Grandpa Jun Tianlin had come to this point, and Yang Hua could no longer play the fool. He slowly flew into the sky to confront Luo, Tianxing, and the others. Seeing this, the Black Dragon wanted to take action, but Xiao Mu raised his hand to signal the Black Dragon not to act rashly. Xiao Mu had achieved the status of a Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth for several decades, although he was still at the initial stage. He was not someone that Luo, Tianxing, and Yang Hua, who had just broken through, could compare with. Yang Hua knew that he could not stir up any significant trouble in front of Xiao Mu. Yang Hua was also aware of this, although Xiao Mu's aura was restrained. He radiated a deathly threat from every part of his body. Thus, he focused his attention on Luo Tianxing. Sans signe Luo Tianxing es profundoha. Yang Hua knew that Luo Tianxing had also just broken through not long ago, but based solely on the pressure of Luo Tianxing's aura just now, his strength was undoubtedly above Yang Hua's. Yang Hua felt very alarmed. He was already 727 years old, much older than Luo Tianxing. Yet Luo Tianxing was now stronger than him. He couldn't help but envy the Luo family. When he went to Feng Tian City, he was only 27 years old, and it had already been 700 years. 700 years. Time really flies. 700 years. And he still couldn't forget the shadow it brought him. 700 years ago, he happened to arrive at the Feng Tian ceremony in Feng Tian City, where all the royal family's affiliated clans and princes gathered. Although he had been summoned to Feng Tian City by the Great Qian Emperor himself, he had not even seen the emperor's face. At the grand Feng Tian ceremony, he stood alone, his gaze blank and helpless as he looked at the incredibly prosperous scene of the palace before him. The Great Qian Palace was like a colossal creature, vast and boundless, said to be large enough to accommodate millions. Yet even in such magnificence, there was no place for him. He was merely an ant that had accidentally stumbled into the banquet. Being in the palace filled his heart with shock and inferiority. At the Feng Tian ceremony, a random plate of sashimi was worth the total income of the Broken Sky sect for several months. And just a cup of spirit wine could be equivalent to hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. It was known that such wealth was something the Broken Sky sect could hardly reach even after a whole year of hard work. It was simply an astronomical figure. He had no idea what the Feng Tian ceremony was for. Looking around, all he saw were unfamiliar faces. And all these people were unparalleled powerhouses he had never heard of before, although these powerhouses had restrained their auras. The oppressive feeling they brought was akin to the bloodline suppression of dragons over ordinary demon beasts. Each of them stood tall and imposing, holding wine cups, drinking heartily, and fully enjoying this joyous moment. Amidst the clinking of cups and laughter, it was bustling and lively. However, all this joy had nothing to do with him. He could only silently stand by, feeling sorrowful. This year, our Gongyu clan has harvested over 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Lao and Mo, how about you? Ha! We can't compare to you big families. We only have a little over 8 million. Lao Mo, you need to work harder. Don't just stick to the cave heavens. There are so many rich lands outside that need to be seized. Ha, that makes sense. He quietly stood at the edge of the ceremony, his gaze wandering as he watched the people around him enjoying their happiness, his heart filled with helplessness and confusion. The array of exquisite food and fragrant fine wine emitted an enticing aroma, yet he didn't dare touch any of it. After all, at that time, he had just stepped into the 6th grade realm, and these seemingly ordinary foods and drinks were like deadly poison to him. Even just taking a small bite or a sip of wine could cause his meridians to burst, leading to his death. At that moment, even though he was in the grand and magnificent Great Qian Palace, feeling the rich spiritual energy almost tangible, he felt incredibly heavy. If it were in some desolate and uninhabited place, encountering such a superb cultivation treasure land, he would probably be so excited he would laugh in his dreams. However, this was the Great Qian, the Grand Palace of Great Qian. Numerous powerful figures were holding fine wine, drinking heartily, and their boisterous laughter echoed. They spoke of topics that he had never heard of and found difficult to understand. He carefully avoided the gazes from the crowd, fearing to attract attention. Yet, contrary to his wishes, some people still noticed this solitary figure, looking anxious. He saw those people approaching him slowly with smiles on their faces, not in a hurry. He was terrified, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his throat. For he clearly saw that the smiles on their faces contained a trace of barely perceptible mockery. Just when he felt hopeless and was terrified to the extreme, a ray of hope suddenly descended. A powerful figure with the surname Luo appeared, seemingly sensing his predicament and feeling pity for him. Thus, this Luo's surname powerhouse took the initiative to step forward, quickly leading him out of the encirclement of that group and bringing him to a relatively quiet and safe corner. This Luo surname powerhouse introduced many things to him, such as the Feng Tian ceremony being hosted almost every year by the Great Qian royal family, with attendees basically being the royal family's affiliated clans, collateral branches, and princes. These affiliated clans held no official positions in the court, yet their power was far greater than those officials with titles. Those princes, as the true bloodline of the royal family, had even more power. And although this Luo surname powerhouse was already a saint, he still had to lower his head in front of those affiliated clans. That day, he learned about the history from 10,000 years ago. He clearly remembered. A prince, wearing a hypocritical smile, approached him in the Luo surname powerhouse. And he still recalled the disdain, disgust, and contempt in that prince's eyes. You can't change the nature of a dog, Luo Daoming, what? Do you pity your former partners from the Luo family? At that time, he learned that this Luo surname powerhouse was the then dominant duke of the nation, Luo Daoming, now one of the dual saints, a legendary first-grade peak powerhouse. But that day, he saw this legendary powerhouse being humiliated to the extreme. The prince's words attracted more powerful figures to come and watch, many pointing and whispering about him. Luo Daoming, what? Do you want to become a wild dog like those sect powers? These outsiders should roll off to be slaves. A dog that can't be raised is of no use. Ungrateful thing, your existence is the shame of the Jun family. What does your struggle matter? A dog is still a dog, and it doesn't change the fact that it's a beast. Those royal families' affiliated clans looked down on them, as if observing two uneducated monkeys. The princes laughed mockingly, as if ridiculing the fate of ants. And this legendary martial saint from the Luo family silently endured the humiliation from those people. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand why. Having the strength of a martial saint, he did not resist. Later, the Great Qian Emperor, upon learning of their experiences there, sent people to drive away those affiliated clans and princes. After those people left, this legendary martial saint from the Luo family said, "These are marginal figures of the Jun family. Their talents are weak, and their status in the Jun family is not high, but they hold the name of the Jun family. Just treat their words as if you didn't hear them." Luo Daoming shared a lot with him, a young newcomer to the world. At that time, he learned that the Luo family came from the same place as those sect powers 10,000 years ago. And the Luo family had once been partners with the Broken Sky sect. After entering the Great Qian, the Luo family's ancestors resolutely chose to submit to the Jun family. The ancestor of the Breaking Sky sect chose to continue establishing the sect, while the Luo family rose step by step, but the Breaking Sky sect remained lukewarm. Due to their style being severely inconsistent with the expectations of the Great Qian, they faced suppression from the ministers. However, although the Luo family was rising, they had made a mistake 1,000 years ago, the specifics of which Luo Daoming did not disclose. Nevertheless, Luo Daoming stated that his very existence was to make up for that mistake, and thus he had to endure any humiliation, as the entire Luo family stood behind him. If he could not bear it, the Luo family would collapse. After hearing Luo Daoming's words, Yanghua seemed to see a giant shielding the family from the storm. At that moment, he vowed to become a person like Luo Daoming. At 27, he had only just reached the 6th rank, far behind Luo Daoming. He originally had no hope of breaking through to the 1st rank, but after the grand ceremony, the Great Qian Emperor sent him many resources and techniques as compensation for the annulment of the engagement. With those resources, he became the strongest among the 8 superpowers, even breaking through to the 1st rank and achieving the Saint Realm. However, recalling the events of the Feng Tian Grand Ceremony, he still felt very small. He wanted to pave the way for the Breaking Sky sect and secure more resources, but now, the Breaking Sky sect had been labeled as traitors. What should he do? He was not Luo Daoming. This accusation was too heavy, and he seemed unable to bear it. Perhaps even a legendary martial saint like Luo Daoming could not withstand it. At this moment, Yang Hua's youthful face, which had become younger due to his breakthrough, seemed to age again. Your Excellency, I have made mistakes in the past and failed to educate my son, but please, allow me to plead for those who did not participate. Luo Tianxing quietly looked at Yang Hua and smiled lightly. I have heard my father mention you. He said you were a pitiful person who witnessed things you should not have seen at a young age. He once said that if your will was not strong, you would struggle throughout your life. After hearing about your breakthrough to the first rank, I thought you were a person of great willpower, but now that we meet. I don't see your willpower, and I understand why my father said you would struggle throughout your life. Yang Hua was stunned. Indeed, he had been hiding in the Breaking Sky sect for 700 years. After a moment, he forced a bitter smile. I truly envy your Luo family. You have a great ancestor. I know that I will struggle throughout my life, but I must leave a legacy for the Breaking Sky sect so that the world knows we exist. His expression then became serious. I know what you are thinking, wanting to capture all 8 sects at once, but unfortunately, your father did not tell you. Once, the Great Qian Emperor granted me a pardon decree, which according to the laws of Great Qian, can reduce the death penalty to slavery. As he spoke, Yang Hua handed a token inscribed with Qian and pardon to Luo Tianxing. Upon seeing this, Luo Tianxing was not surprised. The Shadow Guards had already informed him that if Yang Hua chose to use the pardon to forgive Yang Wushuang, it would give Yang Hua a chance. However, Xiao Mu had just mentioned that the Yang family already had 2 pieces of evidence, which did not align with the imperial decree left by grandfather Jun Tianlin. And from here on, it would be left to the Shadow Guards to decide. Chapter 14. The Guardian Array of Zhenlong, the 13th commander of the Shadow Guard. The Phantom Descends Luo Tianxing took the pardon order and let out a cold laugh. Capture the remaining 7 old men from the sections. The 3 grandmasters from the affiliated clans immediately exploded in rage and charged towards the 7 ancestors below. At the same time, Xiao Mu also moved, slowly extending his hand forward as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in his palm. He then softly said, Guardian Array of Zhenlong. The spiritual energy in his hand exploded instantly, forming a protective barrier with a radius of over 500 meters, trapping everyone inside. Take everyone back. Seeing this, Luo Tianxing couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the strongest contradictory technique of the Zhenlong army. Luo Tianxing felt that the speed at which this martial skill was unleashed could trap even him. This was still Xiao Mu using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If he used his own true energy, the speed and range would be even more terrifying. The Guardian Array of Zhenlong is a low-tier version of the God-restraining array of the celestial and human level, but even in its low-tier form, it has reached the level of a 9th grade top-quality skill. Whether used for defense or to trap enemies, it is extremely powerful. Defensively, it can rival the scales of a 1st grade profound beast, and offensively, it can crush hundreds or thousands of people at will. Every Zhenlong army member who reaches the 3rd grade Grandmaster level must learn this martial skill. Luo Tianxing had heard that a celestial Grandmaster from the Zhenlong army once used this technique to crush over 30,000 people into blood balls. Yang Hua had never seen this move before, but before he could react, he was already surrounded, making him appear somewhat flustered. However, the ones who should be more panicked were the 7 ancestors below. The 3 grandmasters from the affiliated families were all at the 9th pattern level and ranked high on the Jun family's list of outstanding disciples from the affiliated clans. Combined, they might not be comparable to a 1st grade celestial grandmaster, but they were still much stronger than the 7 ancestors. 3 little brats? When I was roaming the world, your grandfathers were still drinking milk, said the ancestor of the Luo West sect, causing the surrounding ancestors to fall silent. Did they not see that these 3 young men flew down? They were at least at the grandmaster level, and they dared to come as a trio. It was clear they were not simple. Didn't they see that Luo Tianxing above didn't stop them? How could he say such a brainless thing? Hey, old man, have you lived for hundreds of years just to talk nonsense? If our grandfathers came, you would have been ground to dust by now. Stop talking nonsense. Let's beat them up first. What if they surrender later and there's no fun left? Right? Attack. The 3 of them were all 9th pattern grandmasters, while the 7 ancestors topped out at 7th pattern grandmasters. There was basically no chance of any surprises. Zihe and Mou saw this and quickly retreated to protect their granddaughter. Old Mou, are you still going to hesitate? The ancestor of the Luo West sect shouted angrily. These were 3 9th pattern grandmasters, and the 7 ancestors, apart from Yang Hua, had at most 7th pattern grandmasters. If Zihe and Mou fled the battlefield, the 5 of them would definitely not be able to hold out. But Mou and he didn't care about that. They clearly didn't want to rebel, so why were they being dragged into this? The 3 ninth pattern grandmasters seemed to know that Zihe and Mou were not involved, and they coldly surrounded the 5 ancestors. Luo Tianxing nodded slightly at this. These 2 are quite perceptive. Let us follow His Majesty's plan. However, the ancestors of Fengyu sect and Daoren sect seemed to understand something and quickly shouted. Several generals. Our Fengyu sect is innocent. Our Daoren sect is also blameless. But facing the 2's excuses, 1 ninth pattern grandmaster only sneered. We heard your conversation clearly. Of course, His Majesty will hear it clearly too. Ha ha. If you have the chance, go explain it to His Majesty yourself. Ha ha. The other 2 ninth pattern grandmasters also burst into laughter. Mou and he withdrew with their granddaughter from the battle range. But that was all they could do. Xiaomu's guardian array of Jinlong was not something they could shake. Ziyun and Mo Zhu showed anxious expressions since Luo Tianxing appeared. They thought they could just watch the show, as neither they nor their sects should be held accountable by De Qian. Clearly having no connection, yet still included in the list of conspirators, made both of them increasingly dislike De Qian. Mou and he were extremely tense. Watching as the 5 ancestors were beaten by the 3 ninth pattern grandmasters, they didn't dare to act rashly. They understood why De Qian wanted to take action against their sections. Even if the Breaking Sky sect did not rebel, given the character of these sects, it was only a matter of time before De Qian acted against them. Thus, after taking over Ziyun Valley and Danwang Pavilion, they had been trying to change their image in De Qian's eyes. However, they never expected De Qian would still take action against them. At this moment, everyone was watching as the 3 ninth pattern grandmasters surrounded and beat the 5 ancestors. Why were 3 attacking 5? Because any one of these 3 could easily defeat these 5, so they should count as 15. Yang Xingtian looked around, trying to find his father's whereabouts. As the mastermind, Yang Wushuang was currently in the forbidden area of the Breaking Sky sect, the secluded place of Yanghua, on the Yoyu mountain peak, a place where no one could step except Yanghua himself, not even Yang Wushuang. But now Yang Wushuang appeared here. He had devoted himself to the sect for 400 years as Yang Hua's adopted son. But what about it? For over 70 years. He had reached the Grandmaster Perfection level for 78 years. 60 years ago, he accidentally learned that his father practiced a different cultivation method, one that was better than the Breaking Sky 7 absolute techniques. But his father refused to pass it on to him. He had asked many times, but his father was unwilling, claiming that cultivating this method would bring him disaster. If cultivating this method would bring disaster, then why did his father practice it? His father was unwilling to teach him because he was the adopted son. Now that his father had broken through to the 1st grade and regained his youth, what if he fathered children with those young women? Would he still be the legitimate heir of the Breaking Sky sect? At this moment, it was the 5-year grand competition of the 8 major sects, and his father should be discussing the conspiracy with the ancestors of other sections. As long as he got that cultivation method, he could break through to the Grandmaster level. Even if he left the Breaking Sky sect, he could still be the founding ancestor of a superpower. If his father took Fengtian City, then he could be at ease as an adopted son. If he couldn't, he would be left to fend for himself. But what he didn't know was that behind him, a 7th pattern grandmaster from the Jinlong army was quietly watching everything he did. On the competition square, the 5 ancestors had already been captured, and almost all personnel present had been caught. Yang Xingtian, however, was not captured. He stood on the competition platform, feeling very confused as dozens of profound beasts stared at him, yet no one approached. Yang Hua also saw this and understood that it was the pardon order that made Luo Tianxing and the others reluctant to act rashly, which made him relieved. But thinking of his son's rebellion complicated his feelings. His son actually rebelled. He couldn't understand why his son would do such a thing. Was it really because his fiancée was taken away and he wanted to take revenge? If Schwanger was so filial, it was he who had harmed Schwanger. If he hadn't been so afraid and had revealed a bit of the situation back then, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Xingtian was still under 20, with a bright future ahead. Just as Yang Hua sighed, the 7th pattern grandmaster from the Jinlong army brought a half-dead middle-aged man to Xiaomu. Marshal, the mastermind Yang Wushuang has been captured. Xiaomu nodded and then looked at Luo Tianxing. Transmitting, this guy attempted to steal De Qian's cultivation method and has been captured by my subordinate. Luo Tianxing understood Xiao Mu's meaning and communicated through sound. General Xiao has made a great contribution this time. If it weren't for you, this guy would have really escaped a disaster. Not far away, Yang Hua's expression changed in shock as he looked at Yang Wushuang's miserable state and felt a deep pain. Your Excellency, although my son has made mistakes, isn't using torture against the rules? Luo Tianqing smiled gently. You should think about how to protect yourself. As he spoke, Luo Tianqing slowly took out a transmission token, a tool crafted by blacksmiths and inscription masters that allows communication over vast distances. Its basic function is for conversation, while its projection function requires the consumption of true energy. After activating the inscription on the transmission token, a cold voice came from it. He used the pardon token? He did, Luo Tianqing answered truthfully. Just then, under everyone's gaze, the token tightly held in Luo Tianqing's hand suddenly began to emit a strange glow, as if an invisible force was surging from within. Following that, a shocking scene unfolded. The entire token seemed to be devoured by some powerful energy, starting to dissolve, shatter, and gradually transform into countless fine particles. These particles did not simply dissipate into the air, but began to flow as if they were alive. They intertwined and fused, and in an instant, reformed into a phantom figure. This phantom only revealed its upper body, but exuded an air of majesty and mystery. It was clad in a long robe, as black as ink, adorned with golden patterns, and the sleeves fluttered gently in the wind, adding to its ethereal quality. However, the most striking feature was the black gold mask it wore, completely concealing its upper face, leaving only a well-defined chin and lips exposed. We meet the commander. Luo Tianqing and Xiao Mu did not dare to be negligent, and quickly cupped their hands in greeting. The 3 ninth-level grandmasters from the affiliated clan also followed Luo Tianqing's lead and bowed, collectively exclaiming, "We meet the commander." These 3 were quite familiar with the Shadow Guards and were very respectful in their presence. Yang Hua's expression was serious as he fixed his gaze on the phantom, as if that alone could hide his inner fear. It's him, it's them, it's that group of black-clad people. That group who has been watching me for years. Yang Huo, the phantom of the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards, quietly looked at Yang Hua. Yang Hua gritted his teeth and suppressed his fear, nodding, "I meet this esteemed lord." I don't want to waste much time, Yang Hua. Please speak, my lord. The phantom of the 13th commander of the Shadow Guard scoffed. Do you know what this pardon token signifies? The Supreme Emperor bestowed this pardon token upon you, so that you could break through to the first rank and go to the Imperial City. If you do not commit any crimes during this period, your Yang family will become the second Luo family. Yet now, you are about to disappoint the Supreme Emperor's expectations for you for the sake of a useless person with no blood relation? Both Luo Tianqing and Yang Hua, as well as everyone present, were stunned. Luo Tianqing, the royal family actually wants to cultivate a second Luo family? Why? Are there not enough affiliated families that they need a second Luo family? Luo Tianqing did not understand. He truly did not understand. Meanwhile, the 3 ninth-level grandmasters behind him were smiling. Luo Tianqing did not understand, but they did. The Jun family, whether among the princes or the emperors, had long been haunted by the events that took place 1,000 years ago regarding the Luo family. That could be considered the only blemish on the Jun family's history. And the ones who caused that blemish were their own raised dogs? How could they tolerate it? Luo Daoming was merely relying on a trace of the Jun family's bloodline to be spared by the affiliated clans. As for why Luo Tianqing was unaware of the reasons, that was because everyone in the Luo family who knew about it had been targeted and killed by the affiliated clans, leaving only Luo Daoming. Luo Daoming had concealed this from the current members of the Luo family, as that period of history was indeed the Luo family's problem. If the current members of the Luo family were to learn about the Luo family's past misdeeds, it would be difficult for Luo Daoming. Mo Yu and Z he exchanged glances, both unable to hide their inner astonishment. Old Yang actually had such an opportunity? Chapter 15, When a Person is About to Die. Their words are good. Yang Xingtan, standing on the arena, was also taken aback. Is the Yang family going to become the second Luo family? My lord, when I was young, I once went to Fengtian City. I have always regarded old Master Luo as my example. He sheltered his family from a storm. And now I must protect my son from this calamity. So I'm sorry. Yang Hua replied calmly to the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards. He indeed envied the Luo family, but he was also afraid. The Imperial City was not a place he could go. He was not Luo Daoming. Luo Daoming could bear the burden for the Luo family for so long because of his terrifying strength and talent. If one day the Yang family fell to the same plight as the Luo family, would anyone from the Yang family be able to stand up to it? Ha ha ha. The 13th commander's phantom laughed loudly. Good. You've done well. As he spoke, The tone of the 13th commander's phantom was mocking, yet it faintly carried a hint of satisfaction. He still valued character in selecting candidates for Deqian. Commander, Yang Wushuang attempted to steal Deqian's martial arts and has been arrested. How should we handle this? At this moment, Xiao Mu stepped forward to speak. The 13th commander's phantom sneered inwardly upon seeing this. He looked at the half-dead Yang Wushuang and then at Yang Hua. They had long known that Yang Wushuang had character issues. Yang Wushuang was very good at pretending in front of Yang Hua, so they had not acted against him, intending for Yang Hua to handle it himself. Good courage, Yang Hua. Your amnesty decree can save him once, but it cannot save him a second time. Yang Hua could no longer remain calm at this moment. He did not expect Wushuang to attempt to steal his martial arts. Initially moved by his son, Yang Hua looked at Yang Wushuang with disbelief upon hearing this. However, Yang Wushuang had no strength left to explain, covered in injuries. It was already a miracle that he was alive. Yang Xingtian also heard the conversation between Xiao Mu and the 13th commander, but he was still in a daze. His father stole Deqian's martial arts? How could his father, such an upright person, possibly steal Deqian's martial arts? Yang Xingtian felt disbelief immediately. Yang Hua also felt disbelief for a moment. But why had Wushuang not appeared during the grand meeting? Moreover, Wushuang had always firmly believed that he could not break through the shackles of the Grandmaster level, and the root cause was the limitations of the martial arts, which is why he had repeatedly requested Yang Hua to impart the martial arts granted by Deqian to him. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed possible that Wushuang went to steal the martial arts bestowed by the Emperor of Deqian. My lord, Yang Hua did not know what to do. Wushuang's rebellion was already a death sentence, but now there was the matter of stealing Deqian's martial arts. He only had one amnesty decree. It was useless. I give you a chance. Yang Wushuang will be handled by you. This will determine the fate of your Yang family. With that, the 13th commander's phantom dissipated, transforming back into a communication token that returned to Luo Tianxing's hand. Luo Tianxing exchanged glances with Xiao Mu, nodded at each other, and then waved his hand. Mission accomplished. Return. Xiao Mu gestured for his subordinates to throw the half-dead Yang Wushuang to Yang Hua. Upon seeing this, Yang Hua quickly caught Yang Wushuang with his true energy. Luo Tianxing and the others took everyone from the grand meeting away except for Yang Xingtian. Yang Hua looked at the retreating figures of Luo Tianxing and the others, his expression dark and his fists clenched. They handed Wushuang's fate over to me, intending for me to personally decide Wushuang's life, right? But could he not do it? He had seen the capabilities of those black-clad individuals, and he had also witnessed the true strength of Deqian. Even with his status as a grandmaster, participating in the grand ceremony in Fengtian 700 years ago, he was still an ant. He understood the implication of what that black-clad person had just said. As long as he personally resolved Wushuang's fate, his Yang family could very likely ascend to great heights afterward. But if he truly took Wushuang's life, how would he face Xiao Tian? Right, Xiao Tian. Yang Hua finally broke free from his thoughts and quickly looked down. At this moment, Yang Xingtian had already run to the high platform where the 8 ancestors were previously, shouting loudly for his grandfather. Yang Hua flew down, supporting Yang Wushuang with his true energy. Grandfather, what happened to father? What should we do? In front of Yang Hua, Yang Xingtian rarely showed a flustered expression. Yang Xingtian learned that those people had handed over Wushuang's fate to his grandfather, and he desperately wanted his grandfather to take him and his father away from Deqian to a place where those people could not find them. Yang Hua understood his grandson very well and shook his head. Xiao Tian, it's impossible to escape. Grandfather, you're now a first-rank martial saint. Yang Xingtian was somewhat anxious, his eyes turning red. Could it be that his father really had to die at his grandfather's hands? Yang Hua glanced at the half-dead Yang Wushuang and sighed. First rank? So what? Even that outstanding old master Luo back then was merely a stray dog, barely surviving and at the mercy of others in the eyes of the Deqian royal family. Escape? Where can we escape to? The entire southern wilderness will have no place for us. Once we step out of Deqian, many who wish to curry favor with the Deqian royal family will come to hunt us down. Those people would do anything to please the Deqian royal family. Xiao Tian, you have not seen the true face of Deqian. You do not know how terrifying they really are. Luo family? Old Master Luo? Yang Xingtian did not understand Yang Hua's meaning. Having never been to Fengtian City, like the common people of Deqian, believed that the stability of the Deqian royal family was supported by the Qi family and the Luo family. Even those super dynasties spoke of Deqian royal family matters in hushed tones. Only the emperors of each generation were qualified to know about the affairs of the Qian royal family. Father, you don't need to worry about me. Suddenly, young Wushuang surprisingly spoke. Yang Xingtian was instantly overjoyed and ran to Yang Wushuang's side, shouting, "Father, you're awake?" Yang Huo was shocked. He knew how serious Yang Wushuang's injuries were. His meridians had been completely severed, and his true energy was in chaos. Without a life-saving elixir, he would likely not survive much longer. In such a short time, without treatment, Yang Wushuang's ability to speak was likely due to forcibly sealing his meridians to reduce his body's consumption, allowing him to wake up momentarily. Wushuang, quickly release your meridians. Yang Huo was anxious. If Yang Wushuang's meridians were not so badly damaged, he could have easily released them himself. But now, he feared that if he just sent true energy in, Yang Wushuang would explode from his meridians and die. Yang Wushuang coughed a couple of times before saying, "Father, I'm sorry. I was blinded by power and did something so foolish. Don't speak for now. Just release your meridians. Doing this will not buffer your injuries." Yang Huo was truly anxious now. Even if Yang Wushuang had done something wrong, he was still his son whom he had raised for over 500 years. Originally, he could have lived for a couple more months, but with Yang Wushuang sealing his meridians like this, he could collapse at any moment. Seeing his grandfather so anxious, Yang Xingtian was also very flustered, but being young and ignorant, he did not understand the consequences of Yang Wushuang sealing his meridians. "No, father, listen to me. You raised me since I was little, but I've always been worried because I have no blood relation to you. Wushuang, you're being foolish. No matter what you did before, listen to your father now and release your meridians. I was always dissatisfied that you didn't teach me better martial arts. And only now do I understand that you have always been protecting me. I can't burden you anymore. The Broken Heaven sect has been destroyed. Please, take Xiaotian to Fengtian City. There, the Broken Heaven sect can sprout new buds. By the way, father, Xiaotian is doing very well. This is the only thing I have done right in my life. Please don't let my matters affect Xiaotian." The Grand Master of Heaven and Earth is inherently sensitive to the energies between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yang Huo can clearly sense that Yang Wushuang's life is gradually dissipating. The true qi within Yang Wushuang is no longer full of vitality, but is leaking away bit by bit. It is feared that he won't last for long. "Wushuang, stop talking. Xiaotian is my grandson. This old bone of mine is enough to protect Xiaotian as he grows up. Xiaotian isn't even 20 yet. You still need to accompany him a bit longer. Listen to your father and open up your meridians." Yang Huo is genuinely heartbroken at this moment. He is not a cold-hearted person. If he were someone who would do anything for his own advancement, he would have handed Yang Wushuang over to Luo Tianqing as soon as Luo Tianqing appeared. Why would he need to use a pardon order to save Yang Wushuang? It is precisely because he is emotional and loyal that he feels such pain now. "Father, please listen to Grandpa and open up your meridians." Yang Xingtian choked back his tears and urged, "Father, only if I die will the Yang family have a future. Just consider me a stranger. Otherwise, I won't find peace in the afterlife. Xiaotian, you too. Go to Fengtian City and let your grandpa worry less. You've grown up, find a good match soon, and definitely don't be like me. Just pretend I'm not your father." Yang Wushuang's voice suddenly stopped. "Father, father, grandpa, Yang Xingtian looked at Yang Huo in Zhun Fuxian. Yang Huo felt very uncomfortable in his heart, but in the end, he could only let out a long sigh. "Xiaotian, let's go. Take your father. We need to go home first." Chapter 16, Summoning the Shadow Killer, Martial Xianyi, Assimilation and Devouring, 6 Realms of Heaven and Man. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards include a Shadow Killer, 1, 2 million top-quality Spirit Stones, 40 small Dao Yuan fruits, and 10 small Dao Spirit fruits. Note: the initial realm of the Shadow Killer is a first-grade perfect martial artist possessing the talent of Dark Lord. Dao Yuan fruit, small, increases cultivation speed by 5 times. Lasting for 1 hour. Dao Spirit fruit, small, slightly permanently increases root bone. While reviewing the memorials, Jun Tianlin suddenly heard the system's prompt and nodded. Summon the Shadow Killer. As soon as Jun Tianlin finished speaking, the space in the room began to ripple. Finally, the space could not bear the weight and shattered, revealing a tall figure completely covered in black armor, stepping out from the broken space. This person appeared relatively young and was also a handsome man, with eyes entirely black, without a hint of white, resembling a black hole that devoured the surrounding light. An aura of coldness surrounded him, with faint black mist swirling around. Ding! System prompt. The Shadow Killer carries the Dark Lord talent. capable of enslaving beings and becoming stronger by devouring them. Additionally, the host's luck has exploded. This summoned shadow killer was once an innate dark spirit. The host is advised to take this seriously and cultivate the shadow killer back into an innate dark spirit as soon as possible. After hearing the system's prompt, Jun Tianlin became very interested in this high-profile shadow killer. Enslaving beings, devouring beings to become stronger. Once an innate dark spirit, this shadow killer has quite the background. Indeed, even the Yin-Yang Guardians were once overlords of a world. Do you have a name? Or are you just called Shadow Killer? Shadow Killer? Name? The Shadow Killer looked at Jun Tianlin and after a long pause shook his head. I've forgotten. How old are you? Why are you here? Jun Tianlin was somewhat curious. This Shadow Killer came from the void, and even if it was talent, it seemed too outrageous, as the space in this world was too stable, making it difficult for even those in the divine travel realm to break the void. The Shadow Killer fell into thought again, and after a moment he raised his head, but this time he did not shake his head. Instead, he spoke firmly. I do not know the years, only that you called me, and I came. Just as Jun Tianlin was about to continue questioning, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. System prompt. The host's strength is weak and cannot inquire about the origins of the innate dark spirit. It will affect luck and attract terrifying prying eyes. Jun Tianlin frowned and then relaxed. In the myths of his past life, anyone crowned with the title of innate was not a simple character. If this was indeed a spirit from some supreme world brought over by the system, it was very likely that its kin would come looking for it. Since it was I who called you, you will be mine from now on. An innate dark spirit. It sounds very dark. Maida Qian say is mainly black, so your surname will be Qian from now on. The title Shadow Killer sounds too tacky. On a moonless night of killing, you shall be called Qian. Let us change the character for night to the character for fire, making it the character for Yi with a fire radical. What do you think? After thinking for a moment, Jun Tianlin decided on the Shadow Killer's name, finding that Qian Yi sounded quite handsome. All right. The Shadow Killer nodded without hesitation. Jun Tianlin smiled helplessly. This guy was indeed succinct. Naturally, Jun Tianlin would not treat the character he summoned with the same indifference as others. These were people who were 100 loyal to him, since others were loyal to him. He would not let them down. By the way, the Shadow Hunters should be your subordinates, right? Qian Yi shook his head. I don't know them. Jun Tianlin was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. It doesn't matter if you don't know them. I have 300 Shadow Hunters in my hands, and they will be yours from now on. You will be Marshal Qian Yi from now on. Good. Qian Yi still spoke very little. Let us go. I'll take you to a place that will be very beneficial for you. Jun Tianlin had never been out of the Imperial City, so he called a Shadow Guard to lead the way. Their destination was the Qian Demon Sealing Cave. The Demon Sealing Cave was not far from the Imperial City, only less than 300 miles away. With the cultivation levels of Jun Tianlin and the others, they arrived there in just a few minutes. This place was a valley surrounded by 3 large mountains, and below the valley was the Demon Sealing Cave. The entrance was a massive dragon head, its mouth wide open with a bronze door standing inside. Under Jun Tianlin's perception, there were 500 people patrolling within the 3 mountains. Among them, 1 was in the early stage of the Earth and Sky Grandmaster. 3 were Grandmasters. 10 were Masters, and the rest were martial artists ranging from the 5th to 4th rank. These were the elite of the Dragon Guard army. And the Demon Sealing Cave held powerful beings that had provoked the Qian. Under the lead of the Shadow Guard, Jun Tianlin and Qian Yi arrived near the entrance. Shadow Guard? A young man suddenly appeared in front of Jun Tianlin and the others. The young man immediately focused on the Shadow Guard, mainly because the Shadow Guard had appeared the most into Qian and held supreme authority. So the senior officials of various military groups were very sensitive to the Shadow Guard's attire. Impudent! Why do you not kneel upon seeing His Majesty? Although the young man had a gentle demeanor, the Shadow Guard was behind Jun Tianlin, the Emperor of the Qian, so he could only scold him. The young man was startled. Then he noticed Jun Tianlin and Qian Yi behind the Shadow Guard. I pay my respects to your Majesty. The young man knelt down and respectfully called out, and upon closer inspection, one could see his body trembling slightly. The young man silently scolded himself for being so foolish as to not recognize the imperial robe. However, upon further reflection, he suddenly sensed something was off. With his strength as an Earth and Sky Grandmaster, how could he make such a mistake? Jun Tianlin looked at the young man's trembling figure and chuckled, shaking his head. No need for formalities. With your strength, it's normal not to perceive that I and Qian Yi are here. Indeed, The young man was only in the early stage of the Earth and Sky Grandmaster. Although he looked young, he was actually older than Xiaomu. With his strength, it was almost impossible to detect Jun Tianlin, who was in the 9 realms of heaven and man, and Xian Yi, who was a perfected Earth and Sky Grandmaster. Open the door. His Majesty wishes to enter the demon sealing cave. The Shadow Guard's tone was much less gentle than Jun Tianlin's. The young man did not dare to get angry and quickly opened the entrance to the demon sealing cave. Your Majesty, there is a presence of earthly nether chi beneath the demon sealing cave, which will restrict the operation of true energy. Please be cautious, Your Majesty. Hehe, no problem. Let us go. Jun Tianlin had some understanding of earthly nether chi. It was formed by the fusion of earth spirit chi and nether power. Martial artists below the 6th rank would die upon contact, and only those who cultivated true energy could resist it. However, for Jun Tianlin, it was nothing to worry about. The higher the quality of a martial artist's true energy, the less the earthly nether chi would affect them. Jun Tianlin had already refined his true energy to the extreme of the heaven and man realm. The mere earthly nether chi could even be resisted by 6th rank martial artists a couple of times. Although he wouldn't say he could come and go freely. Staying inside for a year or so would not be a problem. The real demon sealing cave was located 3,000 meters underground. The entire cave was divided into 9 levels, each level capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, its scale not inferior to the Dacian Imperial Palace. The first level at the top held martial artists of the Master Realm. The second level held Grandmasters. The formation of the Qintian division could identify the bloodline of the Jun family, and the permissions for the demon sealing cave were divided by realm. Even Jun Tianlin could only enter the 4th level. The 3 of them arrived at the main gate of the 1st level. Jun Tianlin and Xian Yi showed no change. But the Shadow Guard felt somewhat uncomfortable. He was only a 5-pattern Grandmaster, and the earthly nether chi here could suppress the true energy of martial artists of the Master Realm, so one could imagine its density. You wait here. Later I will take Xian Yi to the 4th level, and you cannot go down. Yes, Your Majesty. Jun Tianlin led Xian Yi into the 1st level. Upon entering the 1st level, what came into view were densely packed individual cells, each cell containing a person with a face ashen as death. These people can only live until the end of their lifespan once they enter here. A glass panel glowing with blue light suddenly appeared in front of Jun Tianlin, who was slightly taken aback upon seeing it for the first time. The glass panel slowly revealed a few large characters. Ceiling Demon Cave, floor 1 real record. Jun Tianlin had heard of this thing, crafted by the Imperial Engineering Department of the Luo Emperor, but he didn't expect it to look like this. It felt a bit like a system panel, didn't it? Xian Yi, these people will be the nourishment for your strength. Upon hearing this, a glimmer flashed in Xian Yi's ink-black eyes. The shadow beneath his feet began to extend, transforming into a massive dark figure that covered those master-level experts who were devoid of business. When those people saw the motionless shadow of Xian Yi, some even felt a sense of relief. Jun Tianlin felt no pity at this scene. Some of these people were not evil, but they stood on the opposing side of the Qian. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. What is righteousness and what is evil? Being in the imperial family, Jun Tianlin had long understood that as long as they were enemies, whether righteous or evil, they must be eradicated. As long as he could control them, what did it matter if they were righteous or evil? As time passed, Xian Yi's shadow had already covered more than 17,000 master-level experts. However, at this moment, his realm showed no signs of change, and even the energy within him was about to be exhausted. Soon, the shadow retracted, and those people were not devoured. They simply fell into a deep sleep. Xian Yi panted slightly and said, I need to transform these people into dark beings before I can devour them. However, they have already been tainted by dark power, and it won't be long before they fall into darkness. By then, the dark power that devours them will greatly enhance my strength. Jun Tianlin nodded, thinking that Xian Yi could directly devour and become stronger, but it turned out to be somewhat similar to nurturing goo. First, he would infuse the dark power into these people, then use them to nourish the dark power, and once the nutrients were absorbed, he would reclaim the enhanced dark power. Although it was a bit different from what he had expected, it was not a big problem. In that case, let's replenish your true energy first. However, Xian Yi shook his head. The Earth's dark energy here also helps my dark power. I can absorb the Earth's dark energy directly to recover. And the dark power within these people will also absorb the Earth's dark energy to strengthen itself. What originally took 4 to 5 days should now only take a few hours. Jun Tianlin was not surprised that Xian Yi could absorb the Earth's dark energy. He had suspected it before entering, but he had not asked. Jun Tianlin smiled and nodded. In that case, you recover first. I will take you to the next level later. The next level has all grandmasters, much stronger than these masters. Xian Yi nodded yes. Xian Yi recovered quickly, fully revitalized in half an hour. During this time, many people awakened, and their eyes turned black like Xian Yi's. Jun Tianlin clearly sensed that their golden cores had turned black, extending into their meridians, with the dark power devouring their true energy and continuously growing stronger. Moreover, this dark power seemed to have a life of its own, controlling these people to begin cultivating and accelerating their absorption of the Earth's dark energy. Jun Tianlin watched in amazement. After waiting for Xian Yi to finish recovering, he took Xian Yi to the next level. This level was not much different from the previous one. Many people had lost hope and looked ashen, but some were still full of vitality. As soon as Jun Tianlin and Xian Yi entered, dozens of angry voices came from within. You beasts of the Jun family, if you have the guts, kill me. You dog offspring of the Jun family, come to see your grandpa again? Damn it, your Jun family's ancestors for 18 generations. Listening to the various unpleasant insults, there was no change in Jun Tianlin and Xian Yi's faces. Let's take action. These guys are quite annoying. Wan Yin nodded, and the shadow moved again. 3 hours later, Xian Yi finally infused all the people in this layer with dark power. During this time, he recovered 5 times, and there were about 1,000 more people in this layer than in the one above. This was mainly because grandmasters had a much longer lifespan than masters. Generally, a master can only live for about 500 years, but with each of a grandmaster, they can increase their lifespan by 200 years, so there are many more grandmasters than masters. After that, he took Xian Yi to the next layer. This time, it was all celestial grandmasters, not many, just over 400. However, Xian Yi took 7 hours to finish. After this ordeal, the people in the first layer had probably all fallen into darkness, just in time for Xian Yi to make a leap in strength. When Xian Yi arrived at the first layer, with just a thought, the dark power within those people burst out and merged into Xian Yi's shadow. As the dark power was continuously absorbed by Xian Yi, his strength soared. Celestial Realm 1, Celestial Realm 2, Celestial Realm 3, Celestial Realm 6. Finally reaching Celestial Realm 6, Xian Yi's realm stopped fluctuating. Not bad, just over 10,000 master-level experts allowed you to reach Celestial Realm 6. After absorbing the second layer, you will probably step into the Divine Travel Realm. Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. Wanya bovet in gratitude. Jun Tianlin waved his hand helplessly. What's this reward? All right, the second and third layers will take a lot of time. Let's go to the fourth layer. According to Xian Yi's estimates, the second layer would take a day, and the third layer would take about 3 to 4 days. As for the fourth layer, it would probably take even longer. But that's fine. The longer the time, the greater the benefit for Xian Yi's enhancement. There were relatively few celestial realms on the fourth layer, only over 70. However, even so, it was difficult for Xian Yi to assimilate them, and he could only let Jun Tianlin step in to severely injure these celestial realms. This gave Jun Tianlin quite a thrill. He could have directly used the sealing array of the demon cave to injure these celestial realms. However, after not having fought for a long time, Jun Tianlin was itching to act. The Earth's dark energy here was terrifying, but Jun Tianlin did not intend to use true energy. After all, these celestial realms could not use true energy. It would be too bullying for Jun Tianlin to use true energy. However, relying on Jun Tianlin's terrifying physique, these celestial realms could hardly resist. Once Xian Yi had infused all the dark power, the second layer had also been completely transformed. According to Xian Yi's calculations, these celestial realms would take 7 or 8 days to complete. However, Xian Yi suggested that after he absorbed the second layer, he would go to the third layer to infuse more dark power. This would speed things up. Jun Tianlin also showed no signs of fatigue and stayed with Xian Yi. After all, watching Xian Yi's realm continuously soar gave him a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 17. The Three Realms of Divine Form. The strongest power in Jun Tianlin's hands. 3 days later, Xian Yi had already devoured the second and third layers. After finishing the second layer, he soared from the 6th realm of Heavenly Man to the 3rd realm of Divine Travel. After devouring the 3rd layer, he ascended from the 3rd realm of Divine Travel to the 8th realm of Divine Travel. Xian Yi's full power to urge the dark force to assimilate the 4th layer of the Heavenly Man realm, which originally would have taken 4 or 5 days, was completed in just 3 or 4 hours. After all, Xian Yu was already at the 8th realm of divine travel at this point. Soon, Xian Yu began to devour and grow stronger again. His realm soared once more. 9th realm of divine travel. Breakthrough. 1st realm of divine form. 2nd realm of divine form. 3rd realm of divine form. The higher the realm, the more nutrients are needed. Having 70 or so heavenly man realm beings elevate Xian Yi from the 8th realm of divine travel to the 3rd realm of divine form is already quite impressive. Your Majesty, I want to cultivate a few talented slaves here and devour them once they grow stronger. Xian Yi was very tempted by this place. His rapid growth was greatly aided by the Earth's dark energy. Jun Tianlin had also learned about Xian Yi's abilities over the past few days. Xian Yi could use dark power to assimilate other beings into dark beings. Once the assimilation was complete, only dark power remained within the being, which Xian Yi could then devour to enhance himself. Moreover, this assimilation function could be considered a form of enslavement. The only drawback was that the assimilated beings could no longer advance. Whatever realm they were in before assimilation, that would be their limit henceforth. However, Xian Yi could also condense a dark core, which could similarly enslave beings. Those implanted with the dark core could only cultivate dark power, and the dark core would help them grow stronger rapidly. Xian Yi could reclaim the dark core at any time. Feel free. I will give you a token. You can come and go freely in the first 4 layers from now on. Jun Tianlin was naturally pleased that Xian Yi was growing stronger. Having a powerful subordinate would save him a lot of trouble before he grew stronger himself. With Xian Yi's current strength at the 3rd realm of divine form, the affiliated tribes no longer needed to worry, with only a few side branches and some princes posing a threat to him. As for those princes, they were generally in seclusion. After reaching the Heavenly Man realm, they would need several years of seclusion, and they were not like Jun Tianlin and Xian Yi, who could easily step out of their cave realms. The main issue now was the side branches. The Lingguang lineage had a high possibility of having already betrayed them. However, they had not made any moves, likely unaware that the ancestral cave realm had disappeared. The Lingguang lineage had not existed long enough to compare with the Nyang lineage, whose strongest member had achieved the creation realm, while the Lingguang lineage might not even have a divine palace realm member. It was unclear how they dared to rebel. Their ancestors had all entered the ancestral cave realm, yet they insisted on bringing the Nyang clan along. The Nyang clan, as the earliest side branch of the Jun family, was very loyal to the Jun family, which in turn favored them greatly, so the ancestral cave realm also had a place for the Nyang clan. The space inside the ancestral cave realm was not small. It was even larger than the entire southern wilderness region, and the concentration of spiritual energy was incomparable to the outside world. The spiritual energy inside was so rich that one could easily grasp it and transform it into spiritual liquid. Spiritual liquid could only be formed when spiritual energy reached its peak and condensed into mist. Don't ask foolish questions about whether the mist is too thick to see the road. Those who could reside there were all-powerful beings above the Heavenly Man realm. Let alone whether the mist could affect their vision, they could fight without using their eyes. Being able to reside in the ancestral cave realm, the Nyang clan was naturally quite fortunate. But couldn't they leave a strong being outside to create a cave realm? If any member of the Nyang lineage at the Divine Palace realm were to create a cave realm outside, Jun Tianlin wouldn't have to be so cautious. With such thoughts, Jun Tianlin sighed helplessly, then took Xian Yi back to Feng Tian City. Jun Tianlin's absence had lasted several days, which had greatly worried the 13th commander of the Shadow Guard. The pseudo-core of Yi had long been completed. The people of Qingzhou had also finished their evacuation, and just after the evacuation, the demon sect launched an attack on the troops guarding Qingzhou. In just a few days, there have been dozens of clashes between the demon sect and the Qingzhou army, with dozens of Shadow Guard commanders at the helm. The Qingzhou army had not suffered significant losses, but the Shadow Guards were worried that the Lingguang lineage would take action. However, for some unknown reason, they found that the Lingguang lineage not only refrained from acting, but also intentionally helped them conceal the situation in Qingzhou from the affiliated tribes and princes. However, the commotion in Qingzhou was too great. The Shadow Guards did not dare to overly conceal it, fearing it would backfire. When Jun Tianlin returned to the palace with Xian Yi, the 13th commander of the Shadow Guard immediately appeared. Your Majesty, the fighting in Qingzhou has begun. The situation is urgent. Jun Tianlin calmly nodded. He had already known the fighting had started, as the Shadow Hunter had sent him a message, and he was aware that the Lingguang lineage had sent several Heavenly Man realm beings and hundreds of Earth and Heaven Grandmasters. However, These individuals had not participated in the war between the demon sect and the Qingzhou army, but seemed to be searching for something. The Shadow Hunter lacked the strength to get too close, and Jun Tianlin did not know what they were looking for. Let's go get the core of the formation first and resolve the sacrificial formation in Qingzhou. Jun Tianlin was somewhat excited. Once the formation was resolved, he would have to worry about this and that anymore. What princes, what side branches, all would have to step aside. Xianyi followed Jun Tianlin to the gathering Spirit Mountain, where the Yin-Yang protectors quickly welcomed them. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. Jun Tianlin nodded lightly. Yin Yi protective. Since I am back, let's first resolve the sacrificial formation. Wanye. Yes. Xianyi suddenly spoke up. And only then did the 13th commander of the Shadow Guard and the Yin-Yang protectors notice that there was someone following Jun Tianlin. The 13th commander was greatly shocked. He had followed Jun Tianlin all the way and had not noticed this person. The Yin-Yang protectors were even more surprised, having once been rulers of a world. Their vision was exceptionally sharp, and they immediately recognized the terrifying dark power surrounding Xianyi. Tonight, you will take the core and go with Yin Yi Protector to Qingzhou to resolve the sacrificial formation. Understood. As for why Xianyi was not allowed to set off immediately, it was because he wanted to select a few talented demon beasts to cultivate dark cores. Jun Tianlin remembered that there were some difficult-to-tame, mutated mysterious beasts in the dragon-suppressing army, which were quite different from the usual gentle mysterious beasts. They were bloodthirsty and violent, so it was decided to let Xianyi take them to cultivate dark cores. After all, if they could not be tamed, they would ultimately just become food on the table, so it was better to make use of them. Perhaps the bloodthirsty and violent mutated mysterious beasts would have unique effects in cultivating dark power. After Xianyi went to the dragon-suppressing army to get the demon beasts, the 13th commander of the Shadow Guard curiously asked, Your Majesty, how should I address that person? The 13th commander could not discern Xianyi's depth, but he knew how powerful the Yin-Yang protectors were. He had just seen their shock, which was even greater than when he learned that His Majesty had broken through to the 9th realm of Heavenly Manhaha. I actually overlooked this. I forgot to introduce you. His name is Xianyi, a powerful individual cultivated privately by the 3rd-generation emperor. He is also the Grand Marshal of the Shadow Legion, which is under the 3rd-generation emperor. As for Xianyi, you could just call him Marshal Xianyi. Jun Tianlin did not hesitate to use the 3rd-generation emperor as a shield. Your Majesty, that person is not simple. Ini looked at the place where Xianyi had just stood, still somewhat shocked. Such vast and pure dark power I have never seen before. That person's strength should be above divine form, right? That terrifying dark power is on par with divine abilities. Indeed, judging by that person's appearance, he had likely not yet ascended to the realm of divine abilities, but mastering such terrifying dark power would make it difficult for even divine abilities to contend with him, right? Listening to the speculations of the Yin-Yang protectors, the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards was stunned. Jun Tianlin was also somewhat surprised. Jun Tianlin was already very satisfied with Xianyi's promotion to the 3rd realm of divine image, but he didn't expect the Yin-Yang protectors to think that Xianyi could rival the realm of divine power. As for the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Divine image? Unable to compete with divine power? How could this be? The emperor just went out for a trip and brought back such a terrifying character, cultivated by the 3rd generation of emperors? Then there's no problem. Who would dare to question that venerable one who has lived for 1,000,000 years? The realm of divine image is already enough to crush 99% of the affiliated clans, and even among those collateral lines, there are very few strong practitioners of the divine image realm. However, he still had doubts about Xianyi being able to match divine power, as even the geniuses of the Jun family and main lineage needed 700 or 800 years to cultivate to the divine image realm, and it would take 1,000 or 2,000 years to advance from divine image to divine power. If the gap could be bridged so easily, how could it require so many years of cultivation? He believed that the geniuses of the Jun family could fight above their level, like Jun Tianlin, and he believed that Jun Tianlin could challenge divine power. But could someone who obviously was not from the Jun family cross so many realms in battle? At night, Xianyi took Yin Yi to Qingzhou. Xianyi didn't only have dark powers, he could also use spatial powers. Jun Tianlin continued to cultivate, forgetting about his own training while accompanying Xianyi to improve, and he needed to catch up quickly. After swallowing 10 Dao spirit fruits, Jun Tianlin's roots were significantly enhanced again. Then he began to cultivate by swallowing Dao origin fruits, somewhere beneath a lake in Qingzhou. Damn it, They won't go themselves, and let us go to our deaths. A young man in a white robe said angrily. Master, the priority is to find a way to escape. Otherwise, our demon sect will eventually be exhausted by the Qian army. Master, let's flee. Those shadow guards, dozens of grandmasters, their high-end combat power far exceeds ours. All the people in Qingzhou have withdrawn. This time, the Qian really wants to eliminate our demon sect. Our demon sect has developed for 10,000 years, and we only have 2 million martial artists, but the martial artists sent by the Qian are several times our number, and several nearby states are continuously sending people this way. If we keep dragging this out, they will definitely find us. Without the citizens of Qingzhou, they won't have any worries. Master, let's go. A group of old men in white robes kept persuading the young man. The young man in white was Shuiyu, the leader of the demon sect, a fully realized grandmaster. Facing the elder's advice, Shuiyu only showed a bitter expression. Leave? Those people won't let us leave Qingzhou. They have planned for so long. How could they be willing to let us go? The core of the blood sacrifice formation has been taken away by their traitor. They've already sealed off Qingzhou. The Qian army still needs us to hold them back. So how could they let us escape? These beasts, they dare not take action against the Qian army for fear of royal retaliation, and instead send us to our deaths. Chapter 18. Xianye's arrival and confrontation with the Prince of the Divine Palace. The Prince's shock. Xianye quickly arrived in Qingzhou with Yini. The two reached the central area of the sacrificial formation, where they needed to inject the core to break the formation. General Xianye, are we going to resolve the sacrificial formation today? Xianye nodded slightly. We can't waste time. His Majesty will be anxious. General Xianye, I have something to tell you. Once we resolve the sacrificial formation, there may be great changes in Qingzhou. At that time, I hope General Xianye will protect the army of the Qian. Xianye casually nodded. All right, but first, let me see where the demon cult is located. With his mastery at the third realm of the Divine Seer, he was capable of devastating power with just a casual move. Beings of such realms generally would not easily reveal themselves. It's important to know that a first-grade martial artist is already called a martial saint. In other regions, a first-grade martial artist has already reached the ceiling of combat power. For the Qian to conquer this world is indeed quite simple. Otherwise, the national fortune of the Qian wouldn't be strong enough to launch a planar invasion. Okay, General Xianye, I will now notify the armies in various locations. He had already contacted the Shadow Guards commanders in Qingzhou. The backlash of national fortune is not so simple. If luck runs out, he could fall here. However, with Xianye around, as long as luck isn't extraordinarily bad, there shouldn't be much of a problem. All Shadow Guard commanders, please gather the armies from various places. Those below the second-grade realm should not disperse. We will soon break the sacrificial formation, and we are unsure what kind of backlash it may bring. For everyone's safety, please gather together as soon as possible. Shadow Guard Commander 5th, receiving orders. Shadow Guard Commander 6th, receiving orders. Shadow Guard Commander 7th, receiving orders. Shadow Guard Commander 8th, receiving orders. The Shadow Guard commanders stationed near the sacrificial formation quickly responded and began to assemble their armies. The sacrificial formation almost covered the entire Qingzhou, so the armies there were relatively dispersed. However, the Shadow Guards had made good arrangements, and within a short time, they managed to gather the forces of Qingzhou at 7 points, each point having around 10 Grandmasters of Heaven and Earth, which should be able to protect the army well. In less than a few minutes, Xianye used his divine sense to scan the entirety of Qingzhou. However, Qingzhou was indeed strange, as there were many places where his divine sense could not penetrate. Just as he found it odd, Yini provided him with an explanation. The entire Qingzhou is almost covered by the sacrificial formation. Even if it hasn't been activated, the magnetic field it carries would obstruct divine sense detection. The Qian royal family had also sent experts to investigate before. Divine sense is also very difficult to detect. Initially, it was thought that there were secret treasures being nurtured in Qingzhou, but now it's clear. Is that so? No wonder. We still need to resolve the sacrificial formation first. Exactly. Inside the spirit light cave of Qingzhou, it was like a paradise, rich in spiritual energy and beautiful scenery. In a palace, a young man opened his eyes in terror. What a terrifying aura. Boss, what's wrong? Big brother, what's making you so panicked? The two people not far from him also broke their meditation state and hurriedly inquired. A powerful being has descended upon Qingzhou. The visitor is likely not friendly. Has someone from the main ancestral land sent someone? No, that lord said that the main ancestral land wouldn't pay attention to this side in a short time. Then who could it be? Is it a prince who has nothing better to do to come here for a vacation? Big brother, do you know what level the visitor is? I'm not sure. They are likely at least at the Divine Passage realm. Should we take action? No. We can't escalate the situation any further. Before the main ancestral land takes action, those princes might rush over and divide us up. Call back all the clansmen going to the outside world. Yes. At this time, everyone from the spirit light lineage outside received the notification to return to the cave. In an instant, everyone quickly made their way back to the cave in Qingzhou. The shadow hunters monitoring them also sent the message to Xianyi. After Xianyi saw it, his expression turned serious. His Majesty had instructed that there might be powerful beings from the Divine Palace in the spirit light lineage, and they needed to stabilize the situation for the time being. However, they needed to find out what exactly they were looking for. When will they be ready? Probably in about an hour. Mainly, we have to guard against those rats from the demon cult. All right, I'll go catch someone to gather intelligence. All right, please be careful. Xianyi nodded, and then a spatial door appeared beside him. He stepped into it slowly. The next moment, he appeared in front of a young man dressed in brocade with golden patterns. The young man was startled by the sudden appearance of Xianyi. Who are you? However, Xianyi was not one for many words. He reached out and grabbed, instantly enveloping the young man with an invisible pressure. Ah! The young man screamed, feeling as if he was caught by an invisible giant hand, moving so fast that he couldn't react at all. Come on, let me see your secrets. Xianyi directly searched the young man's soul. Everything the young man had seen and known was laid bare before Xianyi. Interesting. Xianyi's methods were too brutal, and the young man fainted immediately. After obtaining the information he wanted, Xianyi casually tossed the young man aside. Then Xianyi returned to his previous location. Yi was surprised to see Xianyi return in less than a minute. So fast? I need to report to His Majesty. Huh? Okay. Xianyi took out a communication token and began to establish contact with Jun Tianlin. Your Majesty, are you there? Soon, Jun Tianlin responded yes. Then Xianyi communicated with Jun Tianlin. Your Majesty, I searched the soul of a person at the Celestial Realm. That person is from the Spirit Light lineage. They're looking for a woman who stole the core of the sacrificial formation and secretly communicated with the royal family. Xianyi's words were concise. And after a moment of contemplation, Jun Tianlin said, what are the characteristics of that woman? I will also send someone to look for her. The Celestial Realm only remembers that she has flame patterns on her forehead. Jun Tianlin sighed. Since that woman is running away, how could she not hide her features? However, I do not plan to give up. I will still send people to search. All right, I will send someone to look for her. Are there any other gains? The memory of that celestial realm contained information about the Spirit Light lineage's plans, but only a small portion. He only knows that the Spirit Light lineage wants to use the sacrificial formation to travel to another world. Another world? Isn't the sacrificial formation for sacrifice? Jun Tianlin was quite puzzled. Xianyi shook his head. I'm not sure, but that's what his memory indicates. Your Majesty, if this sacrificial formation is operated properly, it can indeed open a passage to another world. The sacrificial formation is a powerful existence that connects to another world. Then, sacrifices are offered to that powerful existence, allowing its body or projection to descend. As long as a few details of the formation are changed, it can indeed open a passage to another world. He explained this to Jun Tianlin. Oh, is that so? Haha, traveling to another world? With their strength, encountering a not-so-strong world is indeed possible. However, they chose the wrong place. At this point, Jun Tianlin's tone turned cold. This lineage, I want their heads on Tianji Mountain in Qingzhou to apologize to the countless deceased and injured citizens of Qingzhou over the years. Yes. X2, what about the demon cult? Your Majesty, Guardian Yi mentioned that the area occupied by the sacrificial formation is too vast, and the magnetic field will affect divine sense detection. Once the formation is resolved, we will eradicate the demon cult in Qingzhou. That's right, Your Majesty. The 5 million troops in Qingzhou are always ready. Once those rats lose their protective cover, our army will eradicate them all. All right, I will wait for your news. No more talk. I will continue my cultivation. I just broke through to the divine travel realm and can't waste time. Yes. X2 after Jun Tianlin hung up the call. Xianyi's gaze sharpened as he suddenly looked to the right, 1,000 miles away. Who dares to disturb? In the distance, an old man dressed in royal robes was stunned. What is this? He just arrived, and before he even landed, he was discovered? After a helpless, wry smile, he clasped his hands behind his back, resembling a steady mountain, his aura overwhelming, startling the birds and beasts around him into fleeing. He looked seriously at Xianyi. as if a king overlooking all beings, exuding an aura of majesty without anger. Tianqing Wang, Junqing. Even though Junqing appeared old, the imperial demeanor between his brows resembled a noble true dragon, standing proudly between heaven and earth with a disdainful attitude towards all worldly matters. Although the two were separated by 1,000 miles, it felt as if they were close at hand, their auras equally matched. Both were astonished by each other's strength. Xianyi could feel that he was definitely not a match for this old man. Junqing could also sense that this person was genuinely young. He didn't know how young, but in his mind, he expected him to be no more than 5,000 years old. He might even be younger than he imagined. With such terrifying strength at such a young age, this was definitely a great enemy for the Jun family. And he was certain that this future would undoubtedly be a powerful being at the transformation realm. If he could not be used by the Jun family, he definitely could not become an enemy. He could sense the terrifying dark power within this young man, along with the mysterious spatial power. Even if he could defeat him, he certainly wouldn't be able to capture him. Thus, he absolutely could not engage in a hostile relationship. But he also had the pride of a strong person. The auras of both sides continued to rise, constantly clashing head-on. Xianyi, Grand Marshal, have we encountered an enemy? At this moment, Yinyi's realm was still low, unable to see things 1,000 miles away. Xianyi shook his head with a serious expression. I cannot discern friend or foe, but that person bears some resemblance to his majesty. Is he very strong? Xianyi nodded. Divine Palace Realm. Upon hearing this, Yin was somewhat surprised. Divine Palace Realm. Similar to his majesty? Which prince has come out for a stroll? However, Yin still had great confidence in Xianyi, which was why he was willing to call him Grand Marshal. He even knew that Xianyi was not of the human race, but a being from the dark, and that pure dark power even surprised him during his prime. Although the Divine Palace Realm was strong, it definitely could not defeat Xianyi. After all, dark beings are notoriously difficult to deal with. He once encountered a second-generation postnatal dark monarch who was truly indestructible. As someone who once dominated a world, he was naturally unaffected by this aura. However, others were unfortunate. At this moment, everyone in Qingzhou felt the violent clash of two powerful auras without exception. These two auras surged like monstrous waves, sweeping in and making it impossible to ignore. It was as if people were witnessing a thrilling confrontation, where a towering giant dragon faced off against a dark giant. The dragon was incredibly massive, its scales shimmering with dazzling light, each one as hard as steel. Its whiskers danced, claws sharp, exuding endless majesty. In contrast, the dark giant was shrouded in endless darkness, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Yet, the oppressive feeling brought by that darkness was already chilling and fearsome. Endless darkness surged forth from the dark giant like a black torrent, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. And that overwhelming dragon might was as heavy as a mountain, nearly suffocating those who felt it. What is happening? What exactly is that? So dark I can't see anything. Damn, what is this? Is that dragon size for real? In an instant, various fearful thoughts occupied everyone's minds. All Shadow Guard commanders, calm the army warriors, Grand Marshal Xianyi is confronting someone. Please rest assured, as long as you're not afraid, the pressure will be much less. He quickly notified all the Shadow Guard commanders. Unfortunately, no one could respond to Yi. The aura of Xianyi and Junqing was too terrifying. Even the old monsters inside the Spirit Light Cave were stunned. Damn, a prince has descended. Big brother, who is that person confronting the prince? Is it the one who released his consciousness earlier? This person is truly terrifying, daring to compete in aura with that prince at the Divine Appearance Realm. Don't say any more. Protect the clansmen. We must not let the clan's talents be affected. Yes. X2, the three U's also released their auras to protect the Spirit Light Cave. Interesting. Competing in aura at the Divine Appearance Realm with this king at the Divine Palace Realm. This person is so young, but has such a terrifying aura. Perhaps Big Brother is not even a match for him at the Divine Appearance Realm. Junqing became increasingly interested in Xianyi. Back in the day, he was exceptionally gifted, but unfortunately, his big brother was simply too strong. If he were in another era, he would have surely achieved the position of emperor. But he was born at the wrong time. Young man, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Junqing chuckled lightly and said calmly. Xianyi frowned and then said, Your Majesty bestowed me the name Xianyi, personally appointed as Grand Marshal Xianyi, in charge of the Shadow Legion. You must be a prince of Mighty Qian, right? Your Majesty? Junqing raised an eyebrow, realizing that this person was from the Qian. Which lineage does this unparalleled genius belong to? Haha, I see. I thought some strong person had mistakenly entered my Qian. It turns out to be an unparalleled talent of my Qian. May I ask what brings the prince here? Ha! This king observed that Qingzhou has been quite chaotic lately, so I came to see what the matter is. As Jun Qing spoke, he took a step forward and instantly appeared 1,000 miles away, in front of Xian Yi and the others. Upon reaching the front of Xian Yi, Jun Qing then saw Yin Yi, and at this glance, he was once again taken aback. This person's physique is terrifying. Even I cannot see through him. Moreover, this person is clearly just a step away from the celestial being realm, as if he could break through at any moment. But why is he still at the first rank? Furthermore, what is with this terrifying dark energy? Is this the quality that a first-rank realm can possess? And why does this person give me a sense of danger? Jun Qing observed Yin Yi, and Yin Yi was also observing Jun Qing, secretly amazed that the emperor's relatives were all exceptionally gifted individuals. As for the dangerous feeling that Yin Yi gave to Jun Qing, it was not a mere illusion. As an old monster, Yin Yi was at least a world dominator. Even if his realm was sealed, he had many hidden cards. If he were to use secret techniques at the cost of his life, even Jun Qing would have to avoid his edge. Are you all people of my Qian? Jun Qing was increasingly curious. After thousands of years without appearing, this time was full of surprises. I am the direct guardian of your majesty. Ha ha, very good, very good. What is the name of the current emperor? This king is somewhat curious. Jun Qing said with a smile. Xian Yi and Yin Yi exchanged glances. And then Yin Yi said, the current emperor is named Jun Tianlin. Jun Tianlin. Jun Qing's brows furrowed. Then he was greatly shocked. He remembered that more than 10 years ago, news was sent out to all princes from the ancestral land, and it seemed to be this Jun Tianlin. He also remembered that the third-generation emperor personally exited seclusion to perform a bloodline baptism for Jun Tianlin, explicitly stating that if Jun Tianlin could break through to the first-rank martial artist by the age of 18, he would be the only candidate for the family head. Ha ha, so it's Tianlin. No wonder you have such subordinates. I didn't expect Tianlin to have ascended to the throne. Huh? No, wait. Tianlin has ascended to the throne? Jun Qing initially thought it was no problem, but the more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Wasn't it said that Tianlin would break through to the celestial being and directly enter the ancestral land? Did the emperor choose another? How did Tianlin ascend to the throne? And according to the timeline, Tianlin just turned 18 this year, right? How could he have ascended to the throne? At that time, the ancestral land insisted that all the reclusive princes come out to announce this matter, which was enough to show the importance of this issue. How could it possibly change? The more he thought about it, the clearer his memories became. At this time, the previous emperor should not have been dead for more than 500 years, right? Did something happen? Even if something went wrong, it shouldn't allow Tianlin to ascend the throne, right? Xian Yi didn't know what Tianlin's ascension represented, but Yin Yi certainly did. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guard had made it clear to him long ago. However, Yin Yi had no regrets because he observed that this prince carried an extraordinary righteousness. Although he didn't know if all princes were like this, he firmly believed he wouldn't misjudge a person. If this prince was willing to help his majesty, then the issue with the Lingguang lineage could be resolved directly, allowing his majesty to focus on his cultivation. The previous emperor had encountered an accident and was taken away by someone from the ancestral land. And as for his majesty's ascension, it was indeed an accident. The other princes and princesses had been arranged by the previous emperor to study in other domains. There was also a problem in Qingzhou, seeing that his majesty was advancing rapidly the ancestral land, fearing that his majesty might find his cultivation too boring, had to let him ascend to manage the overall situation. After hearing Yin Yi's explanation, Jun Qing nodded. It made sense. After all, with the ancestral land backing him, Tianlin could do whatever he wanted. However, advancing rapidly? Had he really broken through to the first rank at just 18? If that's the case, the ancestral land might really give Tianlin some time off. He couldn't imagine how much effort it would take to break through at 18. He probably couldn't afford a rest for a moment. Indeed, he needed to relax a bit, or else it might disturb his mental state. His elder brother had only reached the mid-third rank at 18, and he himself had only just reached the early third rank at that age. Though they seemed to differ by 2 major realms, it would take them at least a decade to achieve that. Generally, breaking through to the 4th rank by 18 would be considered a prodigy, and the gap between the 3rd and 4th ranks was still quite significant. When they broke through to the 3rd rank at 18, it had stunned many people. This trip was indeed worth it. He got to hear such significant news and meet these 2 anomalies. Something seemed off. What problem had Qingzhou encountered to send both of you here? Jun Qing suddenly recalled what was amiss. How big of a problem could there be in Qian? They even sent someone from the divine seer realm, and such a young one at that. He had been over 17,000 years old when he broke through to the divine seer realm, and now, even at 100,000 years, he had barely reached the 8th level of the divine palace. He hadn't broken through to the 9th level even after secluding himself for thousands of years, and he didn't know how long it would take in the future to break through. The prince was unaware that the calamity of the demonic sect in Qingzhou had been ongoing for 10,000 years. His Majesty, on a whim, had begun to investigate. But the more he investigated, the more things didn't add up. There might be collateral support behind this demonic sect, causing chaos among the people of Qingzhou. And it was further discovered that this collateral faction wanted to sacrifice the fortune of Qian to reach another world. His Majesty was furious and ordered us to quell the rebellion of this faction. Chapter 19. Jun Tianlin makes his move, and 3 Divine Palace Realm experts join forces to resist him. What? A betrayal from the collateral line? A sacrifice of national fortune? Or the previous emperor's doing? Jun Tianlin had heard about the Qingzhou demon sect. After all, it started over 10,000 years ago. However, at that time, few people paid attention, as a group of small fry below the celestial realm couldn't stir up much trouble. But due to Qingzhou's unique circumstances, divine consciousness could not penetrate, and previously, there had been those in the divine travel and divine appearance realms who had tried to investigate. Prince, let me finish, said Yi. It's mainly because of Qingzhou's uniqueness. There's a great formation here, and the magnetic field it generates obscures divine consciousness. Even Grand Marshal Xian Yi finds it difficult to probe inside, so we can only surround Qingzhou with heavy troops. Jun Tianlin frowned. He had indeed heard that Qingzhou obscured divine consciousness, but it was actually due to a great formation? Is what you say true? My divine palace's 8 realms cannot use divine consciousness to probe. Can a formation really achieve that? I know a little about formations. This formation covers the entire Qingzhou and requires extremely precious materials to build, as it is meant for sacrificing national fortune. The prince should know how strong the national fortune of Qian is. How simple could a formation that sacrifices national fortune be? Yin replied, unperturbed by Jun Tianlin's questions. On the contrary, the more Jun Tianlin asked, the happier he became, as it indicated Jun Tianlin was quite concerned about the matter. After hearing Yin Yi's words, Jun Tianlin actually believed about 70 to 80% of it. Qingzhou had been undetectable by divine consciousness for 30,000 years. He had thought it was due to some divine treasure nurturing within, but unexpectedly, this lineage had started laying plans 30,000 years ago. Yun King sneered. This lineage has some guts, daring to do such things right under my nose. But why doesn't Tianlin send someone from the ancestral land to deal with it? Well, let me handle it. This lineage even has a little fellow in the divine ability realm. Even if you were exceptionally talented, you shouldn't take such risks. Jun Tianlin looked at Xian Yi with some confusion. A genius like Xian, you should just cultivate step by step. This was a major realm, reaching above the celestial realm, let alone a major realm. Even a minor realm was a step into the heavens. Divine ability? I came here to resolve the matter of the formation and the demon sect, Xian Yi replied. Yi quickly added, that's right. As for the Lingguang lineage, His Majesty currently has no plans to call for help from the ancestral land. Perhaps the prince doesn't know, but His Majesty is now in the divine travel realm. He was quite furious upon hearing about the deeds of the demon sect and planned to personally behead everyone from the Lingguang lineage, placing their heads on Tianji Mountain as an apology for the Qingzhou people who had been harmed by the demon sect over the millennia. What? Divine travel? Jun Tianlin was truly stunned. An 18-year-old in the divine travel realm? This person can't be lying to him, right? Prince, His Majesty is indeed in the divine travel realm. However, Prince, I have a request. After all, the Lingguang lineage has someone in the divine ability realm, and no matter how talented His Majesty is, it would be difficult to break through to the divine ability realm in a short time. We did not know beforehand that the Lingguang lineage had a divine ability realm expert, as His Majesty has kept it a secret from the ancestral land. I hope the prince can take action to deal with that divine ability expert, so that His Majesty can resolve this matter as soon as possible and achieve clarity of mind. True, divine travel? Jun Tianlin was momentarily stunned, then looked at Yi with a fiery gaze. A mere divine ability realm? I will take down the Lingguang cave sky right now. Prince, wait. His Majesty wants to take action personally. After all, His Majesty is young. Don't worry, I won't wipe them all out, but I need to use them to draw out some rats. The Lingguang lineage doesn't have the capability to pull off such things. Jun Tianlin was in high spirits, an 18-year-old in the divine travel realm. He wasn't worried about Yi deceiving him. After all, using such a matter to deceive him would be courting death, right? No wonder the ancestral land thought Tianlin was progressing rapidly. Giving Tianlin some slack. Is an 18-year-old in the divine travel realm not fast enough? The two's momentum had already been retracted during the conversation. Finally, after discussing among the three, Jun Tianlin went to block the Lingguang cave sky. Yi broke the formation, and Xian Yi led the army to withdraw from Qingzhou. As for why they withdrew from Qingzhou, that was Jun Tianlin's request. The Lingguang lineage could not possibly have such capability, and there must be someone behind them. If a fight broke out, Qingzhou would not be safe. Roar! With a dragon's roar, dark clouds gathered over thousands of miles, and a 10,000-jong golden dragon appeared at the entrance of the Lingguang cave sky. This was Jun Tianlin's divine appearance. "Prince, what brings you here?" A voice came from within the cave sky, but no figure was seen. That person dare not come out, as staying in the cave was definitely safer than being outside. They could not guarantee whether the Qian royal family had sought the prince's help. Jun Tianlin was wary of the prince. How could they not be cautious? "What have you done? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" "I have come here to seek justice for the people of Qingzhou and to reclaim fairness." Jun Tianlin's figure appeared like a ghost, suddenly manifesting above the dragon's head, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze like a sword, seemingly able to pierce through one's soul. A terrifying pressure swept through the surroundings like a tidal wave, making people shudder. This time, not only Qingzhou, but even the entire Qian felt this terrifying pressure. Is it going to rain? This weather is really strange. Is it the unparalleled powerhouse emerging? Looking in that direction seems to be Qingzhou. What on earth is happening there? Evacuating the people and a powerhouse emerging? This aura belongs to the main lineage. I remember there seems to be no affiliated tribes in Qingzhou, only a collateral line, right? What did that collateral line do to make the main lineage take action? This pressure is at least from the Divine Palace Realm. Among the Divine Palace Realm princes outside, there are only a few. This dragon's might over thousands of miles is likely from Tianqing. I think I better not join in the fun, lest I get scolded by my ancestral uncle. I won't go either. I just broke through to the Divine Ability Realm. If I go, my ancestral uncle will scold me for not working hard enough. This pressure was only directed at the Lingguang cave sky. Others could sense it, but the impact was not significant, and ordinary people could discuss it freely. We do not know what the prince said. "Please, prince, withdraw your divine appearance." Ha ha ha. What a lack of knowledge. The Jun family has guarded this land for countless generations, yet you command the demon sect to kill at will. Going against the will of the Jun family, you deserve death. As Jun Tianlin's words fell, the giant dragon opened its mouth, and a beam of golden light shot directly into the Lingguang cave sky. Inside the cave sky, the three brothers looked at the approaching golden light, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. In the end, with no choice, they could only summon their own divine appearances to resist this attack. Three giant tigers shining with golden light flew out of the cave sky, the leading tiger even towering 5,000 zhong tall, while the other two were barely 1,000 zhong. The three giant tigers simultaneously unleashed hundreds of claws, facing Jun Tianlin, a powerhouse of the Divine Palace's 8th realm. The three did not dare to be careless, pouring their true energy out as if it were free. Unfortunately, the gap was like a chasm that could not be compensated for by mere numbers. Wherever the golden light of the dragon passed, all things fell silent. In a moment of collision between the two sides' attacks, the golden light pierced through like a sharp sword, directly charging towards the three giant tigers. Seeing this, the three giant tigers did not dare to use their attacks to consume energy, quickly employing defensive measures. 3 layers of giant shields appeared, but before the golden light, they were like tofu being sliced apart. "I gave you a chance, yet you were so useless?" Jun Tianlin looked at the three with disdain. The scene shifted, and the 3 giant tigers had already vanished, leaving 3 disheveled youths near the Lingguang cave sky. Cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came, and the leading youth's face turned as pale as paper, as if he were being suppressed by an invisible force. Even breathing had become somewhat difficult. Jun Tianlin's attack had a sealing effect. His divine appearance within was sealed, and even his true energy could not be summoned. His eyes, however, were fixed tightly on the figure in the sky, a presence as majestic as a reincarnated emperor, Jun Tianlin. "Your Highness, are you not afraid of being held responsible by the main lineage for acting so recklessly?" The young man, enduring his physical discomfort, slowly stood up. His voice trembled slightly, but the anger within him erupted like a volcano, unstoppable. Jun Tianlin stood atop the giant dragon, looking down at the young man from a high vantage point, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. In response to the young man's question, he smirked disdainfully, recklessly. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Even if someone in the ancestral land protects you, I will still kill without hesitation. Since Jun Qing heard Yin Yi's words, he had his suspicions that someone in the ancestral land was secretly aiding the Lingguang lineage. Otherwise, how could they not find the source of the countless deaths in Qingzhou over the millennia? Gaining access to the ancestral land is naturally not simple. But so what? The bottom line is that defying the Jun family is punishable by death. He would eventually drag that person out. What does it matter if they can enter the ancestral land? He, Jun Qing, could still cultivate to the 8th realm of the divine palace in the outer cave heavens. There are plenty of people in the ancestral land who are not as capable as him. What a tyrannical Tianqing king! A thunderous roar echoed, as if to shatter the heavens and the earth. Following that, a deafening dragon's roar sounded, like the tolling of a great bell. It resonated through the clouds. A colossal dragon, like a towering mountain, emerged, but while Jun Qing's dragon was dazzling gold, this one was pure white, resembling a war god clad in silver armor. On the dragon's head stood an old man dressed in the royal robes of the Great Qian, whose figure appeared small on the dragon's back, yet exuded an unparalleled majesty. Who could this be? Oh, it's King Yufeng, you old thing. Don't think that just because you've lived over 100,000 years longer than me, you can protect them. Seeing that the newcomer showed no sign of backing down, Jun Qing's golden dragon roared angrily at the white dragon. Hee, Tianqing king. Why are you causing a ruckus outside instead of diligently cultivating? Jun Feng gazed coldly at Jun Qing. Do I need you to teach me what to do? According to your title, you should bow to me. Since you've met me, why don't you pay your respects? Jun Qing was truly furious now. Someone actually dared to confront him. The terrifying pressure surged like raging waves around them. Marshal Xuanya, thank you. The 5th commander of the Shadow Guards expressed his gratitude to Xuanya. The 5th commander and hundreds of thousands of troops were all under Xuanya's protection as he extended a hand to shield them from the pressure. That terrifying force was beyond what they could endure, but thankfully, Marshal Xuanya was clever enough to send a clone to protect them. Xuanya stood in midair and nodded lightly. Withdraw from Qingzhou. Encircle the borders of Qingzhou. Yes. The 5th commander led over 700,000 troops to follow Xuanya's dark clone out of Qingzhou. Meanwhile, Xuanya's other clones were also leading their troops in retreat. His main body was assisting Yin Yi in breaking the formation. The scale of this formation was too large, and its level too high. If Yin Yi were to break it alone, he would run out of energy, and it would take a while. So, Xuanya had to help Yin Yi. Tianqing King's guess was correct. Someone was indeed trying to protect this lineage. Yin Yi's expression was serious. The situation here had already been reported to Jun Tianlin, who did not blame Yin Yi for bringing Jun Qing in without permission, but instead instructed them to resolve the matters with the demon sect and the formation first, without worrying about the exposure of the ancestral land's disappearance. Of course, there was no need to worry. Once the demon sect and the formation were dealt with, anyone who dared to make trouble would have to face the consequences. The Tianqing king truly possessed an extraordinary sense of righteousness. He was not at all timid. And he felt a bit emotional. Such people were rare. That person in the Divine Palace's 3rd realm was no match for the Tianqing king. Xuanya nodded. He also quite liked the Tianqing king's character. Haha, although that person is in the 3rd realm of the Divine Palace. The Tianqing king said that there are still people in the ancestral land acting as their umbrella. The Tianqing king dares to confront them without knowing about the ancestral land's disappearance. Even if I did not persuade him, he would still take action against this lineage. Just as the two were chatting while breaking the formation, the Lingguang cave heaven was still in a fierce confrontation. Tianqing king, I kindly advise you not to meddle. Do I need anyone to advise me on my actions? Yufeng king, what's the matter? Have you reached the end of your cultivation and are preparing to take a different path? Jun Feng looked at the eager Jun Qing, who was ready to fight, feeling somewhat speechless. Naturally, he did not dare to mention that the ancestral land had been teleported to another star domain. A few days ago, they received news that the ancestral land was fighting an Imperial clan in that star domain, and they had finally managed to catch their breath, only to find that the diligently cultivating Jun Qing had unexpectedly emerged. If Jun Qing found out that the ancestral land had disappeared, would he not kill all of them? Now, they could only rely on the name of the ancestral land to deceive Jun Qing. Tianqing king, this matter is not as simple as you think. Killing so many Qingzhou citizens. I care not for your reasons. With a dragon's roar, Juanqing's golden dragon swung its massive body and charged at Junfeng. Damn it, madman! Junfeng did not dare to be careless and helped the white dragon to defend against the golden dragon's attack. I am here. How dare you distract yourself? Do you look down on me? Junqing reached out, terrifying true energy gathering in his hand. True Dragon 9 styles, tear the sky. A terrifying attack rushed toward the top of the white dragon's head. Junfeng thought to himself that it was bad. This guy was going all out. Has he gone mad? 7 gods protecting the body. 7 phantoms shielded the head of the white dragon. However, Juanqing's attack instantly broke through 2 of the phantoms, and only the last one managed to stop it just in time. You do have some skill. Juanqing showed a look of disdain and prepared to continue attacking Junfeng. Junfeng could only abandon the white dragon and seriously face Juanqing's assault. Meanwhile, the 2 giant dragons were engaged in a fierce battle, their massive bodies continuously colliding, and the terrifying shock waves expanded relentlessly, tearing the earth apart. Xuanye protected Yi, ensuring he was not affected, while on the side of the Lingguang cave heaven, the young man, despite his injuries, dragged his 2 younger brothers back into the cave and had several divine travel realm experts protected. Juanqing's strength was indeed terrifying. Not long after the engagement began, Junfeng had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Tianqing King, do you know the crime of wantonly destroying the land of Great Qian? Tianqing King, stop. 2 more voices echoed, followed by 2 dragon roars. Eng! 2 more colossal dragons descended, 1 green and 1 black. Yu Zhao King, Yuqing King, you have such audacity. What should be done with your collusion with the traitors? Tianqing King, you are the one colluding with the traitors. Aren't you? You attacked Yufeng King without reason and wantonly destroyed the territory of Great Qian. What is your intention? Tianqing King, retreat now, and we can spare you for the sake of our past friendship. Haha, ridiculous. Although I do not know why you dare to be so bold. Since you have come, then all of you shall stay. TSK, the backing of the Lingguang lineage is quite substantial. Jun Tianlin had already stopped his cultivation. The commotion from the fight between Junqing and the others was so loud that not only the entire Great Qian felt it, but many surrounding forces also sensed this terrifying disturbance. Numerous forces began sending scouts to Great Qian to investigate. However, they did not expect that among the princes, there was such an upright figure with substantial strength. However, even with the combined assault of 3 experts in the Divine Palace realm, it was difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Ding! A voice echoed in his mind. Immediately, Jun Tianlin showed a faint smile. Good. This way I can also help this ancestral uncle. Chapter 20, Blood Spirit Pool. 9 Realms of the Divine Palace. The battle in Qingzhou intensifies, with terrifying aftershocks of combat. Congratulations to the host for solving the Qingzhou sacrificial array and receiving the rewards. Sacrificial Blood Pool, Blood Spirit Pool. 4. 8 million top-grade Spirit Stones. Dao Yuan Fruit, large, X5. Dao Spirit Fruit, large, X1. Note, by putting the main body's essence blood into the cultivation vessel of the Blood Spirit Pool, a clone can be replicated, inheriting all the main body's techniques and martial arts, along with the innate talent of a killing madman. The Blood Spirit Pool needs to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replicate the clone. The amount of energy determines the clone-S realm. Dao Yuan Fruit, large, increases cultivation speed by 15 times for 1 hour. Dao Spirit Fruit, large, significantly and permanently enhances root bone. Jun Tianlin smiled and then summoned a shadow guard, saying, move all the spirit stones from the Daqian National Treasury to the Gathering Spirit Mountain. Immediately, Jun Tianlin flashed to the Gathering Spirit Mountain and placed the Blood Spirit Pool deep within a mountain. The Blood Spirit Pool resembled a deep blood-red eye, 30 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep, as if it were the pupil of the earth, peering into the secrets of the world. The entire pool was engraved with dark red, mysterious patterns, like ancient totems, telling the story of the passage of time. In the center of the pool, a blood-red pillar rose high, like the spine of the earth, supporting this mysterious realm. At the top of the pillar was a circular vessel, resembling a brilliant ruby, emitting an enchanting glow. As soon as the Blood Spirit Pool appeared, it greedily devoured the surrounding spiritual energy like a hungry beast. In an instant, a layer of blood water less than a centimeter thick appeared in the pool, like a thin layer of blood mist permeating the air. Without hesitation, Jun Tianlin dripped his own blood into the vessel, as if infusing life force into this mysterious ritual. Subsequently, The blood water in the blood spirit pool surged like a torrent, quickly gathering towards the vessel. In the blink of an eye, Jun Tianlin's essence blood was tightly enveloped by the blood water, like a pearl being protected. Soon after, the essence blood began to expand continuously, as if nurturing a new life. During this process, it gradually took shape and eventually transformed into a humanoid figure, resembling Jun Tianlin's avatar. With a face like a crown of jade, identical to Jun Tianlin as if it were another self peeled from his soul. Is this already late stage of the 8th rank? Jun Tianlin smiled faintly, but still far from enough. He then casually set up an illusion here, making outsiders see only an unfathomable abyss, rendering any movements of the blood spirit pool invisible to anyone below the divine realm. Soon, a shadow guard rushed over, handing over a space ring. Your Majesty, there are 300 space rings inside, each containing 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Jun Tianlin took the space ring and took out another space ring from it. Let's try with 100,000 first. Without any reluctance, Jun Tianlin stuffed all 100,000 top-grade spirit stones into the blood spirit pool. With the illusion in place, he wasn't worried about the shadow guard discovering anything. As soon as the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones appeared, they instantly filled the entire blood spirit pool, and sensing the rich spiritual energy, the blood spirit pool seemed to awaken. It erupted with a terrifying attraction, swallowing the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones like a whale devouring the sea, and within moments, the stones transformed into a large amount of blood water. The moment the blood water appeared, it surged towards the vessel in the center, and the clone began to grow stronger continuously. Early stage of the 7th rank, mid-stage of the 7th rank, late stage of the 7th rank, perfected 7th rank, early stage of the 6th rank, mid-stage of the 6th rank, late stage of the 6th rank, perfected 6th rank, early stage of the 5th rank, early stage of the 4th rank, early stage of the 3rd rank, early stage of the 2nd rank, early stage of the 1st rank, mid-stage of the 1st rank. Soon, the blood water, transformed from the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, was completely devoured by the clone, reaching the mid-stage of the 1st rank of the Great Master of Heaven and Earth. Not enough, still not enough. Jun Tianlin stuffed in another 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and ultimately the clone stayed at the perfected 1st rank of the Great Master of Heaven and Earth. Jun Tianlin continued to stuff more, and finally broke through to the celestial human realm. TSK, is it that costly in spirit stones? Jun Tianlin waved his hand, releasing all the remaining 297 space ring spirit stones. Nearly 30 million top-grade spirit stones instantly piled up into a mountain, and this was truly a mountain. Not a small hill, but a large mountain. The blood spirit pool, sensing this rich spiritual energy, summoned up a blood-colored mist, transforming into a giant mouth that began to continuously swallow the spirit stones. Continue. Not enough, still not enough. Yes, I'll go get more. The shadow guard, although confused about why Jun Tianlin was throwing things into this deep pit, did not dare to disobey his orders and hurriedly ran off to fetch more spirit stones. It took the blood spirit pool a few minutes to consume 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, the clone's realm skyrocketed from the celestial human realm to the 9th realm of divine appearance. Wow, this is really costly. Jun Tianlin shook his head, but it was worth it. This clone inherited all of Jun Tianlin's techniques and martial arts, which meant it also inherited his physique and true energy that far surpassed others of the same realm. Soon, the Shadow Guard brought back 7 more space rings, each containing 300 space rings, and each of those containing 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Jun Tianlin waved his hand and released all of them. Let me see what abilities you have. After the clone devoured another 20 million top-grade spirit stones, it finally broke through to the realm of divine abilities. Suddenly, a giant blood-colored shadow descended from the sky. As soon as Jun Tianlin saw this blood-colored giant shadow, 2 pieces of information appeared in his mind. Divine ability. Blood Ancestor devours heaven, devours all surrounding energy, gathering itself to release the light of the Blood Ancestor. Divine appearance of the Blood Ancestor's gaze. The eyes of the Blood Ancestor descend upon the divine appearance, and wherever its gaze falls, it devours the life force of all things. Not bad, not bad. By the time Jun Tianlin digested this information, the clone had already finished consuming the top-grade spirit stones. Its realm had also reached the 9th realm of divine abilities. Continue. In total, Jun Tianlin spent about 5 billion top-grade spirit stones to elevate the clone to the 9th realm of the Divine Palace. Among them, the journey from the 1st realm of the Divine Palace to the 9th realm consumed over 4 billion top-grade spirit stones. This number is terrifying. Jun Tianlin could already foresee how massive the number would need to be to elevate the clone to the creation realm. However, it wasn't necessary. The 9th realm of the Divine Palace was already the combat power sealing outside the ancestral land. He had heard the 3rd-generation emperor speak of the creation realm. This hurdle was like the difference between a mudworm and a divine dragon. So one could imagine how many top-grade spirit stones would be needed to elevate the clone to that level. Alright, let's stop here for now. After sending the shadow guard away, Jun Tianlin opened the vessel, and the clone also opened its eyes. A terrifying aura swept through the entire Feng Tian city like a surging tide. This aura pressed down like Mount Tai on an egg, making it hard for people to breathe, as if the entire city was being tightly oppressed by an invisible force. People looked up in fear, gazing at the sky, where a blood-red mist enveloped the city, blocking out the sun. Within this mist, a huge figure could vaguely be seen, resembling a blood-colored mountain, towering high. Wow! So big, someone said with a trembling voice, their face filled with fear. This is Feng Tian City. What kind of existence is this, so bold as to offend Dakian? Another person shouted angrily, their voice revealing apprehension towards this terrifying power. Such a terrifying aura. Fortunately, it is not targeting us. Someone else muttered, secretly relieved. In an instant, the people in Feng Tian City were in an uproar, with various emotions of fear, curiosity, and anger intertwining. However, in the face of such a terrifying existence, they seemed to have no choice but to discuss and pray. Alright, let's tone down the momentum. The clone nodded, retracting its aura, and instantly, the blood-red clouds hovering over the city of Feng Tian dissipated completely. Looking at the clone that resembled him exactly, Jun Tianlin felt as if he were looking in a mirror. However, the clone's imperial robe was blood-red, and Jun Tianlin had given it a red mask, making its hair white. After doing all this, Jun Tianlin was satisfied and said, "Go to Qingzhou and help King Tianqing." The clone nodded, okay. The clone transformed into a blood shadow and vanished in an instant. After the clone left, Jun Tianlin dripped a drop of his essence blood into a vessel, then summoned the shadow guards and instructed, continue sending spirit stones here. The same quantity as before. After giving the orders, Jun Tianlin returned to the Imperial Palace, practicing while observing the situation in Qingzhou. Qingzhou. After Yin Yi and Xian Yi broke through the formation, Jun Feng, Jun Cheng, and Jun Zhao all looked toward the land of Qingzhou in unison. Jun Qing seemed to sense something as he gazed over, seeing a huge purple halo spreading outward from Yin Yi at the center. The halo did not destroy anything, except for the formation. The main formations, subformations, central formations, and connecting formations of the sacrificial array all collapsed and lost their effectiveness. What? Jun Feng looked at this scene in terror. Jun Cheng and Jun Zhao also stared in disbelief at what was happening. Jun Qing looked at the three with their incredulous expressions and sneered. What are you all looking like this for? You're all hundreds of thousands of years old, yet still acting inappropriately. King Tianqing, do not be impudent. We are your elders. My Jun family respects strength over age, and moreover, why do you, a few who bear the title of Jade, not bow to me? Are you disregarding the etiquette of the Qian? King Tianqing, you have gone too far. We will remember today's events, and in the future, The future? You still want a future? Does my word need to be repeated? Jun Qing's expression grew increasingly fierce, looking at the three as if he were looking at dead men. Defying the will of the Jun family can be executed. Do you really want to make this so absolute today? Absolute? Huh. It is you fools who jumped out one by one. I don't know whether to call you brave or foolish. My Jun family has existed for too long, and yet such fools have appeared. It seems life has been too good. Regardless, today I will eradicate you traitors here. Divine form, divine ability, dragon roars 9 heavens. Accompanying Jun Qing's roar, the majestic golden dragon surged in power, at this moment resembling an enraged king wanting to annihilate the ants before him. This furious king let out a high-pitched dragon roar. Aang! The sound was deafening, as if it would break through the clouds. The already shining scales of the golden dragon sparkled even more brilliantly, like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly obliterating the miles of dark clouds. Dragon roars 9 heavens, like a golden sun, radiating endless brilliance, breaking through all illusions. The golden light carried a terrifying sealing power. Damn! This guy is really intent on killing. Divine form, divine ability, white jade divine light. White jade divine light. Like a holy snow. Everything it envelopes instantly transforms into crystal clear jade. Everyone attack together. Divine form, divine ability, spring revival, withered wood. Spring revival, withered wood. Like a life-saving straw. It can bring someone back from the gates of hell, but can also be like a merciless hand, sending someone down to the abyss. This madman is really troublesome. Divine form, divine ability, annihilation, divine light. Annihilation, divine light. A terrifying divine light carrying destructive power, possessing extreme destructive capability, able to penetrate all obstacles. Let's go. Qian Yi and Yin Yi wisely distanced themselves from the battlefield's range. Many in Qian had already been observing the situation in Qingzhou. Those few have gone mad? What on earth happened? This doesn't look like a simple spar. The strength of the princes is indeed terrifying, even hundreds of thousands of miles away. They can feel this terrifying battle. Those two have actually broken through to the Divine Palace realm. But why is King Tianqing fighting with these three? Should we go take a look? After all, things have escalated so much, we should at least try to persuade them. Let's go. We hope King Tianqing doesn't disperse those old bones. A bit of persuasion would be good. In an instant, many powerful beings from the Qian were rushing towards Qingzhou. The fifth commander of the Shadow Guards at the Qingzhou border felt increasingly anxious as more and more powerful beings approached Qingzhou. They tried their best to conceal it, but were still discovered. With more and more powerful beings approaching, if the Ancestral Land doesn't send someone to resolve this matter, it would likely be exposed soon. What to do? Fifth brother? What should we do now? The eighth commander of the Shadow Guards was also somewhat anxious. Ding ding. All commanders continue to withdraw and simultaneously evacuate the surrounding border citizens. The matter in Qingzhou is under His Majesty's control, so there is no need to worry. At this moment, all the Shadow Guard commanders received Yin Yi's voice through their communication tokens. Just now, Jun Tianlin sent a message letting Yin Yi know not to worry. He would send a powerful being to resolve the issue in Qingzhou shortly. Yin Yi naturally trusted Jun Tianlin's words completely. So, he quickly relayed the message to the Shadow Guard commanders. He was concerned that the battle situation might escalate again. After all, Jun Qing and the others had just been using divine forms for combat, and the aftermath had already affected thousands of miles. Now that they were using divine form abilities, the entire Qingzhou was within the range of their battle. If they used divine palace combat, Yin Yi feared that several surrounding states would be obliterated by these people. Powerful beings from all sides continued to enter Qingzhou, but soon, those in the divine travel realm began to flee. Good heavens, they've even used divine form abilities. Run fast, a side-related being in the divine travel realm shouted while running, causing the surrounding powerful beings to panic and follow him in flight. This is outrageous. I just arrived and was struck by a ray of white light. A prince in the divine travel realm rushed out of Qingzhou, clutching his arm, turned to white jade. I'm knocking, don't touch that wooden vine. Just touching it made me feel like I was going to dissipate. A patriarch of subsidiary clan in the divine travel realm fled frantically with a pale face. Help me. I was struck by a golden light. My true energy is sealed. I'm going to die. That black light is going to hit me. Save me. The one shouting for help was a side-related being in the divine form realm. Upon seeing the golden light, he immediately used his divine form to resist. Otherwise, he would have been shattered by the golden light long ago. Fortunately, a divine form being who recognized him acted in time, preventing him from being hit by the annihilation divine light. These powerful beings had entered so easily, yet their escape was so chaotic. Some divine form beings tried to probe deeper, relying on their divine forms, but after being struck by Jun Qing's golden light, they immediately became obedient, loudly calling for help. This was just the aftermath that had put these divine travel and divine form realm powerhouses in such a predicament. They dared not imagine how terrifying the center of the battle was. The Qingzhou army retreated while watching these powerful beings howl, unable to contain their laughter. Even the usually aloof Shadow Guard commanders couldn't help but chuckle. Just moments ago, these powerful beings had come to join the excitement, spirited and soaring through the air to show off their prowess. Now, the stark contrast provided quite a spectacle, easing the tense spirits of the soldiers over the past few days. He, who told you not to practice properly. Now you're in such a mess. The speaker was a young man in royal robes. I arrived just in time to see a good show. Today's trip wasn't in vain. Oh, third brother? Why are you here too? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by our ancestor for not practicing diligently? Another young man in royal robes teased. Fourth brother, are you itching for trouble? All right, Let us go. Our ancestor has even used divine form abilities. The voice belonged to a young man dressed in royal robes. The three of them were Tianjin Wang Juanjin, Tianke Wang Junke, and Tianshu Wang Jiangsu. All of them had reached the level of divine power and were highly regarded by Junqing as promising juniors. Their appearance prompted many to start paying their respects. The Earth Spirit lineages Chun Sun had seen Tianjin Wang, Tianke Wang, Tianshu Wang. The Yulong clan's Yulong Li had seen Tianjin Wang, Tianke Wang, Tianshu Wang. The Fenghua lineages Yin Yi had seen Tianjin Wang, Tianke Wang, Tianshu Wang. All right, no need for formalities. I'll take my leave first. Junjin flew away. No need for formalities. I'll show you battle videos later. By the way, they're SAF. Junke also cheerfully ran into the battle zone. No need for formalities. After saying this, Jiangsu left. Among them, the three had the highest cultivation levels. As for the other old monsters, they were in seclusion. Not everyone had the luxury of free time. My heavens, I hope I don't get hit by my granduncle's golden light. Junke looked nervously at the golden light striking nearby. This golden light from my granduncle has become increasingly terrifying. Jianjin nodded in agreement. That golden light was too frightening. Jiangsu also silently nodded. The three were still several thousand miles away from the battle site, but the golden light here was already a threat to them. In fact, none of them could withstand the four divine power manifestations. However, they primarily had to guard against Jianqing's divine power, as the range of Jianqing's golden light was simply too vast. Even though they couldn't see how the battle was progressing due to the divine power, they could still discern the situation based on this divine power. After all, Jianqing's dragon radiance, 9 heavens nearly overshadowed half the sky, while the other 3 divine powers could only occupy a corner beneath his golden light. The 3 could only cautiously approach. The closer they got, the more terrifying the aftermath became. By the time they were 700 miles away, the battle's residual energy was already deadly to them. Chapter 21. The clone of Jun Tianlin strikes, far beyond the strength of the Divine Palace Realm. The 3 of them were somewhat intimidated at this moment. These divine abilities were truly terrifying. Even though they had reached the divine ability realm, the divine manifestations they invoked were not even comparable to a hair of these few. King Tianqing, we have repeatedly given way. Do not take it too far. King Tianqing, continuing to fight will benefit no one. Stand down. King Tianqing, if you halt now, can't we all live in peace? Jun Feng and the others were genuinely scared. They really couldn't win. The gap was too great. A few idiots? Shut up. Listening to you is an insult to my ears. How did my Jun family end up raising such brainless wastes? Hearing the 4's angry roars, Jun Jun, Jun Ke, and Jun Su were somewhat dumbfounded. They had long heard that this King Yufeng wasn't very bright, and seeing it today was not disappointing at all. Jun Jun was somewhat speechless. Their granduncle was clearly overpowering these people, yet they were still being stubborn. Third brother, this King Yufeng is at least an elder. It's not appropriate to say it out loud, Jun Su advised. Oh, little Su, are you suggesting we can talk about it privately? You really can't judge a person by their appearance. I underestimated you in the past. Fourth brother, Jun Ke joked. Jun Su was speechless, about to speak when a golden light swiftly approached, and his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw Jun Ke being struck by the golden light. In an instant, Jun Ke was sent flying dozens of miles away. Fourth brother. The two hurried to Jun Ke's side, discovering he was unscathed, but Jun Ke was stunned. Looking at the shattered jade pendant on his chest with tears in his eyes. My treasure, it's broken. All right, let us withdraw. This place is not something we can approach. Yeah, there's no need to persuade anymore. Jun Ke, who was still feeling like crying, immediately joked upon hearing Jun Su's words. Little Su, do you think those idiots are beyond saving? Stop being sarcastic. Next time you want tea, have a treasure to save you. The 3 retreated 1,000 miles away. At this moment, in the headquarters of the demon sect, Master, are you okay? An old man in a white robe with one arm looked at the ruins before him and shouted. Not long ago, a black divine light had fallen on the lake above their headquarters, instantly piercing through it and turning their headquarters into ruins. 90% of the people died under the black divine light, and this old man, along with some high-ranking members of the demon sect, survived by luck. But he had lost one arm. He hurried to the Master's palace shouting, followed by a group of injured high-ranking members who also began to shout. Looking at the lake water that seemed to keep seeping in, he gritted his teeth, disregarded his injuries, and forcibly activated his divine sense to probe the ruins. Cough, cough, cough. A sudden coughing sound came from beneath the ruins, followed by a weak voice saying, Seventh Elder, I have only broken my legs. Is everyone else all right? Master, the one-armed old man and the high-ranking members hurried to dig, and soon they unearthed Shuiyu, but at this moment his legs were broken, and his white robe was covered in dust, looking very disheveled. Fortunately, they were not directly hit by the black divine light, just affected by the explosion's aftermath. But even that was almost enough to wipe out this group of high-ranking members. Is it just you left? Yes, Master, we should escape. If another attack falls here, we'll all perish. Escape? Cough, cough. The entire Qingzhou is now very dangerous, and besides, we are all injured. We have almost no chance of survival if we go out. We should head to the underground cave and hope there isn't a second attack here. Yes. 11th Elder. I'll go with you to get the elixirs. The others will take the Master to the underground cave. I underestimated you all. To be able to persist under my divine manifestation for so long. Jun Qing said this, yet the contempt in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Then, his true energy surged. Divine ability, burning sun, scorching heaven. Burning sun, scorching heaven. Summoning the blazing sun to incinerate everything in the world. The void shattered. A terrifying, blazing sun with a diameter of over 100 meters descended from the void, and within the blazing sun, it seemed a divine bird was soaring. The terrifying temperature caused the most peripheral areas of Qingzhou to rise by several hundred degrees, while the core reached over 1,000,000 degrees. The terrifying heat instantly engulfed Qingzhou. The earth dried up, all vegetation turned to ashes, rivers evaporated in an instant, and countless beings were reduced to ashes. If this were a lower-level world, it would probably collapse. Crazy. You will destroy Qingzhou like this. Run. Our granduncle has used this move. Those few will definitely use the Divine Palace. Let us go. Qingzhou is no longer safe. If we get pulled into the Divine Palace, we will really be done for, and it will have been a wasted trip. What do you mean wasted trip? My treasure didn't work? I must have my granduncle compensate me. You go tell granduncle. Seeing Jun Qing use his top-tier divine ability again, the three exchanged glances and prepared to summon the Divine Palace in response. White Jade Divine Palace. Desolate Divine Palace. Abyssal Divine Palace. With these three shouts, three massive palaces suddenly appeared before people like towering mountains. These three palaces exuded a magnificent aura, each radiating a heart-pounding presence. They stood like ancient beasts, silently telling the tales of time and endless mysteries. The White Jade Divine Palace was entirely pure white like jade, crystal clear, resembling a fine piece of art. Its walls were engraved with exquisite patterns and mysterious runes, emitting a faint white light, giving a sense of holiness and solemnity. The desolate Divine Palace, on the other hand, was completely the opposite, presenting a scene of desolation and decay. Its walls were covered with cracks and signs of decay, as if it had endured countless years of baptism. The Abyssal Divine Palace was the most mysterious of the three. Its overall color was deep black, as if it had risen from an endless abyss. The surface of the palace was shrouded in a faint black mist, making it impossible to see its true form, only feeling the endless darkness and terror it contained. In an instant, the divine lights of the three palaces shot out like three dazzling bolts of lightning, piercing the sky. Their radiance intertwined, forming a brilliant and colorful light net that enveloped the entire sky. The three divine palaces continually approached Jun Qing. The divine palace was not merely as simple as these palaces. Each divine palace possessed its own domain. Once pulled into the domain of the divine palace, you better have a divine palace or stronger means, or else death awaits you. Moreover, it was best not to use spatial power within the domain of the divine palace. The space here is not in the same world as the space outside the domain. If you're not careful, you might be exiled to the void. At this moment, Jun Qing was simultaneously covered by the domains of the three palaces. The golden dragon beneath him tried to minimize the influence of the domains. But enduring the domains of the three divine palaces, even the golden dragon couldn't help but emit a mournful dragon roar. Aya! The domains of the three royal divine palaces spread like a plague. In a moment, the Qingzhou that had been burned by Jun Qing to a hellish state was swallowed by their domains. One area of land was as pure and flawless as mutton fat jade. Another area was desolate and bleak like a barren land, while the last was shrouded in a thick layer of ink-like black mist. Seeing this, Jun Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. With your meager abilities, let us see how I will smash your divine palaces to pieces today. After saying this, Jun Qing intended to mobilize the divine palace within him. However, at that moment, a giant blood-red hand, seemingly falling from the vast starry sky, descended. Jun Ke, and Jun Su fled frantically. They had already run away when Jun Qing released the burning sun, scorching heaven. They dared not be pulled into the realm of the divine palace. This was no joke. Outside of Qingzhou, Xianyi turned back indifferently, his expression grave. He sensed a force capable of taking his life approaching at a terrifying speed. "What's wrong, General Xianyi?" He asked, confused. "The battle has escalated again. It must be the divine palace that has appeared." "What?" Ini frowned, then looked heavily at Xianyi. "What should we do?" Xianyi shook his head. "I can only use my spatial power to teleport away a portion of the people. The speed is too fast. And there are armies at the borders of Qingzhou. Many places simply cannot be taken care of. If we resist, I won't be able to withstand it either." He nodded slightly, then chuckled lightly. "Then let me handle it." "I." Before Yi could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura openly spread throughout the entire Deqian. Both Yi and Xianyi looked towards Qingzhou. Yun Xin, Yun Qi. And Jun Su also suddenly turned back to look at Qingzhou. This aura, a powerful being from the creation realm, has come? Has the ancestral land sent someone to resolve this? Aside from the royal ascension ceremony, this is the second time I've seen a creation realm powerhouse. Not only that, but many affiliated tribes, side branches, and old monsters in the prince's cave who were in seclusion were also abruptly awakened. Al-Qadizishun Realm Powerhouse. Is another prince of the Tian character generation going to be enshrined? It seems we must pay a visit. Jun Qing looked in terror at the colossal hand of the heavens descending from the starry sky. The terrifying pressure rendered him unable to mobilize any of his true energy. Furthermore, the domains of the three princes' divine palaces instantly stopped expanding when this giant hand appeared. This giant hand did not target anyone specifically. Its goal was the four involved in the battle in Qingzhou. What is that? Shouldn't there be no one in the ancestral land? Damn it. How can there still be a creation realm powerhouse in the outside world? Spare me. Ancestor, spare me. We were all forced into this. The three princes thought the ancestral land had returned and sent a creation realm powerhouse to resolve the situation here. Soon, the divine palaces of the three princes, which were as massive as mountains, were held in the grasp of this colossal hand of the heavens. Boom! The divine palaces of the three princes were crushed like tofu by the colossal hand. The three princes simultaneously let out horrifying screams, their figures plummeting like kites with severed strings. Their divine beings quickly caught them, then all looked at the giant hand with vigilant eyes. After the colossal hand crushed the divine palaces of the three princes, the terrifying pressure disappeared, and Jun Qing regained his ability to move. Seeing that the colossal hand did not continue to attack him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly cupped his hands. Which ancestor has descended? Jun Qing thanks you here. But no one responded to him. The colossal hand was slowly dissipating. Jun Qing was somewhat unclear about the situation. Did this ancestor strike and then leave? Was he to take these rebels to the ancestral land to plead for mercy? But before he could think it through, the skies suddenly changed, and blood clouds gathered for tens of thousands of miles. The terrifying pressure surged again. Within Deqian, everyone felt this pressure, whether they were warriors or ordinary people, and a phrase appeared in their minds. Those who defy the imperial decree shall be punished. In an instant, the people of Deqian knelt in the direction of Fengtian City. The phrase also appeared in Jun Qing's mind. He looked towards Fengtian City, which was only 3 states away from Qingzhou, approximately 200,000 miles apart. Theoretically, he should not be able to see Fengtian City, as it exceeded the range of his divine sense. However, he seemed to perceive that a supreme emperor was watching from 200,000 miles away. The three princes quickly regained consciousness and were astonished to find that their realm had plummeted from the divine palace realm directly to the 9th level of the divine ability realm. This sudden change terrified them, especially when they realized there was someone around them eyeing them like a tiger, wanting to eliminate them, which sent them into a panic. Jun Qing naturally noticed these three princes who had just regained consciousness. He quickly snapped back to reality from his initial shock. His gaze icy as he stared at the three. He formed seals with his hands, preparing to unleash his martial skills to completely incapacitate these three. However, just as Jun Qing was about to launch his martial skills, an astonishing scene occurred. The three originally imposing towering dragons began to tremble uneasily as if they had seen something terrifying. Jun Qing looked on in astonishment, only to see a pair of gigantic blood-red eyes appearing out of thin air. These blood-red eyes resembled 2 crimson suns, emitting a horrifying aura that made one's heart race. In front of these blood-red eyes, the 3 towering dragons appeared so small, as if they were merely 3 insignificant ants. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent surged like a tidal wave, rendering the 3 dragons motionless as if hit by a paralysis spell. Jun Qing was also shaken by this overwhelming killing intent. His movements abruptly halted, his face filled with disbelief. Then, something even more shocking happened. Between those enormous blood-red eyes, a blood-colored vortex slowly emerged. Although this blood-colored vortex seemed insignificant next to the enormous blood-red eyes, the aura emanating from it sent chills down the spines of Jun Qing and the other 3, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. A tall man with white hair and a mask slowly stepped out of the vortex. He was actually wearing the imperial robe of the Jun family, but the Jun family's imperial robe was black and gold, while this man's was crimson gold. The terrifying aura and the attire of the Jun family made the 4 think it was some ancestor who had arrived. But before they could bow in respect, the man coldly spoke. "Gentlemen, His Majesty has decreed, inviting you to the Feng Tian Hall. Please follow me." The man's voice was like that of a blood hell Azura, carrying an undeniable dominance. Jun Qing frowned. After the Jun family emperor returned to the ancestral land, he could no longer be referred to as Your Majesty. Yet this person said it was His Majesty inviting them to the Feng Tian Hall. Feng Tian Hall? ISNT Feng Tian Hall in the Feng Tian City Palace? Jun Qing suddenly recalled the supreme emperor he sensed earlier in the direction of Feng Tian City. The 3 princes showed fear. They had no time to think much, still believing the man was sent by the ancestral land. Seeing that Jun Qing and the other 3 princes were silent and made no moves, the man seemed a bit impatient, his cold gaze from behind the mask growing colder. At the same time, the pair of gigantic blood-red eyes behind him also fixed their icy gaze on the 4. The 3 princes were terrified, while Jun Qing cupped his hands and said, "Tianqing Wang Jun Qing," accepting the decree. The 3 princes, although not particularly bright, had grown up in the royal family and quickly cupped their hands. Yufeng Wang Jun Feng, accepting the decree. Yu Zhao Wang Jun Zhao, accepting the decree. Yuchen Wang Jun Sheng, accepting the decree. Chapter 22. The Clones of the 3 Divine Palaces and 9 Realms. Who dares to say second to Jun Tianlin? "General Xianyi, is this the end?" He asked in confusion. His current strength was low, and he was unclear about what had happened in Qingzhou. Xianyi nodded. "The Divine Palace domain has disappeared." At this moment, a voice came from the transmission, tokens in everyone's hands. "The matters in Qingzhou are resolved. The demon sect has been destroyed, the formations have been removed, and all military achievements will be recorded. Rewards will be given in 3 days. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The shadow guards in various locations responded simultaneously. And Xianyi exchanged a glance, both relieved. Others might not know, but they were aware of how dangerous things had just been. If the Divine Palace domain had affected them, it would have truly been life-threatening. As for the demon sect, they had already been evaporated by Jun Qing's radiant sun that scorched the world. Jun Qing's move had directly annihilated all living beings in Qingzhou, but fortunately, the citizens of Qingzhou had evacuated long ago. Moreover, the Lingguang Cave Heaven had already been sealed off. Several with the Divine Travel Realm could not withstand Jun Qing's divine abilities. Therefore, they could only seal off the Cave Heaven to survive. Thus, before the clone left, it conveniently took a piece of the Cave Heaven with it. In the Hall of Divine Mandate, Jun Tianlin sat high on the imperial throne in a black and gold imperial robe, with a clone dressed in a blood-red imperial robe standing beside him. This was the second clone created by Jun Tianlin through the Shadow Guards, also at the Divine Palace 9 Realms level. The third clone was about to emerge as well. Jun Tianlin planned to have the third clone guard the Blood Spirit Pool, while the first and second clones would serve as Imperial Guards by his side. 150 billion top-grade Spirit Stones is a massive number, but for the Qian, it is still insignificant. It's just that the remaining Shadow Guards in the palace cannot be moved over. The Qian collects nearly tens of billions of top-grade Spirit Stones in tribute every year. In the lands of all nations, the Beast Mountains, the Yellow Powder Desert, and the countless tribes of the Northern Plains contribute 1% of their Spirit Stones. However, the affiliated tribes and collateral lines are different. Each affiliated tribe contributes at least several million top-grade Spirit Stones, while collateral lines contribute in the hundreds of millions. The ancestral land helping them build the Cave Heaven is not for free. They must contribute 90% of the Spirit Stones produced by their Cave Heaven each year. The Cave Heaven is originally a small space condensed by the Divine Palace Realm, and then the ancestral land sends people to build the Star Transformation Spirit Array for them. This array captures the power of the stars and transforms it into spiritual energy. The affiliated tribes and collateral lines that possess cave heavens are still quite wealthy, and even after contributing, the remaining 10% is enough for them to squander. This array requires continuous activation. The Jun family is essentially looking for some laborers. As for those who do not contribute or have not contributed, such cases are rare among the collateral lines, except for the Shadow Concealment clan. There is not even a single person at the creation realm. The affiliated tribes are even more so. They do not have a single Divine Palace realm member and do not dare to disobey. The authority of the ancestral land is ingrained in their bones. The princes do not need to contribute, as they're also part of the main line and naturally do not have to. The treasury of the Qian, after so many years of accumulation, is naturally quite abundant, but it is unknown which emperor, during their reign, built a massive underground base. The base is vast, equivalent to 1/10 of a state. Jun Tianlin could only say that being wealthy really allows for caprice. Originally, a normal treasury would suffice to hold the spatial rings. But spatial rings would cause the spiritual energy of the spirit stones to dissipate. So that emperor insisted on building a treasury that would not allow spiritual energy to dissipate. According to records, the construction cost of this treasury required more than 300 billion top-grade spirit stones, while the labor was quite cheap, costing less than 100 million top-grade spirit stones to complete. Most of the labor used ordinary people, so it was very cheap, but it caused the project to last for hundreds of years. The Luo Emperor's engineering department and the Qintian division were both involved. The Luo Emperor's engineering department provided the excavation equipment, while the Qintian division provided the array blueprints, and the subsequent renovations were completed by both of them simultaneously. This renovation was not simple. Nearly 300 billion top-grade spirit stones were used on it, as they could not allow spiritual energy to dissipate. The materials they chose, as well as the arrays, even led to the research of several special inscriptions, which were very costly. Originally, most of the shadow guards had gone to Qingzhou, and those who could be commanded by Jun Tianlin were at least at the master level. Now, those dozens of second and third grade shadow guards were frantically filling spatial rings with spirit stones. Using spatial rings requires consuming true energy. 150 billion top-grade spirit stones stacked outside could pile up into a giant mountain 1,000 meters high. One can imagine the workload of those shadow guards. Therefore, Jun Tianlin does not currently plan to elevate these 3 clones to the creation realm. Once the matters in Qingzhou are resolved and manpower is sufficient, he will gradually work on it. 3 Divine Palace 9 realms. Who dares to say second? Jun Qing and the others were quickly brought back to the Hall of Divine Mandate by the clones. Jun Qing looked at the familiar, yet strange Hall of Divine Mandate, feeling a surge of emotions. The other 3 princes were confused. These 3 had jumped out to stop Jun Qing purely because the Lingguang lineage was to be destroyed by him. The Lingguang lineage was pushed out by them to calm Jun Tianlin's anger in the future. They intended to sacrifice the national fortune of Qingzhou to open a passage to another world. They had already selected a medium. Once they went to that world, they even hoped to advance to the creation realm. They did not dare to be blatant, so even when Jun Tianlin evacuated the citizens of Qingzhou, they did not stop him, because according to their estimates, the plan would succeed soon. However, unexpectedly, after 2 or 3 days, the national fortune was still not successfully sacrificed. Without the successful sacrifice of national fortune, the Lingguang lineage could not be destroyed. They all knew about the disappearance of the ancestral land. After all, the disappearance of the ancestral land was due to a prince opening the cross-domain array of the ancestral land. That prince was in cahoots with them. And now the Divine Palace 9 realms were also looking for a breakthrough opportunity. They were aware of Jun Tianlin ascending to the throne. They were not like Jun Qing, who had to cultivate painstakingly. They understood better than Jun Qing the importance of Jun Tianlin to the Jun family. They did not dare to touch Jun Tianlin. Once they did, the ancestral land would seek them out at all costs, which would be tantamount to seeking their own death. Therefore, they pushed all the blame onto the Lingguang lineage, waiting for Jun Tianlin to grow stronger, and when the time comes, they would seek out the Lingguang lineage. However, they never expected that Jun Qing would suddenly emerge from seclusion and jump out to destroy the Lingguang lineage, nor did they expect that the sacrificial array would be broken. They also did not expect that there were powerful beings in the creation realm outside. In fact, they did not expect that the Lingguang lineage had lost the medium, which led to the sacrificial array being unable to open for a long time. The sacrificial array, which should have been opened long ago. was not activated because the medium of the Lingguang lineage had been stolen, and that person who stole the medium also informed Jun Tianlin's father of the Lingguang lineage's actions. Jun Tianlin's father was also unfortunate. He had just entered the ancestral land and could not return. The Lingguang lineage did not dare to inform the princes and could only find various excuses to delay. In front of the Hall of Divine Mandate, the clone coldly glanced at them and said, "Go in." Jun Qing was unafraid. After all, he had done nothing wrong, so what was there to fear? The other three princes were somewhat anxious. If Jun Qing exposed everything, would they not be subjected to 1,000 cuts? Jun Qing saw the panic in their eyes, snorted coldly, and walked into the grand hall. The hall was magnificent and extremely large. The distance from the entrance to Jun Tianlin's imperial seat was over 1,000 meters. However, for someone who had reached Jun Qing's profound realm, this distance of 1,000 meters was practically non-existent. His gaze was like a torch, piercing through the long distance and accurately landing on the high imperial seat. Jun Tianlin sat there, tall and imposing, like an unshakable mountain. His appearance was extraordinarily handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Beneath his high nose, his lips slightly curled up, revealing an innate majesty and confidence, especially the strong imperial aura between his brows, which shone like the morning sun in the mist, radiating brilliance that evoked awe and submission. The other three princes also entered the great hall and immediately spotted Jun Tianlin. This strong imperial aura made their gazes involuntarily flicker. Once, their father had been the same. Merely sitting there, he was as towering as a mountain, bringing them immense pressure. It was a kind of majesty that was indescribable, as if any slight dissatisfaction from their father would lead them to disaster. "Are you all just standing there waiting for His Majesty to call you?" Suddenly, the clone beside Jun Tianlin let out a cold shout, its voice sharp and icy like the clash of cold iron. This cold shout erupted like thunder in the ears of the four, causing them to shiver, amplifying their fear several times over. A terrifying killing intent reappeared, surrounding the four like a blood-colored whirlwind. This killing intent felt tangible, making it hard to breathe, as if it would swallow them whole in the next moment. The four were horrified to realize that when had this powerful figure moved from beside them, they hadn't felt a thing. Is this the strength of a being at the transformation realm? Just as the four were filled with confusion and fear, the clone behind them snorted coldly, revealing a hint of impatience. "Do you need this lord to teach you etiquette?" This cold snort hit the hearts of the four like a heavy hammer, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. They turned around in terror, only to find that the clone was still standing behind them, coldly watching them. Then, who was the one in front? The four looked forward again, their eyes widening in shock. To their astonishment, standing on either side of Jun Tianlin were two terrifying figures clad in blood-red imperial robes. The aura emanating from these two figures was as deep and powerful as the vast starry sky, making it impossible to look directly at them. The four were horrified. After all, they were not fools and realized that the figure behind had already moved to the front. They hurriedly stepped forward, their steps somewhat unsteady, as if every step took all their strength. The auras of the two clones were too terrifying. Jun Qing was not originally afraid, but that palpable killing intent pierced into his flesh like steel needles, and despite any confidence he felt inside, he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. This was not fear but awe. Meanwhile, Jun Tianlin silently observed this scene, his gaze calm and deep, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. The four finally stood before Jun Tianlin, and they all performed a cupped fist salute. "King Tianqing, Jun Qing pays respects to your majesty." "King Yufeng, Jun Feng pays respects to your majesty." "King Yuqing, Jun Cheng pays respects to your majesty." "King Yuzhao, Jun Zhao pays respects to your majesty." Jun Tianlin nodded slightly. No need for formalities. Only then did the four dare to raise their heads to meet Jun Tianlin's gaze. Jun Tianlin lightly tapped the armrest of the imperial throne. "Do you know why I summoned you?" "Your majesty, we acknowledge our faults in the great battle in Qingzhou that resulted in great suffering. We plead for your majesty to punish us." Jun Feng hurriedly said. He did not dare let Jun Qing speak first. If Jun Qing revealed everything, they would all be doomed. "Your majesty, these three." Before Jun Qing could finish speaking, Jun Tianlin raised his hand to signal for silence. Jun Qing's words were cut off, leaving him somewhat confused. But seeing Jun Tianlin's half-smiling expression, he chose not to say more. "King Yuqing, King Yuzhao, do you have nothing to say?" Jun Cheng and Jun Zhao exchanged glances and quickly said, "Your majesty, this matter is our fault. We are willing to contribute to rebuild homes for the people of Qingzhou." Your Majesty, we wish to make amends for the mistakes we have made. Hee, good amends. Do you truly not know why I had to withdraw the people of Qingzhou? Why did I surround Qingzhou with 400,000 troops? Jun Tianlin suddenly became furious, his expression cold as he looked at the three. I originally did not know you were involved, but I did not expect you to jump out yourselves. Do you really think I wasn't paying attention to Qingzhou? I've been watching all along. The two clones seemed to sense Jun Tianlin's anger and looked at the three simultaneously, their terrifying killing intent, along with Jun Tianlin's furious voice, caused the hearts of the three to stop beating. Your Majesty, we truly did not know. We only knew that King Tianqing suddenly attacked the Lingguang lineage, and we were just trying to stop King Tianqing from attacking our own. In a life-and-death crisis, Jun Feng's mind raced quickly, desperately thinking of a way to survive. King Tianqing, why don't you explain it to them? Upon hearing this, Jun Qing smirked, his expression cold as he looked at the three princes. Today, I was in seclusion and saw Qingzhou in great turmoil, with millions of troops withdrawing from the people of Qingzhou. The Lingguang lineage also released news that a spiritual treasure was descending in Qingzhou, which could lead to great changes. So for the safety of the people of Qingzhou, I had to withdraw. At first, I did not plan to go to Qingzhou, but I saw someone very interesting. That is Marshal Xianyi under your Majesty. Marshal Xianyi's talent is astonishing, so I went to Qingzhou. From the mouth of your Majesty's protector, I learned of the actions of the Lingguang lineage. I did not expect that as a side branch of the Jun family, they would actually go against the will of the Jun family and repeatedly harm the people of Qingzhou. Such behavior is nothing short of disrespecting the dignity of the Jun family. But I also know that this matter is not that simple. A small side branch cannot harm the people of Qingzhou for years without being discovered. So I plan to draw the snake out of its hole. I did not expect three big fish to come out at once. Jun Qing pointed angrily at the three princes. As a prince of the Jun family, he took pride in the Jun family and naturally would not allow anyone to tarnish its reputation, especially when it was done by his own people. Today, with your Majesty present, I will make it clear to the three of you. No matter how strong your backing is in the ancestral land, I will drag everyone out. Jun Qing was not joking. His elder brother was also in the ancestral land, a powerful being at the 9th realm of the Divine Palace. And his father was an incredibly powerful figure at the creation realm. His father's position in the ancestral land was also very high, as many emperors who came before him were not as strong as his father. This was the confidence that allowed him to speak like this. Do you understand now? Kings Yufeng, Yuqing, and Yu Zhao originally thought it would take a lot of effort to drag you out, but unexpectedly, you jumped out yourselves. Your Majesty, we truly did not know. We just thought King Tianqing had gone mad and suddenly attacked the Lingguang lineage. Your Majesty, the attack on the people of Qingzhou was done by that demonic sect, not us. Your Majesty, the actions against the people of Qingzhou were completely the will of the demonic sect and have nothing to do with us. Enough, I have said it. I have been watching Qingzhou. Any further explanations will only annoy me more. But rest assured, I will not kill you for now. I will drag everyone out and hang their heads on Tianji Mountain to comfort the people of Qingzhou who have died at your hands for thousands of years. In his past life, Jun Tianlin had played war games and did not care about characters dying in the game. But these were real lives, living, breathing people, each one raised by their parents. These people claimed that the demonic sect's actions against the people of Qingzhou had nothing to do with them. But once the sacrificial formation was activated, would the people of Qingzhou be able to survive? Their actions were as despicable as the demonic sects. Left Emperor Wei, seal their cultivation, and throw them into the demon sealing cave. As soon as Jun Tianlin's voice fell, the clone on his left reached out and grabbed the three. And then a blood-colored vortex suddenly appeared in the Great Hall. The clone threw the three into the vortex. Above the demon sealing cave, three people were thrown in by the replicants, landing at the entrance of the demon sealing cave, their cultivation sealed, falling into a coma. The Grand Master of Heaven and Earth guarding the cave was momentarily stunned, and when he saw the royal robes on the three, his legs went weak. Your Majesty has decreed, the Wang of Yufeng, the Wang of Yuqing, and the Wang of Yu Zhao are to be imprisoned in the demon sealing cave to await their fate. The voice of the replicant suddenly appeared in the Grand Master's ear, and not daring to delay, he quickly responded, I accept the decree. He then took the three to the array for transporting prisoners. His cultivation was too low, and he could not enter the 7th layer. At this moment, the three, with their shattered divine palaces, should have entered the 7th layer. The array detected their cultivation at the 9th realm of divine abilities, instantly opening a passage to place them in the 7th layer. The appearance of the three startled the prisoners in the 7th layer. Hee hee. It's been tens of thousands of years, and we have new cellmates again. I wonder which lineage they belong to, or are they from a subsidiary clan? What, they are royal? Oh, they really are royals? A prince of the divine ability realm actually got imprisoned. ISNT, that the Wong of Yufeng? Didn't he break through to the divine palace realm 100,000 years ago? Even the divine palace has been shattered? The Wong of Yufeng, the Wong of Yuqing, and the Wong of Yuzhao, all of them are princes of the divine palace realm. How could their divine palaces be shattered? What do they do? Why would a good prince not act like one and choose to be a prisoner? I can't understand their thought process. Oh, daring to tease a prince like that. Aren't you afraid of death? I've been imprisoned for 80,000 years. Do I still fear death? Chapter 23. Upgrade of the Sutra Repository. Protector at the peak of the creation realm. King Tianqing, you have made great contributions by luring the snake out of its hole this time. At the reward ceremony in 3 days, I will greatly reward you. Haha, your majesty is too kind. As a prince of Qian, it is my duty to deal with these traitors. There is no need to speak of rewards. Hee hee. Then I invite King Tianqing to attend the reward ceremony in 3 days. I will invite all the affiliated tribes, collateral branches, and princes. Jun expression showed slight surprise, but he understood Jun Tianlin's intentions. The Lingguang lineage's actions this time not only had the support of the princes, but even the ancestral land had people backing them. Is Tianlin trying to send a message to these people? Junqing nodded. Your majesty need not be so polite. If you are rewarding the soldiers, I naturally cannot be absent. After sending Junqing away, the left Imperial Guard said, Your majesty, the Lingguang lineage has already been captured by my subordinates. How should we deal with them? Jun Tianlin shook his head. No rush. Let's publicly execute them 3 days later. Let the people of Qingzhou pay back a part of their debt first. Yes. Jun Tianlin nodded slightly. Now that the matters in Qingzhou are settled, the rewards for the mission have already been received. Currently, he has 35 small Dao Yuan fruits, 200 small Dao spirit fruits, 8 great Dao Yuan fruits, and 1 great Dao spirit fruit. The 3,000 beast army, 2nd grade, great perfection warriors. And the beasts they control cannot exceed 1st grade great perfection. Upgrading the Sutra Repository once. Internal cultivation methods, martial skills, alchemy recipes, and protectors all rise by 1 major level. Jun Tianlin clicked to upgrade the Sutra Repository. Immediately, the system voice prompted, ding, detected that the host is upgrading the Sutra Repository once. The Sutra Repository begins to upgrade from the peak of the mortal realm to the peak of the extraordinary realm. Ding. The Sutra Repository building is starting to upgrade. Upgrade complete. Soon, the Sutra Repository on Juling Mountain shattered with a loud bang, startling the surrounding shadow guards to flee in haste. The Yin-Yang protectors exchanged glances, feeling overjoyed, and quickly calmed the shadow guards. After the Sutra Repository shattered, a beam of golden light descended from the void, absorbing the broken Sutra Repository. The golden light continued to expand and solidify, and soon it transformed into a golden cave of heaven. Ding! The cultivation methods section is starting to upgrade. Upgrade complete. Extraordinary Peak Sutra Repository Cultivation Methods section. 3,000 methods of the Heavenly Man Realm. 1,000 methods of the Divine Travel Realm. 500 methods of the Divine Image Realm. 100 methods of the Divine Power Realm. 50 methods of the Divine Palace Realm. 10 methods of the Creation Realm. 1 method of the Path to Ascension Realm. Ding! The Martial Skill section is starting to upgrade. Upgrade complete. Extraordinary Peak Sutra Repository Martial Skills section. 10,000 martial skills of the Heavenly Man Realm. 5,000 martial skills of the Divine Travel Realm. 1,000 martial skills of the Divine Image Realm. 500 martial skills of the Divine Power Realm. 100 martial skills of the Divine Palace Realm. 20 martial skills of the Creation Realm. 5 martial skills of the Path to Ascension Realm. Ding! The Alchemy section is starting to upgrade. Upgrade complete. Extraordinary Peak Sutra Repository Alchemy section. 1,000 alchemy recipes of the Heavenly Man Realm. 800 alchemy recipes of the Divine Travel Realm. 500 alchemy recipes of the Divine Image Realm. 200 alchemy recipes of the Divine Power Realm. 100 alchemy recipes of the Divine Palace Realm. 10 alchemy recipes of the Creation Realm. 3 alchemy recipes of the Path to Ascension Realm. Ding! The Protectors section is starting to upgrade. Upgrade complete. The Yin-Yang Protectors, who were observing the Sutra Repository's Cave of Heaven, suddenly felt the shackles within their bodies being released, and terrifying power surged forth. Far away in Qingzhou, Ini also felt the shackles in his body being broken, and the power belonging to him was continuously returning. Peak of the Heavenly Man Realm, peak of the Divine Travel Realm, peak of the Divine Image Realm, peak of the Divine Power Realm, peak of the Divine Palace Realm, peak of the Creation Realm. Fortunately, the 10 of them had once grasped such power, so their breakthroughs were well controlled, not alarming anyone. However, standing next to Xianyi, he could distinctly feel that Yi had instantly transformed from a first-grade warrior into someone who could easily crush him. Yi smiled, "Haha, your majesty has lifted my seal, and now I can assist your majesty even more." Xianyi nodded, "You are very powerful now." "Haha." Jun Tianlin, seeing the changes in the sutra repository and the protectors, truly felt envious. He is currently only at the Divine Travel Realm. However, the Yin-Yang protectors had once stood at the top of their world by their own strength, and now they were merely unsealed, which brought him some balance. But when he looked up and saw the 2 duplicates in front of him, he suddenly found them quite displeasing. Go and inform the armies participating in the Qingzhou matter that in 3 days, representatives will be sent to receive their rewards. Go to Fengzhou to find the 2nd cave of heaven of the Royal Engineering Department. I want the reward ceremony in 3 days to be visible to the entire world. Yes. X2, a blood-red vortex appeared beside the 2 of them, and they stepped in one after the other. After sending them off, Jun Tianlin instantly felt much more comfortable. Ding ding. Jun Tianlin's communication talismaniac. Few could contact Jun Tianlin, the 13th commander of the Shadow Guards, the Yin-Yang protectors, and Xianyi, with the rest being the Shadow Hunters. Who would contact him at this time? Jun Tianlin opened the communication talisman and was surprised to find that it was Yi contacting him. Protector, Yi, what matter do you have to contact me about? Your Majesty, the national fortune of Qingzhou is starting to backlash. It seems the national fortune cannot hold back anymore. I have sensed an aura that does not belong to this world. It is likely a dimensional invasion. Jun Tianlin frowned. Can you sense how strong the opposite world is? I am on my way to investigate. After a few seconds, Yi spoke again. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed. It is a world passage. The opposite world is not strong. The strongest I sensed is only a first-grade perfection. Yi was in the same location as the previous Lingguang Cave of Heaven, where a vortex with a diameter of over 100 meters was continuously absorbing the spiritual energy here. However, the spiritual energy in Qingzhou had become quite thin. The destructive power of the 4 Divine Palace Realm beings was terrifying, even with the national fortune's backlash beginning. It would likely take decades to restore Qingzhou to its former state. Moreover, the terrifying temperature here is unsuitable for anyone below the 3rd-grade warrior to survive. Remember, it is survival, not living. Even a Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth cannot survive here for long. However, even so, that world seems to have been thirsty for a long time, continuously pulling this thin spiritual energy into its own world. After the Lingguang Cave of Heaven was taken away by the left Imperial Guard, the world passage began to take shape here. Fortunately, the national fortune did not seek a terrifying high-level world, but instead found a world that is only at the highest level of 1st grade. Your Majesty, this world is an independent world. I can temporarily seal the passage. What are your plans? No need, just a world that is at most 1st grade. Given Qingzhou's current situation, even if they came over, they wouldn't be able to leave Qingzhou. The residual aura of divine power is not something to be trifled with, if left unchecked. Even 100 years later, that aura will be instantly lethal to anyone below the Divine Travel Realm. There are even remnants of the Divine Palace Realm's aura. Even if the Divine Palace is shattered, the residual aura won't directly kill a person, but if one gets lost within it, they can only wait to die. Unless they can withstand the high temperatures of Qingzhou, evade the pervasive divine power aura, and the residual Divine Palace Realm also ignores them. Only those with extreme luck could survive and walk out of Qingzhou from that world. Yi nodded slightly. He did not believe such a miraculous person existed. But just in case, he still placed a small measure under this world passage, monitoring everyone who comes out of it. If such a miraculous person truly exists, he would also like to witness it. After Jun Tianlin ended the call, he planned to wait for the Shadow Guard commanders to return and hand over the Beast Army to them, allowing them to arrange the demonic beast for the Beast Army. After all, the Shadow Guards understand the situation in Qian better than he does. At this moment, in the Tianyuan continent, just now, a terrifying divine sense swept across the entire continent without any concealment. For a moment, the ancestors and powerful figures of various holy lands were filled with fear. What was that just now? It felt as if they were being targeted by something. Such a terrifying divine sense. I didn't even dare to entertain the thought of resistance. When did such a terrifying figure appear in the Tianyuan continent? What should our Wuxing Holy Land do now? However, at this moment, on a peak in the Tianyuan Holy Land, a young man frowned and asked, "Teacher, what realm was that divine sense just now? I actually had no power to resist." "Little one, it's dangerous. That divine sense was aimed at the entire Tianyuan continent. It seems to be probing for the strongest person. Fortunately, I disguised myself well enough." "The entire Tianyuan continent?" The young man was terrified. He couldn't believe that a divine sense could sweep across the entire continent. "That's right. That divine sense is definitely not of this world. It is an existence far beyond the saint realm. It's a god." "God?" The young man was momentarily speechless. "God? What kind of existence could be called a god?" "Little one, this is the tragedy of this world, but it is also your opportunity. Once you can pass into the world of such an existence, your path will be further than the Tianyuan continent." "Teacher, are you crazy? You want me to go to the world of gods?" The young man truly thought his teacher had gone mad. How could he go to the world of gods? "That's right. You have already reached the Emperor realm after 100 years of cultivation, and it is certain that you will achieve the peak of saint in the future. But are you content with just that? I once read an ancient book that said the Tianyuan continent was interrupted on its path to ascension, and the strongest could only reach the peak of a saint. The appearance of gods represents that a path to the vast world has been opened again. And do you think such an existence that can sweep across the entire Tianyuan continent with a divine sense would care about this place? It's likely that the path to the vast world simply appeared on that person's territory, and he came to see if there were any dangers here." "Teacher, I understand. The opportunity is right in front of me. If I don't go, wouldn't I be losing the original intention of a martial artist?" "Ha, very good. Anyway, besides you, I have nothing to worry about. What is wrong with taking a trip?" A day passed, and Xianyi, and others had returned to Feng Tian City. The Shadow Guard commanders had also returned. That day, Jun Tianlin summoned all the ministers to court. Jun Tianlin sat on the imperial throne. On both sides were the left Emperor Guard and the right Emperor Guard. In the hall, Xianyi and the Yin-Yang protectors stood in the front. Their presence was not known to everyone. The thousands of martial generals in the hall were very curious about Xianyi and the Yin-Yang protectors. But they were even more curious about the left Emperor Guard and the right Emperor Guard beside Jun Tianlin. Although the two were dressed in blood-red clothing, they clearly saw that it was just the black-gold imperial robe dyed in crimson. They were wearing imperial robes and standing next to Jun Tianlin. They couldn't even imagine how high their status was. 78 Shadow Guard commanders stood behind Xianyi and the Yin-Yang protectors. Yes, the number of Shadow Guard commanders had increased to 78, thanks to the Yin-Yang protectors. With the upgrade of the Scripture Pavilion, the Shadow Guards would only improve faster. Moreover, the Grand Marshal of the Zhenlong Army, Long Yuan, was also standing with the Shadow Guard commanders. This was quite rare, as he was a perfect existence of the Great Master of Heaven and Earth, and also the Grand Marshal in charge of the Zhenlong Army, who almost never appeared in Feng Tian City, with Long Yuan standing with the Shadow Guard commanders. The martial generals in Feng Tian City became even more curious about Xianyi and the Yin-Yang protectors in front. Behind the Shadow Guard commanders were the martial generals and civil officials. There were many martial generals. All the active martial generals in Feng Tian City were present. After Jun Tianlin scanned the room, he slightly nodded. "Duke of the State, please report your situation first." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianxing, the foremost martial general of Feng Tian City, stepped forward and said, "Reporting to your majesty. 6 out of the 8 sects within Qian have been completely eradicated. The Ziyun Valley and Danwang Pavilion have voluntarily joined the Lingji cultivation base in Yinzhou. Yang Hua and his grandson have also arrived at Feng Tian City. Yang Hua is currently waiting outside the hall." Jun Tianlin noted. He was already aware that his grandfather wanted Yang Hua to serve the Jun family, so he was not surprised. "Let him in." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow guard at the hall entranced shouted, "Announce. Commoner Yang Hua is here to pay his respects." Yang Hua stepped into the hall, walking steadily towards Jun Tianlin. However, when he saw the arrangement of people in the hall, he became puzzled. Wasn't Luo Tianxing the Duke of the State, a great master of heaven and earth? Why was he standing at the back? When he saw the Shadow Guard commanders in front of Luo Tianxing, he instantly understood. It was this group of devils, no wonder. Yet when he saw that there were actually more people in front of the Shadow Guard commanders, he was astonished. Were there still big shots in front of them? He walked to the front and knelt before Jun Tianlin, saying, "Commoner Yang Hua, pays his respects to your majesty. Jun Tianlin nodded. I am already aware of your situation. Since my grandfather values you, you will reside in Fengtian City from now on. Commander 13, take your orders. The 13th Shadow Guard commander stepped out and performed a kneeling salute, saying, I take my orders. Confer Yang Hua as a first-rank martial general. Reward him with a 9th-grade martial skill, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, 100 household servants, and inner-city residents, 1 set of first-rank battle armor, and 500 slots for self-managed troops. Commander 13, after the court meeting, take General Yang to receive the martial skill, battle armor, and select a residence. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. I have received the order. Yang Hua was somewhat dazed listening to this reward. He was given so much upon arrival. The civil and military officials looked at Yang Hua with envy. A 9th-grade martial skill, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, and a first-rank battle armor. 3,000 top-grade spirit stones equated to 300,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 30 million middle-grade spirit stones. Was the treatment of De Qian's martial generals really this good? You may leave. The 13th Shadow Guard commander returned to his team, while Yang Hua stood beside Luo Tianxing under his gaze. Duke of the State Luo Tianxing, having made contributions this time, was rewarded with a 9th-grade martial skill, 3 pieces of 10,000-year profound ice, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, 300 slots for self-managed troops, and 1 set of first-rank battle armor. He will go with Yang Hua to receive the martial skill and battle armor later. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. No need for courtesy. You may leave. Yes. Where's Grand Marshal Long Yuan of the Jinlong Army? Long Yuan heard Jun Tianlin calling him and immediately stepped forward to perform a kneeling salute. It had been a long time since he had performed such a salute, and his actions seemed somewhat comical. Reporting to Your Majesty, Long Yuan is here. Jun Tianlin nodded. What is the situation with the dragon beasts of the Jinlong Army? Long Yuan was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, he had not attended court before. After receiving the notice yesterday, he frantically crammed the information. He immediately reported the data he had compiled yesterday. Reporting to Your Majesty, the current Jinlong Army mainly consists of profound beasts, with 27,983 4th-grade beasts, 9,762 3rd-grade beasts, 396 2nd-grade beasts, 23 1st-grade beasts, and 1 heavenly being. The remaining dragon beasts total 30,096 4th-grade beasts, 327 3rd-grade beasts, 90 2nd-grade beasts, and 5 1st-grade beasts. Jun Tianlin fell in a deep thought, while Long Yuan behind him broke out in cold sweat. Was there a problem with his report? Why wasn't His Majesty speaking? After a while, Jun Tianlin spoke again. Is the military funding of the Jinlong Army insufficient? Upon hearing this, Long Yuan didn't know how to respond. Should he say it was enough or not enough? Did His Majesty think the numbers were too few? Just as Long Yuan was unsure how to answer, his savior appeared. Yinsen stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am already aware of the situation of the Jinlong Army. Given their current cultivation plans and resources, this quantity is already quite good. If Your Majesty wants more high-level demon beasts, I can lend you a helping hand. Long Yuan looked gratefully at the figure ahead. This big shot is truly a good person. He knew that anyone who could stand in front of the Shadow Guard commander was definitely not an ordinary person. Jun Tianlin nodded slightly. Are you busy? Thanks to Your Majesty. The workload I have with the 8th brother is nothing to mention. Yinsen was indeed not exaggerating, training the Shadow Guards. They could now just send avatars, and even with an additional Jinlong Army, it would only mean 1 more avatar. All right, I will give you 30 million top-grade spirit stones, and you must cultivate more first-grade demon beasts in a short period of time. What? How much? Long Yuan suddenly raised his head, and the civil and military officials looked at Jun Tianlin in shock. Even Yang Hua, who had just been feeling pleased with himself, looked incredulously at Jun Tianlin on the imperial throne. How much did he say? 30 million? Top-grade spirit stones? Not upper-grade? Not middle-grade? Luo Tianxing and Qi Huafeng were somewhat used to it. One managed the tributes from the 10,000 countries, and the other managed the tributes from the Huangfeng Desert, with the numbers from these 2 places being quite terrifying each year. However, they were rarely surprised by Jun Tianlin's decisions, especially when he took out 30 million top-grade spirit stones, just because of Yinsen's brief words. At this moment, Long Yuan was almost in tears. He wanted to go back and tell his brothers that he was not a coward, and that during his first attendance at the court meeting, he secured a sponsorship of 30 million top-grade spirit stones. The soldiers of their Jinlong Army received an average monthly salary of only 10 upper-grade spirit stones. totaling around 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. This one gesture from His Majesty was equivalent to the salaries of their entire regiment for 50 years. The Shadow Guard commanders, however, had little feeling about it. They knew that this person had just spent 150 billion top-grade spirit stones not long ago. Chapter 24. Mission 3 begins. Expansion of the Shadow Hunter Legion. Enhancement tokens. Your Majesty, I have a different opinion. At this moment, the 5th commander of the Shadow Guard also stepped forward. Jun Tianlin was somewhat surprised, but nodded. What is the 5th commander's opinion? Your Majesty, the Jinlong army and the Qian beast are inseparable. If you wish to cultivate your beast army, you may choose other high bloodline beasts that are difficult to tame. The commanders of the Shadow Guard had heard a bit about Jun Tianlin's beast army. They just didn't expect that Jun Tianlin had his eyes on the Qian beasts of the Jinlong army. Other dragon bloodline beasts were fine, but the Qian beasts had already taken deep root in the Jinlong army, and each Qian beast was a companion to a soldier. Forcing them apart would cause inconvenience. Long Yuan quickly added, Your Majesty, while the Jinlong army has idle first-grade Qian beasts, our bond with the Qian beasts is deep. Each Qian beast is our partner. Although we are very grateful for Your Majesty's support, I do not wish for our soldiers to be separated from their partners. At this moment, Long Yuan was somewhat anxious. He did not expect that the Emperor wanted to allocate the dragon bloodline beasts of the Jinlong army to the beast army. He did not want to see the scene of soldiers being separated from their partners. Even he did not want to part with his old companion. Is that so? It seems I was inconsiderate. In that case, you can let Elder Yin San cultivate those difficult-to-tame dragon bloodline beasts from the Jinlong army. As for the Qian beasts, I will allocate 30 million top-grade spirit stones for you to cultivate them separately. I will soon expand the Qian territory, and at that time, your Jinlong army will be the vanguard. What? Your Majesty wants to expand the Qian territory? Suddenly, all the military generals' eyes lit up. Expanding territory is a great achievement. A fortune of spirit stones. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long Yuan was so excited that he bowed to Jun Tianlin on the spot. 30 million top-grade spirit stones for cultivating Qian beasts separately would greatly enhance the Jinlong army in a short time. As for the Jinlong army being the vanguard, when has the Jinlong army not been the vanguard? Elder Yin San, please go to the Jinlong army to select the beasts. If you need spirit stones, let the Shadow Guard provide them. Yes, Your Majesty. After discussing the beast army, Jun Tianlin looked at the ministers. Today, there's another matter, which is the expansion I just mentioned. What do you all think would be a good direction for Qian to expand? As soon as Jun Tianlin spoke, many military generals began to propose suggestions. Your Majesty, I suggest expanding towards the northern regions. Your Majesty, the land of the 10,000 nations is a great choice. Your Majesty, in my opinion, the Beast Mountain Range is a good place. They said a lot, even wanting territories from other domains. Soon, the commanders of Shadow Guard also began to speak. Shadow Guard 7th Commander, Your Majesty, the Qian's expansion should choose resource-rich places. The Beast Mountain Range breeds myriad beasts, making it an excellent choice. Shadow Guard 13th Commander, Your Majesty, the Beast Mountain Range is indeed an excellent choice, which can reduce the cultivation costs for Qian in the future. Shadow Guard 22nd Commander, indeed, the spiritual plants produced in the Beast Mountain Range are incomparable to the other 3 regions. Although it cannot compare to our Qian territory, it is still a viable alternative. The Shadow Guard choice was the Beast Mountain Range. In their view, capturing the territory of the Beast Mountain Range would reduce the Qian's later investments. After all, raising the spiritual energy levels of other places to match the Qian would require considerable resources. Yi also stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the suggestions from the Shadow Guard commanders are indeed good, but Your Majesty, we can choose another method of expansion. Oh, Elder Yi, please elaborate. Your Majesty, our current goal is to stabilize the national fortune of the Qian. We can establish the Qian's boundary markers in various places in the southern wilderness, allowing local rulers to hold a ceremony to confer titles into Qian. In this way, the national fortune of the Qian will slowly absorb the fortunes of other powers, and we will not need to expend a lot of resources. After Elder Yi finished speaking, all the military generals looked puzzled. What national fortune? What fortune? The commanders of Shadow Guard looked thoughtful, realizing that Jun Tianlin's expansion was to stabilize the national fortune. Elder Yi, is this method feasible? Asked the 5th commander of Shadow Guard, who was currently at the peak of the 1st grade Heavenly Master and did not have a deep understanding of such intangible concepts. He did not know if this approach could really stabilize the national fortune. Haha, Commander 5, do not worry. I dare say it is certainly feasible. Jun Tianlin also pondered for a moment and then said, good. Then we will follow Elder Yin Yi's suggestion. Troops and military families from various places, in half a month, will go to the land of the 10,000 nations, the Beast Mountain Range, the northern regions, and the Yellow Wind Desert. Shadow Guard, take your orders. At that moment, all the Shadow Guard commanders knelt simultaneously. Shadow Guard, take your orders. Within half a month, complete the alignment of all external forces in the southern wilderness with the military troops and families of Qian. After half a month, the troops and military families will go to the aligned forces. Remember, those who do not submit to Qian shall be exterminated. Shadow Guard, receive the order. Lastly, in 2 days, I will hold a conferment ceremony, which you all should know. I will not allow any mistakes in the ceremony. In 2 days, the conferment ceremony will begin, and I will also judge the Lingguang lineage. I want everyone in Qian to see the price of violating the ancestral teachings of the Jun family and the price of harming the people of Qian. After the court meeting ended, everyone went to do their own things. Jun Tianlin had the left Emperor Guard and right Emperor Guard go upgrade. Now that there were enough personnel, they would likely break through to the creation realm soon. His clones possessed the same physique as him, with terrifying combat power in the same realm. With both physical strength and the quantity or quality of true energy being dozens or even hundreds of times that of others in the same realm. Even the divine manifestations were extraordinarily large. It was the right hand of the left Emperor Guard's divine manifestation that crushed the palaces of 3 princes. Just the eyes of the divine manifestation were much larger than those of the several princes' 10,000-foot dragons. After finishing the matters in Qingzhou, when the world passage appeared, the system also issued the third task. Task 3 detected that Qian's national fortune is extremely thirsty. A peak mortal realm world passage has appeared in the Qingzhou region, while the other 3 passages are still in gestation, expected to succeed in the next 3 months. If not resolved, Qian may face major changes. Rewards. Phase 1. Invade the current peak mortal realm world passage. Delay the emergence of the other 3 passages. Rewards include Shadowhunter Legion enhancement tokens. Shadowhunter Legion expansion tokens X2, 30 million top-grade spirit stones. Dao Yuan fruits, large. X10, Dao spirit fruits, large. X2. Phase 2. Resolve all world passages rewards. Rewards include Shadowhunter Legion enhancement tokens, Shadowhunter Legion expansion tokens X2, Beast Army enhancement tokens, Beast Army expansion tokens X2, 60 million top-grade spirit stones. Dao Yuan fruits, large. X15, Dao spirit fruits, large. X3. Attachment. Shadowhunter Legion enhancement token. All members of the Shadow Legion are enhanced by 1 major realm. Shadowhunter Legion expansion token. The number of the Shadow Legion is expanded by 500. Beast Army enhancement token. Everyone is enhanced by 1 major realm. Beast Army expansion token. The number of the Beast Army is expanded by 5,000. The world passage must be resolved. Since Qian's national fortune desires more fortunes, he would go and fight. However, he needed to resolve the Lingguang lineage first. After half a month, that world would, like the southern wilderness, be incorporated into Qian's territory. As for now, he should continue to cultivate, as he had just broken through to the divine travel realm, but interrupted his cultivation due to the Qingzhou matters, without making a single push for a higher realm. He was already indifferent to it. After finishing the Dao spirit fruits rewarded by the system, his root bones became even more terrifying, significantly enhancing both his cultivation speed and understanding of martial arts techniques. Now, compared to his previous self, his cultivation speed has increased by more than 100 times. With the enhancement of his root bones, the effects of the small Dao spirit fruit have become increasingly weaker, but he is satisfied. In Guizhou, in the bamboo forest of Bailey, a beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes is moving through the bamboo grove. Remarkably, there's a flame pattern between her eyebrows. She moves quickly, not weaker than an ordinary Master Realm expert. In just 3 to 4 minutes, she reaches the depths of the bamboo forest, where a temporary bamboo hut has been set up. The hut is simple, but it has all the necessary facilities. Inside the hut, a pale-faced boy is quietly lying down. Liar, Mom has brought back the medicine. Drink it quickly. The boy slowly opens his eyes in response. Mother. He is so weak that merely opening his mouth is already a limit for him. The beautiful woman slowly feeds the medicine to the boy. I heard that a great war broke out in Qingzhou, and the entire Qingzhou has been destroyed. Even the outskirts have temperatures of several hundred degrees. Those people must have died. Our mother and son should take revenge. The boy listens quietly, unable to respond. He is the medium lost by the Linguang lineage, subjected to experiments where his marrow was drained and he lost all his blood. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have long since died in the Linguang lineage's laboratory. People from Gushuan City said that 2 days later, the Emperor of the Great Qian will publicly judge the sinners of Qingzhou. I don't know if those people will be among them. When the time comes, I'll take you to see. The beautiful woman's name is Yanling, the princess of the Flame Realm. When she came of age, her father rewarded her with a golden crow divine flame. She swallowed the golden crow divine flame and gave birth to the most powerful talent in the Flame Realm, which is the boy before her now. Yanlai was born from the fusion of the golden crow divine flame and Yanling's true body, the golden crow true flame. Yanlai exhibited terrifying talent from a young age. He was born with the strength of the 7th rank, and even members of his clan at the 6th rank had to avoid his brilliance. He entered the 5th rank at 10 years old and the 3rd rank at 18, seen as the hope of the Flame Realm due to his terrifying potential. However, 30,000 years ago, the Flame Realm was forcibly drawn into a plain war by another powerful world. The strongest in the Flame Realm, her father, was merely at the divine manifestation stage. That powerful world had legendary divine palace experts. When the Flame Realm faced a crisis, an unparalleled being crossed realms to kill a creature from the opposing world, unleashing earth-shattering power. She still remembers what that unparalleled being said at the time. Dare to covet my Shiwan Jun family, and must be punished. Following that, a giant hand from the heavens struck down, sinking an entire continent of that world. Both worlds could not withstand that terrifying power, ultimately creating an irreparable broken void in their passageways. At that time, her Yin Lai was already a celestial realm expert, coincidentally battling in the world passage against the opposing world when the broken void sucked him in. To save her Yin Lai, she did not hesitate to jump into the broken void. Fortunately, she found her Yin Lai, but at the same time, they arrived in this world. They were discovered by a powerful force that recognized their uniqueness. This force even had experts at the divine ability stage, stronger than her father. She was merely a celestial realm expert, and she was severely injured by spatial turbulence in the void, her essence worn down, making her strength far inferior to Yanlai's. Yanlai was injured while protecting her. In the end, they were taken back by that force. She was just a small celestial realm expert, having lost her essence in the broken void, could only exert strength at most at the 2nd rank. However, Yanlai's essence was still intact, and those people discovered Yanlai's bloodline and used it to refine pills and cultivate. But with Yanlai's bloodline alone, it was too little for them. Later, they set up a large formation intending to go to the Flame Realm. They wanted more bloodlines from the Flame people. Yanlai was tortured repeatedly, and, as a mother, how could she bear to watch? She began to recover her strength and integrate into that force. Finally, by chance, she escaped from that force's cave. She started to learn about this world continuously. After staying with that force for about 10,000 years, she finally had a preliminary understanding of this world. However, the more she understood, the more despair she felt. This force was called the Linguang lineage, ruled by a force known as the Jun family. The Jun family reminded her of the unparalleled being that had crossed realms to hunt and invade the Flame Realm. Could it be that this is the world of the Shiwan Jun family? Although despairing, she did not give up. In the end, she gradually gained the trust of the Linguang lineage and even participated in the arrangement of the sacrificial formation. This formation was built to invade her homeland, and she surprisingly became part of the invasion. However, she was delighted to find an opportunity to break the situation. By chance, she overheard someone from the Linguang lineage say, "We must be careful. If the Jun family finds out that we're going to sacrifice the national fortune, I fear that everyone in our lineage will not be able to survive." She then frantically sought opportunities for the Jun family to learn of this news. But the formation was almost complete, and she could not find an opening. Fortunately, with the arrival of several Jun family princes, she found a chance to escape. Dozens of princes descended upon the Linguang lineage, and the entire lineage welcomed them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she fled with Yanlai. She knew that the 3 old men of the Linguang lineage valued their face and would absolutely not dare to send people to search for her during the banquet. If those princes found out, the Linguang lineage would definitely be replaced. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. She used the secret techniques of the Flame clan to escape. During her escape, she wrote a letter and delivered it to the hands of a city lord. With her celestial realm strength, as long as it was delivered quietly to a city lord, it would definitely attract the city lord's attention. The result was just as she wished. The Great Qian Jun family really took this matter seriously. If they're SA chance, she must go and thank them. It's just a pity for her Yin Lai, who has been repeatedly drained of his bloodline, now weakened to this state. In Beizhou, Fengye City, Jun Tianlin received news from Fengtian City. Qingyu was somewhat puzzled. The reward ceremony? What exactly happened in Qingzhou? Jun Tianlin held the letter, lost in thought. The surrounding military generals exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The commotion in Qingzhou that day was significant, and they felt it too. Rumor has it that the entire Qingzhou has now become a forbidden zone. At the edges, temperatures reach several hundred degrees, and the deeper one goes, the higher the temperature. Even Master Realm experts cannot endure after walking a few kilometers inside. Fourth Commander, shouldn't you come out and explain? Jun Tianlin said coldly. As his voice fell, all the military generals began to hold their breath, knowing that the one they were waiting for was coming. Sure enough, the figure of the Shadow Guard's fourth commander slowly appeared in the hall. Third Prince, why be so entangled? His Majesty has summoned you. You should just go. Jun Tianlin seemed to be angered to the point of laughter after a light chuckle. He angrily said, am I not even qualified to know the truth as the head of the Jun family? Seeing Jun Tianlin's anger, all the military generals were startled. Even Qingyu beside him couldn't help but tremble. In that moment, Qingyu seemed to see a furious king. The Shadow Guard's fourth commander shook his head. It's fine to tell you now. After all, His Majesty has already resolved everything. Then say it. Sigh, Third Prince. It was indeed correct for the late Emperor to send you to Beizhou to temper your character. Let me tell you, the day before His Majesty ascended the throne, the late Emperor entered the Ancestral Land with the first, second, and third Shadow Guard commanders. However, once they entered, the entire Ancestral Land cave sky disappeared. The Shadow Guards did not dare to make it public, only daring to inform His Majesty and advise him to ascend the throne to take charge of the overall situation. Because the Lingguang lineage in Qingzhou has rebelled. You should now understand why I did not tell you earlier. The fourth commander of the Shadow Guard finished speaking, and the military generals looked confused, not understanding what the Ancestral Land, what the Cave Heaven, and what the spiritual light vein meant. They only clearly heard that the former emperor had disappeared. Qingyu felt the same way. He couldn't comprehend what the Ancestral Land and Cave Heaven were either. However, Jun Tianlin felt his mind was in chaos after listening. Are you saying the Ancestral Land has disappeared? That's right. You should understand better than us the impact of the disappearance of the Ancestral Land as the main vein. It's not that I can't believe you, but only the sixth prince, the current emperor, can hold the overall situation. Tianlin, although the fourth commander of the Shadow Guard spoke simply, Jun Tianlin was well aware of the terror behind it. With the disappearance of the Ancestral Land, there would be no one above the first rank except for the princes in the main vein, and who could guarantee that those princes had no thoughts about that position? That is the position of the emperor. The princes were all conferred as such after failing to compete for that position. If any prince becomes deeply obsessed and learns of the disappearance of the Ancestral Land, they will definitely take action against Tianlin. What are you doing treating Tianlin like this? What if those people take action against Tianlin? Have you thought about that? Third Prince, rest assured, we will only die in front of His Majesty. The fourth commander of the Shadow Guard spoke with a very calm tone. Jun Tianlin was taken aback, then scoffed. You? Which prince can you stop? Qingyu listened to the conversation between the two, stunned. This fourth commander of the Shadow Guard was undoubtedly a terrifying martial saint. Yet he was treated this way by Jun Tianlin. Is this how the Crown Prince of Daqian treats strong individuals? And why isn't this strong individual angry at all? Chapter 25. Soul Travel in 8 Realms. 6,000 Grandmaster Beasts of Heaven and Earth. A huge consumption? Jun Tianlin finally calmed down, but his expression remained unfriendly. What is the situation with Tianlin now? How did he resolve the Lingguang lineage? It is rumored that His Majesty has long had the ability to deal with the Lingguang lineage in Qingzhou. However, His Majesty believes that the issues in Qingzhou cannot be solved solely by the Lingguang lineage. There are others behind them. According to rumors from the palace, His Majesty wants to capture them all at once, but the events that occurred in Qingzhou that day were too sudden. On that day, the king of Tianqing suddenly emerged from seclusion, and after understanding the situation from the Ini protector, he intended to annihilate the Lingguang lineage. Just as he was about to succeed, Kings Yufeng, Yuqing, and Yu Zhao jumped out to join forces to stop him. These few are unparalleled powerhouses in the Divine Palace realm. The king of Tianqing's divine ability illuminated the sky and turned the entire Qingzhou into a forbidden zone. The other 3 princes were no match for the king of Tianqing's divine ability, so they activated the Divine Palace. Once the Divine Palace was activated, not only Qingzhou, but even the nearby Fengzhou Qizhou, and Guzhou would be turned into a hell on earth. To protect the people of these three states, His Majesty had no choice but to send out the Left Emperor Guard. It was also that day that the Blood Cloud appeared, which was the work of the Left Emperor Guard. When they intervened, the battle instantly stopped, and the divine palaces of Kings Yufeng, Yuqing, and Yuzhou were crushed by the Left Emperor Guard. Subsequently, the Left Emperor Guard invited all four princes to Fengtiang City, where Kings Yufeng, Yuqing, and Yuzhou were imprisoned in the Demon Ceiling Cave. As for the Lingguang lineage, they were also captured along with their cave heaven by the Left Emperor Guard. After the king of Tianqing left Fengtiang City yesterday, he almost visited all the princes' cave heavens, seemingly to root out the remaining participants. Wait. Who is the Left Emperor Guard? They crushed the Divine Palace? Jun Tianlin was a bit confused, looking at the fourth commander of the Shadow Guard, as if he were joking. The Divine Palace is fundamental to the Divine Palace realm. After the transformation, the Divine Palace is supposed to become a small cave heaven. Therefore, the Divine Palace is incredibly tough, unless that Left Emperor Guard is a powerhouse of the transformation realm. We don't know about that. Other brothers say that His Majesty has two guards, the Left Emperor Guard and the Right Emperor Guard, and it is rumored that both of them are legendary powerhouses of the transformation realm. What? Are they really in the transformation realm? Jun Tianlin was now completely bewildered. Is the ancestral land that ruthless? To have a powerhouse of the transformation realm as the Six Brothers Guard? That is a powerhouse of the transformation realm. The generals in the hall and Qingyu stared at each other, not understanding what the two were talking about. What kind of divine ability illuminates the sky and turns Qingzhou into a forbidden zone? And what blood cloud? They knew how vast the area covered by the blood cloud that day was. It was endless. And what about the Divine Palace realm and the transformation realm? They had never even heard of them. However, listening to their words, this Divine Palace and transformation might be realms above the Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth? At this thought, Qingyu was stunned. This to Qian is indeed not simple. Marshal, what do divine abilities, Divine Palace, and transformation mean? One of the generals could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Jun Tianlin. But Jun Tianlin was still in a daze. So the fourth commander of the Shadow Guard answered for him. It's okay to tell you. You can understand it as a realm above the first rank of Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth. What? Is it really a realm above the Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth? Qingyu was dumbfounded. He had already guessed, but hearing the answer directly still shocked him immensely. After all, Jun Tianlin was only 25 years old and was already a Grandmaster. At the same age, the most talented person he had seen was only at the 7th rank. In his eyes, Jun Tianlin was simply a prodigy. Wait. Having a powerhouse of the transformation realm as a guard is a bit outrageous, right? With such a configuration, why are you still hiding it from me? Am I so untrustworthy? Third Prince, it's not that we didn't know about His Majesty having two guards of the transformation realm during the Qingzhou battle that day. The fourth commander of the Shadow Guard said with a bitter smile. He was also trembling with fear here. Who knew there were such powerhouses beside His Majesty? Third Prince, in 2 days, I will escort you to Fengtiang City, and after that, I will officially return to the Shadow Guard. At that time, I will propose to His Majesty to confer you as a king as soon as possible. After saying this, the fourth commander of the Shadow Guard vanished. Marshal, is there really a realm above the Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth? Does a royal family have many such powerhouses? The fact that those four princes are all above the Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth, my God, it turns out that Qian is so powerful. Then why are the dual saints of Luo Qi called the strongest in Qian? Marshal, the person just now said to let His Majesty confer you as a king soon. Will you also become such a powerful existence? A single battle turned a state into a forbidden zone. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Marshal, how strong is the transformation realm? Can you talk about it? Marshal, if you are conferred as a king, what should we do? Faced with a myriad questions from the generals, Jun Tianlin rubbed his forehead. All right, don't worry. I want to be conferred as a king so soon. When the time comes, I'll talk to Tianlin. After all, I have to wait for my brothers and sister to return before I can be conferred as a king. Also, don't ask about what the realms above the Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth are. Aiming too high is not beneficial for you. If you work hard and enter Fengtiang City to establish a family, you will know. Your strength is decent. You have all reached the Grandmaster level. Tomorrow I will take you to Fengtiang City to broaden your horizons. When you go back, study etiquette well, and don't embarrass me. All right. Boss is mighty. The legendary Fengtiang City. I have only heard of it, but have never seen it. Marshal, am I going too? After the generals happily left, Qingyu cautiously asked. As someone from outside to Qian, Being able to stay by Jun Tianling's side was already a great fortune. He didn't dare to wish for going to the royal city of Qian, but deep inside, he still had a hint of expectation. Seeing Qingyu's demeanor, Jun Tianling smiled helplessly, then stepped forward to pat Qingyu on the shoulder. Naturally, your background has already been investigated by the Shadow Guards. Since they haven't made a move against you, it means you are trustworthy. The Shadow Guards trust you, so you can rest assured. Besides, with me as your boss, I am still the current third prince. You are mine. Who would dare to point fingers at you? Thank you, Marshal. Go on. You should also study etiquette well. The rules of Fengtiang City are much more than those of this small place. Yes. Qingyu left with an excited heart. To the royal family of Qian. Jun Tianling looked at Qingyu's back and smiled. The Qingmu clan is indeed not bad. 2 days passed quickly. Jun Tianlin had broken through 7 realms to reach the soul travel in 8 realms. In these 2 days, he directly consumed all of his Dao Yuan fruits. With a 5-fold cultivation speed for 35 hours and a 15-fold cultivation speed for 8 hours. Combined with his now powerful root bone, he broke through 8 small realms in just 2 days. Just as he was in a great mood, smiling as he walked out of the Imperial Palace, he bumped into 2 clones who had broken through to the transformation realm. The smile gradually disappeared. How many spirit stones were used? The left Emperor Guard replied, 3 people, a total of 120 billion top-grade spirit stones. Jun Tianlin nodded. Not bad. The National Treasury's spirit stones should still be able to push them to the peak of the transformation realm, mainly because Jun Tianlin had given them 3 drops of his blood essence again. These 3 clones inherited Jun Tianlin's root bone at this time, and their combat power became even more terrifying. He could accept the increased demand for spirit stones. These spirit stones, exchanged for 3 powerhouses of the transformation realm, are very cost-effective. After all, ordinary people would certainly consume some spiritual energy during their cultivation. However, the Imperial Guards do not have this concern. How is the awards ceremony preparation going? It's ready. There are currently no mistakes at all, and it will officially start in 2 hours. Let us go. Jun Tianlin walked ahead, followed by 2 Imperial Guards, who were flying low with their hands behind their backs, one on the left and one on the right. Jun Tianlin feels so pretentious. In front of the Imperial Palace Gate, the Shadow Guard commanders waiting to greet Jun Tianlin saw the 3 flying out of the palace with their hands behind their backs. Shadow Guard commanders. Why does it feel like His Majesty is being pretentious? The leading Jun Tianlin looked down at everyone with an indifferent expression. Go to the Fengtian Hall. Yes. In front of the Fengtian Hall, the Shadow Guards at the entrance looked at the group of Shadow Guard commanders slowly flying in with their hand behind their backs. For a moment, their brains short-circuited. What kind of pose is this? Upon closer inspection, they realized that Jun Tianlin and the 2 Imperial Guards were also among them. We pay our respects to your Majesty. No need for formalities. Enter the Fengtian Hall. Jun Tianlin sat on the Imperial throne, and the Shadow Guard commanders had already assembled, with Xian Yi and the Yinyang protectors present as well. Looking at the current lineup, he felt very secure, with 13 people of the creation realm, who in the Great Heavenly Realm would dare to be reckless. Firstly, let's discuss the results from the past 2 days. Replying to your Majesty, the Shadow Guards have made significant progress in the past 2 days. The number of commanders has reached 143, with over 13,000 captains and more than 86,000 squad leaders. The Shadow Guards of the 4th and 5th ranks have all been promoted to the 3rd rank Master Realm. 12 Shadow Guard commanders are about to break through to the Celestial Realm. The total resources consumed in the past 2 days amount to over 60 million top-grade spirit stones. Jun Tianlin noted. After the upgrade of the Scripture Pavilion, the Yinyang protectors ensured that the Shadow Guards could reach the 3rd rank Master Realm in a short time. He didn't expect such a short time. In just 2 days, there were no 4th rank martial artists left among the Shadow Guards. However, after the upgrade of the Scripture Pavilion, even a little taken out could provide a massive boost to the Shadow Guards, not to mention Jun Tianlin's full support. After all, the consumption of 100,000 Shadow Guards was vastly different from that of the 3 Imperial Guards. With so many spirit stones in the National Treasury, wouldn't it be better to use them to enhance strength rather than to admire them? Having money means you should spend it. Hoarding it for others to snatch isn't wise, right? There's no bank here. Isn't it better to convert spirit stones into strength to take from others? Your Majesty, the cultivation of the demon beast has already begun preliminarily. In order to improve efficiency, I used a large amount of resources to refine the 9-pattern ascending dragon pill, which is a pill for the divine travel realm. The resource consumption is enormous, and in a short time, only 6,000 first-grade demon beasts have been cultivated. Only 6,000 first-grade demon beasts? 6,000? First grade? As soon as the words of Protector San were spoken, all the Shadow Guard commanders looked at him in surprise. What kind of situation resulted in only 6,000 first-grade demon beasts? They knew that Protector San had chosen only demon beasts with dragon bloodlines. How did 6,000 first-grade dragon demon beasts suddenly appear? In the past 2 days, the Shadow Guards had focused on improving themselves, leaving the resource allocation to the Yin-Yang Protectors. The Yin-Yang Protectors could manifest tens of thousands of avatars in an instant, so they didn't mind the trouble. Thus, the Shadow Guard commanders were unaware of how crazy San had been in these 2 days. Most spirit plants require years, even decades, to mature, and high-grade spirit plants can take hundreds of years. However, Qian has a spirit gathering array that can significantly shorten the growth time of spirit plants. Even so, in just 2 days, San had exhausted all the resources cultivated into Qian within the last 500 years. The results were terrifying. 6,000 first-grade demon beasts, if given to the beast army, would represent the strongest army into Qian. Enormous consumption? How enormous can it be? Replying to your majesty. The 9-pattern ascending dragon pill is a modified version of the 9-pattern blood dragon pill, which is a pill for the divine power realm. I used some existing spirit plants into Qian to replace part of it. This pill's effect can only reach the celestial realm. Additionally, along with other various body-enhancing pills, I used all the spirit plants planted 200 to 700 years ago from Qian's 47 9th-grade spirit plant cultivation bases. San's words once again shocked the Shadow Guard commanders. All the spirit plants planted 200 to 700 years ago have been used up. One must know that 9th-grade spirit plants planted 200 years ago under the Qian's spirit gathering array would have been at least 1,000 years old. A 1,000-year-old 9th-grade spirit plant is worth at least several hundred top-grade spirit stones. This is still the lowest value. San had even used up those planted 700 years ago. Good, very good. You did very well. Jun Tianlin left haltily. He was very satisfied with Protector San's actions. The spirit plants were rarely used and mostly given as rewards to subsidiary clans and collateral branches. After he took power, he didn't plan to use the subsidiary clans and collateral branches anymore. Naturally, these spirit plants had to be used between the beast army and the subsidiary clans. He would unhesitatingly choose the beast army. Moreover, Task 3 would reward the beast army with enhancement and expansion vouchers. Once the beast army expanded, this amount would definitely not be enough. Therefore, the more San used, the more satisfied he was. Those spirit plants, except for those about to become spiritual beings, feel free to use them. 6,000 first grade may be many, but it's not enough, far from enough. Jun Tianlin waved his hand grandly. Yes, your majesty. 6,000 first-grade demon beasts, not enough? The Shadow Guard commanders exchanged glances. They only had a little over 100 first-grade Shadow Guards. Would that be enough for them? As for why San wasn't allowed to use the spirit plants about to become spiritual beings, that's because the spiritual plants need to be relocated to the cave heavens. Jun Tianlin's spatial ring still has several cave heavens for cultivating spirit plants, and many of his cultivation resources come from those cave heavens. Those cave heavens were given to him by an old man from the ancestral land during his birthday celebration. Currently, the richest person in Qian is Jun Tianlin. Even ordinary creation realm experts don't have as much wealth as he does. Today, all subsidiary clans and collateral branches will send people, as will those princes. I do not wish to see anyone disturbing the ceremony. Anyone causing trouble should be dealt with. Yes, Yin-Yang Protectors, are everything prepared? Your Majesty, everything is ready. Outside Fengtian City, a long dragon was lining up to enter the city. Marshal, these people seem very impressive. Jun Tianheng and his group arrived on war horses, with the 4th commander of the Shadow Guards beside him, who was bored and decided to ride a horse for fun. Jun Tianheng did not respond, but fell into deep thought as he looked at the long queue. He then asked the 4th commander of the Shadow Guards, why are there so many people? The ones truly participating in the award ceremony arrived yesterday. These people are probably here to join the fun. But it shouldn't be this long, right? I remember the gate of Fengtian City isn't that big. Look, the 4th commander of the Shadow Guards pointed to 4 young people coming out of Fengtian City, their faces showing a hint of embarrassment. Jun Tianheng, revealing a gentle smile. Why did you come back? Wasn't the gatekeeper letting you in? Jun Tianheng was quite puzzled by this. The 4 glared at him in annoyance. But when they saw the battle armor on Jun Tianheng, a flicker of panic crossed their eyes. One of the girls then said, it costs 10 top-grade spirit stones to stay inside for a day, and we. As she spoke, the girl's face turned red. seemingly very embarrassed. Jun Tianlin. What is this? He thought there was some other reason. Soon, he realized that 10 top-grade spirit stones was indeed a heavy burden for an ordinary family. But this number doesn't seem right. Is it really that much? Seeing Jun Tianling's puzzled expression, the four became even more embarrassed and lowered their heads, ready to leave. What's wrong, Marshal? Jun Tianling's subordinates also rode over. The fourth commander of the Shadow Guards teased. Third Prince, have you forgotten the rules for entering Fengtian City? Of course I know. But wasn't it 300 medium-grade spirit stones before? In special times, there are too many people coming to the royal city, so the price has gone up. Just as Jun Tianlin was conversing with the fourth commander of the Shadow Guard, a surprised exclamation rang out. The third prince? You are His Highness, the third prince. The previously small girl had turned around, looking at Jun Tianlin with a face full of astonishment. With her exclamation, not only her three companions, but also the people who were queuing turned their curious gazes towards them. The third prince? Is he the Grand Marshal of the North? Where's the third prince? This third prince is really handsome. Where? Jun Tianlin suddenly felt something was off and quickly decided to leave, with the marshal generals following closely behind him. As a prince, Jun Tianlin naturally did not need to pay any fees. After he helped his subordinates settle their expenses, he rode his war horse into the city of Fengtian. Marshal, wait for us. Marshal, we don't know the way. Hey, what are you blocking us for? Hey, why are you pulling my horse? Jun Tianling's subordinates were stopped at the entrance. He helplessly turned back to pull them along. Marshal, this person won't let us ride our horses, and he wants to take our horses away. Marshal, they won't let us ride our horses. Jun Tianlin looked at them speechlessly. In Fengtian City, only the royal family is allowed to ride horses. What happened to the etiquette you learned these past 2 days? And you, Lao Chun, why did you go argue with that guard? Are you not afraid of death? Disturbing the order of the royal city is a serious violation. You would be forced into servitude for that. If you weren't my person, you'd be digging for minerals by now. Marshal, it's just about caring for the horses. Lao Chun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. That guard just now was actually a master-level warrior. He was almost captured on the spot. If Jun Tianlin hadn't intervened in time, he would have really been arrested. Yeah, that's our warhorse. If someone takes it away like this, it's a bit unsettling. Another marshal general echoed. But Jun Tianlin responded irritably. Unsettling my ass. After they take it away, the food they give will be much better than what you feed them. All right, let's go. Okay. As they walked, these martial generals began to get curious again. Marshal, the spiritual energy here is so rich. I feel like I'm breathing in spiritual energy. Yeah, this is simply a sacred place for cultivation. If I cultivate here for decades, I can definitely break through to the Grandmaster level. Come on, decades. You can't even afford a few days of accommodation fees. Even if I can't afford the accommodation fees, the spiritual energy here is really abundant. Marshal, is there a spiritual vein underground? The concentration of spiritual energy feels like someone crushed a spirit stone and let the energy float in the air. Jun Tianlin chuckled lightly and proudly said, "It is said that taking a breath here is equal to 1 low-grade spirit stone, and the spiritual energy consumed by a 6th-grade martial artist in 1 hour is equivalent to 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Just know that the daily accommodation fee of 10 high-grade spirit stones is far less than the benefits of staying here. But don't get your hopes up. Without a residence permit in the royal city, you can only stay for half a month, and you can't apply for another one within 6 months. Huh? I was planning to stay for half a month and then come back. What? Lao Jin, are you hiding private money? Want to stay for half a month and then come back? Lao Jin, you are quite the secretive one. You have that much money. Why not treat us to a meal in the royal city today?" Seeing that everyone was still joking around, Jun Tianlin could only helplessly interrupt. Enough with the little bit of spirit stones on you. You can't even afford a bowl of porridge. Any entertainment or accommodation in the royal city is controlled by the royal family and is very expensive. Even those ministers rarely dine in the royal city. Don't worry, today I will take you to taste the food of the palace. Now, we need to hurry to the palace. You can only stay in the palace for 8 hours, and the main gate closes at 7 in the evening. If you're not out by then, you will be treated as a thief. Okay, the marshal is the coolest. Hurry up and keep up with the marshal's pace. Didn't you hear there is a time limit? Jun Tianlin and his group marched grandly to the southern gate of the palace. Looking at the towering gates and the city walls made of precious spirit jade, the martial generals were momentarily stunned. My goodness, Marshal, this is the palace, so grand. These walls are made of jade? Are they durable? Are you an idiot? If we can get here, what we need walls for? You just don't understand. This jade is clearly not simple. All right, come over and sign. Jun Tianlin looked at them with a helpless expression. The fourth commander of the Shadow Guard had already gone to the palace to meet with the other commanders, and managing this group of brothers alone was quite a hassle. When the fourth commander was around, they hardly dared to speak a few words. Marshal, is there something special about these city walls? Logically speaking, a powerful dynasty like this shouldn't choose such a flimsy structure for the palace walls. Seeing that Qingyu had asked, Jun Tianlin nodded helplessly. These city walls are made of Qian iron jade. Although they look like jade on the outside, they are actually a type of metal that even a Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth cannot damage. So powerful. Ever since learning about the existence of beings above Grandmasters of Heaven and Earth in the Great Qian, Qingyu had always held a sense of awe towards this mysterious and powerful dynasty. However, he still underestimated the Great Qian. He had never even heard of Qian iron jade that could not be broken by a Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth. All right, sign and go in. You can only stay in the palace for 8 hours, and serious consequences will follow if you don't come out in time. Chapter 26. The descendant of the spirit unicorn king ridicules Jun Tianlin. These barbarians can enter the imperial palace? A sudden voice broke the silence, drawing the attention of Jun Tianlin and the others. A group of young men, around the same age as Jun Tianlin, slowly approached. The leader of the group looked at Jun Tianlin and the others with disdain, while the young men following him also cast contemptuous glances. Marshal, they are talking about us. Marshal, who are they? So arrogant? Marshal. The marshal generals were somewhat agitated. They had fought alongside the marshal in the northern plains for so long, yet they had never faced such humiliation. Jun Tianlin, too, was puzzled. Who was this? Didn't he recognize the face of the Jun family? How dare he ridicule him? Is he crazy? Jun Tianlin turned his head, coldly staring at the speaking youth. Although Jun Tianlin appeared harmless and got along well with the marshal generals, he had been sent by his father to the northern state to temper his character. Being sent to temper one's character, would you think he was a gentle person? Were you? Jun Tianlin's tone was unfriendly as he gestured to the shadow guards at the entrance, signaling them not to interfere. It had been a long time since he encountered such a brave person. He wanted to see who dared to be so arrogant. The shadow guards at the entrance could only silently pray for the outspoken youth, having provoked the third prince. There was no way to shield him without a prince of the Tian character backing him up. The leader of the group looked at Jun Tianlin, his lips curling into a sneer. Indeed, a barbarian, so quick to use vulgar words. I am a descendant of the spirit unicorn king. What do you count as? Jun Tianlin frowned. This guy was a descendant of the spirit unicorn king? A descendant of a Tian character prince? You don't recognize me as a prince? Jun Tianlin had spent so long tempering his character in the northern state that he could well hide his volatile side. He certainly had to deal with this group. As a member of the Jun family, how could he call his own soldiers barbarians? Could he let this guy off? If this matter got out, the spirit unicorn king would likely execute this guy immediately. Recognize you? What do you count as? The descendant of the spirit unicorn king scoffed. In his eyes, Jun Tianlin was just a minor general. Into Qian, humiliating the common people was taken very seriously, so even though he was very annoyed today, he did not dare to speak rudely to the commoners. But to him, humiliating a minor general was not a big deal. At that point, he could easily arrange for this minor general to die on the battlefield. Seeing the descendant of the spirit unicorn king being so arrogant, Jun Tianlin decided to take action. Your Highness the Third Prince, how come you started arguing with someone just after leaving for a while? At that moment, a cold voice came, causing Jun Tianlin to temporarily abandon his intention to act. He turned to look. The 13th commander of the Shadow Guards and the 4th commander slowly walked out from the main gate. The one who spoke was the 4th commander, while the 13th commander was smiling at the descendant of the spirit unicorn king. This is the Imperial Palace. If you think the threshold is low, you can return to your cave. Even the spirit unicorn king must abide by the palace rules. You, a descendant who doesn't even know which generation you belong to, I advise you to speak and act carefully. After hearing the words of the 2 Shadow Guard commanders, the descendant of the spirit unicorn king felt a moment of panic. He knew the attire of the Shadow Guards well. These 2 were undoubtedly the Shadow Guard commanders. He did not doubt their words. He never expected that the so-called minor general was actually the current third prince, the emperor's third brother. However, he did not want to embarrass himself in front of his little brothers. So, he spoke with a slightly apologetic tone. Sorry, Your Highness the Third Prince. I will come to apologize in person for today's offense. Jun Tianlin, however, did not take the bait. He looked at him with disdain and said coldly, what do you count as? You dare to come to my door to apologize? I ask you, as a member of the Dutch Jun family, why do you speak rudely to your own soldiers? Give me a reason. The last two sentences were filled with anger, startling the descendant of the spirit unicorn king. But his little brothers looked on, and his cheeks flushed with anger. Your Highness the third prince, how about giving face today, and we can get along well in the future? Jun Tianlin found this statement amusing, and then he moved, appearing next to the descendant of the spirit unicorn king in the blink of an eye. The descendant and his little brothers were caught off guard as Jun Tianlin pressed the descendant down with one hand, feeling the immense force on his shoulder. The descendant thought of resisting, only to find that his body couldn't move. The 13th commander was shocked and was about to speak, but was stopped by the 4th commander. The 4th commander transmitted a message to the 13th commander. This cannot be stopped. The third prince is vengeful and has a very deep relationship with the emperor. The 13th commander replied, but the emperor said no one is allowed to act. Are you stupid? The rules were set by the emperor. If he wants to change them, who dares to speak? In the past, before the emperor ascended the throne, the late emperor had changed many rules for him. Now that the emperor had ascended, and the ancestral land was gone, who do you think is the most powerful? With the conversation reaching this point, the 13th commander dared not intervene. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th commanders had all served the emperor in rotation. The 4th commander's words might very well be true if he intervened, and the 3rd prince went to report him. Wouldn't that be the end for him? Let go of me. I am a descendant of the spirit unicorn king. How dare you be so arrogant before you were conferred title? Although the descendant was shocked by Jun Tianling's strength, he was more concerned about his own face. I will say it again. Give me a reason. Otherwise, I will send you down today. Jun Tianling's tone was icy, and his gaze was terrifying. If this guy dared to say another word, he would act without hesitation. You dare. Crack. With a sound of cracking, Jun Tianlin crushed the shoulder of the descendant of the spirit unicorn king. You have exhausted my patience, Jun Tianlin said as he reached to crush the other shoulder. Your Highness the third prince, can we wait until the ceremony is over to resolve this? The emperor does not wish to see anyone causing trouble today. As the elder brother, you shouldn't make it difficult for the emperor, the 4th commander said with a gentle expression. The 13th commander looked dumbfounded at the 4th commander. Wait, buddy, didn't you just say not to intervene? Upon hearing this, Jun Tianlin thought for a moment before releasing the descendant of the spirit unicorn king. He coldly looked at the descendant. I will remember today's matter. After this day ends, I will ask the spirit unicorn king how he raised a failure like you. The descendant of the spirit unicorn king covered his shoulder in pain, while his little brothers looked on in confusion. You think you can ask the ancestor? I was just saying a few words to you. Haven't you been pestering me? The descendant glared at Jun Tianlin with murderous intent. Jun Tianlin, however, did not look at him again. He could let him go, as there were countless people willing to deal with such a waste. He signaled his subordinates to enter the imperial palace, while the descendant of the spirit unicorn king continued shouting, as the third prince of the Qian. Can't you handle a few words? If you have guts, don't leave. Come with me to see the ancestor. The 4th commander could no longer listen. He walked up to the descendant of the spirit unicorn king, Jun Wuli. Right? Do you think your status is high? Do you think your ancestor dares to be your backing? Stop kidding. That person is the third prince, Jun Tianlin, who was given the name Tian character at birth. Don't say you and the spirit unicorn king. Even the you character prince must bow to him. What do you count as? The 4th commander showed no concern for the identity of the descendant of the spirit unicorn king. After all, a descendant of the Ling prince, whose generation is unknown. If their talent is not up to standard, they wouldn't even qualify to enter the Jun family tree. Moreover, the shadow guards only serve the main lineage of the Jun family, and Jun Wuli does not fall within their service range. What did you say? This was the first time Jun Wuli heard such words, and he felt a bit dazed, his furious heart instantly calming down. The Tian character? Even the Yu character princes must pay their respects to him? Jun Wuli finally realized the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. Think wisely. The 4th commander left with this remark, taking the 13th commander with him. Lord, what should we do? Jun Wuli's little brother also understood just how big a mess they had gotten into. The Ling character princes were already beyond their reach. And even the Yu character princes, who were stronger and more noble than the Ling character princes, had to pay their respects to that person. They had offended a great being. Chapter 27. The Ceremony of Bestowal. Xuanya. The Yin-Yang Guardians make their appearance. Is this really a martial artist? The Ceremony of Bestowal platform. It is an astonishingly large square. It stands like a magnificent structure on this vast land. On one side of the square, hundreds of wide steps wind up like a giant dragon, leading to a towering platform. These steps are imposing, as if they are a road to heaven, giving a solemn and dignified feeling. On the other side of the square, there are rows of neatly arranged seats, tightly packed together, numbering over 10,000 at a glance. A wide passageway, connected to the steps, has been left in the middle, measuring 5 meters in width, allowing people to pass freely. At this moment, the outer passageway has been packed to the brim with people. These individuals have gathered from all directions to witness this grand ceremony of bestowal. Excitement and anticipation radiate from everyone's faces as they whisper to each other, discussing and eagerly awaiting the start of the ceremony. Since Jun Tianlin announced 3 days ago that a ceremony of bestowal would be held, in addition to the leaders of various affiliated clans, side clans, and all the princes from outside as requested by Jun Tianlin, many others have come out of curiosity. Some are descendants of affiliated clans, side clans, and princes, while others are here to figure out what happened in Qingzhou 3 days ago. At this moment, the seats at the ceremony of bestowal platform are mostly filled. However, unlike the noisy atmosphere outside, the people inside sit quietly, gazing deeply at the platform above. The attendees are the powerful figures from various affiliated clans and side clans, with a small portion in the front being princes. Everyone has already been waiting for several minutes. However, the ceremony has yet to begin. Suddenly, a group of shadow guards in black clothing emerge from different places, surrounding the entire ceremony of bestowal platform. What is this about? Are they from the Hidden Shadow clan? What do they want to do? Are they hosting a banquet of sorts? Are you stupid? Maintain order and stop making noise here. The fifth commander of the Shadow Guards tightly grips a blue crystal stone in his hands, slowly raising it above his head, then suddenly tossing it upwards. The blue crystal traces an arc in the air, its surface shimmering with strange inscriptions that emit a faint glow like stars in the night sky. As the blue crystal rises, the light from the inscriptions gradually brightens, ultimately converging into a dazzling beam of light that shoots straight into the sky. Just as the blue crystal reaches its highest point, it suddenly seems to lose gravity, momentarily hovering in the air. Immediately after, the blue crystal begins to disintegrate at an astonishing speed, transforming into countless tiny particles that scatter in the air, resembling blue snow. However, this is not the end. The particles do not drift away. Instead, they start to rapidly gather together as if pulled by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, these particles form a square screen resembling a water mirror, its surface smooth and emitting a gentle blue glow. Remarkably, the size of this screen perfectly reflects the entire ceremony of bestowal platform, acting like a giant screen that clearly displays everything happening on the platform to the people. Meanwhile, the city lord from all over the 9 provinces of the Qian also spring into action. They gather all the citizens of their cities and take out blue crystals identical to the one held by the 5th commander of the Shadow Guards. Once the blue crystals are taken out, the city lords toss them high into the air, just like the 5th commander. Their movements are synchronized, as if rehearsed beforehand. Instantly, a water mirror-like screen rises in every location, connecting with the screen of the ceremony of bestowal platform to form a massive network. In that moment, all the citizens of the Qian can see the situation at the ceremony of bestowal platform. Wow, what a magnificent scale. Is that our imperial city of the Qian? Wow, everyone in there is so handsome and beautiful. Of course, they're all martial artists. How could martial artists be ugly? There's so many people. Who is the emperor going to bestow honors to? I heard it's for the army that supported Qingzhou before. Those sitting there seem really impressive. They must be the civil and military officials of the Qian, right? They all seem so dignified. Even more so than the city lord. Yeah, they seem even more formidable than the city lord. Hundreds of millions of the Qian citizens are curious about the situation at the ceremony of bestowal platform. Some focusing on the people, some on the architecture, and others guessing what honors will be bestowed later. Meanwhile, the powerful figures from the affiliated clans, side clans, and princes are all bewildered by this scene. Wasn't there a family instruction to not reveal too much strength to the common folk? What is the emperor trying to do? Yes, what exactly happened in Qingzhou? Why is the emperor holding a ceremony of bestowal for everyone to watch? The princes should know something, right? After all, didn't the 4 princes have a fight in Qingzhou? The affiliated clans and side clans are puzzled, but the princes quickly come to terms with it. If Jun Tianlin wants to do it, then let him do it. Who would dare to oppose? Once they all learned that the current emperor of the Qian is Jun Tianlin, no one dared to contradict any of his decisions. Meanwhile, the crowd outside is somewhat flustered, as many recognize what the huge screen in the sky is. What's going on? Is there going to be a public execution? I have a bit of social anxiety. What should I do? It feels like so many people are staring at me. Don't panic, with so many big shots in front, they won't notice us. Marshal. Marshal, there are so many people. Haven't you seen crowd before? Why are you so excited? No, look at that woman sitting there. She seems so beautiful. Come on, those are all significant figures above the Grandmaster level. Just look and move on. Marshal, aren't you going to sit in the front? Qingyu curiously looks at Jun Tianlin, reasoning that as the third prince of the Qian and the current emperor as elder brother, he should have a seat, right? Jun Tianlin nods. Indeed, I have a seat in the front. I'll go over there later. You all stay here, keep a low profile, and don't cause trouble. But if someone provokes you, remember their names, and I'll deal with them later. The shadow guards had already notified him of his seat, but he still felt a bit uneasy about his subordinates, so he brought them to a less crowded area. All right, Marshal is mighty. Don't worry, we will behave ourselves. Jun Tianlin smiled, then proceeded to the central passage, heading towards his seat. His action sparked speculation among many people outside. Who is this person? He seems quite young. I don't know. He is a 7-pattern Grandmaster and definitely young enough. You don't know? You little ones are too behind on the news. That S the current emperor's elder brother, the former third prince. Huh? The third prince? How can he be so young? You don't know? The current emperor is only 18 years old. What? That is not possible. The emperor has been in power for over 200 years, right? Not long ago, the new emperor ascended the throne. You didn't know this? Why didn't our affiliated clans receive any news? Not just the affiliated clans, but the side clans and princes also didn't know about this matter. If it weren't for the emperor's Imperial guards visiting us 3 days ago, we wouldn't have known. As Jun Tianlin makes his way to his position, not only the people outside, but even those in the seats are surprised. This generation is truly terrifying. A 25-year-old Grandmaster with 7 patterns? Far stronger than us old bones. What kind of person is the current emperor? Does this one not have the talent to contend for the throne? This third prince indeed has terrifying talent, but he is still far from Tianlin. Tianlin, the one who personally emerged from seclusion for the baptism. However, Tianlin shouldn't sit on the throne, right? If he wants to sit, who would dare oppose? At just 18, with 2 powerful guardians at the creation realm, can you imagine? It is said that Tianlin has already stepped into the extraordinary, at least in the heavenly human realm. Whatever he wants to do, who wouldn't indulge him? Well, that is true. If he wants this position, no one would dare oppose him. Those with questions should go talk to the third-generation emperor. You guys change your faces too quickly. Just a moment ago, you were lamenting the talent of this prince. What are you laughing about? This prince will be the Tian prince in the future. When you see him, you must pay your respects, so what is there to lament? Jun Tianlin sat in the front row. Next to him were Wang Tianjin, Wang Tianke, and Wang Tianxiu. When the 3 saw Jun Tianlin approach, Wang Tianke joked, Tianlin, the last time we met was when Tianlin was born, and now he is so big. Jun Tianlin was taken aback, then recalled that these were the 3 princes from when he was 7 years old. Tianlin had met these 3 great-uncle princes. Among the princes, these 3 were quite leisurely, with strong talents, rarely closing themselves off for intense training, and without wives. Their cave heavens were just for themselves, not even having a servant. When Tianlin was born, the ancestral land notified all the princes to inform them of Tianlin's status. These 3 idlers even specifically came to Feng Tian City to see the newly born Tianlin. Gome, seat. Tianheng, when are you planning to be conferred as a king? Tianheng, being conferred a king is indeed a big deal. The sooner, the better. Facing the 3 princes' questions, Jun Tianheng felt a bit helpless, but still obediently replied. Tianheng currently has no plans to be conferred as a king. My younger siblings have not returned yet. I see. Your younger siblings are still in the Tianlin domain? Yes. I was just thinking about letting Tianlin summon them back once this is over. The Tianlin domain. How about we go there together? Tianheng, what do you think? You guys really have no sense of crisis at all. Jun Qing suddenly appeared in the seat to their right. Jun Ke was startled by this sudden voice. My goodness, great uncle, you're so big now. Can you not always scare people? Jun Ke said helplessly. Jun Tianheng and the other 2 greeted Jun Qing. Greetings. Great uncle, I've been running around all the cave heavens these past few days, and you 3 little rascals didn't help at all. Great uncle, you're in the Divine Palace's 8th realm, and we're only in the Divine Ability realm. You're not afraid of offending people, but we are. What are you afraid of? With your talents, entering the Divine Palace, or even the Creation Realm, is just a matter of time. Being timid is not what a martial artist should be. Yes, so, great uncle, are you going to the Tianling domain? No, the national fortune is expanding recently. I don't know what's going on. It should be due to the ancestral land. If I get a chance, I need to make a trip to the ancestral land. Jun Tianlin. What will you do if you find out that the ancestral land has disappeared? Suddenly, 11 luxurious seats with black and gold patterns descended from the sky, landing steadily at the front. This sudden scene made the originally noisy atmosphere instantly fall silent. Everyone's gaze was drawn to these 11 seats, staring at them in astonishment, filled with confusion and curiosity. What is this? How come there are extra seats? These seats are actually in front of the princes. What's going on? For a moment, everyone was murmuring. Various speculations and questions filled the entire square. Just as everyone was puzzled by this sudden change, the originally clear sky suddenly seemed to be covered by a heavy black curtain, quickly darkening. In the blink of an eye, darkness spread like ink, enveloping the entire Feng Tian city, as if night had fallen early. However, surprisingly, despite the surrounding darkness, light had not completely vanished. In the depths of that darkness, a faint light flickered, like a lone star in the night sky, tiny yet exceptionally bright. At the same time, on the large screens in front of the citizens of Qian, the scene of the sealing ceremony was still clearly visible. That faint light seemed to be emanating from the sacrificial platform, piercing through the darkness and outlining the platform's shape distinctly. Who is this? So bold? This aura is interesting. What a pure dark power. Is it him? Jun Qing's lips curled up. He could clearly sense that Xianye's strength had increased significantly. Great uncle. Do you know this person? Jun Ke was also a bit surprised. He only realized the terrifying dark power when the darkness completely enveloped the area. A very promising young man under Tianlin. His talent is much stronger than yours. Although Xianye's dark domain covered the entire Feng Tian city, the transmission screens were not affected. The citizens of Qian were also quite surprised by this scene. Why did the sky turn black? Yeah. Is it night in the Imperial City? It shouldn't be getting dark so quickly. What do you know? There must be a big shot about to appear. Let me guess. It must be the supreme being from the Luo family. Oh, so it's him. In the eyes of the rulers of the affiliated clans, collateral branches, and the princes, Xianyi, clad in black armor, slowly walked through the air toward the 11 seats at the front. With each step, spatial power subtly rippled. Who is this person? How dare he walk above us? Haha, what courage! Is he trying to show off? So many princes are still here. Doesn't he fear for his life? Great uncle. This person is a bit arrogant. Haha, he has the capital to be arrogant. Just a few days ago, he was at the 3rd realm of the divine aspect. And today, he is actually at the 9th realm of the divine aspect. No way. Great uncle, are you joking? 6 major realms in just a few days? How is that possible? Jun Ke clearly did not believe it. This person's name was granted by Tianlin. He was probably brought here by some ancestor from a powerful race to serve Tianlin. I see, all right. Seeing that Jun Qing had no anger towards this person walking above them, and even showed a smile, the other Tian princes also curiously observed Xianyi. After this observation, they were also surprised. No wonder Jun Qing was not angry. Although they couldn't see through Xianyi's age, their instincts told them this person was very young, and the pure dark power he wielded constantly hinted at his terrifying future. Thus, these Tian princes actually smiled as well. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a person. Which race does this person belong to? This king, in the 7th realm of the divine palace, actually feels unable to subdue this young man. Don't say you. This king in the 9th realm of the divine palace can't subdue him either. This person not only possesses dark power, but I also see he has spatial power, possessing both of these powers and mastering them to this extent. His potential is probably beyond this king. Seeing that the Tian prince at the front made no move and said nothing, the Yu princes and Ling princes behind also wisely chose not to act. With the princes not moving, the collateral and affiliated clans behind naturally did not dare to say anything further. Xianyi slowly settled down, taking the seat on the far left. Who is this person? Even the princes have to sit behind him? I don't know. Since the princes didn't say anything, his identity must be extraordinary. No, does no one recognize him? How come not a single person knows? When someone you don't know stands in front of everyone, it means their level is beyond what you can reach. If we knew each other, would we still be standing here? Ha ha! The people of Qian looked at Xian Ye's figure with confusion. Is he that top expert from the Luo family? He doesn't quite look like it. His eyes actually have no whites. He looks so handsome. He's actually sitting at the very front. Watching Xian Yi take a seat on the far left, Jun Qing smiled. It seems there are still 10 more. I'm becoming more and more curious about what kind of monsters Tianlin's subordinates really are. Tian Heng, do you know that person? No, I don't know. Tianlin only had shadow guard around him before, right? As Jun Tianheng's words fell, A dazzling light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, and the power of yin and yang spiraled in the sky like two giant dragons, ultimately converging into a mysterious yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. What is this? The power of yin and yang? It is rumored that the combination of yin and yang can create life. I wonder if it's true. This is truly a monster. Clearly, the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram is right in front of me, yet I can't sense the slightest breath. It is even more terrifying than that young man just now. Is it because their realm is above ours that we can't perceive it? I am at the 9th realm of the Divine Palace, and there is a great being in the realm of creation? It seems so. Didn't those two before cultivate the path of slaughter? What about this great being of creation who cultivates the path of yin and yang? Jun Tianlin also gazed at the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram in the sky. Another being of creation. Another being of creation? Today is truly eye-opening. The power of darkness, the power of space, the power of slaughter, the power of yin and yang, all are rare paths of the great Tao. Tianlin subordinates are indeed monsters. Jun Tianheng also looked at the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram with burning eyes. Creation. 5 pure white halos floated down from the white center of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, gently landing in 5 positions beside Qianyi. Immediately afterward, 5 pitch-black halos rushed out from the black center of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, steadily landing in the 5 positions on the far right. 10 in total. All are beings of creation. These people are not simple. If it weren't for my eyes seeing them, I wouldn't have sensed their existence at all. Where did His Majesty find so many beings of creation? These people aren't from the Jun family, right? Oh, didn't you just say they were quite arrogant? Go tell these few in front of you. Are you crazy? I still want to live a few more years. Yulongxin, are you itching for trouble? Jun Qing's gaze was fixed on the figure of Yin Yi on the far right. Seeing Jun Qing's gaze, Jun K asked, Ancestral uncle, do you know that person? Jun Qing shook his head. No wonder when I saw him back then. He could clearly be on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm, but hadn't done so. He was probably just a manifestation of himself back then. But Jun Qing quickly became puzzled. Why did this person's manifestation make him act against the spirit light lineage? Thinking of how Tianlin still had 2 Imperial guards by his side, he couldn't understand why the spirit light lineage mattered to Tianlin even if they had a being in the divine realm. Jun Qing didn't know that Jun Tianlin had a system, so he was quite puzzled about why Yin Yi said those words back then. Soon, a cold sweat rose behind Jun Qing. Could it be that this person was testing him, appearing in Qingzhou at that time? Did this person think he was in cahoots with those people? That's why he spoke to test him, even making him act against the spirit light lineage. All of this was to test whether he had any connection to the Qingzhou incident. Yin Yi seemed to sense something, glanced back at Jun Qing, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Seeing this scene, Jun Qing smiled helplessly. These big shots really like to tease people. Ancestral uncle, when you talk about others, you're pretty much the same, just as bad. Xiao Ke, have you not been trained by me for a long time? You're anxious. He is anxious. After the ceremony ends, don't leave. I will practice with you. Just as everyone was discussing Qianyi and the Yin-Yang Guardians and others. On the high platform, 2 blood-red whirlpools appeared. These 2 wouldn't hide their aura like the Yin-Yang Guardians. As soon as they appeared, everyone's gaze turned to the blood-red whirlpools on the high platform. Again, this terrifying aura of slaughter. Can't these 2 learn from the previous 10? Are you crazy? You actually dared to provoke those 2 Imperial guards. They're beings of creation. They must have heard it. You're done for. No, what did I say? I said those 2 are very handsome. Is there a problem? A real man should be in the spotlight. So you think those previous 10 weren't real men? Huang Puzun, you mother. Watch your words. This is a reward ceremony. Publicly humiliating the emperor. Are you disrespecting His Majesty's authority? Nangong the old thief, I advise you not to randomly put hats on me. So those are the left and right Imperial guards? The crimson gold Imperial robes. They feel so familiar. Jun Tianheng felt that these 2 Imperial guards gave him a very familiar feeling. How could it not be familiar? Those are clones of Jun Tianlin. Aside from their love for slaughter, they're almost indistinguishable from Jun Tianlin. These 2 always make such a terrifying entrance. Jun Qing recalled how the left Imperial Guard of Qingzhou crushed 3 Divine Palace realm beings with a single hand and couldn't help but sigh. The great beings of creation who cultivate the path of slaughter have made their entrance. Tianlin must be coming out soon, right? By the way, ancestral uncle, what is Tianlin's current strength? Jun Qing's mouth curled up. How should I put it? It probably won't be long before you're no match for Tianlin. So powerful already? Jun Tianheng was also surprised. The king of Tianke is at least a strong figure in the divine realm, and soon he won't be Tianlin's opponent. The two Imperial guards walked out of the whirlpools. These two finally appeared, and regardless of whether they were known or unknown, no one dared to speak anymore. It's simple. The aura of these two is too terrifying to conceal. The people of Great Qian also looked curiously at the two Imperial guards on the screen. Is it about to start? Are they first-grade masters of the world? They actually emerged from the blood-red whirlpool. So amazing. Is this what a martial artist is? I also want to practice martial arts. Just as the two Imperial guards made their appearance, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from deep within the palace, as if drawn by some mysterious power. This golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor, shooting straight up into the clouds, and then suddenly stopped midair. Following that, the golden light began to violently roll and twist, as if an invisible force was shaping it into some form. After a moment, the golden light finally stopped changing, replaced by an enormous phantom. This phantom stood in the sky like a mountain. He wore a black gold imperial robe, the sleeves billowing in the wind, rustling. The imperial robe was embroidered with exquisite dragon patterns, each dragon vivid and lifelike, as if ready to soar into the sky at any moment. The phantom's face was shrouded in a faint golden light, making it hard to see clearly, but from the indistinct outline, one could tell that his features were like a painting, extraordinarily handsome. His brows revealed an unparalleled majesty and dominance, making anyone who caught a glimpse involuntarily feel a sense of awe. Is this the one we knelt to before? Your Majesty? Is this also a master of the world? Yes, 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 we seem to have worshipped this figure before, but is this really a martial artist? We did worship, but isn't this a bit too ridiculous? I want to say earlier that boundless darkness, the yin-yang tai chi diagram, the blood-red whirlpool, is this really a martial artist? Who cares about that? Whether he is a martial artist or not, this is the Emperor of Great Qian, the ruler of Great Qian. Long live your Majesty. The people at the sacrificial altar quickly stood up to pay their respects. Those on the periphery, seeing this, hurriedly imitated their actions. When the people on the screen had all bowed, the citizens of the Great Qian from various places also followed suit. The shadow of Jun Tianlin nodded slightly. No need for formalities. Upon seeing this, the crowd shouted in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The sound echoed through the sky, resonating in this vast space. As everyone slowly stood up, the shadow of Jun Tianlin merely nodded lightly, as if all of this was within his expectations. However, just when everyone thought everything had returned to calm, the shadow of Jun Tianlin suddenly emitted a loud sound, akin to shattering glass. In an instant, the shadow exploded, transforming into countless golden rays of light. These rays seemed to be endowed with life, dancing gracefully in the air, scattering everywhere. They streaked across the night sky like meteors and fell to the ground like snowflakes, yet they followed a unique trajectory, as if meticulously arranged. Ultimately, these golden lights accurately landed on the high platform of the sacrificial altar, forming a massive ball of light. The light ball emitted a dazzling brilliance, making it impossible to gaze directly at it. Within the light ball, a figure could be faintly seen. At this moment, two Imperial guards stood on either side of the high platform, their expressions unchanged, their eyes coldly staring at the crowd below, as if all of this had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, a deep and authoritative voice emanated from the light ball. The reward ceremony begins. This voice resonated throughout the entire space like a great bell, instilling a sense of awe. As this voice sounded, the light ball slowly cracked open like a broken eggshell. Eventually, the light ball completely shattered, revealing the figure of Jun Tianlin inside. Jun Tianlin was seen sitting on the imperial throne, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. Resembling an iceberg, his gaze slowly swept over the crowd below, as if scrutinizing every movement and expression they made. Chapter 28, The 9-Pattern Creation Pill, An Amazing Reward. Envying the Sky King, so strong. He seems to be only 18, right? With such grace, he truly deserves to be the emperor of our Great Qian. The realm of Divine Wanderer. Unexpectedly in the realm of Divine Wanderer. An 18-year-old Divine Wanderer, indeed terrifying. My goodness. No wonder my ancestor said that soon I want to even be a match for Tianlin. The pressure from a Divine Wanderer is immense. Jun Tianlin was also quite surprised. Tianlin has already reached the realm of Divine Wanderer, an 18-year-old Divine Wanderer. The gap is just too large. The onlookers were even more shocked. They all heard the exclamations from the big shots in front. He is already this strong at just 18? The citizens of Great Qian were also expressing their amazement. Our emperor is so handsome. Haha, Our Great Qian is indeed so prosperous. He looks just like the emperor in my dreams. Since Jun Tianlin announced the commencement of the reward ceremony, the Right Emperor's Guard did not wait any longer. Announce. The Dragon Suppression Army and the Phoenix Feather Army representatives come to receive their rewards. At the center of the sacrificial platform, at the end of the wide and solemn passage, the huge doors slowly opened. Accompanied by a heavy sound, it felt as if the entire space trembled. Soon after, two burly middle-aged men walked out steadily from the great door. Their figures stood out remarkably under the sunlight. Leading the way was Feng Xiang, the commander of the Phoenix Feather Army. He wore a bright red battle armor that gleamed in the sunlight, resembling burning flames. The exquisite patterns and magnificent decorations on the armor made Feng Xiang exude an unparalleled majesty and dominance. Following behind Feng Xiang was Long Yuan, the commander of the Dragon Suppression Army, clad in deep blue battle armor, the color as profound and stable as the deep sea. Long Yuan was tall and strong. His steps, though slow, seemed exceptionally firm, giving off an impression of unyielding strength. The two slowly approached the platform. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Jun Tianlin nodded. No need for formalities. They stood up, and the left Emperor's Guard spoke. Regarding the situation in Qingzhou, the Phoenix Feather Army and the Dragon Suppression Army escorted the people of Qingzhou to retreat and fought against the demon sect. Meritorious deeds accomplished. Each is awarded a set of Heavenly Man techniques, 10 sets of 9th-tier martial arts, 5 million top-grade spirit stones, and resources worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones for each participating mount and soldier. Two small whirlpools appeared before them, and they hurriedly reached out to catch them. Each whirlpool dropped 2 space rings. "Thank you, your majesty." The two knelt down in gratitude. Jun Tianlin nodded. "You have done well, putting your heart and effort into serving the citizens of Great Qian. I hope you continue to maintain this. You may withdraw." "Yes, your majesty." It seems the people of Qingzhou have all been relocated to the nearby Qizhou, Fengzhou, and Guzhou, all due to the demon sect. I thought it was due to natural disasters. I had heard before that Qingzhou had been suffering from disasters continuously. My goodness, the legendary 9th-tier martial arts. 5 million top-grade spirit stones. How many years would we have to work to amass such spirit stones? Each soldier is awarded resources worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Emperor is indeed generous. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? I toil for a year to earn 100 taels of gold. It would take me 10 million years to earn that much. Why? They earned it through their hard work. Why are you jealous? I can work hard too. No, you're not even a martial artist. What is the point of your hard work? No one cares about your life. Exactly. The commoners around are lucky to earn 2 or 3 taels of silver a year, and with how hard we work, people like you should be exiled. After rewarding the Phoenix Feather Army and the Dragon Suppression Army, the Right Emperor's Guard spoke again. Announce. The Qingzhou Garrison, Qizhou Garrison, Guzhou Garrison, and Fengzhou Garrison representatives come to receive their rewards. The great door at the end of the passage opened once more, and 4 middle-aged men dressed in black and gold battle armor walked slowly forward. They arrived at the platform. "We pay our respects to your majesty." After rewarding these garrison troops, several small armies were also rewarded. Announce. The Tianqing King Junqing comes to receive his reward. As soon as the Right Emperor's Guard said this, the eyes of the princes all turned to Junqing. Junqing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled helplessly. Didn't he say he didn't need a reward? But oh well. It's Jun Tianlin's good intention. Junqing slowly stood up and walked to the platform below, a smile on his lips as he slightly cupped his hands. "The Tianqing King greets your majesty." Jun Tianlin also revealed a faint smile. No need for formalities. The Qingzhou Lingguang lineage attempted a rebellion. The Tianqing King acted and brought out their 3 accomplices, the Yufeng King, Yuzhao King, and Yuqing King. For this battle, Tianqing King. First-class merit. What? The Qingzhou Lingguang lineage rebelled? Those guys from the Yufeng King are actually accomplices. Have those fools lost their minds? For a moment, the subordinate clans, sideline rulers, and princes were all in disbelief. A rebellion. Such an unfamiliar term. Even princes are involved. The Jun family turning against the Jun family. Those guys must not want to live anymore. Especially during Jun Tianlin's reign. Those princes are not just opposing Jun Tianlin. They are opposing the entire ancestral land. Although the princes were somewhat incredulous, the Yufeng King and the others had already been captured. Whether they believed it or not, they had to accept it. So that was the reason for the battle in Qingzhou that day. A rebellion. That Lingguang lineage harmed our sideline clans. We will definitely have to be more careful in the future. Those guys from the Yufeng King are quite bold. I know that Tianlin has several caves that cultivate spiritual plants. The things inside are rumored to be worth more than a top-grade spiritual vein. Jun Tianlin suddenly spoke, and the three princes beside him were instantly stunned. What? Damn, we missed out. We should have gone to help at that time. You helped my ass. Your magical treasures were shattered there. Ah, it's such a loss. Not only did we get no rewards, but one magical treasure was also destroyed. It's all that ancestor's fault. He is too selfish. The citizens of Great Qian were puzzled upon hearing about the Qingzhou Lingguang lineage's rebellion. So there are people in Qingzhou who want to rebel, and there are three kings as accomplices? These are the ones who probably caused Qingzhou to become a forbidden land, right? But I'm still curious. What kind of battle was it that turned Qingzhou into such a state? How strong is this king? The current state of Qingzhou has somewhat shattered my worldview. Whether it's the emperor or this king, they must be beings above the great masters of the world. The previous general who caused darkness, and that Taiji diagram must have created disturbances that the great masters of the world could not have caused. In an instant, the citizens of Great Qian began to speculate whether there are levels above the great masters of the world. The left emperor's guard announced again. The Tianqing king performed exceptionally well in this battle. His Majesty has specially rewarded him. 1 9-pattern creation pill, 3 7-colored by Ning pills. 6 creation-grade spiritual treasures, 1 creation-grade magical treasure, the golden pattern radiant dragon spear, and 1 creation-grade martial art. When this voice echoed in the palace, the originally quiet scene was instantly broken. Except for the 11 people in the front row, almost everyone else sitting jumped up as if they were electrocuted. All eyes focused on Jun Tianlin on the platform, their faces showing expressions of shock and disbelief. They widened their eyes, as if witnessing something incredible. At that moment, the right emperor's guard's gaze narrowed, and a terrifying killing intent spread like a storm. Everyone felt this terrifying killing intent and quickly sat down. Only then did the right emperor's guard retract his killing intent. The onlookers outside were also filled with envy upon hearing the left emperor's guard's announcement. Even a single item from this casual reward could buy several of my lives. The royal family is truly wealthy. Ha, these big shots are all stunned. So many good things. Seeing them envious makes me feel at ease. The people of the Qian have no idea what value the gift from Jun Tianlin hold, which makes these big figures so surprised. What did His Majesty reward? Why are these people so excited? I don't know, but just hearing the names of these items feels unattainable. As the protagonist, Jun Qing also looked bewildered. The 9-pattern creation pill? He has heard of the creation pill, which helps those in the Divine Palace's 9th realm break through to the creation realm. The materials are extremely precious, and each ingredient is of creation level. However, even so, the creation pill only provides a 10% success rate. This 9-pattern creation pill, could it be even more effective than the creation pill? At this moment, Yi transmitted a message to Jun Qing. The 9-pattern creation pill was refined by my 8th brother and can increase the success rate of breaking through the creation realm to 99%. As long as you're not seriously injured or under any restrictions, the breakthrough is guaranteed. The 7-colored by Ning pill also came from my 8th brother's hands. These 3 pills can help you quickly break through the Divine Palace 9th realm. That creation-level magic weapon was also crafted by my 4th brother using Heavenly Thunder, a top-tier creation-level magic weapon. King Tianqing, His Majesty has spent quite a bit of treasure for you. After hearing the transmission, Jun Qing turned to look at Yi. His expression won a surprise. 3 7-colored by Ning pills can help him quickly break through the Divine Palace 9th realm. And the 9-pattern creation pill almost guarantees his success in breaking through the creation realm. Tianlin has directly granted him the opportunity to break through the creation realm. Uncle Ancestor has really struck it rich. Anything given by Tianlin is a dream come true for me. The 9-pattern creation pill? I have heard that some pills can double their effectiveness if they are refined with divine patterns. Could this 9-pattern creation pill be made with 9 divine patterns? The creation pill? No way. If that's the case, then I'll have to kneel before Tianlin later. Jun Tianlin extended his left hand, wearing a spatial ring on his middle finger that glimmered with a faint light. He gently waved his hand, and 2 items along with 6 spiritual treasures surged out of the ring. The 2 items were 2 exquisite crystal boxes, translucent and emitting a soft glow. The lids of the crystal boxes were tightly closed, as if they contained some precious treasures. The 6 spiritual treasures were enveloped in a layer of spiritual liquid, which flowed slowly, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance. Under the nourishment of the spiritual liquid, these spiritual treasures appeared vibrant, as if they might burst forth with dazzling light at any moment. When Jun Tianlin took these items out, the entire sacrificial platform was enveloped by a powerful medicinal and pill fragrance. Wow, this scent. Inhaling, it makes me feel like the shackles of my Tianlin realm are loosening. My goodness, this rich medicinal fragrance, I need to inhale more. Those outside, upon smelling this fragrance, felt their realms loosening, with some even starting to break through on the spot. Those sitting inside all looked intensely at the pills and spiritual treasures floating before Jun Tianlin. The king of the sky beside them was so envious that he almost shed tears from his mouth, staring intently at one of the crystal boxes, the 9-pattern creation pill. I feel that if I take this pill, I could immediately break through to the creation realm. Haha, king of the sky, you're so envious. Can you, king? It's not your fault. After all, you're only in the 7th realm of the divine palace and don't understand this temptation. Tianlin king, do you understand this at your 8th realm of the divine palace? Of course, I feel that with those 3 7-color by Ning pills and the creation pill, I could also break through to the creation realm. My goodness, this rich pill fragrance could probably be passed down as a family treasure and create a subsidiary clan within a century. A subsidiary clan? What do you want that for? Just for the pill fragrance? Otherwise, I'm only in the divine travel realm. If I take it, I'd probably explode. At this moment, Jun Qing was also looking intensely at the items floating in front of Jun Tianlin. Jun Tianlin waved his hand lightly, and the pills and spiritual treasures floated to Jun Qing's side. Wow, they're about to be in Uncle Ancestor's hands. Uncle Ancestor, take it slowly. Don't scatter the pill fragrance. Let me inhale a couple of breaths later. Fourth brother, you really lack ambition. Aren't you going to inhale later? Of course. Jun Qing looked at the items in front of him, his heart racing. This is his chance to break through to the creation realm. Jun Tianlin smiled and then slowly raised his right hand, revealing a spatial ring on his ring finger that glimmered with a faint light. He gently waved his hand, and the light from the ring instantly became dazzling, as if responding to his summons. As the light intensified, a golden beam shot out from the ring. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, the light gradually dissipated, revealing a 7-foot-long spear. The spear was entirely golden, with exquisite golden dragon patterns carved upon it, lifelike, as if it could soar into the sky at any moment. The spear's tip was incredibly sharp, glinting coldly and sending chills down one's spine. The spear shaft was as smooth as jade, with the golden dragon patterns shifting with the light, appearing almost alive. The entire spear exuded a powerful aura. As the golden pattern Yao Dragon spear made its appearance, a terrifying golden light seemed ready to pierce through the heavens. This scene instantly pushed the discussions among the people of Qian to a climax. Creation level can't be just a realm, right? How can this spear possess such terrifying power? With this display, I feel like I could slay grandmasters of the world. Are we Qian really this formidable? You'd probably be shot dead by that golden light before getting close. No, how much has the dynasty hidden from us? You told me that the grandmasters of the world are the strongest? I feel this spear is stronger than our grandmaster city lord. The people at the sacrificial platform were also shocked by the golden pattern Yao Dragon spear. What a terrifying golden light. I've heard that the king of Tianqing's divine aspect is also a golden dragon. With this divine spear, the king of Tianqing's strength will likely become even more terrifying. The golden pattern Yao Dragon spear is truly tailor-made for the king of Tianqing and its creation level. The king of Tianqing has really hit the jackpot. Jun Qing was also staring blankly at the spear, feeling that the divine aspect powers within him were resonating with this spear. Jun Tianlin then took out a jade slip from his right hand. I will give you a spear technique for creation martial arts. If the king of Tianqing doesn't need it, you can go to the scripture pavilion to exchange for another one. After saying this, Jun Tianlin pushed the golden pattern Yao Dragon spear and the jade slip in front of Jun Qing. Jun Qing looked at the items before him, not knowing what to say to express his excitement. Thank you, your majesty. The spear technique is exactly what I need. Jun Tianlin smiled and nodded. You may withdraw. Jun Qing quickly nodded, putting the items into a spatial ring and returning to his seat. Although the pills and spiritual treasures were put away, a large amount of pill and medicinal fragrance still lingered in the air. The people outside saw that Jun Qing had already put the items away, so they inhaled even more vigorously, fearing that someone might snatch the pill fragrance away. As soon as he returned to his seat, Jun K and the others looked at him curiously. Uncle Ancestor, let me inhale some of the pills. Uncle Ancestor, let me see the spear. Uncle Ancestor. I've never seen a creation-level spiritual treasure in my life. Let me take a look at this heavenly spiritual treasure. Jun Qing said impatiently. Go away. There's still business to attend to. Taking these items out would cause too much of a commotion. Business? Jun Tianlin was a bit puzzled. Hasn't everything been rewarded already? Jun Qing smiled. There's still those from the Lingguang lineage. Tianheng has probably captured everyone from the Lingguang lineage and intends to execute them publicly later. You see, Jun Tianheng nodded. The Lingguang lineage hasn't been dealt with by Tianlin yet. Moreover, Tianlin likely believes that those involved in that matter aren't just those few princes. There must be others as well. So Tianlin probably plans to make an example out of them. Jing Qing felt a bit overwhelmed when he thought about this matter. He had almost searched through all the caves of the affiliated clans, collateral branches, and princes, but still found nothing. This could be a blessing or a curse. Hey, Tianqing Wang, are you selling that 9-pattern creation pill? Tianqing Wang suddenly asked Jing Qing. He really wanted that pill. He had been stuck at the 9th level of the Divine Palace for many years and had a strong premonition that this pill could definitely help a breakthrough. Jing Qing looked at him warily and said, I'm not selling it. This was specially refined for me by Tianlin. Well, fine. I'll go look for Tianlin later to see if I have a chance. Tianqing Wang sighed. Why wasn't he the one who went to Qingzhou back then? He needed to go out more to have opportunities. Haha, Tianqing Wang, I'm going too. Take me along. Me too. I want to go as well. The 4 Tianzi kings all wanted to obtain a 9-pattern creation pill. Given their status, asking for a creation pill from the ancestral land was not a problem. But the 9-pattern creation pill in Jing Qing's hands was clearly much better than an ordinary creation pill. Tianqing Wang already had a creation pill, but he wasn't completely confident about breaking through to the creation realm. However, when he saw Jing Qing's 9-pattern creation pill, he had a strong premonition that as long as he could consume this pill, he would definitely be able to break through to the creation realm. Chapter 29. Execution of the Spirit Light Lineage. Several princes come to seek elixirs now that the rewards have concluded. Let me talk about what comes next. Jun Tianlin's expression was cold as he looked down from above at each person below. The hearts of the subordinate clans, the side branches rulers, and the princes all tightened. The serious matters were about to begin. The right Emperor Guard raised his arm lightly, like a dragon emerging from the sea. And a terrifying blood aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, surging forth and transforming in the sky into a faint red water mirror. Within the water mirror, a desolate land appeared. The earth cracked like a tortoise shell, and the sky was filled with yellow sand, as if the apocalypse had come. As the image in the water mirror slowly zoomed in on a barren mountain, the left Emperor Guard also waved his arm, and a golden vortex appeared to be held like a pearl in his hand, shining with brilliant light. He gently tossed the golden vortex into the faint red water mirror. And surprisingly, the golden vortex really appeared atop the mountain. Then, with a flick of his finger, the compressed blood energy instantly entered the water mirror like lightning, shattering the golden vortex. With the rupture of the golden vortex, tens of thousands of elegantly dressed individuals fell like raindrops. After falling, these people looked around in panic, as if they were startled deer. The cave had been sealed for several days, and these individuals had been on edge, unable to sleep in peace. Ling Wuxi, the clan leader of the Spirit Light lineage, felt like a startled bird the moment he fell out, wanting only to flee in haste. He knew the cave had been sealed, which meant they had been captured. Thus, he hurriedly sent a message to his 2 younger brothers, urging them to escape together. If they didn't flee now, when would they? Every move he made was captured by the left Emperor Guard, and a glint of crimson blood flashed in his eyes. Then, like 2 blood suns, his eyes hung high above Qingzhou. A strange scene unfolded as everyone in the water mirror craned their necks like machines to look at the sky. They stared in terror, frozen in place, as if something horrifying in the sky was watching them. What happened to these people? Why were they all not moving? Who were they? Nobody knew, but judging from their attire, they were not simple. Whether it was the imperial city or the common people of Daqian, no one understood why these individuals were frozen, and discussions erupted. At this moment, Yin Yi's gaze pierced through the water mirror to a spot in Qingzhou, and then the corners of his mouth lifted as he released a burst of true energy. Both Emperor Guards noticed Yin Yi's action, and they turned to look at him simultaneously, their eyes devoid of killing intent, only confusion. Yin Yi mirilisimidit. Seeing this, the 2 exchanged glances and then shifted their focus back to the Qingzhou behind the water mirror. Jun Tianlin's icy gaze fixed on the crowd below, a terrifying mental pressure enveloping the entire sealing ceremony altar, yet did not affect the outer crowd. Jun Tianlin's mental strength at birth was comparable to a third-grade master, and through later cultivation, his soul maintained a strength 2 realms higher than his own. After entering the celestial realm, his bloodline and physique were also activated, making his soul even more powerful, with mental strength sufficient to suppress everyone below the 5th level of the Divine Palace. Aside from avoiding Jun Tianheng, Jun Tianlin showed no mercy to the others. His powerful mental force directly crushed forward, except for a few high-level Divine Palace Tian ranked individuals. Everyone else was left dizzy and disoriented by this terrifying mental force. The Spirit Light lineage has used the demon sect to harm Qingzhou for 10,000 years. Our Dacian side branch has a legacy of 400,000 years. 10,000 years. Do you know how many citizens of Qingzhou have died at their hands? How many citizens have been brainwashed to join that demon sect, continuing to harm their fellow countrymen? Jun Tianlin's tone was extremely cold. Uncle, Tianlin's mental power is too terrifying. Even my mental strength, comparable to the Divine Palace realm, cannot withstand it. Uncle, stop watching the show and help me. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Jun Tianheng looked at the 3 people around him, who were in pain and somewhat confused. What did Tianlin do? Jun Qing smiled and said, Tianlin is putting them in their place. Your strength is too low. Tianlin must avoid you. Otherwise, your soul cannot withstand his terrifying mental force. Look at those rows of little guys in the back. They're all shaken and mentally injured. Jun Tianheng turned to look behind and found that the last several rows of people were all holding their heads in pain. Those in front were somewhat better, but they too had pale faces, looking apprehensively at Jun Tianlin on the high platform. The outer crowd, seeing the nearby big shots in such distress, couldn't help but feel puzzled. What happened to these big shots? Must be mental shock. I've seen this technique before. Who did it? Should be the 2 Emperor Guards of His Majesty. Those 2 avatars came to our cave and swept the entire place with their mental force at the slightest disagreement. Right? I was terrified at that time. I was taking a bath. They wouldn't be so idle as to watch you bathe. They just used this method to sense where the strongest people were. As the citizens of Dacian heard Jun Tianlin's words, discussions began to arise. The demon sect has harmed us for 10,000 years, and it turns out it was instigated by our own people. 10,000 years is a long time. Is the Spirit Light lineage in that water mirror? Kill them. Avenge our Qingzhou compatriots. With one person's incitement, the rest began to shout in unison. Kill them. Kill them. I believe the Spirit Light lineage does not have the ability to keep this hidden from the royal family for 10,000 years. The Qing Wang in Qingzhou has exposed the 3 individuals behind them. These 3 individuals are actually princes. I never expected that princes would help them. How ridiculous. Jun Tianlin's voice grew even colder. But these 3 individuals do not have the ability to keep this matter hidden for 10,000 years. There are others behind them, and I will find them one by one. After saying this, Jun Tianlin waved his sleeve and stood up. As he stood, all the subordinate clans, side branch rulers, and princes quickly stood up and knelt on one knee. The outer crowd, seeing this, also dared not remain standing and knelt on one knee towards Jun Tianlin. Xian Yi and the Yin-Yang protectors also stood up, their expressions calm, but carrying a hint of respect as they looked at Jun Tianlin. Wow, your majesty is so handsome, so imposing. These people truly feared the emperor. So why did they previously say that the Luo and Qi families were the pillars of Dacian? Right? Does anyone know people from the Luo and Qi families? Which one is the Duke of the State? Which one is the Chancellor? Jun Tianlin took out a golden longsword from the space ring on his right hand's ring finger. The sword engraved with ancient characters that read Heavenly Might descends. It was an unparalleled divine weapon, its level surpassing that of creation, albeit sealed. Seeing Jun Tianlin draw the longsword, the killing intent in the eyes of the 2 Emperor Guards began to spread again. Jun Tianlin slashed towards the water mirror with the sword. A terrifying sword chi tore through the sky of Qingzhou, striking towards the Spirit Light lineage's people. The sword chi fell upon Qingzhou, transforming into tens of thousands of small sword chies, and the people of the Spirit Light lineage were stunned by the left Emperor Guard. Having no power to resist Jun Tianlin's sword chi, tens of thousands of heads fell simultaneously, and Jun Tianlin retracted the longsword, his gaze cold as he looked at everyone. I know they still have accomplices at large. Yu Feng Wang, Yu Cheng Wang, and Yu Zhao Wang are still lurking in the demon ceiling cave. I will drag their accomplices out one by one. I do not need these people to admit their mistakes. Once found out, the entire cave will be buried with them. After speaking, Jun Tianlin turned and vanished in a golden light along with the imperial throne. The two emperor guards' killing intent swept over everyone without concealment. The terrifying killing intent making everyone afraid to raise their heads, fearing they would be remembered by the two emperor guards. Meanwhile, the blood-red vortex behind the two emperor guards quietly appeared. Then they left without saying a word. Seeing that Jun Tianlin and the imperial guards had left, everyone finally stood up. The Yin-Yang protectors exchanged glances, and a vortex appeared in front of their seats, beckoning Xianyi to leave quietly with them. The big screen also turned off. Are there still comrades from the spirit light lineage among us? Otherwise, with 3 princely clans involved, there must be others. The murderous intent of those 2 imperial guards just now was terrifying. How did His Majesty find 2 guards who practiced the path of slaughter? Today's events are quite significant. No wonder the caves of those 3 princes were sealed. The people of Deqian saw Jun Tianlin's last sword strike, severing the heads of tens of thousands, which stirred the martial spirit among the people. That power is definitely not something a mere warrior can possess. What realm exists above the Grand Master of Heaven and Earth? Deqian will last forever. No wonder the neighboring countries and dynasties see us so fearfully. It turns out our Deqian has grown this strong. Then why not conquer the lands of those dynasties? You don't understand, do you? The revenue generated by our work does not match our income at all. The dynasty spends money and resources every month and year to pay our salaries. If we conquer more territory and incorporate more people, the dynasty will have to spend more to subsidize the citizens. Would you be willing to share our current treatment with people from other dynasties? Well, then can't we just take the land and not those people? Is our current territory not enough for you to move around? The dynasty's recorded population is over 700 million. Even if averaged, it would take you days and nights to traverse it all. Isn't this just making Deqian even stronger? After the sealing ceremony ended, an announcement regarding realms spread throughout Deqian. Above the Grand Master of Heaven and Earth is actually the Celestial Realm, and above that is the Divine Travel Realm. Wow! This announcement is written in great detail. The celestial constructs of form. The divine travel projects an illusory form externally, and the divine appearance projects a tangible form externally. It sounds so simple. Wait until you step into the 9th rank of warriors before talking. After the sealing ceremony, Jun Tianheng returned to his subordinates. And surprisingly, Jun Wooly was also here, accompanied by an elderly man in royal robes. Oh, isn't this the famous descendant of a prince? What? Found a backer so quickly to take revenge on me? Jun Tianheng greeted him with cold mockery. He had already guessed who the elderly man beside him was but continued to ridicule. King Linglin cupped his hands to Jun Tianheng. Your Highness, the 3rd prince. Jun Tianheng also cupped his hands. Tianheng pays respects to Uncle Ancestor. King Linglin sighed with a wry smile. Tianheng, my descendant has angered you. Please forgive him. Jun Tianheng disdainfully glanced at Jun Wooly, who dared not lift his head under Jun Tianheng's gaze. Uncle Ancestor, I am not wronged. Your descendant may be a bit wronged. What's he wronged about? He is lucky to be alive. This little guy is usually quite obedient in the cave. But I didn't expect he would dare to speak disrespectfully to you. As his Uncle Ancestor, I naturally cannot let you suffer in vain. How about this? I will multiply the military salary of your Jinbei army by 10 for the next 100 years. As for my descendant, you can deal with him as you wish. King Linglin spoke very gently. He was not giving money to protect Jun Wooly, but to apologize to Jun Tianheng. His descendant's trouble was also related to him. This spirit stone was merely to protect himself. Jun Tianheng did not expect King Linglin to be so generous. The Jinbei army has 500,000 men, and the average military salary is about 2 high-quality spirit stones per person per month, totaling around 10,000 high-quality spirit stones a month. That is 120,000 high-quality spirit stones a year, and over 100 years. That is 12 million spirit stones. Multiply that by 10, and it's 120 million high-quality spirit stones. This is nothing for a prince's cave. But for the Jinbei army, King Linglin could be considered their benefactor. Qing Yu and the others were stunned. Qing Yu had already been shocked by how high the Jinbei army's military salary was, 2 high-quality spirit stones a month, and generals even received dozens of high-quality spirit stones. This salary in the Xiyun region rivals that of high-ranking officials in the court. Uncle Ancestor is so generous? Jun Tianheng was clearly a bit tempted. Seeing this, King Linglin also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I used to serve in the Jinbei army. They have it much harder than other armies. In the past, I couldn't provide the soldiers with too many resources, so this opportunity is quite justified. Jun Tianheng smiled back. I thank Uncle Ancestor on behalf of the Jinbei army. After they exchanged compliments, King Linglin looked at Jun Wooly behind him and said coldly, "Come here and apologize." Jun Wooly covered his shoulder and bowed to Jun Tianheng. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, the third prince." Jun Tianheng's expression also turned cold. "Remember, your surname is Jun. If you mock me, you are opposing me. If you mock the soldiers or the common people, you are opposing Tianlin. Tianlin won't talk to you like I am today. If you want to die, feel free to try. Go back and be confined for a few hundred years." Considering King Linglin's generous offer, Jun Tianheng only admonished him a few words, and the punishment was not too severe. "Did you hear that? Tianheng is kindly advising you, not harming you. You must remember the family rules of the Jun family. I only punish you for a few hundred years. But I think 1,000 years would be more fitting. If one day you dare to oppose Tianlin, I will be the first to kill you." King Linglin directly raised the punishment to 1,000 years. He was indeed angry, as the Shadow Guard had told him that at that time. Jun Tianheng was wearing battle armor, yet this guy still dared to mock him. If Jun Tianheng were to speak of this matter, he would likely be called to question by Tianlin. He had finally found an opportunity to elevate to the Jade rank. If he were delayed because of this, Jun Wooly could live, but he would write Lin backward. Jun Wooly opened his mouth. Although their words sounded quite right, he still felt quite uncomfortable. However, to save his life, he bowed to Jun Tianheng. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your lesson." Jun Tianheng cupped his hands to King Linglin. "Uncle Ancestor, I have matters to discuss with Tianlin, so I will take my leave." "Ha ha, go ahead. You two brothers haven't seen each other for 2 years." Jun Tianheng led Xingyu and the others out of the palace and took some spirit stones for them. "Find a place to stay. Don't provoke anyone, or I won't spare you either." "All right, Marshal, you can rest assured." "Marshal, you hurry along. We'll take a stroll first. Feng Tian City is so big. We have to take a good look." "Fine, I'm off." Jun Tianheng returned to the palace and headed straight to the Imperial Palace. After all, since Tianlin had become the emperor, he must reside in the Imperial Palace. Upon reaching the Imperial Palace, the Shadow Guards did not stop him, as Jun Tianlin had long known that Jun Tianheng was coming. "Third brother, it's been a long time. How have you been lately?" Jun Tianheng looked at Jun Tianlin's indifferent expression and felt somewhat speechless. He randomly found a chair to sit down and began to speak incessantly. "You kid, why didn't you say you had guards of the transformation realm? You made me worry and fret in the northern state. The 4 commanders wouldn't let me leave the northern state, saying that if you got into trouble, they would send me away. The Shadow Guards are really out of line now." Jun Tianlin took it helplessly. "The order of the 4 commanders comes from Father. He doing it for the mission. He told me to let you become a prince sooner. What do you think?" "No way. I'm only 25 years old. Normally, it takes hundreds of years to become a prince. I don't want to be a prince so early. By the way, when will second brother and the 4th brother return from the Tianling domain?" Jun Tianlin rested his chin in thought for a moment, then smiled at Jun Tianheng. "Third brother, aren't you raising private soldiers?" Jun Tianheng glanced at Jun Tianlin awkwardly and said, Isn't that cherishing talent?" Jun Tianlin shook his head helplessly. "I'm not here to question you. You know the ancestral land has disappeared. The national fortune has been in turmoil, and now there are interdimensional passages appearing in Qingzhou, with the spiritual energy in the other 8 states also surging. Fortunately, the national fortune has only opened one highest grade minor world passage for now. Interdimensional passages are too unstable. I plan to wage war in the Great Heavenly Realm to appease the national fortune." Wage war in the Great Heavenly Realm? Jun Tianheng was somewhat surprised. The Dakian had always refrained from external expansion simply because it was unnecessary. After all, expanding territory would require the Jun family to invest more energy, financial resources, and manpower. "Tianlin, how far do you plan to go?" Jun Tianlin smiled. Then his expression gradually turned cold. "How big the Great Heavenly Realm is. I will take as much as I can." Jun Tianheng was taken aback. He didn't expect Tianlin to want to take over the entire Great Heavenly Realm. Jun Tianlin looked at Jun Tianheng's shocked expression and said helplessly, "Compared to the interdimensional passages, the Great Heavenly Realm is much safer. Moreover, Protector Yi intends to establish the Realm Monument, allowing the rulers of various major forces to be appointed in Dakian. This way, the national fortune can also be appeased, and my Jun family won't have to invest too much energy and resources." Jun Tianheng nodded thoughtfully. "I see. What about second brother and the others?" "Third brother hasn't been to the Tianling domain, right? You should take the troops to bring them back. Anyway, I can see you really want to indulge in some fighting, So take this opportunity to have some fun. Really? Huh. Then I must have a good time. Jun Tianlin was overjoyed. He had long wanted to have a good battle with the myriad races of Beiyuan. Jun Tianlin smiled helplessly. At that moment, a shadow guard shouted at the entrance of the Imperial Palace, reporting to your majesty. Several princes request an audience. Jun Tianlin and Jun Tianlin exchanged glances. Jun Tianlin then remembered and teased Jun Tianlin. Tianlin, you were too generous today. The princes are all envious. Jun Tianlin chuckled. Let them in. Yes. Thus the Sky King, Feather King, Ridge King, Saint King, Threshold King, Quake King, Rising King, and Clear King, 8 princes with the character Tian, entered the Imperial Palace. The 8 approached Jun Tianlin and bowed in unison. Sky King pays respects to your majesty. Feather King pays respects to your majesty. Ridge King pays respects to your majesty. Saint King pays respects to your majesty. Threshold King pays respects to your majesty. Quake King pays respects to your majesty. Rising King pays respects to your majesty. Clear King pays respects to your majesty. Jun Tianlin nodded. No need for formalities. Uncles, may I ask why you've come? Jun Qing looked helpless and quietly stepped back, leaving the stage to the others. The Sky King, looking embarrassed, said, well that. Tianlin, I wonder if you still have that 9-pattern creation pill? Could my uncles buy one? The Feather King, Ridge King, and Saint King also nodded. Tianlin, we have lived for over 100,000 years. And this is the first time we've seen a 9-pattern creation pill. We got a bit excited and lost our composure. Please forgive us. That's right, Tianlin. That 9-pattern creation pill indeed stirred our hearts. After all, who wouldn't be excited about a 99% chance of breaking through? Our behavior may have made you laugh. Tianlin, if you don't have it, then never mind. We just came to ask. The princes appeared somewhat awkward, as they were much older than Tianlin and felt a bit embarrassed to come asking for medicine. Moreover, they only had mountains of spirit stones and some high-level spirit treasures, which were far less valuable compared to the 9-pattern creation pill. Chapter 30. The wealthy prince Jun Tianlin looked at the somewhat awkward expressions of the several princes and smiled helplessly. The 9-pattern creation pill that Jun Qing had was crafted by the Yangba Guardian. This 9-pattern creation pill was made from 13 creation-level spiritual treasures. And even in Jun Tianlin's cave heaven, there were only a few hundred creation-level spiritual treasures. Creation-level spiritual treasures are not common, but for Jun Tianlin, who has the scripture pavilion, these treasures are not that important anymore. Since the scripture pavilion upgraded, many elixirs inside have greatly helped Jun Tianlin, and now he can quickly level up even without the Dao Yuan fruit. Of course, having the Dao Yuan fruit would be even better. At that time, Jun Tianlin just wanted to see how strong the Yin-Yang Guardian's abilities were. However, he did not expect that the creation pill refined by the Yangba Guardian would be of comparable quality to that of the Scripture Pavilion. The elixirs produced by the Scripture Pavilion are refined to the utmost quality. Some elixirs may not be able to produce divine patterns, but those from the Scripture Pavilion can still enhance their efficacy significantly. The fact that the Yangba Guardian can refine creation-level elixirs and achieve peak quality indicates that their previous strength must have been far beyond the creation realm. This made Jun Tianlin even more eager for the next upgrade of the Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion also has 3 9-pattern creation pills in stock, and the value of a 99 probability of breaking into the creation realm is quite high. However, the other types of creation-level elixirs are also very precious. Jun Tianlin did not let the Scripture Pavilion produce only this type of elixir. After all, this thing can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Having too many would just be for selling. Moreover, those few Dao-level elixirs would be of great help to Jun Tianlin. However, those elixirs have a consumption level that is too high, so Jun Tianlin plans to wait until he breaks through to the divine aspect before consuming them. After all, no matter how talented Jun Tianlin is, it is impossible for him to have a physique comparable to the creation realm while still in the divine travel realm. The gap between the divine palace realm and the creation realm is too vast. Currently, his 3 clones each need several hundred billion superior spirit stones just to advance one realm. The treasury spirit stones can at most allow the 3 clones to reach the 9th level of creation, so he needs to earn some small money for the 3 clones. After all, since a 9-pattern creation pill can only be used once in a lifetime, it is of no use keeping it there. It is better to take it out and maximize the value of these elixirs. Jun Tianlin smiled lightly and said, "Several uncles. The 9-pattern creation pill was refined by one of my guardians. You can go find him for refining, but it still depends on his willingness." What? That elixir was actually refined by your guardian? Tianlin, is this true? That elixir was indeed refined by your guardian? The several princes all looked surprised. To be able to refine such an elixir, what realm is that guardian in? Jun Tianlin nodded. Indeed, is my guardian. However, he is usually reclusive and has a bad temper. If he refuses, I hope you uncles won't confront him. You won't be able to handle it. As soon as Jun Tianlin said this, the princes were left dumbfounded. Tianlin, we will bring the rewards and materials over later. Please help our uncle. He is older and doesn't want to get beaten up. The Sky King said somewhat embarrassedly. After all, with so many people simultaneously asking that guardian, he might find it bothersome and refuse to refine any. But Jun Tianlin is different. His status is there, and that guardian must refine it. Jun Tianlin nodded lightly. All right. I will go over later. Thank you, Tianlin. We will go get the spirit stones and materials now. Upon hearing Jun Tianlin's agreement, the Sky King dashed off. Once these princes reach the Divine Palace realm, the ancestral land will distribute spiritual treasure seeds, and by the time they reach the 9th level of the Divine Palace, those treasures will also be mature. Right, Tianlin, we will go get the materials now. The several princes quickly flew away from Foam Tian City. Their cave heavens are not within the Qian realm, but with their realms, it only takes a few seconds to travel there. However, retrieving the spiritual treasures might take some time, as these treasures are all creation level. Seeing the 4 princes leave, Jun Tianlin turned his gaze to the remaining few princes. What brings you here, uncles? Jun K scratched his head and chuckled. It's been a while since we saw Tianlin, so we came to check on you. Jun Jun also nodded. The last time I saw you, you were still a baby. But that one said you were born with exceptional intelligence. You should still remember us, right? It's been a long time since we last saw Tianlin. Jun Su's words were not as many as his 2 older brothers. Hearing this, Jun Tianlin raised his eyebrows, and some images flashed through his mind, instantly recalling who these 3 were. It turned out to be those 3 uncles from back then. It has been a long time since they last met. Tianlin has offended you all today, he said, referring to the spiritual pressure during the conferral ceremony. These 3 were only at the divine ability realm, and it seems they must have suffered quite a bit today. Ha ha ha, Tianlin, you are being too polite. What you did was necessary. We are weak, so suffering is to be expected. Indeed, your demeanor today was too domineering. A far cry from the naive self you were 18 years ago. No wonder you were the strongest genius of the Jun family. Exactly, Tianlin. Your demeanor today was like our previous emperor, filled with majesty in every word and action. Jun Tianlin smiled helplessly. Uncles, you jest. At this moment, Jun Qing also helplessly said, look at Tianlin and then look at yourselves. Where is the dignity of being a prince? Jun Qing and Jun Tianlin's temperaments are very similar. The imperial majesty they exude when serious is quite intimidating. In fact, many princes are not much different from emperors. Some just happen to be born at the wrong time. Those princes in the ancestral land all possess terrifying imperial majesty. However, the imperial majesty needs to be matched with corresponding strength. Otherwise, in the eyes of the strong, what does it matter if you have imperial majesty? Anyone with a firm mind can reduce the impact of the imperial majesty. Jun Tianlin can unleash a spiritual power comparable to the creation realm in the divine travel realm. In the eyes of those affiliated clans and side branches, Jun Tianlin's image is that of sitting high above in the 9 heavens, an existence they cannot reach, an emperor who can control their lives and deaths at any time. Yet these Tianzi princes still regard him as a junior. This is the influence of strength. However, Jun Tianlin does not show his imperial side to those close to him. Whether it is the previous few princes or these 4, he can feel that these people harbor no malice towards him. Naturally, he would not put on the airs of an emperor. After chatting for a while, the Sky King and the others returned to Foam Tian City. The shadow guard at the entrance shouted again, report, several princes seek an audience. Jun Tianlin raised his eyebrow. Let them in. Tianlin, we brought the materials. The 4 princes handed over spatial rings. Jun Tianlin nodded. Uncles, will you be staying in the palace today? Refining the elixirs may take some time. Upon hearing this, the 4 felt reassured. But all 4 shook their heads. Tianlin, we have other matters to attend to. We will come back to the palace in a couple of days. After saying that, the 4 left again. Jun Tianlin shook his head helplessly. Tianlin, these uncles of yours are not far from my era. We are all quite straightforward. Jun Tianlin smiled at Jun Qing. Uncle, I understand, but the materials have arrived, and the spirit stones you provided earlier were quite a lot. There's no need to gather more. Long before those princes arrived, Jun Qing had mentioned that since they took Jun Tianlin's 9-pattern creation pill, but only gave such a little in return, they would definitely feel guilty and would want to gather more. But Jun Tianlin was genuinely satisfied. The spirit stones they provided earlier could allow the 3 clones to advance several realms. Perhaps these things can't buy a 9-pattern creation pill, but he isn't really here to do business. He's just saving some promotion money for his clone. Tianlin, your 9-pattern creation pill is different. A single pill can save 10,000 years of time, and they will give you the harvest of 10,000 years from their cave heavens. Jun Qing was also greatly shocked when he got the 9-pattern creation pill today. A single pill that saves 10,000 years of time can give him more time to break through to a higher realm. With the 3 7-colored binding pills and the 9-pattern creation pill granted by Tianlin, he will soon surpass his elder brother. When that time comes, he has to go to the ancestral land to show off to his brother. Chapter 31. The night of extraordinary luck the next day. When Jun Tianlin came to the sutra repository to retrieve the elixir, Yi suddenly approached him. Your Majesty, a little fellow has emerged from the portal to that world. Would you like to take a look? Jun Tianlin raised an eyebrow. Not dead? Hee. This person carries the destiny of that world and is indeed quite lucky. He's almost out of Qingzhou. Interesting, let me see. 2 days prior, Yi Wuyo finally found the world portal in the Tianyuan continent. However, the moment he saw Qingzhou through the portal, he was stunned by the desolation, endless barrenness, and the terrifying high temperature nearly vaporized him instantly. Fortunately, his teacher sensed something was wrong in the Tianyuan continent, because when they found the world portal, a terrifying heat wave continuously surged from it. Originally, the area around the world portal was a vast forest, but it had already turned into a desert, with no water or greenery for miles. This significant change was also why Yi Wuyo could find the world portal so quickly. Of course, he wasn't the only one who found the world portal, but even emperors couldn't stay near it for too long. Others were also wary of the portal. However, with his teacher's magical treasure that could withstand high temperatures, he was able to step into this realm. Yet, seeing the endless barren land, he began to doubt, is this really the world of the gods? Nevertheless, the rich spiritual energy surrounding the world portal still told him it was real. Although puzzled since he was there, he had to go out and seek opportunities to break through to a higher realm. However, the moment he stepped out of the world portal, his mirror bright spirit eye unexpectedly opened on its own, as if it had a consciousness. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless darkness, which was like thick layers of curtains blocking all light. Yet his sight shot through these layers like a sharp arrow, revealing a chilling, killing intent. What kind of killing intent was that? He seemed to see a towering giant, like a majestic mountain, standing on the desolate land. This giant, clad in a crimson golden dragon robe, looked down on the land from a high position, making everyone feel incredibly small and insignificant. The blood-red killing intent seemed to condense in his substance, swirling around him like a blood mist. Those enormous eyes, resembling blood suns, fixed on a battlefield where several massive figures were fiercely battling. Their figures moved as quickly as lightning, with golden, white, green, and black lights intertwining, like meteors streaking across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. These figures were like a pack of agile cheetahs, continuously weaving and darting, their attacks akin to thunder strikes, each collision causing the ground to shake. Their battle was extraordinarily fierce, as if the entire world trembled for them. However, amidst this intense combat, the golden figures suddenly let out a thunderous roar. This roar was like a shocking thunder from the heavens, reverberating throughout the world. Immediately afterward, a dazzling golden light erupted from him, like the sun rising, radiating brilliance. This golden light spread like a volcanic eruption, illuminating the land at an astonishing speed. However, shockingly, this once vibrant land turned desolate under the golden light in an instant. The originally lush green grass withered. The once flourishing trees instantly fell, and the clear rivers dried up. Everything became lifeless. The towering giant seemed like a cold observer, leisurely watching the battling figures as they ravaged the land, allowing them to destroy it beyond recognition. His existence seemed solely for witnessing this destruction, and his indifference chilled the heart. When Yi Wuyo came back to his senses, his eyes felt like they were being pierced by thousands of steel needles, the pain nearly unbearable. His teacher cried out in horror, "Little fellow, what did you see? Your mirror, bright spirit, I can't handle what you've witnessed." Yi Wuyo's eyes went blind. The process was excruciating, with countless needles piercing his pupils, the endless pain almost overwhelming him. Yet, It never allowed him to faint, as if a high deity were toying with him, forcing him to endure all this suffering. In enduring this endless pain, he unexpectedly opened his mind's eye. The mirror bright spirit eye seemed to exist in another form within him. Moreover, he sensed that his mirror bright spirit eye had become even more powerful. Teacher, I'm fine. It seems I have seen what happened here before. Yuio tightly closed his eyes, not caring about his blindness. What exactly did you see? The mirror bright spirit, I couldn't withstand it. I felt your eyes went blind. But the mirror bright spirit pulse didn't disappear? Why is that? His teacher was filled with questions, while Yuio simply said, Teacher, being blind doesn't mean I can't see. What did you see? I saw the battle of several deities that ravaged this land. It's even more terrifying than we imagined. Yuio seemed to have grown up in an instant, his tone carrying a hint of weariness. His teacher also noticed his change. It seems you gain benefits just by stepping into here. How about it? Shall we continue? Yuio smiled faintly. Teacher, didn't I say so long ago? Ha ha ha. Though Yuio had lost his eyes, he could see the world more clearly than before. When he actively opened his mirror bright spirit eye again, he no longer saw that scene, which disappointed Yuio, but at the same time, he felt relieved. He saw the dangerous remnants left from that great battle through the mirror bright spirit eye. These remnants were invisible and untouchable, but he was certain they would be fatal to him. If he had seen that scene again with the mirror bright spirit eye, he would have certainly been strangled by those remnants. At the same time, he felt fortunate. The sudden opening of the mirror bright spirit eye must have sensed the dangers on the road, prompting it to open actively to glimpse the battle of those deities, thus enhancing its abilities. If it weren't for that, Yuio might not have been able to see these remnants left by the deities. After all, he was merely a mortal. No matter how strong his talent, how could he spy on the deities? With the enhanced mirror bright spirit eye, Yuio smoothly avoided the remnants of divine powers and domain strength. However, he dared not look at the sky with a mirror bright spirit eye. That was a warning for the eye. Do not look. Absolutely do not look. If you do, you will die. Yet just a day later, he almost died there. After deftly dodging a divine power aura like a cunning rabbit, an intense chill suddenly surged within him. A feeling of being fixated upon washed over him. No, that was definitely not human. It was a god. It felt as though a voice from the depths of hell echoed in his mind, commanding him to look up at the sky. However, the mirror bright spirit eye acted as a loyal guardian, continuously issuing warnings. His teacher also seemed to sense something was off, urgently advising him not to look up. But that echoing voice in his mind was like an irresistible divine decree, which Yuio could not withstand. Yuio felt as if his soul was tightly bound by an invisible giant hand, and his body involuntarily began to lift its head slowly, gazing at the mysterious sky. The mind's eye allowed him to glimpse those blood-sun-like eyes in the sky, radiating a heart-pounding glow. His soul was screaming in madness. It was him. It was him. He was staring at him. Fortunately, his mirror-clear spiritual eye had not yet been activated. Otherwise, he would have likely fallen into an irretrievable madness. However, the subsequent actions of his body turned his face ashen. His body seemed to be manipulated by a powerful force, forcibly activating the mirror-clear spiritual eye, which appeared to possess its own consciousness, constantly resisting the commands of his body. After all, the mirror-clear spiritual eye was merely a gifted spiritual eye. How could it withstand the orders of the body? At the moment the mirror-clear spiritual eye opened, Yi Wui saw it. He saw the true form hidden in the void. Just a fleeting glimpse, just seeing the outline, not even able to make out the details of the clothing, and Yi Wui's soul plunged into an abyss, falling into endless madness. It's looking at me. It's looking at me. I'm gonna die. I will die. I can't look. His teacher didn't know what to do and could only keep calling out to him. His mirror-clear spiritual eye was tainted by blood, losing its intelligence. His body became stiff and could not move. His soul kept screaming deep in his mind. It's looking at me. It's looking at me. I'm going to die. We will all die. Fortunately, at that moment, Protector Yi acted promptly to safeguard his mind. Protected in spirit, Yi Wui unexpectedly gained a surge of mental strength. His mirror-clear spiritual eye was tainted, but Protector Yi helped it out, not only restoring its intelligence, but also merging it with the power of the blood ancestor. This granted the mirror-clear spiritual eye an offensive ability, the gaze of the blood ancestor. Although it was a weakened version, it was a powerful trump card for Yi Wui. He quickly knelt and bowed. I don't know which great deity has lent a hand, but should there be a use for this humble one in the future, please command it. Yi Wui had only been here for 2 days. Although his realm did not change much, His combat power had undergone a tremendous transformation. Chapter 32. The Great Qian Army sets out interesting. This little guy actually hides a soul within him. Haha, Your Majesty, this little fellow's talent and supernatural powers are quite good. His mirror-bright spirit eyes perceive the threats around him. Hee, interesting supernatural powers, huh? Jun Tianlin also has supernatural powers, but he hasn't fought anyone for a long time. He just hasn't had the opportunity to showcase them. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this little guy? Let him be. I see he is not the kind of person who bullies the good and oppresses the weak, so there's no need to treat him harshly. Haha, I'll send a clone to keep an eye on him, just in case something unexpected happens. You decided. After that, Jun Tianlin left the sutra repository with the pills and handed them over to the four princes. The four princes gave him dozens of space rings in return, each filled with an astonishing number of top-grade spirit stones reaching trillions. Jun Tianlin took them to upgrade his 3 clones. Then he himself began to enter seclusion again. Once he breaks through to the divine aspect realm, he will be able to consume those creation-grade pills, and at that time, his strength will rapidly increase. Sky Spirit Domain. Heavenly Palace. A young man in a spotless white robe suddenly looked towards the direction of the southern wasteland. It has been 3 days. He has been deciphering the will of heaven for 3 days, and he finally figured out. Gather the various forces of the heavenly domain. I need to discuss something with them. The scene shifts to a white palace where a group of individuals with various appearances gathered. Sitting at the head is the young man in the white robe. Everyone, our spirit clan has detected signs of an invasion from another world in the southern wasteland. You should all understand the disaster that occurred 3,000 years ago, right? An invasion from another world? In such a barren place as the southern wasteland, there's actually an invasion from another world? Heavenly Palace Master, did you summon us here to ask us to help the southern wasteland? Heavenly Palace Master, we cannot stop what your spirit clan intends to do, but please don't drag us down every time by being the good guys. 3,000 years ago, you spirit clan relied on your deep heritage and naturally could fight, but we were dragged down by you. At that time, we fought with that side and the Underworld clan for hundreds of years, and our race lost 4 martial emperors. Now the Underworld clan's army is still eyeing us. You want us to help in the southern wasteland? Don't you fear that the Sky Spirit Domain will fall? At that moment, all the clan leaders opposed going to the southern wasteland. The Spirit Palace Master appeared somewhat helpless. You all know about the Underworld clan colluding with the Otherworld. We paid a significant price to win that war 3,000 years ago. Now that the invasion from the Otherworld is imminent, don't pretend to be ignorant. How could I not know how much benefit you gained from that war 3,000 years ago? I understand that you want more benefits, but this is a serious matter. If the Underworld clan colludes with this Otherworld again, our Sky Spirit Domain will suffer disaster once more. Master of the Palace, it's not that we are unwilling to go. The Crimson Sky Secret Realm is about to open. If we go to the southern wasteland to fight against the Otherworld, wouldn't that cost us a lot of precious time? That's right. The Crimson Sky Secret Realm opens once every 1,000 years. How could we possibly miss it? Master of the Palace, please understand. The Crimson Sky Secret Realm is a vast secret realm controlled by the Spirit Clan, and the Spirit Clan opened it to strengthen the Sky Spirit Domain to resist the Underworld Clan. The Crimson Sky Secret Realm opens once every 1,000 years, and the spiritual energy and spiritual plants inside are extremely precious to all races in the Sky Spirit Domain. Anyone who enters can elevate their realms by several levels. So they take the Crimson Sky Secret Realm very seriously. The time for the Crimson Sky Secret Realm can be changed at any time, but the timing of the invasion from the Otherworld cannot be changed. Can't you distinguish between the two? Heavenly Palace Master, the Crimson Sky Secret Realm opens once every 1,000 years. How can you say it can be changed just like that? Yes. We are waiting for the Crimson Sky Secret Realm to enhance the strength of our clan's powerhouses and talents. How can you say it can be changed just like that? Heavenly Palace Master, are you threatening us with these words? Seeing that these people were unyielding, the Spirit Palace Master was truly furious. Fine. The opening time of the Crimson Sky Secret Realm will be delayed by 100 years. If you do not resolve the invasion from the southern wasteland, then don't think about entering the Crimson Sky Secret Realm. Thus, the Spirit Palace Master left in anger, leaving the clan leaders looking at each other in dismay. Is the Spirit Palace Master going too far? The Crimson Sky Secret Realm belongs to the Sky Spirit Domain as a whole. How could he say it 1T open just like that? Why does he make us do everything while his spirit clan always emerges unscathed? And we have to be the cannon fodder? Stop talking. You'll get kicked out of the Sky Spirit Domain. Then I'll go join the Underworld clan. And when the time comes to attack the Sky Spirit Domain, he have to come begging us. After returning to his chamber, the Spirit Palace Master felt overwhelmed. It's all the fault of the ancestors who spoiled these guys, leading them to become so arrogant. If it weren't for needing their power to drain the Underworld clan, he would have kicked them all out long ago. Nothing has been going smoothly lately. At this moment, in the Sky Spirit Domain, Yulin Academy, Jun Tianlin looked helplessly at the old man in white before him. Director, please stop advising me. The old man in white is Ling Xuekong, the director of Yulin Academy. Ling Xuekong looked anxiously at Jun Tianlin. Little Chun, the palace master has promised his daughter to you. Why are you unwilling? She is the 7th daughter of the palace master. If you refuse, what will happen to the palace master's reputation? Jun Tianlin shrugged indifferently. What does his reputation have to do with me? In a few days, I will turn 30 and have to return home. If he wants me to stay, my family won't agree. But that is the Heavenly Palace Master, the strongest person in the entire Great Heavenly Realm. No matter how terrifying your talent is, it is essential to show some restraint in front of strong individuals. Being sharp is good, but you need to recognize the bigger picture. The Palace Master has already made it clear. If you refuse, it's like slapping the Palace Master's face. Do you think the Palace Master will let you off? Can your family withstand the Palace Master's wrath? Jun Tianlin was somewhat speechless. The Heavenly Palace Master is a celestial being and is indeed the strongest compared to others, but in the eyes of the Jun family, he's just a big ant. There are several affiliated caves next to the Sky Spirit Domain. What does the Heavenly Palace Master want? Does he need to fear celestial being? Ling Xuekong had been advising for a long time, and seeing Jun Tianlin's stubborn attitude, he was truly speechless. The Palace Master kept asking him to persuade Jun Tianlin to agree and even arrange for more than a dozen martial kings to monitor Jun Tianlin. At this point, he could only give it a try. Although Jun Tianlin is young, he is already a martial king, and it's no wonder the Palace Master is so eager to keep him. In the end, under the pressure of the Heavenly Palace Master, the Sky Spirit Domain had to send people to the southern wasteland to suppress the invasion from the otherworld. However, the territory of the Great Heavenly Realm is too vast. Even if they send powerful warriors, it will still take more than 10 days to reach the southern wasteland. 10 days later, in Fengtian City, Jun Tianlin had already exited seclusion. After 10 days of closed-door training, he had broken through to the divine aspect realm. Without the help of Dao Yuan fruit, his cultivation speed had significantly decreased. However, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just stop cultivating. His 3 clones were nearly reaching the 9th level of creation, having nearly emptied the treasury, but he still had the spirit stones given by those princes. So he couldn't be considered poor. Your Majesty, it's almost time. The ministers are waiting for you. A shadow guard came to Jun Tianlin's training room and called out casually. Jun Tianlin nodded, and his training clothes transformed into a black-gold imperial robe as he swiftly left the training room. In the Fengtian Hall, Xian Yi and the Yin-Yang Guardians stood at the forefront, the shadow guard behind them. The commanders of various legions stood behind the shadow guards, and finally, the civil and military officials were at the back. It is worth mentioning that there are now more than 300 grandmasters of the first rank in the shadow guard, and over a dozen have reached the realm of heaven and man currently. The Shadow Guard has become the largest organization in the Hall of Divine Authority. Sensing the aura of Jun Tianlin, 2 Imperial Guards arrived at the Hall of Divine Authority in advance. As the crowd stared in shock at the suddenly appearing blood-red vortex, an identical thought emerged in their minds. Jun Tianlin is coming. As expected, at the moment the 2 Imperial Guards stepped out from the blood-red vortex, a dazzling golden light suddenly flickered on the Imperial throne. This golden light pierced through the darkness like the dawn breaking, instantly illuminating the entire hall. Then, with a loud bang, the golden light shattered as if struck by a powerful force, scattering everywhere. At the moment the golden light broke apart, a domineering figure appeared on the Imperial throne like a ghostly apparition. Jun Tianlin. His appearance was as thunderous as a storm, shaking everyone present. His figure was tall and imposing, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. His face was shrouded in a faint golden glow, obscuring his specific features, but his deep, abyss-like eye sent chills down people's spines. As soon as he appeared, everyone immediately knelt in respect. Your Majesty, no need for formalities. Your Majesty, the major forces in the southern wilderness have completed their alignment. The dragon-subduing army is heading to the Beast Mountain Range. The Phoenix Feather Army is heading to the Yellow Wind Desert. The Yunzhou garrison is heading to the Kingdom of the Setting Sun, Qingzhou. The 5th commander of the Shadow Guard recited a long list, and Jun Tianlin merely nodded after listening. 3 days. Within 3 days, I want you to end the war. Yes, Your Majesty. The commanders of each garrison were eager and looking forward to it. The military generals were also assigned to the kingdom of the setting sun, or Jun Tianlin then looked at the protector Yin Yi. The otherworldly passage should also be dealt with. Protector Yin Yi nodded. The shadow guards are also ready. Jun Tianlin's eagle-like gaze swept over everyone, his voice cold as frost, calmly stating, "In this battle, those who lose shall resign from their positions and roll back to their places of retirement." His words were like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of those present, making them shiver. Jun Tianlin was not joking. For them, the opponents of each army were like adults fighting children. If they still lost, it would indeed be time for a thorough cleanup in the court. Dismissed. Set out immediately. With this loud shout, the atmosphere in the Hall of Divine Authority tightened. Immediately afterward, Jun Tianlin suddenly stood up, his body enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden light, as if he had transformed into a brilliant star. In the astonished gazes of those present, Jun Tianlin turned into a beam of golden light, dashing away like lightning, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 2 Imperial guards also turned without hesitation, their figures like phantoms, swiftly merging into the blood-red vortex. In front of Xian Yi, the space suddenly seemed to tear apart, revealing a fragmented scene. This broken space resembled a black hole, emanating a chilling aura. However, Xian Yi showed no fear, stepping into the fragmented space as if it were just a casual stroll. As his figure entered the broken space, it quickly closed up as if being repaired, and Xian Yi's figure vanished without a trace. Finally, the Yin and Yang protectors exchanged glances, seeing a faint smile in each other's eyes. A vortex also appeared in front of them, different from the previous blood-red vortex and broken space, presenting a strange scene of intertwining Yin and Yang. The Yin and Yang protectors did not hesitate at all, their figures flashing as they stepped into their respective vortexes, and in an instant, they too left the Hall of Divine Authority, leaving behind an empty hall and a group of astonished court officials. Every time these big shots appeared and left, it was so enviable. Our Shadow Guard is doing well now. We have battles to fight. The 4th commander of the Shadow Guard chuckled. Let's go, let's go. It's my first time going to another world. I'm a bit excited. Let's go, 4th brother, let's gather. The commanders of the various garrisons also soared away from the capital. The military generals watched as the big shots left, and they also flew away. The opponents within the Imperial City were generally not strong, usually small tribes of the myriad races or small countries among the myriad nations. However, this time, the Qian was launching a full-scale attack. They had no army to use and could only rely on their self-trained military. A flash of golden light passed through the Imperial Palace, and Jun Tianlin returned to the Imperial Palace. The Shadow Guards gathered at Gathering Spirit Mountain, where Xian Yi would lead them to the other world. The Shadow Guards had been into Qian for a long time, and after breaking through to the Heaven and Man realm, they had to return to their ancestral lands, Cave Heaven. Now that the ancestral lands, Cave Heaven, had disappeared, it was quite nice for them to go have fun in another world. The left Imperial Guard suddenly appeared behind Jun Tianlin and spoke. That woman has been found. Jun Tianlin paused. Which one? The woman that the spirit light lineage was looking for. Jun Tianlin then remembered the woman he had sent someone to find before. That woman has indeed helped me a bit. You should take some gifts to her. Yes. What about the right Imperial Guard? Here. The right Imperial Guard suddenly appeared behind Jun Tianlin. Can those 3 get any results? The right Imperial Guard shook his head. Their memories, like those people, have been sealed. Touching them would lead to death. Since Your Majesty does not wish for them to die, we did not use strong measures. They also know their memories have been sealed and do not dare to reveal a word. Jun Tianlin sneered. A good prince unwilling to comply has ended up in such a state. Sealing their memories is akin to being used as dead soldiers. If this seal cannot be forcibly broken even by you now, then let it be for now. The reason for the disappearance of the ancestral land has not been found, and this group of people cannot be discovered for the time being. What about the companions of the spirit light lineage? Jun Tianlin's expression turned cold. Do they think that their cave heaven being far from the southern wilderness allows them to do as they please? Those princes have been running over there recently. They might alarm the snake. No worries. Let them live in panic. I have plenty of time to accompany them. Jun Tianlin had already seen that those people had problems during the sealing ceremony. His mental pressure was not for show. However, these people were mainly collateral or affiliated tribes with divine powers, and there were very few princes with issues. Many princes at the divine palace level had also noticed during the sealing ceremony, but since Jun Tianlin said nothing, they did not take action. After all, With so many terrifying experts at the creation realm by Jun Tianlin's side, it was impossible for them not to notice. Later, Jun Tianlin also allowed King Tianjun, King Tianke, and King Tiansu to visit that area more often if they had nothing to do. These three were still in the divine power realm and did not notice anything during the sealing ceremony. When King Tianqing learned that Jun Tianlin wanted these three to visit that area more often, he strongly supported it, saying that he would also go explore when he emerged from seclusion. Jun Tianlin could only smile helplessly at this. However, the three did indeed have an effect in scaring those people. Recently, those people have been frightened and is seeking help everywhere, even reaching out to other princes. But the status of the three Tian princes was not something those Yu and Ling princes dared to offend. Chapter 33. The Terrifying Army Soul, Divine Prison, Thunder Dragon, 9 Feathers Xian Phoenix. At the border of Daqian, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened as ink-like clouds rolled in, blocking out the sun and seemingly threatening to swallow the entire world. Under this dark sky, a massive army stood ready like a torrent of steel. Their banners fluttered, war drums thundered, and the army souls roared and howled in the air, shaking the heavens. These army souls took various forms. There was the red flame giant bear, engulfed in blazing flames and exuding unmatched might. The azure-patterned vermilion bird, with feathers shimmering in brilliant hues, and the purgatory dragon lion, its terrifying visage resembling a messenger from hell descending upon the world. These powerful army souls did not originate from this realm. They came from terrifying beast races of other worlds, captured by the Jun family in other star realms or worlds. They were refined into the army souls of the Daqian army, bestowing endless power and courage upon the warriors of Daqian. This army was Daqian's mighty force heading to the land of 10,000 nations. They had assembled 3 days prior, their morale high, like a fierce giant beast waiting for the commander's order. Now, everything was ready, only the east wind was lacking. Once the commander issued the order to march, these terrifying iron cavalry would sweep through like a torrential storm, crushing every dynasty that dared to defy Daqian. And this was merely the army heading to the land of 10,000 nations, which was the weakest place among the major powers of the South Wilderness. In contrast, the myriad tribes of the northern plains, along with the Huangfeng Desert and the Beast Mountain Range, were far more powerful. On the other side, the Dragon Suppression Army was already on high alert. At the forefront stood a terrifying beast over 500 meters tall, resembling an immovable mountain. This beast was the most powerful celestial beast of the Dragon Suppression Army, its sharp claws glinting coldly, as if they could tear apart the void. Its thick limbs were like towering pillars, supporting its massive body. Its fierce dragon head sent shivers down one's spine, as if it could devour all things in the world. Its heartbeat echoed like a great bell, resounding through the heavens and earth, deafening. Its body was not clad in black armor like other celestial beasts because it did not need external means to enhance its strength. With its terrifying celestial strength, a casual swipe of its claw could easily shred a giant mountain, as if it were merely a pile of fragile paper toys. Behind it, over 31st-grade celestial beasts, each over 200 meters long, followed closely like loyal guards. Following them were hundreds of second-grade celestial beasts, each around 100 meters, their presence imposing like surging waves. Thousands of third-grade celestial beasts, each 50 meters long, swarmed like a dense army of ants, covering the sky. As for the countless fourth-grade celestial beasts behind, they appeared like an endless ocean. However, the 10-meter-tall fourth-grade celestial beasts were insignificant in comparison to those colossal creatures, like mere ants or toys, appearing so small and fragile. Above them, a thick layer of dark clouds hung like a black mountain, blocking out the sunlight and casting a gloomy pall over the entire scene. Within this dark cloud, a gigantic and fearsome beast flickered in and out of view, as if a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. The beast's head resembled that of a mighty bull, with 2 enormous horns curving like sharp swords, glinting ominously. Its eyes were like those of a giant shrimp in the deep sea, exuding an eerie glow that sent chills down one's spine. Its ears were as broad as an elephant's, and when they flapped slightly, they seemed to stir up a fierce wind. The beast's neck twisted like a giant snake, agile and powerful, covered in a thick layer of scales as if forged from steel. Its abdomen also took on a serpentine form, soft and elastic, able to twist and stretch with ease. The scales were one of the most striking features of this beast, arranged tightly like fish scales, each shimmering with a metallic luster, as if made from the hardest materials. These scales not only provided formidable protection, but also created dazzling sparks when struck by lightning. The beast's claws resembled those of a phoenix, sharp and pointed, capable of easily tearing through steel. Its paws were like those of a tiger, broad and powerful, visibly exuding terrifying strength. Most astonishingly, bolts of lightning as thick as a bowl continuously flickered on the beast's scales, producing deafening roars. These lightning bolts swirled around the beast's body like furious dragons, accentuating its majesty and terror. This was the army soul of the Dragon Suppression Army, the divine prison Thunder Dragon, a dragon of unparalleled strength, stretching over 10,000 meters. It symbolized the Dragon Suppression Army, representing power, majesty, and an indomitable spirit. At the border of the Huangfeng Desert, it resembled a sea of crimson, boundless and endless. The sky for thousands of miles was dyed a bloody scarlet, as if the entire world was shrouded in this eerie color. The culprit behind all this was a group of enormous birds engulfed in terrifying flames. These giant birds stood like burning volcanoes on the ground, emitting a suffocating, scorching aura. Their feathers burned like flames, each shimmering with dazzling light, appearing from afar like a sea of fire raging through the desert. The foremost giant bird towered like a majestic peak, standing at a height of 100 meters, evoking awe. Its massive body, with wings spread wide, obscured the sun, as if covering the entire sky with its feathers. Behind it, the other giant birds, while slightly smaller, were still colossal. Dozens of 50-meter-tall giant birds stood like giants, while hundreds of 10-meter-tall giant birds appeared formidable like great beasts, with the remaining 5-meter-tall ones resembling rolling hills. Above this flock of giant birds, there was also a terrifying beast. This beast resembled a demon from the dark abyss, with jet-black feathers like ink, and its body was adorned with flickering black flames. 9 long feathered tails swayed in the air, as if wielding a magic whip, exuding endless pressure. This was the army soul of the Fengyu army, the 9-feathered Xian Phoenix. Meanwhile, at the border of the northern state, Jun Tianlin, clad in silver dragon armor, looked imposing. In front of him stood 500,000 troops of the Northern Suppression Army. As the commander of the Northern Suppression Army, he naturally had to participate in the war of the myriad tribes of the Northern Plains. However, despite his high status, his strength was somewhat lacking compared to those veteran marshals. Thus, he was not the commander of this war, merely a deputy. He had waited for a long time, choosing not to attend the meeting in the royal city, as it was merely a formality. He was not the commander and had no need to go. This time, over 13 million troops were involved in the war of the myriad tribes of the Northern Plains. The Northern Suppression Army was responsible for over 400 tribes, but there were more than 14,000 tribes in total, including both large and small ones. Many races had several tribes. Daqian was truly terrifying. Qingyu, standing nearby, gazed at the distant mass of troops with deep emotion. How could he not be moved? It was his first time witnessing these colossal beasts known as army souls. The army soul of the Northern Suppression Army was a silver dragon over 1,000 meters long, hidden among the clouds. Not as grandiose as the army souls of other legions. Yet, the army soul of the Northern Suppression Army could undoubtedly rank among the top of Daqian's army souls. Although he knew there were realms beyond the Grand Master of Heaven and Earth, facing this terrifying army soul for the first time left Qingyu utterly shocked. Not to mention, the scale of the Daqian army was simply exaggerated. The Great Qian Dynasty, as the strongest force in the Western Cloud region, only has an army of 3 million martial artists. In contrast, the Great Qian dispatched 13 million troops, all of whom are martial artists, to fight against the myriad clans of the Northern Plains. He has seen the list of the marshals and military generals. The number of grandmasters, or martial saints, has reached as many as 16, with over 700 martial emperors and more than 6,000 martial kings. It is said that this is not even the main force of the Great Qian. 2 of its main armies are dealing with the Beast Mountain and the Yellow Wind Desert. According to Jun Tianlin, among the 4 forces, the Beast Mountain is the strongest, followed by the Yellow Wind Desert, then the myriad clans of the Northern Plains, and finally the land of 10,000 nations. The Yellow Wind Desert has been loyal to the Great Qian for many years, so it can be dealt with easily, but the situation with the Beast Mountain is different. It is said that there is a Beast Emperor Court in the Beast Mountain, which includes a dozen Grandmasters, and there are hundreds of millions of beasts, all of which are at least of the 9th rank. This means that a main force of the Great Qian would have to face hundreds of millions of martial artists, which is extremely terrifying. It is said that this main force consists of only 500,000 people, Could they all be martial kings? Otherwise, how could they dare to confront hundreds of millions with just 500,000? Chapter 34. The terrifying military soul that strikes fear into everyone in Dacian. Although the Jinlong army is not composed entirely of masters, with the help of profound beasts, they are still formidable. A 4th-grade profound beast is much stronger than an ordinary 3rd-grade monster. Coupled with the military soul and the profound beast from the Tianlin mirror, what can a monster beast mountain range use to resist? As the meeting in the Imperial City concluded, the various military commanders hurriedly used the teleportation array to return to their respective armies at the fastest speed. A great battle was about to commence. In the land of all nations, the commanders of the garrison armies from the 4 major states, Qingzhou, Yunzhou, Fengzhou, and Mingzhou, were appointed as the main commanders for this battle. The remaining grandmasters of the Heavenly Realm served as vice commanders. Luo, Tianxing, and Yanghua were also assigned to the land of all nations. Under the dark clouds, more than a dozen grandmasters of the Heavenly Realm walked through the air, slowly approaching. Following them were hundreds of grandmasters and thousands of masters. The 4 commanders shouted simultaneously, "Victory is a must. The offense must succeed. End the war within 3 days. Depart. Roar." The military souls began to roar, vanishing into the dark clouds, moving forward with them. The land of all nations is composed of hundreds of super dynasties, several empires, and thousands of small countries. With so many nations gathered in one region, it should be in constant conflict, yet in reality, wars are rare. This is because in the southern wilderness, they are the weakest, and if they do not unite against the enemy, they risk being devoured by other forces. The northern plains myriad tribes and the monster beast mountain range have long waged war against them. They are exhausted from resisting these 2 major forces. And now they face the Dacian, which has ruled the southern wilderness for millions of years. A vast army in black armor surged toward the land of all nations like a flood. The closest to Dacian are the 3 major empires, the Great Liao Empire, the Great Jin Empire, and the Great Zhou Empire. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in Dacian's territory compared to other regions, these empires were established close to Dacian. However, only they dared to do so, as Dacian is also a human empire, while the monster beast mountain range and the Yellow Wind Desert, along with the northern plains myriad tribes, would not dare act so boldly. These 3 forces would rather keep their distance from Dacian. Makong City, the city at the junction of the 3 major empires. The largest city jointly built by the 3 major empires is also the closest city to Dacian. City Lord, recent movements over there seem a bit strange. The border is shrouded in dark clouds, with thunder and lightning for 3 days straight. Will they still worry about such natural disasters? Zhou Su was not the least bit concerned about what his subordinates reported. He came to Makong City to enjoy life. After all, who has so many worries every day? City Lord, Makong City must continuously report on movements over there. Have you forgotten? All right, just report it up. It will only cause that group to panic anyway. You and I are just doing our jobs. Why take it so seriously? But just as Zhou Su finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to tremble. What is happening? At that moment, someone rushed over, shouting, "City Lord, it's bad. The black clouds are drifting toward us." What? Zhou Su suddenly stood up. With his martial emperor strength, he could easily fly into the sky to investigate. However, when he actually flew up, the scene in the distance left him dumbfounded. The boundless dark clouds, like a ferocious giant beast, were rushing toward them at an astonishing speed, with the thunder in the clouds roaring like an angry lion. They poured endless rage onto the earth, as if wanting to devour the entire world. The scale was immense. It was Zhou Su's first time witnessing such terrifying thunderclouds, and a chill surged in his heart. If it were ordinary thunderclouds, it would be fine, but the relentless thunder striking the ground could easily tear the earth apart, creating gaping holes hundreds of meters wide. This was no ordinary thundercloud. Quick, immediately notify everyone to evade. Before Zhou Su could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the terrifying torrent of steel beneath the thunderclouds. Though the thunder was continually shattering the earth, it could not hinder this terrifying torrent of steel in the slightest. An army? Are you kidding me? Over here. Several commanders also noticed Zhou Su. The garrison commander of Fengzhou chuckled lightly. A mere grandmaster. This war has no suspense at all. The garrison commander of Qingzhou responded, "Do not underestimate the enemy. We only have 3 days. In 10 minutes, split into 5 routes to take Makong City at the fastest speed." The garrison commander of Yunzhou commanded, "Let us go." All troops accelerate. Surround Makong City with the military souls. Roar, roar. With each roar, several massive military souls, as large as mountains, fell from the thunderclouds like meteors. Zhou Su witnessed these terrifying beasts and was so frightened that he lost his mind. He could no longer care about Makong City and fled like a startled bird. The military souls, with their enormous bodies blocking out the sun, quickly surrounded Makong City. The thunderclouds shadowed them, enveloping Makong City tightly in an instant. What is this? What is that? Oh God, did your pet fall to the mortal world? The citizens of Makong City looked at the terrifying beasts surrounding the city, and fear instantly flooded over them like a tide. The elderly tightly held their young children, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, muttering prayers for divine protection. The young men tried to appear calm, but their eyes were filled with terror as they gripped their rudimentary weapons. Feeling so small under the pressure of the giant beasts, women screamed in terror, their voices echoing in the thunderclouds, as if trying to break through the oppressive atmosphere. The city was in chaos, with people fleeing in all directions, pushing and shoving, cries for help intertwining with each other. Some attempted to hide in their homes, but in front of the giant beasts, those houses were as fragile as paper toys. Just one roar from the giant beasts swept through like a hurricane, instantly collapsing a number of houses. And the thunderclouds enveloping the city, with their constantly flashing lightning, drove the people's fear to its peak. They felt like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, knowing they could be devoured by these terrifying entities at any moment. The shadow of doom weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Why was it like this? Just a second ago, everything was calm. A young boy looked in terror at the thick thunder, resembling a fierce dragon, baring its fangs and claws, ready to consume his home, his parents, and his sister into ashes. The young boy was petrified by this horrifying scene, completely at a loss for what to do. The Dacian army broke through the city gates, and the defending forces of Makong City had long since vanished. The black-armored soldiers rode into the city slowly, their armor glinting coldly under the lightning, resembling the scythe of death. At this moment, Makong City had already been ravaged by the roars of the giant beasts and the endless thunder. The survivors saw this group of black gold soldiers on horseback, and their fear intensified. They knew that these were not soldiers of their empire. Some people's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, staring blankly at the approaching army. Others knelt in despair, holding their heads in their hands, muttering prayers to unknown deities for salvation. Children cried in fear, their voices sounding particularly tragic amidst the chaos. An old woman trembled as she stood up, wanting to comfort the crying child beside her, but was frightened back down by the gaze of a black-armored soldier. People in the crowd began to attempt to flee, but the giant beasts in the sky continued to roar. Makong City was littered with traces of destruction from those terrifying roars. Seeing those dreadful giant beasts, they didn't know what to do or where to escape. Where could they flee? Could they really escape? Fear is like a tide of darkness, completely submerging them. At the entrance of the Lord's mansion in Makong City, Chun Jiming looked angrily at the slowly approaching black-armored army. The leading soldier looked at him curiously. "Aren't you afraid of us?" "Why should I be afraid?" The soldier chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Your city lord seems to have already fled, and your soldiers don't even dare to face us, abandoning you." "Humph. It is natural for people to fear in the face of life and death. Yet you mock others' fear of death, which is the act of a petty person gaining success. Can you guarantee that you're not afraid of death? Can you maintain this relaxed demeanor when facing an unbeatable enemy?" The soldier sneered. "We take pride in the dynasty. The Qian has granted us great glory, provided our people with a prosperous life, and given us resources for cultivation. Is it not worth dying for such a dynasty? Glory? Is the glory your dynasty gives you to allow you to kill the innocent at will? What wrong have the citizens of Makong City done? Why do you take their lives? Innocent? Are there innocent people here?" The soldier smirked, his tone flippant, and his demeanor angered Chun Jiming. Chun Jiming angrily pointed at the shattered ruins around. "What wrong have they done? They have lived here since childhood. What fault do they have? Why won't you let them go?" The soldier also retracted his flippant demeanor, his gaze as cold as a frozen pond. "As if it could freeze a person. The Qian needs vast territory, so we will not exterminate you completely. If the Qian only needed a small piece of land, we could easily drive you out or kill you all. In that case, you would have no chance to question me here. However, the territory that the Qian wants is too vast, and we cannot afford to give you ample time to leave on your own. After all, even if you escape, it will be difficult to survive. Thus, we have chosen a more direct approach. which is to use the blood of some of your people to exchange for your long-lasting fear. The best way to manage a person is to let them fall into the abyss of fear. Look at the eyes of the people around. That is fear, terror, the fear of death. As the deputy city lord, you should know this principle, right? You ask what wrong they have done. Naturally, they have done nothing wrong. But this is a brutal territorial war, a ruthless plunder of resources, a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the law of survival of the fittest. You three great dynasties rely on the Qian, yet you have thrown aside this basic common sense? Stop being naive. Blame your own weakness. You pointing fingers at us here not only cannot change your fate, but only highlights your incompetence. Chapter 35. The Emperor of the Great Zhou responds? Such a niche vocabulary. Mo Kongsheng was easily taken down. Subsequently, the Great Qian army split into 5 routes, rapidly dispersing with over 10 million troops. The speed of the Great Qian army was too fast before Zhou Su could report the situation of Mo Kongsheng to the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Qian army had already pursued him, arriving at the imperial city of the Great Zhou. This was less than 3 hours after taking Mo Kongsheng. A middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe watched as the thunderstorm tore apart the buildings of the imperial city. He clenched his fists, burying his fear deep within. What on earth is happening? Your Majesty, flee quickly. The Great Qian army has already reached the imperial city. Damn it. How dare Great Qian attack our Great Zhou without issuing a declaration of war in advance? Is he not afraid of a coalition of nations against them? Shut up. After the Emperor of Great Zhou reprimanded, he slowly looked towards the depths of the palace, then shook his head. If you want to escape, then go. Your Majesty, how can we do that? As long as we escape, there is still a chance. If we stay here, then Great Zhou will have no chance of revival. Yes, Your Majesty, if you do not escape, Great Zhou will truly be completely destroyed. However, the Emperor of Great Zhou ignored his minister's advice. He understood the true terror of Great Qian. 100 years ago, when that person summoned the rulers from all nations to Fengtian City, he already understood who the true master of the southern wilderness was. No wonder his father advised him before dying to never conflict with Great Qian. He did not flee because he wanted to understand why they suddenly targeted Great Zhou. Only when one is in this position can one truly feel the helplessness. No matter how well he governs this dynasty, Great Zhou's status will not change. It was so in the past, it is so now, and it will be so in the future. As long as that mountain stands, Great Zhou will never have a chance to rise again. Now that Great Zhou has been attacked by Great Qian, what significance does escaping hold? He simply did not understand why the lofty Great Qian would target Great Zhou. Your Majesty, flee quickly. Your Majesty, if you do not flee now, you will truly die. A gigantic crimson flame bear, standing 1,000 feet tall, fell from the thundercloud, ruthlessly tearing apart the imperial city of Great Zhou with a single claw. Roar! A chasm thousands of meters long instantly split the imperial city in half. And the Emperor of Great Zhou looked at that terrifying figure with a bitter smile. Is this your true face? No wonder you are so high and mighty. Just as the Emperor of Great Zhou murmured, a young man with white hair and black armor appeared above him. You are the Emperor of Great Zhou? Yang Hu crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at the Emperor of Great Zhou. Yang Hu's appearance caused panic among the ministers of the Emperor of Great Zhou. Yet the Emperor of Great Zhou looked up and smiled. Great Qian Marshal? Yang Hu nodded and then spoke. Your Majesty's decree. The Emperor of Great Zhou was taken aback, then sighed bitterly, kneeling on one knee. The Emperor of Great Zhou listens to the command. The ministers behind the Emperor of Great Zhou all looked confused. The Emperor listens to the command? Such a niche phrase. Your Majesty's decree. I want all territories of the southern wilderness. Those who disobey shall be destroyed, and those who comply will be rewarded with titles and continue to govern their original territories. Upon hearing this, not only the ministers but even the Emperor of Great Zhou was shocked. Great Qian actually wants all territories of the southern wilderness. Great Zhou complies with the will of His Majesty of Great Qian. May I ask the Marshal, is Great Zhou merely an appetizer for you? The Emperor of Great Zhou asked unwillingly. Yang Huo smiled faintly. Appetizer? No, Great Qian is simultaneously declaring war on all nations, the Northern Plains tribes, the Yellow Wind Desert, and the monster Beast Mountains. The entire southern wilderness is merely an appetizer for your Majesty. Rest assured, the war will only last 3 days. I can only feel sorry for the deaths of some of your people, but for better control over you, we have no other choice. The Emperor of Great Zhou slowly stood up and looked at Yang Hua. then turned his gaze back to the thunderclouds and the crimson flame bear wreaking havoc in the imperial city of Great Zhou. The path of an emperor's growth must be accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. We do not recognize right or wrong, only grasp the power that benefits us. The death of a portion of people is for better control, for maintaining order. This may be cruel for that portion, but we have no other choice to maintain order. I know you will not treat the people of Great Zhou as your own, but considering the many who have died, please treat the remaining ones a bit better. Haha, rest assured, in the future you will still govern Great Zhou. But Great Qian will reduce your taxes and provide food supplies, although it cannot be as prosperous as the people of Great Qian. At least your people will not go hungry. Then I thank your majesty. The territories of the nations were still too easy for the Great Qian army. Within 5 hours, the 3 major dynasties all submitted to Great Qian. During these 5 hours, the other 2 armies took down 13 super dynasties in a sweeping manner. Some emperors fled upon seeing the imperial city fall, but most chose to submit to Great Qian. In the eyes of these emperors, Great Qian was like a lofty deity. Merely sitting there could pressure them to the point of breathlessness, forcing them to obediently submit their harvest every year. But now this high and mighty deity suddenly stood up to challenge them, causing many dynasties to panic. No dynasty chose to confront Great Qian. What could they use to resist? Their lives? Almost every dynasty realized that Great Qian's army had reached the imperial city only when it was too late. Such terrifying power and speed left them with nothing to fight Great Qian. When they heard the decree from Jun Tianlin, they even felt relieved that they had not resisted. Originally, Great Qian required them to pay taxes, still at a terrifying rate of 90% each year. Now that Great Qian demanded their submission, not only would there be no increase in taxes, but taxes would be reduced and resources would be provided to their people. This was simply a welfare gift. Meanwhile, the progress on the side of the Northern Plains tribes was even faster than that of the territories of the nations. The Northern Plains tribes were mostly barbaric races that frequently launched invasion wars against the territories of the nations. Moreover, these barbaric tribes often engaged in civil wars, or rather wars between one tribe and another. They were not as united as the territories of the nations, but were instead a power-centric group. The existence of the Northern Defense Army was to subdue these tribes every few years. Those who did not comply could be exterminated to prevent them from targeting Great Qian cities. Great Qian did not need such barbaric tribes, after all. Their tribes often caused divisions. Such disunited and inconvenient-to-manage groups could be directly crushed. The Great Qian army of 13 million directly crushed through, leaving no piece of land intact wherever they went. There were traces of thunder tearing the earth and traces of military souls destroying everything. Compared to the territories of the nations, this was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When Jun Tianlin brought the Northern Defense Army to the Giant Clan, the warriors of the Giant Clan initially tried to resist. However, the thunderous power and strong military souls of the Northern Defense Army instantly shattered their defenses. An elder of the Giant Clan looked in terror at the Northern Defense Army, trembling uncontrollably. Those once tall and mighty giants now appeared as frail ants before the Northern Defense Army. Some giants tried to turn and flee, but were cut off by the thunder manipulated by the Silver Dragon. The children of the Giant Clan hid behind their elders, their eyes filled with tears of fear and despair. They had never seen such a terrifying army. Every soldier seemed like a killing god from hell. The leader of the Giant Clan knelt on both knees, trembling, looking at Jun Tianlin with a face full of terror, tears brimming in his eyes. His voice filled with despair and pleading. "My lord, please show mercy and spare us. We are willing to completely submit to you, obey your commands from now on, and never harbor any thoughts of resistance again." Jun Tianlin stood in midair, looking down at the leader of the Giant Clan with a blank expression. His gaze as cold as ice, seemingly unmoved. However, just when everyone thought he would refuse, the attacks of the Northern Town Army suddenly slowed down. The people of the Giant Clan felt a surge of joy in their hearts. They saw a glimmer of hope. Believing that Jun Tianlin had finally been moved by their pleas for mercy. The leader was so excited that he almost stood up, his voice carrying a hint of hope. "My lord, you are truly merciful. We will definitely remember your great kindness." However, before he could finish his sentence, Jun Tianlin suddenly snapped his fingers sharply. The sound was particularly jarring in the silent battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. At that moment, the Silver Dragon, which had been soaring through the thunderclouds, let out a deafening roar. A massive silver lightning bolt suddenly flashed from the center of its dragon horn. like the divine thunder of the heavens, carrying the power to destroy the world, striking straight towards the giant clan's tribe. In an instant, the entire giant clan's tribe was enveloped by the silver lightning, the brilliance so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. There was a deafening explosion, and the houses, city walls, and even the towering giants of the giant clan were annihilated under the strike of the thunder, as if they had never existed. Chapter 36. The Yellow Wind Desert and the events of the Luo family back then. The situation in the Yellow Wind Desert was much simpler. The giant scorpions had been under the rule of the Great Qian for hundreds of thousands of years. As the Fengyu army entered the territory of the Yellow Wind Desert, they were immediately detected by Luo Daoming. In a tent, Luo Daoming stood up in confusion. "Old Luo, what's going on? Old Luo, what's wrong?" Two young men looked at Luo Daoming curiously. Luo Daoming frowned and said, "There's an enormous force moving towards us." "What? Has the Great Qian Dynasty found allies again?" "Old Luo, let's go see what's happening." The two young men were the leader of the giant scorpion clan, Xiaowudu, and the old patriarch of the Qi family, Qi Duankong. The three of them flew out of the tent, heading in the direction sensed by Luo Daoming. "Wait a minute. Isn't that direction toward the Great Qian?" Qi Duankong was somewhat puzzled. Luo Daoming shook his head. "I don't know, but it feels somewhat familiar. Has His Majesty sent someone again?" Qi Duankong and Xiaowudu both saw the streak of red clouds in the distance. "What is that? This area is quite large. It seems we'll have to act together this time." Xiaowudu looked warily at the red clouds, his instincts telling him that it was dangerous. Meanwhile, Luo Daoming, who had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, could clearly see the true nature of the red clouds. It turned out to be a massive giant bird, its body resembling burning flames, distorting the surrounding space with its fierce blaze. Especially the colossal creature hidden in the void was nearly impossible to observe with the naked eye. Even with Luo Daoming's profound cultivation, he couldn't fully perceive it, but he could vaguely glimpse its nine-tailed feathers. That was indeed the Fengyu army and the army soul, the nine-feathered Xianfeng of the divine phase realm. It's not the Holy Flame Dynasty. It's the Fengyu army. Qi Duankong exclaimed in confusion, looking again at the red clouds. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to confirm that it was indeed the Fengyu army. "Old Luo, Qi Lao, what is this Fengyu army?" Qi Duankong explained. "That is one of the strongest legions of our Great Qian, equally renowned as the Zhenlong army of Great Qian." Then Qi Duankong looked at Luo Daoming. "What's going on? Why has the Fengyu army come?" The nine-feathered Xianfeng of the Fengyu army had already detected the presence of Luo Daoming and the others. It raised its head to the sky and let out a deafening phoenix cry. Chirp! This terrifying phoenix cry echoed like thunder in the skies above the Yellow Wind Desert, yet it did not bring a sonic attack. Instead, it made all living beings in the Yellow Wind Desert feel a pressure coming from deep within their bloodlines. Roar! Roar! The creatures of the Yellow Wind Desert were terrified, like disturbed ants, all prostrating on the ground and continuously howling to show their submission to this pressure. Even Luo Daoming and the others could not maintain their flight and fell straight down. Qi Huafeng struggled to get up from the ground, his face filled with astonishment. "What is going on? Why is it attacking us?" At this moment, Xiaowudu revealed his true form and also lay on the ground, not daring to move. Luo Daoming was also panting heavily, the nine-feathered Xianfeng of the Fengyu army. "Why does it want to attack the Yellow Wind Desert? Aren't we allies?" At this time, Feng Xiang stepped through the air, looking down at the two in Xiaowudu. "His Majesty has decreed that from today onwards, the Yellow Wind Desert is part of our Great Qian territory. Leader Xiaowudu will continue to control the Yellow Wind Desert territory and will be ranked as a first-class official in the Great Qian court." Feng Xiang's tone was unquestionable, not giving the two any chance to speak, and he injected a stream of true energy into Xiaowudu's body to help him break free from the bloodline suppression. Once he recovered, Xiaowudu quickly nodded in agreement. He wasn't foolish enough to oppose Great Qian. Great Qian had enslaved them for hundreds of thousands of years, and now it was finally going to incorporate them. He was overjoyed, relieved that he no longer had to live in fear. Qi Duankong was puzzled and asked, "Couldn't we handle this matter ourselves? Why did the Fengyu army have to make such a grand entrance?" Qi Duankong didn't understand. The giant scorpion clan had wanted to join Great Qian for quite some time, which was common knowledge. It would have sufficed for him and Luo Daoming to notify them. Was the grand arrival of the Fengyu army merely to intimidate them? Feng Xiang shot him a cold glance. "The war in the Yellow Wind Desert has been going on for decades. His Majesty thinks you are too useless and wants us to end the war within 3 days." Upon hearing this, Qi Duankong and Luo Daoming were taken aback. Wasn't His Majesty telling them to stall the war? Why was he now saying they were too useless? This was not Qi Duankong and Luo Daoming's fault. After all, they still thought that Jun Tianlin was the emperor of Great Qian and had no idea that he had already taken the throne. This is different from what was said before. Qi Duankong was about to continue his rebuttal when Luo Daoming raised his hand to stop him. Luo Daoming stood up and bowed. Then I will leave it to Marshal Feng. Feng Xiang sneered. It's good that you know your place. He then injected a stream of true energy into Xia Wudu, forcibly transforming him into a human form, and then grabbed Xia Wudu, leaving Luo Daoming and Qi Duankong behind. What is going on? Qi Duankong still didn't understand. Someone from your Qi family must have offended His Majesty. My Luo family has been targeted for a year or two now, and we have to be extremely careful in our words and actions, or else if that group finds an opportunity, you probably wouldn't even know where you died. Luo Daoming was already accustomed to such situations. His father had deceived a royal princess and had a son with her. If it had been a normal romance, the royal family might have turned a blind eye. However, his father was discovered by the shadow guards to have ulterior motives for approaching the princess. That was fine, as a royal family only separated the two without punishing his father. But his father actually tricked the princess into eloping with him. How could the powerful Jun family not capture his father? Perhaps the Jun family felt embarrassed and wanted to let his father and the princess fend for themselves outside. But after his father and the princess had a child outside, his father shamelessly returned to Fengtian City. His father thought that as long as he could have a child with the princess, the Luo family would rise to become a side branch of the Jun family. Little did he know that the Jun family had let him go multiple times, while he continued to slap the Jun family's face. In the eyes of the Jun family, the Luo family was merely a dog they raised casually, and how would a dog be treated if it turned against its master? The Jun family despised others for taking advantage. What they gave you was yours, and if you attempted to obtain benefits from them through improper means, they would make you understand who the true master of Great Qian was. They sought absolute control. If you worked under them, they would grant generous rewards and sufficient benefits. But if you try to gain benefits from them through improper means, they would simply replace you. The incident back then caused a huge uproar, and a past emperor of the Jun family even came out of seclusion because of it. On that day, the major military families of the imperial city, which had developed for nearly 10,000 years, were affected as well. The status of military generals in the imperial city plummeted. The armies that were originally commanded were all merged into other military branches or disbanded into idle troops. The Luo family was particularly targeted by countless subordinate clans and side branches, with high-ranking members dying mysteriously one after another. Yet the Luo family had no way to counter it. As for him, being a member of the Luo family born from a princess, he was spared by those subordinate clans and side branches due to carrying a trace of Jun family blood. His biological mother seemed to have been stripped of her bloodline due to the loss of face for the Jun family and eventually disappeared without a trace. He was now the only one in the Luo family who knew about the events of that year, having heard that his grandson's grandson had also awakened a trace of the Jun family's bloodline. He doesn't know whether this is a blessing or a curse for the Luo family. Chapter 37. The Beast Emperor's Court. Jiaoyu. The Beast Mountain Range. This place occupies 3/5 of the southern wilderness domain, where hundreds of millions of beast monsters survive. The Beast Mountain Range is a primitive mountain range, where the beast monsters follow the rule of the survival of the fittest. Slaughter and plunder happen here every day. At this moment, a terrifying giant beast army is marching vigorously into the territory of the Beast Mountain Range. Leading them is a monstrous giant beast, towering like a mountain, each of its steps causing the ground to tremble and leaving deep, bottomless pits. With a body over 500 meters long, its heartbeat resonates like thunder within a radius of several dozen miles, and each breath can stir up gusts of wind, like raging waves. Behind it are enormous beasts, marching in unison. Not a single beast dares to provoke them even as they enter the territory of the Beast Mountain Range. The beasts on the outskirts of the mountain range see these colossal creatures and flee in panic. The weaker beasts are even scared to death by the sound of the giant beast's heartbeat. Above this terrifying beast army, a thick layer of dark clouds looms like a heavy mountain, making it hard to breathe, even though the clouds are thousands of meters above the ground. Their coverage spans thousands of miles. Looking up, the clouds seem within reach, yet no living being dares to look directly at them. The instinct of living beings warns them that a terrifying presence is hidden within those clouds, and looking up means death. Countless thunderbolts roar within the clouds. occasionally striking down with devastating force, shattering mountains, tearing the earth apart, and turning forests into ruins. The purpose of the Dragon Suppression Army is not to exterminate the beasts of the Beast Mountain Range, but to subdue the Beast Emperor's court within it. At this moment in the Beast Emperor's court, Your Majesty, news from the Dark Crow reports that a terrifying giant beast army has arrived at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, and the leading giant beast is at least 150 zhang tall. Your Majesty, the intentions of the giant beast army are unknown. We implore you to send an envoy to negotiate. Your Majesty, we should consult with the elders, if Dark Crow's news is accurate. The leading giant beast is likely a terrifying overlord above the saint level. Currently, the only one in the Beast Mountain Range who can contend with such an overlord is the Grand Elder. We beseech Your Majesty to summon the Grand Elder. A group of differently shaped individuals bowed and advised from a high position. Yet, the woman sitting high above showed no change in expression. She was graceful and curvaceous, dressed in a golden dragon robe that outlined her perfect figure. Her long hair, like a waterfall, cascaded down her back, adorned with several sparkling gems that shimmered with enchanting light as she moved. Her face was sculpted like that of a celestial being, with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes resembling a deep, cold pool, exuding a sense of coolness and majesty. Below her high nose was a small, cherry-like mouth, tinged with a faint pink. Her skin was as white as jade, radiating a soft glow under the palace lights. Sitting in her elevated position, she exuded an extraordinary grace, as if she were one with the palace, making it hard for anyone to look directly at her. She raised her hand gently, signaling for silence. Her voice cold, yet carrying an undeniable authority. There is no need to panic. I will make the decision on this matter. First, send someone to continue investigating the movements of the giant beast army. As for the Grand Elder, there is no need to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in response, not daring to say more. This woman was Jiao Yu, the Empress of the Beast Emperor's court, transformed from the saint-level golden-winged Jiao Dragon. However, this court was not solely under her command. As soon as she left the court, several Beast Emperors rushed to inform the elders about the giant beast army. The 7 elders of the Elder Council felt a sudden jolt at the mention of the giant beast army. Instantly, all 7 elders rushed out to find Jiao Yu in the Empress's palace. Just as Jiao Yu returned to her chamber and was about to change her clothes, she sensed 7 powerful auras approaching, causing her expression to turn cold. What is the purpose of the 7 elders invading my chamber? The 7 elders appeared simultaneously. The Grand Elder immediately expressed worry. Little Yu, the Beast Mountain Range is no longer safe. You should take some trusted individuals and leave the Beast Mountain Range. Leave the Southern Wilderness Domain. Anywhere is fine. Just do not return to the Southern Wilderness Domain. Little niece, we know you hate us, but you really must listen to us now. Leave the Beast Mountain Range and preserve the legacy of the golden-winged Jiao Dragon clan. However, Jiao Yu remained unmoved by the elders' advice, looking at them with a cold expression. You came here just to say this? Isn't it enough that you caused my father's death? Do you want me to abdicate as well? You even dare to speak such childish lies. Have the elders gone senile? I, Jiao Yu, am not foolish to this extent. The Grand Elder was taken aback. He didn't expect Jiao Yu to think they wanted her to leave the Southern Wilderness Domain to force her abdication. Jiao Yu, your father was truly not killed by us. You must listen to us this time. The golden-winged Jiao Dragon clan has only you left. If you do not leave, how can you face your father? But Jiao Yu laughed, her gaze icy. I don't care whether the giant beast army is real or not. Whether you colluded with the Dark Crow clan to deceive me or not. Whether the giant beast army is real or not, I will not leave the court. Foolish. Do you know what that giant beast army truly is? A body size like a mountain. Where else could such terrifying beasts be raised? The Grand Elder was exasperated. That place? What place? Since childhood, you have told me there's a place I must not go, a place I must not provoke. But you never let me go out. How would I know where it is? That place must be where you sell high-level beast blood, right? Jiao Yu roared. These hypocritical elders sold high-level beast blood, betrayed her father, and colluded with those ministers to cause her father's demise. They even concoct such a clumsy lie to force her abdication. What terrifying beast of mountain-like size? Now that she is at the saint level, her size is only about 100 meters. How could such beasts exist? Jiao Yu, we did not sell high-level blood. Alas, if the only way to awaken you from this lie is to reveal the truth, then we shall tell you. Jiao Yu was puzzled. What lie? The Grand Elder glanced at his brothers and then sighed helplessly. He looked at Jiao Yu earnestly. The reason the southern wilderness domain cannot be unified by our Beast Mountain range is not because the other forces are united. It is because there is a true overlord in the southern wilderness domain. A true overlord? What do you mean? Chapter 38: The Lies of the Golden-Winged Dragon Clan, Jiao Yu. Your Golden-Winged Dragon Clan brought the demon beast to this place hundreds of thousands of years ago, intending to choose the best area in the southern wilderness, only to find it already occupied by a power, which is the Great Qian Dynasty. The demon beast mountain range engaged in fierce battles with them, but within just a few days, they were completely annihilated. Upon hearing this, Jiao Yu sneered disdainfully. She had heard of the Great Qian Dynasty. It seemed to be a dynasty from the land of 10,000 nations. Although they could never take down the land of 10,000 nations, it shouldn't have led to their complete destruction, right? At that time, the imperial court suffered heavy losses, but the southern wilderness was far better than where they had lived before. The ancestors were unwilling to leave. So the emperor of the imperial court signed an agreement with the Yulong clan of the Great Qian. The imperial court had to pay a tribute of sufficient demon beast blood each year in order to occupy such a large area in the southern wilderness. That great beast legion was once the high-level demon beasts of our demon beast mountain range. However, the Yulong clan discovered the potential of the Qian beast and took away all the Qian beasts from the demon beast mountain range. Now, the Qian beasts have been trained to an incredibly terrifying level. Those gigantic beasts are real. They're at the same level as me, or even more powerful. Once the Qian beasts break through to my level, their every move will possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, which we cannot resist. Currently, the only option is to let you leave here. Otherwise, the hope of the Golden-Winged Dragon Clan will be shattered. Ha! My Demon Beast Mountain range is so powerful. How could it be as pitiful as you claim? This is just your one-sided story to force me to abdicate, and you kill my father. You can't even think about this position. Jiao Yu still did not believe it. In her impression, the Demon Beast Mountain range should be the strongest existence in the southern wilderness. Not just her, but all the high-level demon beasts thought the same. But now the elder told her that the strongest was not them. They were merely defeated foes. How could she believe that? The reason you think the Demon Beast Mountain range is the strongest is that the high-level demon beasts, led by the Golden-Winged Dragon Clan, fabricated lies to stabilize the position of the imperial court. Although it sounds absurd, your ancestors, your grandfather, your father are all liars, including the ancestors of those high-level demon beasts. At that time, the imperial court was in turmoil, and all high-level demon beasts fabricated these lies to comfort their offspring so that they could live peacefully in the southern wilderness. The rule that all high-level demon beasts cannot go to the land of 10,000 nations was also set by your Golden-Winged Dragon Clan. The awakening of demon beast intelligence is slow, and now many high-level demon beasts no longer know the truth of that year. Thus, it has slowly evolved into the way you recognize it now. The Great Qian is truly not something we can resist. Hurry and leave. You're talking nonsense. How can my grandfather and father be liars? Jiao Yu completely did not believe the elderess words. To make the citizens of the Demon Beast Mountain Range believe they're the strongest, would they fabricate such a huge lie? How could Jiao Yu trust that? Just to stabilize the position of the Golden-Winged Dragon Clan? To concoct such a foolish lie? Is this something an emperor could conceive? She had never heard of someone hiding their strength while exaggerating their power. She did not believe that her grandfather and father would be so foolish. Seeing that Jiao Yu still looked unconvinced, the second elder stepped forward. Originally, you could live in this lie, but your brother has passed away unexpectedly, and you are now the only golden-winged dragon in the Demon Beast Mountain Range. You have to believe it. Your father died suddenly. He originally did not intend for you to ascend the throne because your character and intellect are not worthy of being the master of the imperial court. You do not practice diligently. You are even inferior to many high-level demon beasts of the same age. If it weren't for your brother's sacrifice before his death, could you have stepped into the sacred realm? Your father had long been disappointed in you. He risked his life to go out to seek a future for the imperial court, but in the end, he still met with misfortune. Before your father died, he wanted your elder brother to succeed, but your elder brother refused, believing that the Golden-Winged Dragon Clan was the rightful heir of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Your elder brother gave you this opportunity just to make you study well. But what did you do? You refused to take over the Legion and drove away the old ministers managing the Legion, only to promote your maids instead? You would rather believe a group of wet-behind-the-ears maids than those old ministers who have suffered for the imperial court for thousands of years. Do you really think that once you sit in that position, the Demon Beast Mountain Range will be under your control? You are nothing. If you truly manage the Imperial Court, we wouldn't know the news and wouldn't come to advise you. If you had gone to the Demon Beast Legion even once, you would have already known the truth. The Demon Beast Legion has merely acted for show against the land of 10,000 nations for years, never truly launching a war of extermination. Now the Great Qian's army is approaching our doorstep. Regardless of the circumstances, as the last hope of the Golden Winged Dragon clan, you must leave. Jiyue felt a bit anxious from the second elder's words, but she could not admit her problems. She is the youngest demon saint of the Demon Beast Mountain range. Although her cultivation was given by her brother, it now belongs to her. Even if what you say is true, how about it? I will send someone to deal with the Great Qian's army. As for you, just go back to your place obediently. For the sake of her pride, Jiyue naturally had to hold on, and she did not believe that there was truly an army of Great Qian approaching. Seeing that Jiyue was still in this state, the elder was completely disheartened. He looked at Jiyue with disappointment, and then turned to leave. You are not a qualified ruler. I should have understood that long ago. Seventh, take the Empress away. Yes. The seventh elder stepped forward. What are you doing? I am the ruler of the Imperial Court. You are committing treason. Your Majesty, we have offended you for the future of the demon beasts. Jiyue's realm was only the early sacred realm, facing the seventh elder who was in the late sacred realm. She naturally could not resist. Soon, she was knocked unconscious and taken away by the seventh elder. Elder brother, what should we do now? Sigh. How can her gap with the crown prince be so significant? She looks quite normal, but how did her mind go wrong? Should we go to confront them? Us? Fight against the Great Qian? We are merely dogs raised by the Yulon clan. All right, hurry and arrange for those old ministers to return quickly. Let them bring back the talents of various clans and retreat as much as possible. Then let us old folks face it ourselves. The six elders originally wanted to discuss with the dragon subduing army, and they soon found the terrifying thundercloud. They suppressed their fear and stepped into the range of the thundercloud. However, before they could see the figure of the dragon subduing army, they were instantly blown away several miles like kites with broken strings by a wave of divine thunder. What on earth is that? The third elder looked nervously at the ravine torn apart by the thunder not far away. Forget what that is. Are they going to destroy the Demon Beast Mountain range? Here they come again. Run. Before they could regain their composure, another wave of divine thunder struck towards them. Seeing the terrifying divine thunder, the elder quickly revealed his true form to resist. A fiery lion, 200 meters tall, roared atop the mountain peak. Roar! A high-temperature energy ray spewed from its massive mouth. The moment the divine thunder collided with the ray, the divine prison thunder dragon, 300 miles away. Since these little ants over here, at the level of divine form 9, with the enhancement of the dragon subduing army's formation, its combat power was comparable to the third level of divine ability. A small demon at the level of heaven and man actually dared to take on its protective divine thunder. Chapter 39, just playing around? The divine prison thunder dragon let out a loud roar down below. Roar! Hearing the dragon's roar, the celestial realm beast below also understood and shouted back. Xiao Yuan, there is a great demon of the celestial realm in the right front. Upon hearing this, Long Yuan quickly got off his beast and rushed to the side of the celestial realm beast. Lord Xianlong, how could there be a great demon of the celestial realm here? The celestial realm beast Xianlong shook his head. If what the divine prison thunder dragon said. Long Yuan's expression tightened upon hearing this. This demon beast mountain range has been oppressed by the Yulon clan for years. Yet a great demon of the celestial realm has emerged. It seems this place needs to be cleaned up. Lord Xianlong, could you take me to see that great demon? Xianlong laughed heartily. What difficulty is there in that? Xuanlong's two front claws dug deep into the ground, and with a tremendous roar, he shouted towards the right front. Roar! Let him come see us. Thinking we would go see him is too much. Long Yuan smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Then I shall follow Lord Xuanlong's wishes. Over there, the great elder's life-bound demon skill collided violently with the protective divine thunder of the divine prison thunder dragon. The protective divine thunder of the divine prison thunder dragon was like a shocking lightning bolt, instantly sending the great elder flying. His 5 brothers, like a swift wind, quickly revealed their true forms, attempting to catch the great elder. However, their holy level bodies, merely 100 meters tall, were like candles in the wind, and they were carried away by the great elder's massive body, which was as large as a mountain, flying thousands of meters. After a while, the great elder slowly stood up, his entire body charred black from the lightning. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured, At the moment he received that thunder, he seemed to see a towering giant dragon looking down on him. Big brother, what was that thunder? The great elder shook his head, feeling a bit dazed. But then, he seemed to hear a voice. Come over and see me. He looked warily in the direction of the voice. Big brother, what's wrong? Someone is inviting us to meet him. What? Let's go. The 5 elders did not dare to delay and followed the great elder to the location of the dragon suppression army. The divine prison thunder dragon knew that these little demons would not be able to defeat Qianlong even if they teamed up. So he turned his massive body and entered the thundercloud, going elsewhere to continue playing. For the divine prison thunder dragon, if this war truly broke out, he could unleash his full power and destroy the entire demon beast mountain range within 10 minutes. He was just out to play, scaring these little creatures with some small thunder. The 6 elders cautiously approached the vicinity of the dragon suppression army. They were surprised to find that the divine thunder, which was wreaking havoc in the demon beast mountain range, did not strike them as they approached. The Great Qian really is terrifying. As soon as they arrived in front of the dragon suppression army, they immediately saw the massive body that resembled a mountain. The great elder's 200-meter-tall body was even shorter than Xuanlong's limbs. So big. Big brother, should we really go over? We might die. At this point, there's no need to talk about whether we will die or not. Let's go. Watching several demon beasts approach, the several grandmasters left their beasts and came to Long Yuan's side. The blazing flame lion has met several generals and this esteemed one. The great elder bowed to several marshals of the dragon suppression army and Qianlong. Following closely, the other 5 elders hurriedly followed suit. The blazing flame lion has met. After they paid their respects, Long Yuan spoke. A great demon of the celestial realm? Are you from the demon beast imperial court? The great elder quickly responded. Yes. I am the great elder of the imperial court. I do not know what the demon beast mountain range has done to warrant your personal visit. Long Yuan nodded slightly. Our great Qian emperor wants all the territories of the demon beast mountain range. What? The 6 elders were all greatly shocked. This marshal, if the great Qian emperor wants the territory of the demon beast mountain range, could you give us some time? We will lead the demon beasts away. The great elder respectfully inquired. However, Long Yuan scoffed. There's no need for you to leave. What the emperor needs is your submission. After all, if you can unify internally, it won't be too difficult to manage. The 6 elders exchanged glances, not expecting that Great Qian not only wanted their territory, but also demanded their submission. Were they to be enslaved for generations? Qianlong seemed to sense the thoughts of the 6 elders. You can still control your territories. The people of Great Qian will not come to this barren land. They just need your rulers to go to Great Qian to accept the titles granted by Great Qian. The great elder felt it was unrealistic after hearing this. If that were the case, what was the point of sending troops? He had seen the terrifying powers of Great Qian, especially those from the Yulong clan. Anyone casually coming from that family was above the Holy Realm, and the Demon Beast Mountain Range was like an ant in front of that family. They could easily send a strong person to subdue them. Why send an army? Seeing the great elder silent, the other elders also dared not speak. Long Yuan frowned slightly upon seeing this. What? Are you unwilling? No, this marshal. We're not unwilling, but why do you need to send an army? If you truly want to subdue us, it shouldn't require such a grand display, right? The great elder glanced at the vast army of beasts behind Qianlong and couldn't help but swallow hard. There were at least hundreds of thousands of adult beasts, and so many powerful beasts that had broken their bloodline shackles. Those holy-level beasts were bigger than him. How could he compete? However, although these holy-level beasts were larger than him, if it came to a real fight, he could at least take on dozens of them. But then his gaze shifted to Qianlong. That terrifying body made him feel like he had to look up. He felt that this terrifying beast could easily slap him to death. If Great Qian had truly only sent a strong person far beyond them, he might still believe it. But that terrifying thundercloud above was still destroying the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Coupled with this beast army, it looked like they were here to annihilate the Demon Beast Mountain Range, right? They couldn't possibly be here for a spring outing, could they? To subdue you? The demon beasts of the Demon Beast Mountain Range have not undergone systematic training, and their wild instincts are hard to overcome. Demon beasts obey the principle of strength. And coincidentally, so does our Great Qian. Our Dragon Suppression Army is here to demonstrate our strength to you demon beasts and show how great the opportunities are for beasts in Great Qian. Long Yuan's words made the great elder realize the purpose of Great Qian sending the beast army. He could only sigh helplessly. My lord, I only ask that you leave some seed for the various clans and do not annihilate them. Long Yuan merely chuckled at this, not answering. The purpose of their dragon suppression army coming here was solely to intimidate all the demon beasts of the Demon Beast Mountain range. It was certainly more difficult to tame demon beasts than humans. The nature of wild beasts is hard to change. Taming the Demon Beast Mountain range without causing casualties was impossible. Even the human race from the land of 10,000 nations suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for the unified capability of the Demon Beast Mountain range, it would face the same fate as the northern tribes, all being exterminated, with territories then distributed to the land of 10,000 nations and the Yellow Wind Desert. Orderly places are much easier to manage than chaotic ones. However, even orderly places still need to witness bloodshed. It cannot just be about making their rulers submit. The Shadow Guard set a target for the Dragon Suppression Army to be at least 30%, meaning they needed to use the lives of at least 30% of the demon beasts to instill fear, awe, and submission in the remaining 70%. However, the relationships between demon beasts mostly revolve around devouring and being devoured. Only high-level demon beasts have social relationships among them. It's only 30%, which is nothing to the demon beasts. Once Lord Shinyu Thunder Dragon has had enough fun, it will be about done. Chapter 40, completing the mission again. The Heavenly Spirit Domain Envoy arrives in the Western Cloud region. Feng Tian City Palace, Gathering Spirit Mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task Phase 3. Rewards include Shadow Hunter Legion Upgrade Voucher, Shadow Hunter Legion Expansion Voucher X2, 30 million Premium Spirit Stones, Dao Yuan Fruits, Large, X10, Dao Spirit Fruits, Large, X2. At this moment, Jun Tianlin was discussing with Yi how to find the traces of the Ancestral Land's Cave Heaven when a sudden system prompt made him slightly smile. Xianyi and the others were quite fast. With the Dao Yuan Fruits and Dao Spirit Fruits in hand, he could experience rocket-like cultivation speed again. Your Majesty, the life tokens of the late Emperor and the former Crown Prince have shattered, likely due to being too far away, causing the tokens to fail to receive their life information properly. In our recent exploration near the Ancestral Land's Cave Heaven, we finally discovered a clue. Clue? Please. Protector E. Elaborate. The space near the Ancestral Land's Cave Heaven had no issues at first. Even we thought there were no problems. However, later we recalled that after the Ancestral Land's Cave Heaven disappeared, the national fortune began to fluctuate. At that time, we lacked the conditions to investigate, and we speculated that the space might have been patched up by the national fortune. Thus, we broke through the space and searched through the chaotic currents for a long time before finding a trace. Jun Tianlin's expression started to become serious. Yi did not keep him in suspense and said solemnly, "That is the residual breath of a formation. I have some understanding of formations and am quite sensitive to the aura of formations. It took me a long time to find that trace of formation aura in the chaotic currents nearby. Are you saying that the Ancestral Land's Cave Heaven disappeared because of a formation?" Jun Tianlin furrowed his brows, recalling the sacrificial formation from Qingzhou. "Your Majesty, that is not a sacrificial formation, but a teleportation formation. However, too much time has passed, and with my current strength, I cannot trace the destination of that teleportation formation. Even the Creation 9 realms can't find it. With your strength, cross-dimensional projection should be an easy task for you now, right? Your Majesty, cross-dimensional projection is indeed not difficult. But without coordinates, I can only throw it around randomly. Forget it with the strength of the Ancestral Land. I'm just worrying for nothing." Jun Tianlin was not angry. After all, he was only in the Divine Appearance realm. Why worry about those old monsters? "Your Majesty, there is one more thing I must discuss with you." What is it? "The invasion of the Dacian national fortune into the plane is likely known by the will of this world. The principle of a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers is something you surely understand. Dacian is very likely to be treated as an invader by the will of this world." Upon hearing this, Jun Tianlin was about to inquire if the will of this world was very strong, but Yi's next words made him abandon the question. "Your Majesty, should we erase the will of this world? At that time, if we obtain its origin, your strength will soar. After all, it is a world will. Can you show a bit more respect? Your Majesty, this is a newly born world. The world level may be high, as it can withstand our power, but the world will is still immature." At this point, Yi stopped speaking and looked at Jun Tianlin with a smile. Jun Tianlin also fell into contemplation. He understood Yi's hint. His family was too special in this world. A newly born world and a powerful family that had existed for an unknown length of time. Moreover, this family's strength far surpassed that of other forces. This family had also cultivated a national fortune capable of launching a plane invasion. Wait, let's wait a bit longer. Jun Tianlin smiled faintly. After all, the current gains are still too small. Upon hearing this, Yi smiled as well. Yes, your majesty. Yi then continued. Do we need to suppress the national fortune? Jun Tianlin looked at the 3 otherworldly passages that were being nurtured on the task panel and shook his head. No need. I can't wait too long for the ancestral land. If I break through to the creation realm, I will act immediately. Then Jun Tianlin looked at Yi, half smiling, and said, do you think I am being willful? Yi shook his head and smiled lightly. Doing what you want to do is the power of an emperor. We just need to cooperate with your majesty. Besides, your majesty's choices are sound. Jun Tianlin chuckled lightly and then got up to leave Gathering Spirit Mountain. Perhaps what the Jun family wanted was a fully mature world origin. However, with the disappearance of the ancestral lands, Cave Heaven, Jun Tianlin's father, older brother, and those grandfathers were all unaccounted for. He needed to wield more powerful strength to find them. If he missed his relatives because of the origin of a world, he would hate himself. If he couldn't even protect his family, what was the point of his cultivation? The war had already entered its second day. Dakian's expedition was progressing rapidly. After all, they couldn't even handle a simple crushing. Jun Tianlin truly had to disperse these troops. The Dakian army was too numerous, with hundreds of millions of citizens and tens of millions of troops. The Jun family had cultivated the spiritual energy of this land to be so rich to allow more Dakian citizens to step onto the path of cultivation. Having 1/10 of Dakian's population able to cultivate was terrifying. In the lands of all nations, the number of cultivators only reached 1 in 10,000. However, although the Dakian army was large, there were very few opportunities to fight. It was good to let the soldiers go out and get some fresh air during this opportunity. The situation in the lands of all nations would soon come to a close, and the northern plains myriad tribes had been slaughtered by more than half. On the Huangfeng desert side, Feng Xiang had led the troops to take action against the Holy Flame Dynasty. The Holy Flame Dynasty was the ruling dynasty of the Western Cloud region and one of the human forces. This time, Jun Tianlin gave Feng Xiang 3 days to force the Holy Flame Dynasty to surrender to Dakian. In a monster beast mountain range, it was said that their empress had gone missing but was soon found again. After all, if she couldn't be found, Long Yuan would have to replace her with a beast as the emperor of the imperial court. He still wanted a first-grade mysterious beast to control the imperial court. But the first-grade mysterious beasts were unwilling to stay in that place, so he had to give up. On the other side of the other world, Xian Yi had already taken the shadow guards and shadow hunters there. Xian Yi was now in the divine ability realm, and this former innate dark spirit had grown faster than Jun Tianlin. Meanwhile, Jun Tianlin returned to the imperial palace with dozens of creation-level pills and the system rewards of Dao Yuan fruits and Dao spirit fruits. He began to challenge his realm again. In this world, cultivation was always the top priority. In the Western Cloud region, the Wind Feather Army had officially started a war with the Giant Scorpion Clan and the Holy Flame Dynasty. At the same time, the envoy sent by the Heavenly Spirit Domain to resolve the Otherworld invasion also arrived in the Western Cloud region. Chapter 41. The Careful Thoughts of the Holy Flame Emperor, Your Majesty. The Scorpion Clan has found a group of demon beasts to assist them, and we have already lost 47 cities. Your Majesty, please summon all the holy level forces in the West Cloud domain to unite against the enemy. Please issue an edict. Your Majesty, in the Holy Flame Imperial City, within the palace, a group of ministers advised the middle-aged man sitting high above. The middle-aged man nodded. Send the order to quickly gather the 7 holy level forces under my decree. The 7 holy level forces in the West Cloud domain are the Holy Flame Martial Institute, the Five Sword Manor, the Gungjin clan, the Qingmu clan, the Heishui clan, the Qian clan, and the Ming-Tu clan. The 7 holy level forces were invited by the Holy Flame Emperor to the Holy Flame Imperial City. The president of the Holy Flame Martial Institute was the first to speak. Your Majesty, we have investigated the Scorpion clan's helpers, and they are the legendary Phoenix birds, with a vast number, currently observed to be at least over 100,000. Moreover, those demon beasts are extremely powerful. Our Martial Emperor experts almost fell to a king-level Phoenix bird. Your Majesty, my suggestion is to negotiate rather than confront them head-on. The other 6 forces leaders nodded in agreement. As the leaders of holy-level forces, they had been paying attention since the Phoenix Feather Army entered the West Cloud domain. The number that dyed the sky red was frightening, and according to the reports from their scouts, the smallest Phoenix bird had a wingspan of over 10 meters. They did not dare to approach such legendary demon beasts and did not know how to discern their levels. You want the human dynasty to negotiate with the demon clan? Your Majesty, this is no longer about face. Even the weakest of those phoenix birds likely requires a martial king to deal with. Even if the Holy Flame Dynasty sends out all its forces, it is unlikely to be a match for those phoenix birds. So what? As the only human ruler of the 6 domains, the Holy Flame Dynasty will never compromise with the Demon Clan. It was clear that the Holy Flame Emperor did not want to negotiate with the phoenix birds. At this moment, a small eunuch hurriedly rushed in. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Palace has sent envoys. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the major forces were all taken aback. The Heavenly Palace has sent envoys? What do they want? Do they want us to help them fend off the Underworld clan again? The Holy Flame Emperor nodded. Let them in. Soon, a group of various-looking, human-like beings entered. We, from the Tianlin domain, have met the Holy Flame Emperor. I, from the Tianlin domain, have met the Holy Flame Emperor. May I ask why you have come, esteemed envoys? Your Majesty, we have come to request passage through the Huangfeng Desert to enter the South Wilderness domain, and we hope the Holy Flame Emperor can send a few powerful individuals to accompany us. The Holy Flame Emperor's expression sharpened. As a late-stage Holy Realm expert, he could naturally see the levels of these people. The highest was a martial emperor at the 9th level, and the lowest was a late-stage martial king. While these individuals together might form a powerful force, they were not qualified to pass through the Huangfeng Desert. Not to mention the newly found phoenix birds of the Scorpion Clan. The Scorpion Clan itself in the Huangfeng Desert was not something they could handle. The Scorpion Clan had fought against the Holy Flame Dynasty for decades, and over 6 Holy Realm Scorpions had appeared, with human experts assisting them. The Holy Flame Dynasty had always wanted to contact those human experts who were helping the Scorpion Clan, but never had the chance. For these people to pass through the Huangfeng Desert and reach the South Wilderness domain, the Holy Flame Dynasty would need to send at least 7 martial saints. Given the panic caused by the phoenix birds, how could the Holy Flame Dynasty spare 7 martial saints to help them? After a moment of thought, the Holy Flame Emperor forced a bitter smile. Esteemed envoys, you may not know, but the Holy Flame Dynasty is currently in a hostile relationship with the Scorpion Clan in the Huangfeng Desert. Recently, the Scorpion Clan has found a group of helpers, and even if all our martial saints were to go, they would likely not return. As expected, the envoys from the Tianling domain were shocked to hear this. Was the Holy Flame Emperor joking? The records in the Heavenly Palace noted that the Holy Flame Dynasty had as many as 18 martial saints. How could they not go to the Huangfeng Desert? If the Holy Flame Emperor did not want to help, he could just say so. Why deceive them? The various envoys voiced their opinions, nearly painting the Holy Flame Emperor as a petty person. The Holy Flame Emperor clenched his right hand to suppress the urge to kill, then gave a knowing glance to the leaders of the 7 holy level forces. They understood immediately. Esteemed envoys, you may not know, but we are here today to discuss how to deal with the Scorpion Clan. However, the Scorpion Clan has powerful helpers, and even if all the martial saints of the Holy Flame Dynasty were to come together, it would be difficult to resist. Indeed, this is not a deception. We are genuinely unable to assist you right now. If you truly wish to go to the South Wilderness domain, you can negotiate with the Scorpion Clan. We really do not have the ability to escort you. The envoys from the Tianling domain frowned. They were a humanoid race and were also in a hostile relationship with the Demon Clan. They were not here just for the Holy Flame Dynasty to escort them. They also wanted the Holy Flame Dynasty to investigate the situation regarding the invasion from another world. If the Holy Flame Dynasty was indeed in such a situation, how could they complete the task assigned by the Heavenly Palace? At this moment, the Holy Flame Emperor suddenly spoke. However, it seems that the Scorpion Clan has human forces supporting them. The Holy Flame Dynasty has tried to contact them before, but has always been unable to, possibly because they look down on us. Esteemed envoys might give a try and seek help from the human forces behind the Scorpion Clan. The Holy Flame Emperor's words awakened the envoys. Is what the Holy Flame Emperor said true? Of course it's true. I can send someone to help you contact the human forces, but you must personally make an appearance, as the Holy Flame Dynasty does not have as much influence as the Heavenly Palace. All right, then we thank the Holy Flame Emperor. We need 10 martial saints to accompany us. Upon hearing this, not only was the Holy Flame Emperor stunned, but even the leaders of the 7 holy level forces were taken aback. This person really dared to ask for 10 martial saints. The Holy Flame Emperor suppressed the urge to kill and chuckled. Of course, I will accompany you and ensure your safety. Hearing the Holy Flame Emperor's words, the envoys from the Tianling domain were all smiles. To support the Scorpion Clan in standing against the Holy Flame Dynasty, The human forces behind them must be far more powerful than the Holy Flame Dynasty. How could they not be happy about finding a human force stronger than the Holy Flame Dynasty to help? As for whether the human forces would help or not, they were envoys from the Heavenly Palace. Who would dare to refuse? Not only did they think this way, but even the Holy Flame Emperor did. He intended to use the name of the Heavenly Palace to contact the human forces behind the Scorpion clan, with the Heavenly Palace's envoys present. He did not believe that those human forces would refuse. After all, it was the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 42. The Holy Emperor of the Holy Flame Dynasty. This general gives you a chance. Surrender, and I may spare your life. A marshal of the Finyu army stands alone against the 100,000 troops of the Holy Flame Dynasty. The numerical disadvantage does not dampen the morale of the Holy Flame Dynasty's army. On the contrary, they all regard Feng Xiang as a formidable enemy. Behind him, a phoenix with a wingspan of 100 meters looks at them with hunger. Once its old partner gives the command, it will reduce this 100,000 army to ashes in an instant. You are the human race? The marshal of the Holy Flame Dynasty flies into the sky to confront the marshal of the Finyu army. Yes. Why do you help the demon race in their tyranny? Help the demon race? The marshal of the Finyu army smiles lightly. To me, they resemble the human race more than you do. You, as a member of the human race, dare to utter such treasonous words. Treasonous? The marshal of the Finyu army scoffs. Does the Holy Flame Dynasty have the right to say such things? Officials everywhere abuse their power, oppressing men and women, and committing every evil. As members of the human race, they wield power to oppress their own kind indiscriminately, just for amusement. And you powerful warriors turn a blind eye. Isn't that aiding the tyrants? Before entering the Western Cloud region, the Finyu army conducted a thorough investigation of the Holy Flame Dynasty. The Holy Flame Dynasty controls 4/5 of the Western Cloud region, leading many local officials to act like emperors in their own domains, far removed from the emperor's authority. When the Finyu army truly entered the Holy Flame Dynasty, they realized just how excessive these officials were. Upon hearing this, the face of the marshal of the Holy Flame Dynasty changed, but soon returned to normal. The misdeeds of a few officials cannot represent my Holy Flame Dynasty. Do not use this as an excuse to cover up your assistance to the demon race. The marshal of the Finyu army coldly laughed. A few? It's everywhere. In the towns our army passed through, how many common people have been displaced? How many families have been shattered? Some officials demolish houses for luxurious mansions. Some officials conscript women to satisfy their desires. The oppressed common people have no recourse but to endure silently. Such behavior is worthy of being called human? Excuses. Did you not come to the Holy Flame Dynasty to plunder and kill? You call yourself a marshal. You must be a high-ranking member of a dynasty. Are you not here for achievements? Is it not for power? You package yourself as so noble. Yet can you claim your hand to clean? You have reached this status. Do you not know the dirty deeds you have done? The marshal of the Finyu army seems to be laughing in anger. You see your own filth and accuse others of being filthy? With that, he clenches his hand tightly, and terrifying flames burst forth from his palm, pulling out a long spear engulfed in flames. The flaming spear points at the marshal of the Holy Flame Dynasty. I retract my initial words. Even if you surrender, I will still kill you. Caw! The phoenix behind him emits a deafening cry, like a thunderclap, resonating through the clouds, and then like a burning meteor, it rushes toward the army below with the force of thunder. Its body burns fiercely like an erupting volcano, enveloped in terrifying flames, as if it intends to burn the entire world to ashes. The 100,000 troops of the Holy Flame Dynasty are terrified by this shocking scene, facing an overwhelming enemy. Many of them are just ordinary soldiers. How can they withstand this hellish temperature? In just an instant, hundreds or even thousands of soldiers perish. However, the marshal of the Holy Flame Dynasty sees this scene with a smirk. You are indeed strong, but our reinforcements have arrived. From the horizon, several streaks of light race toward them. The marshal of the Finyu army sneers. No matter how many ants there are, they are useless. You can tell at a glance the realms of those few. 3 grandmasters and 1 grandmaster of heaven and earth. It must be said that the Holy Flame Dynasty is indeed stronger than many dynasties in the land of 10,000 nations. But that's about it. You think you can stand against us alone? Surrender quickly. Why waste time talking? Take him down before that demon beast arrives to help him. The group rushes into attack, aiming to quickly subdue the marshal of the Finyu army. Yet, the marshal of the Finyu army merely twirls his spear lightly. Then a disdainful smile appears at the corner of his mouth. Just you? It's already too generous to look at you as a threat. Then, the marshal of the Finyu army moves like lightning, ghosting into the encirclement of several people. His spear is as fast as the wind. Even if these people join forces to attack him, they find it hard to gain any advantage. After several exchanges, they have not even touched the hem of his clothes, while their bodies are already covered in numerous wounds from the long spear. They attempt to use their martial skills, but realize that the flames on the spear burn their true energy like a fire dragon. The mobilization of their true energy becomes exceptionally difficult, and with the marshal of the Finyu army's storm-like dense attacks, they have no chance to unleash their martial skills at all. The more they fight, the stronger their fear grows. Even the Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth has a massive wound carved by the spear across his chest, let alone those with even lower cultivation. Just when these people are about to reach their breaking point, the marshal of the Finyu army suddenly halts his assault. As the others are puzzled, dozens of streaks of light quickly fly in from the horizon. The marshal of the Finyu army cannot help but click his tongue. 13 Grandmasters of Heaven and Earth? It seems I need to take this seriously. The Holy Flame Emperor is also shocked to see the Phoenix slaughtering the troops of the Holy Flame Dynasty. He feels a strong sense of threat from the bird, but fortunately, they have 13 martial saints on their side, giving them a sense of security. The rulers of the 7 major sacred forces are also extremely wary of this Phoenix, as are the 5 Imperial offerings. Although they have heard about the terror of this Phoenix, seeing it for the first time is still alarming. However, they have not forgotten their main objective. They came with the envoy of the Heavenly Spirit Domain to find the human forces behind the Scorpion clan. Fortunately, they are lucky to encounter them so soon. As the marshal of the Finyu army sees these people approaching, his long spear turns into flames and dissipates. The flame patterns on his battle armor begin to flicker. His body temperature rises continuously, and his speed, strength, and defense surge wildly at this moment. Even his hair transforms into flames. This is the Finyu army's body-refining martial skill, the Great Flame Purgatory Body. It is known alongside the Dragon-Suppressing Army's Heavenly Thunder Suppression Body as the Thunder Flame Dual Purgatory. Taking advantage of the time, he is using the body-refining martial skill. Those few quickly rush toward the Holy Flame Emperor. Marshal Lin Yuan, is this person really that strong? How could he inflict such heavy injuries on Marshal Lin Yuan? He had shown no signs of injury himself. The leader of the Qingmu clan is astonished to see that the Grandmaster of Heaven and Earth, who just fought the marshal of the Finyu army, is severely injured, while the marshal of the Finyu army has not a single scratch. Marshal Lin Yuan is a well-known powerhouse of the Holy Flame Dynasty. At the late stage of the Martial Saint Realm, how could such a strong person be defeated so thoroughly? The leader of the Qingmu clan begins to feel wary of the marshal of the Finyu army. This guy has the strength of the late Martial Saint Realm. Yet why does he give me a dangerous feeling? I feel the same. This guy's strength is increasing. Something is off, very off. Facing so many martial saints, he still wants to fight? Please stop. We did not come here to fight. The president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy quickly shouts. His sharp eyes spot the marshal of the Finyu army's exaggerated surge in strength. If they really fight, they might suffer significant losses. Not here for fight. The marshal of the Finyu army does not dispel the body-refining martial skill, but instead retorts. The one in the dragon robe. Are you the emperor of the Holy Flame Dynasty? The Holy Flame Emperor was named, and after a slight pause, he smiled faintly and said, Indeed, I am the emperor of the Holy Flame Dynasty, the Holy Sun. Chapter 43, The Arrival of the Finyu Army. The fearful Holy Emperor, you just said that you did not come for battle? What? Are you here to surrender? The commander of the Finyu army did not lower his stance because of their large numbers. Instead, he appeared domineering. Although these people were all-powerful masters at the late stage of the Heavenly and Earthly Grandmaster Realm, the martial skills and techniques they mastered were completely on a different level from his. Therefore, he was not afraid of these people at all. The Holy Emperor was about to speak when the first great phoenix bird returned to the side of the Finyu army commander. Caw! With a single cry from the phoenix bird, a terrifying wave of fiery heat formed a shield with a diameter of 1,000 meters, trapping everyone inside. The Holy Emperor and others were greatly shocked. The speed at which the shield expanded was too fast for them to react. Is this person crazy? Are 2 martial saints going to surround 14 martial saints? Don't say such foolish things. The power of this phoenix bird seems to exceed our imagination. Damn it, we shouldn't have gotten this close. Prepare for battle. We must be on guard against that beast. The people on the Holy Emperor's side looked at the phoenix bird behind the Finyu army commander with great apprehension. The envoys from the Heavenly Spirit Realm, seeing this scene, felt their hearts rise to their throats. These martial saints were actually so wary of this beast. They somewhat regretted coming to the Holy Flame Empire for help. The Holy Emperor smiled, though his smile did not reach his eyes, and looked at the Finyu army commander. I wonder what your intention is? Our purpose here is not for battle. The Finyu army commander chuckled. You have so many people. I must be cautious. Now, since you are not here for battle, what is your purpose? The Holy Emperor replied with a smile. We came for a task assigned by the Heavenly Palace and to discuss peace with you regarding the Huangfeng Desert. The Heavenly Palace? The Finyu army commander pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have not heard of it. There is no need to discuss peace. Your Majesty's task is to have you surrender. Upon hearing that the Finyu army commander had never heard of the Heavenly Palace, the Holy Emperor and others were taken aback. How is this possible? In the 6 major domains of the Great Heaven Realm, there is someone who has never heard of the Heavenly Palace? The envoys from the Heavenly Spirit Realm were also dumbfounded. How could there be someone who had not heard of the Heavenly Palace? Furthermore, they had caught an important piece of information about the Holy Emperor's task. This person behind him should also be from a dynasty. But they did not know what race's dynasty it was, especially since this person was allied with a beast. What if it was a beast dynasty? Are you joking? You haven't heard of the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Spirit Realm? The Holy Emperor took a deep breath and asked calmly. He still found it hard to believe that someone had never heard of the Heavenly Palace. The Finyu army commander sneered. I don't care about any Heavenly Palace or Earth Palace. Since you are the Emperor of the Holy Flame Empire, let this opportunity be for you to surrender to the Qian. After saying this, the Finyu army commander was about to take action, and the phoenix bird behind him also glowed with golden light, as if it wanted to tear these people to pieces. Wait, you are from Qian? The president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy quickly shouted, which made the Finyu army commander pause. The phoenix bird behind him also looked at the president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy in confusion. You know Qian? The Finyu army commander looked at the president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy with a half smile. Except for the leader of the Qingmu clan, who looked shocked at the Finyu army commander, the others all looked at the president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy with curiosity. They were very interested in why the president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy would know the dynasty behind the Finyu army. This commander, the Qian and my Holy Flame, are both human dynasties. As fellow kin, why can't we put down our weapons and stop the war? The president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy had heard of the Qian. It seemed to be a dynasty from the southern wasteland region. He remembered that the dynasties there were all human dynasties. He didn't expect that the human dynasty there was so powerful as to cultivate those terrifying beasts and this strong individual before them. The president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy thought that if they could avoid war, they should try to avoid it. The strength of the Holy Flame Empire could only be considered the weakest among the rulers of the 6 major domains. If they were severely injured as a result, they would be finished if other domains took advantage of the situation. However, the president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy still had confidence in the strength of the Holy Flame Empire, believing that if it really came to battle, the Holy Flame Empire would definitely win. After all, this fellow had never truly seen the vast army of the Finyu army. He had only heard descriptions from scouts. However, he also believed that the scouts had exaggerated their descriptions. How could the legendary phoenix bird's numbers reach 100,000? Little did he know that the scout had seen the Finyu army from a distance and had run away quickly. He had only caught a glimpse of the Finyu army. The descriptions upon returning were entirely honest, aimed at making these high-ranking officials realize the seriousness of the situation, even going so far as to injure themselves a bit. Stop the war? The Finyu army commander sneered. Fellow kin, you are not worthy to be counted among our human race. The Finyu army commander was deeply influenced by the Qian. If those in power were to oppress their own kin at will, what difference would they have from livestock? What? Upon hearing the Finyu army commander's words, the president of the Holy Flame Martial Academy was stunned. The Holy Emperor and others also did not understand why the Finyu army commander would say such things. Did he think that having some strength made him superior? What audacity! Is it only your Qian that can be called human? The Holy Emperor was also enraged. As the ruler of the first major human force in the 6 major domains, he was actually told that he was not worthy of being human. Now, even if they were to discuss peace, he had to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Just as the Holy Emperor and others were about to take action, the corners of the Finyu army commander's mouth curled up. Lingyue, open the barrier. Caw! Upon hearing the Finyu army commander's words, the phoenix bird let out a cry and withdrew the barrier. The Holy Emperor and others stared dumbfounded as the phoenix bird retracted the barrier, somewhat confused as to why the Finyu army commander would do this. But then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. At a glance, the phoenix bird army resembled an endless red ocean. The leading terrifying phoenix bird had a wingspan of a full 300 meters, like a mountain blocking the sky. Behind it, countless phoenix birds surged like a tide. Among them, there were as many as 17 phoenix birds at the martial saint level, each shining like a brilliant star, radiating a heart-pounding light. There were even hundreds of phoenix birds at the martial emperor level, burning like flames, dyeing the entire sky a red haze. The remaining phoenix birds were all at the martial king level, densely packed across the sky, as if they were about to devour the entire world. Wherever this terrifying phoenix bird army passed, the space distorted due to the high temperature of their bodies, as if the whole world was trembling. What on earth is this? The Holy Emperor looked up in fear at the terrifying phoenix bird army above. Chapter 44. Two Giants. The humble Holy Emperor powerful warriors continued to arrive before the Holy Emperor, descending from the first, second, and third rank phoenix birds. The phoenix birds of the Phoenix Feather Army were all at least of third rank, and the warriors controlling them were not weak. As the Holy Emperor and others watched the formidable warriors gathering behind the marshal of the Phoenix Feather Army, they began to feel apprehensive. When the Holy Emperor saw the terrifying beast with a wingspan of 300 meters, he knew that the Holy Flame Dynasty was definitely no match for them. This was undoubtedly a supreme giant beyond the holy level, though the Holy Flame Dynasty also had one being at the half-step giant level. There was still a vast difference compared to this terrifying beast. This beast had surely entered the giant realm. Fengxiang slowly descended from the back of the heavenly phoenix. Upon seeing this, the Holy Emperor and others felt even more desperate. They could not discern Fengxiang's realm, which indicated that this was yet another giant. After the last awarding ceremony, Fengxiang had gone with Long Yuan to the cave heaven of the second Luo Emperor's ministry, exchanging the merits from the Qingzhou incident for a pill that would allow them to break through. However, after their breakthrough, they did not leave their army, but chose to stay. The breakthrough was an unexpected joy for them. According to their plan, it would take them another 30 to 50 years to achieve it. Therefore, they intended to remain in their army for 30 years before leaving. You think you can bully us with numbers because you believe the Phoenix Feather Army has no one left? Fengxiang coldly looked at the Holy Emperor and others. Your Excellency, we did not come to fight. We only seek peace. The Holy Emperor tried his best to appear humble. Faced with a giant, he truly dared not say a wrong word. The others quickly echoed. Indeed, Your Excellency, we are only here to discuss peace. We do not wish to go to war with your dynasty. Your Excellency, we have deeply recognized our mistakes, and from now on, we will absolutely not covet the fire spirit stones of the Yellow Wind Desert again. Please give us a chance. Fengxiang coldly laughed. Your Majesty, to make the Holy Flame Dynasty surrender to the Qian. However, too many dirty things have happened in front of me since I arrived here. 3 days. Your Majesty has given me 3 days to let you surrender. I originally planned to end this quickly, but unfortunately, I've changed my mind. In these 3 days, I will kill all those dirty things in front of me. Fengxiang had also witnessed the actions of the local officials of the Holy Flame Dynasty. The deeds of those officials, if casually picked out, would warrant a death sentence into Qian. Their actions were simply dirted Fengxiang's eyes. Such behavior was undeserving of being human, but since these people were unwilling to be reborn, Fengxiang could only help them be reborn. Your Excellency, who dirtied your eyes? I can help you eliminate those people and their 9 clans. The Holy Emperor quickly said. Previously, they had the courage to resist the Phoenix Bird Army because they had a half-step giant, but now facing 2 giants, what could they do? If they could surrender, he would definitely agree first, but unfortunately, this Excellency now wanted to kill all those dirty things. So he could only help this Excellency finish the killings quickly before he could surrender. The others also expressed their stance one after another. Unexpectedly, the Holy Flame Dynasty has so many dirty things in front of Your Excellency's eyes. We will definitely do our utmost to assist you, Your Excellency. Whatever you command us to do, we will do. It is a great honor to be able to assist you. These people dare to dirty your eyes. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The envoys from the Heavenly Spirit Domain looked at each other in disbelief at this scene. They did not expect to encounter supreme giants of the level of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace on this trip, and 2 of them, but soon they were overjoyed. If they could gain the help of 2 supreme giants, would they still need to worry about the invasion from another world? Fengxiang glanced disdainfully at the Holy Emperor and others. Go back and write a surrender letter, and send envoys to the Yellow Wind Desert. After saying this, Fengxiang turned to leave, but at that moment, a dark-skinned envoy from the Heavenly Spirit Domain called out, Please stay, Your Excellency. The Holy Emperor was taken aback and quickly distanced himself from these envoys of the heavenly spirit domain without making a sound. The Holy Emperor was well aware of what kind of people these envoys were. He did not want to be implicated if he angered the Excellency. Feng Xiang looked at the person with slight confusion. He did not dare to delay and quickly said, "We are envoys sent by the Heavenly Palace to solve the invasion from another world in the southern wilderness region. We need to pass through the Yellow Wind Desert to reach deep into the southern wilderness region. We hope the Yellow Wind Desert can make an exception and allow us to pass." The other envoys from the Heavenly Spirit domain also chimed in. "Your Excellency, we are also forced to delay your time, but we must complete the task of the Heavenly Palace Master. We earnestly request Your Excellency to lend a helping hand. The matter of the invasion from another world concerns the survival of the Great Heavenly Realm and cannot be delayed." Oh! Feng Xiang looked at this group of envoys from the Heavenly Spirit domain with interest. These people looked different and were indeed not from the human race. He had heard of the Heavenly Palace, the ruling power of the Heavenly Spirit domain, and that the titles like Martial King and Martial Emperor were created by this Heavenly Palace. He had also heard of the invasion from another world. He had actually attended a court session in the Feng Tian Hall at that time. However, it was their world invading another world, not the other way around. That army was led by the Grand Marshal Xian Yi, and all its members were shadow guards. Just based on that person's great prowess in Qingzhou, Feng Xiang felt that the other world was quite unfortunate to match up against such an existence. Thinking of Xian Yi's heroic demeanor, he looked at this group of envoys from the Heavenly Spirit domain. These people, at most, were grandmasters. How could they resolve the invasion from another world? Moreover, how did these people know about the invasion from another world? With this in mind, Feng Xiang looked at the envoys from the Heavenly Spirit domain and smiled lightly. "All right, I will allow you to pass through the Yellow Wind Desert, but there is one thing I need you to clarify." Hearing that Feng Xiang could help, this group of envoys from the Heavenly Spirit domain felt hopeful. Once they passed through the Yellow Wind Desert, they could then ask this Excellency to send some strong individuals to accompany them to the other world. Just thinking about it made them happy. "We do not know what Your Excellency needs to know. We will definitely tell you everything we know. Hee, I want to see your memories." What? Just as the envoys from the Heavenly Spirit domain were happy, they were stunned upon hearing Feng Xiang's words. However, Feng Xiang gave no explanation, raising his hand to bind these envoys from the Heavenly Spirit domain with dozens of true qi. The Holy Emperor and others quickly distanced themselves from these envoys upon seeing this. They did not dare to offend a supreme giant, and these envoys from the Heavenly Spirit domain were not worth them risking their lives. Search through all their memories. Chapter 45. The Terror of Xian Yi in the Rainy Night. A man covered in wounds staggered forward, each step growing heavier as rainwater and sweat blurred his vision. Every time he looked back, the shadow drew closer, following him like a ghost. Suddenly, he slipped and fell hard onto the muddy ground. The shadow closed in instantly, engulfing him like a black tide. Just as the shadow's claws were about to reach him, a mysterious light emitted from the man's chest, forming a barrier that temporarily kept the shadow at bay. Seizing the moment, the man scrambled to his feet and continued to flee. However, the shadow seemed unwilling to give up easily and launched another attack. The light gradually dimmed, the barrier trembling precariously. In his despair, the man spotted an ancient temple ahead. He pushed himself to dash inside, the heavy temple door slamming shut behind him. The shadow crashed against the door, emitting a series of howls, but could not enter. The man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, filled with relief at having survived. Little did he know that more and more shadows were approaching the temple outside. The rain had been falling for 2 days and 2 nights, and the darkness had persisted for a full 2 days. Light seemed to have abandoned this world. Torrential raindrops hammered the earth relentlessly. Everything began with that day when a powerful deity descended upon this world, recklessly probing it with divine consciousness. Fortunately, the deity left after the examination, yet the Tianyuan continent fell into panic. Everyone felt threatened, terrified of that unmatched power. However, some daring and greedy individuals attempted to trace the deity's whereabouts. Ultimately, they indeed found evidence of the deity's presence in the Liu mountain range. For there, at the moment the deity's consciousness descended, the earth dried up, rivers evaporated, and a vast area turned into wasteland. Countless lives turned to ashes. It was as if this land could not withstand the deity's aura. The greedy ones discovered a strange passage there. Intense spiritual energy surged endlessly from the passage, with many speculating that it led to the deity's abode. Yet, the terrifying heat wave was something even the strongest beings on the continent could not endure for long. Nevertheless, human greed did not halt their steps. Many magical artifacts capable of resisting the heat soon followed. Many risked their lives to enter the passage, but none returned. Others assumed these individuals had gone to the deity's dwelling, and the number of those entering the passage grew. Until 2 days ago, the passage no longer expelled heat waves, and everyone thought it was a blessing from the deity guiding them forward. Thus, more people surged into the passage. However, what awaited them was not the deity's abode, but terrifying dark power. The darkness ravaged like a demon, devouring all vitality. Those who entered the passage did not survive. Instead, they became puppets of the dark power, continuously pouring out from the passage, spreading across the continent. That day, the entire continent fell into darkness, with dark powers enslaving beings, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire world. Inside the ancient temple, the man listened to the howls of shadows outside, filled with worry. He knew that this darkness would not stop here. Suddenly, the temple's walls shook violently as if struck by a powerful force. Accompanied by this tremor, shadows like phantoms began to penetrate the walls, surging in from all directions like a tide. The man stared in terror at the scene unfolding before him, his eyes wide as saucers, his face filled with despair and fear. The magical artifact he held tightly, which once radiated brilliant energy, had now completely depleted, as if it had lost its life. Faced with this sudden and terrifying scene, he felt his body completely immobilized and could only despairingly close his eyes. However, this was not an isolated incident. In every corner of the Tianyuan continent, similar terrifying scenes were playing out repeatedly. People screamed in terror, their voices rising and falling, as if the entire world was submerged in fear. They fled in all directions, desperately trying to escape the pursuit of these dark beings. But the speed of the dark creatures was like lightning, making it nearly impossible for anyone to escape their clutches. "Please let us go," someone begged in despair, their voice filled with fear and helplessness. "Shaoli, over here, run." Another person shouted their companion's name amidst the chaos, trying to guide her to safety. "You damn monsters!" Someone cursed in anger, though it was futile, yet their fury temporarily made them forget their fear. But no matter how these people shouted, begged for mercy, or tried to flee, the final outcome was always the same. Either they became one of the dark beings or were torn to pieces by them. The entire Tianyuan continent was shrouded in terror brought by these dark beings, with the originally peaceful lives completely shattered and people plunged into chaos and panic. "Marshal, all the powerful beings of the Tianyuan continent have been beheaded. Shall we now wait for the dark beings to devour this land?" The fifth commander of the Shadow Guard said respectfully. In just 2 days, the Shadow Guards, along with the Shadow Hunters, had beheaded all the powerful beings of the Tianyuan continent. Without their leaders, the continent crumbled before the dark beings. The dark beings assimilated and plundered the remaining life forms like locusts. In just 2 days, the Tianyuan continent had nearly fallen. Achieving such a rapid conquest of the Tianyuan continent was largely due to Xian Ye's dark power, from which he also gained immense benefits. In 2 days, he progressed from the first to the fourth realm of divine ability. If he were to collect all the dark power, he might even reach the divine palace realm. Although the beings of this world were weak, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Xian Yi sensed the distribution of the dark beings and nodded lightly. "Since we've finished the beheadings, let's head back. It's been 2 days. We shouldn't keep His Majesty waiting." Yes, Xian Yi's involvement in this world was indeed overkill. However, this was the result of discussions between Jun Tianlin and the Yin Yang Guardians. They decided to have Xian Yi use the dark power to consume this world. This way, not only would Xian Yi absorb vast amounts of dark power, but the Daqian nation's fortune would also reward him with substantial world origin, allowing him to directly control this land. Later, the Yin Yang Guardians would turn this world into a purgatory filled with underworld energy, and Daqian's demon ceiling cave could be relocated. Xian Yi's speed of power enhancement would also reach a new level. This approach might seem unfair to the people of this world, but fairness has never existed in this world. Plunder and being plundered are the essence of survival. Chapter 46: The End of War. The betrayal of Jiao Yu. The 3-day war quickly came to an end. Xian Yi and the others had already returned to Fengtian City, and Jun Tianlin had successfully emerged from his retreat. After absorbing dozens of creation pills and with the enhancement of Dao Yuan fruits and Dao spirit fruits, Jun Tianlin's strength had soared once again. The divine appearance realm involves continuously absorbing spiritual energy to strengthen one's divine appearance. This realm was still quite simple for Jun Tianlin. In just 2 days, he had successfully advanced from the 3rd to the 9th level of the divine appearance realm. Now he needed to solidify his foundation and see how far he could push in the divine ability realm. He had a natural talent for divine abilities, making it easy for him to master them. In the Beast Emperor Court, only a few people remained in the court, and the atmosphere was extremely grim. In just 3 days, the entire Beast Mountain range had been ravaged. The high-level beast races suffered heavy casualties. This was the darkest hour for the Beast Mountain range. With intelligence comparable to humans, they were more susceptible to fear. The image of the Dragon Suppression Army was deeply etched in the hearts of the high-level beasts. The 7 elders did not attend the court session. They were quite open about the Beast Mountain range's submission to the Qian, as they had lost hope in Jiaoyu. If it weren't for Jiaoyu being the last golden-winged dragon, they would have considered changing their emperor. They were now just waiting for Jiaoyu's descendants to appear, at which point they would assist them. At this moment, Jiaoyu sat on the throne, her expression serious as she pondered. Everything had happened too suddenly. She was supposed to be taken to the Northern Sea region, but the elders suddenly brought her back. When she returned, the Beast Mountain range had already become unrecognizable and utterly devastated. Huge ravines lay like ferocious beasts across the land. Mountains and rivers were ruined, as if being carelessly crushed by an invisible giant hand. The forests, ravaged by thunder, were as black as charcoal, and rivers were mercilessly severed by the massive gorges, with some areas reduced to arid deserts. Countless beasts wailed in agony. Their homes were destroyed, and the current Beast Mountain range resembled an abandoned island, leaving the beasts with very little space to survive. The high-level beasts were traumatized, unable to recover from this blow. When the instigators stood before her, she finally understood that the elders were right. This was not an enemy the Beast Mountain range could face. The commander of the Dragon Suppression Army wanted her to go to Deqian to accept the titles and rewards from Deqian. From now on, the territory of the Beast Mountain range would be ruled by Deqian. She wanted to seek help from the elders, but they no longer wished to see her. Jiaoyu did not know what to do in this situation. She wanted to know the truth behind her father's death and the situation of the Beast Army over the years. But the elders no longer supported her. And the ministers believed it was her neglect of the information about the Dark Crow that led to the heavy losses of the high-level beasts. Now, the high-level beasts regarded her as an enemy, and with the elders no longer supporting her, many high-level beasts withdrew from the court. The former loyal ministers also left one after another, and even the Beast Army viewed her as a foolish ruler, believing it was she who brought trouble to Deqian and caused the devastation of the Beast Mountain range. Yet she knew nothing, and she felt very wronged. But there was no one left by her side. "Your Majesty, are we really going to Deqian?" A girl in a blue dress suddenly spoke up. She had once been Jiaoyu's servant, but after Jiaoyu ascended to the throne, Jiaoyu rewarded her with many resources, allowing her to advance to the 3rd rank as a high-level beast. At this moment, Jiaoyu also realized that as long as she could continue the court and the lineage of the golden-winged dragon, everything else was secondary. "Shaoqing, accompany me on this trip." "Yes." The emperors of various nations also set off for Deqian. On the Huangfeng desert side, Scorpion Wudu followed Luo Daoming and Qi Duankong to Deqian. Now that the Holy Flame Dynasty had surrendered to Deqian, there was no longer any meaning for Luo Daoming and Qi Duankong to stay in the Huangfeng desert. Meanwhile, Feng Xiang brought the envoys from the Heavenly Spirit Domain and the Holy Sun back to Deqian. Originally, the Holy Sun did not have to go to Deqian, but he wanted to meet the Emperor of Deqian, so Feng Xiang took him along. In the Imperial Garden of the Fengtian Palace, Jun Tianheng and Jun Tianlin were having tea in the courtyard. "Tianlin, are you going to the court session this time?" Jun Tianheng asked curiously. This time it was truly a gathering of nations, and he was quite interested to see it. "No need. I'll just have a shadow guards go to seal the rewards. I'm not in the mood to accompany those people." Naturally, Jun Tianlin did not plan to participate in this court session. He could just send an avatar to attend. "I see. When shall we take action against the Heavenly Spirit Domain?" Jun Tianheng asked after a moment of thought. There is no rush regarding the Heavenly Spirit Domain. Now that the Holy Flame Dynasty has surrendered to us, the news will soon spread throughout the Great Heaven Realm. By then, many will come to Deqian. With the virtue of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace, he should invite us to resist the Underworld clan together. At that time, third brother, you can take this opportunity to visit the Heavenly Spirit Domain and meet the other siblings. Hearing this, Jun Tianheng felt a bit disappointed. He had thought they would directly attack the other domains after finishing with the southern wilderness. Meanwhile, Jun Tianlin and the others were focusing on the world of Xianyi. Xianyi's strength was crucial for the Qian, and this was a shared understanding among the Yinyang Guardians. They had been tirelessly preparing for Xianyi day and night to accelerate his strength enhancement. As for Jun Tianlin, every time he entered seclusion, he could break through many realms, and the Yinyang Guardians knew Jun Tianlin trained diligently. Currently, the only method they could think of to quickly enhance Jun Tianlin's strength was to devour the world's origins. The world's origins of the Tianyuan continent were unnecessary. They might be of some use to the divine travel realm, but for Jun Tianlin, they were negligible, not as effective as a creation-level pill. Jun Tianlin also agreed with the Yinyang Guardian's approach, as Xianyi's current divine ability strength already matched that of a prince in the divine palace. Moreover, the spatial power Xianyi mastered was extremely terrifying, and Jun Tianlin wanted to know if Xianyi could find traces of the ancestral land after breaking through creation. Alright, if we were to conquer the Great Heaven Realm so quickly, it would be rather uninteresting. Let us take our time. Jun Tianheng could only follow Jun Tianlin's arrangements. Haha, third brother, don't rush. The Heavenly Spirit Domain has the support of the will of this world, so there's no need to hurry. Sure, your third brother is not an impatient person. Your Majesty, Yi suddenly appeared, nearly causing Jun Tianheng to jump up in fright. Seeing this, Jun Tianlin mockingly said, "Third brother, as a commander of an army, having such a small heart is unacceptable." Jun Tianheng was speechless, but could only sit quietly beside him. Jun Tianlin smiled helplessly and then looked at Yi. What's the matter? Chapter 47, Threatening the Jun family? Preparing for a catastrophe in the Great Celestial Realm. Your Majesty, the national fortune is devouring the world's fortune, and it will grow stronger again. This world will likely become even more wary of the Great Qian's national fortune. Am afraid. Yi was originally preparing to transform the formation, but suddenly had the urge to take a look at the Celestial Spirit Domain. He discovered that the fortune in the Celestial Spirit Domain was in utter chaos at this moment, which was not a good omen. Moreover, he found that the restrictions he had placed on Yi Wuyo had also disappeared, as if Yi Wuyo had vanished into thin air. As the world's overlord, the world ruled by their Yinyang Hall had at least 8,000 realms. In light of this situation, the Yinyang Guardians felt it was necessary to eliminate the threat in its cradle. Any change could lead to an irreparable outcome. The more powerful they were, the more cautious they should be. Jun Tianlin frowned at these words, instinctively turning his gaze toward the Celestial Spirit Domain. His vision zoomed in, and he saw a chaotic swirl of colors. Gray, red, gold, purple, and black intermingled, ultimately blending into a murky gray. This is Jun Tianlin Faunil. Jun Tianheng looked at the two in confusion. What are they talking about? That purple mixed with gold fortune. Is it Yi Wuyo? Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Wuyo just suddenly disappeared, and I lost contact with the restrictions on him. Haha, I didn't expect this. Jun Tianlin slowly stood up and smiled faintly at Jun Tianheng. Third brother, you need to make a trip to the Celestial Spirit Domain. Jun Tianheng was dumbfounded. Huh? How do I go there? Yi quickly nodded. Your Majesty, leave this matter to me. The fortune of His Highness Tianheng far exceeds that of Yi Wuyo, and it would be most suitable for His Highness Tianheng to disrupt the plans of the Great Celestial Realm. What are you two talking about? Jun Tianheng was still in a fog. Third brother, you don't need to know. Just find second brother and the others once you enter the Celestial Spirit Domain, and you don't need to worry about the rest. His Highness Tianheng, for your safety, you should wear this treasure made by my eighth brother. He handed a necklace to Jun Tianheng. Jun Tianheng looked at Jun Tianlin and Yi, feeling a chill behind him. Why do I feel like you two are setting me up? His Highness Tianheng, don't worry. With the treasure made by my eighth brother, no one in the Celestial Spirit Domain can harm you. Third brother, don't worry. Only you can go now. After saying this, Jun Tianlin ignored Jun Tianheng's reaction and looked at Yi. I will arrange for people. The rest is up to you. Yi nodded. And then Jun Tianlin vanished in a flash. Jun Tianheng was dumbfounded. Can you two at least explain things clearly? His Highness Tianheng, let us go to Qingzhou together. Saying this, Yi disregarded Jun Tianheng's reaction and took him away. It wasn't that they didn't want to explain things to Jun Tianheng, but rather that he couldn't know. If Jun Tianheng knew, he would be discovered by the will of the Great Celestial Realm upon entering the Celestial Spirit Domain. Jun Tianlin sent notices to all affiliated clans, branches, and princes, stating that no one was allowed to enter the celestial spirit domain. Meanwhile, all the princes in the divine palace realm turned their gazes toward the celestial spirit domain. What courage! They dared to threaten the Jun family. Tianlin has already issued a notification. It seems he discovered this before us. Is the ancestral land not going to take action? They've already threatened us. The ancestral land hasn't moved in a long time. Perhaps they think it's still not qualified? What about the safety of those princes and princesses? All right, if something happens, we'll listen to the higher-ups. The ancestral land is calm. Let us hold our positions and keep an eye on things. In the celestial spirit domain, in the celestial palace, the palace master looked at the comatose young man before him with immense pressure. The comatose young man was Yiwuyo. The palace master sighed deeply. Why did things turn out this way? Just moments ago, the heavens suddenly descended with a will and handed this young man over to him. He was instructed to arrange for this young man to approach several members of the Jun family. He was puzzled at first. Then, a terrifying gaze turned toward this place. He saw it. He saw that the heavens were sad and afraid. He couldn't understand what kind of existence could make even the heavens feel fear. The heavens, seeing his sincerity, revealed to him that in the distant southern wilderness, there was a group of terrifying beings. This group of terrifying beings had cultivated a new heaven, and they had already begun using this new heaven to invade other worlds. The aura of the otherworldly invasion that appeared earlier in the southern wilderness was the new heaven waging war on other worlds. This group of terrifying beings had already devoured that other world, and this comatose young man was the son of fortune from that other world. The heavens told him that it was still growing and currently lacked the ability to cultivate and create a son of fortune. Meanwhile, the new heaven would continuously devour other worlds to strengthen itself, soon surpassing the heavens, and that group of terrifying beings was not something the heavens could provoke. Thus, the heavens borrowed the son of fortune from that world in hopes of finding a way out. The heavens assured him that he need not worry, as they threatened that group of terrifying beings with the entire great celestial realm, and they would not enter the celestial spirit domain for the time being. However, once the new heaven surpassed the heavens, the threat from the heavens would become null in the eyes of that group of terrifying beings. The strength of that group of terrifying beings was uncertain, and he was instructed to help this young man get close to the members of the Jun family as quickly as possible. When he received this information, his mind went blank, but before he could process it, one terrifying gaze after another turned toward this place. He felt as if his soul and all his memories were exposed. Fortunately, the heavens informed him that it was merely an illusion, and that group of terrifying beings currently could not extend their sight into the celestial spirit domain. But just as the heavens departed, another group of terrifying gazes approached. This was when he felt immense pressure looking at the comatose Yiwuyo before him. Before this guy appeared, he was still the strongest in the great celestial realm. But once this guy showed up, the heavens informed him that there were so many terrifying beings in this world. What was he to do? The palace master looked at the list in his hand. Jun Shun, Jun Yu, Jun Yu, Jun Shi. It's actually these people. The palace master was also surprised. These individuals were famous geniuses in the celestial spirit domain. Why would the heavens want this young man to get close to them? He didn't understand. But he also didn't dare to understand too much, as the heavens had warned him not to pry too deeply. Otherwise, he would be targeted by that group of terrifying beings. Soon, Yiwuyo awakened from his coma and immediately saw the white-robed young man before him. Who are you? Yiwuyo looked at the person in fear, constantly calling for his master in his heart. But no matter how he called, his master remained silent. Chapter 48. Night without end becomes a disciple. Jun Tianlin arrives at the heavenly spirit domain. Little one, I am the palace master of the heavenly palace. You have good talent, and I intend to take you as my disciple. What do you think? The palace master of the heavenly palace suppressed the anxiety in his heart and tried to appear more gentle. Take me as a disciple? Yiwuyo felt somewhat puzzled. Where had the teacher gone? And suddenly someone appeared wanting to take him as a disciple. Suddenly, Yiwuyo felt something was off. Right? His eyes. His eyes could suddenly open. Although he could see everything clearly even without his eyes, it was still a pity that his eyes had gone blind. But he had only been unconscious for a while, and now his eyes were fine? Yiwuyo looked at the young man in front of him with uncertainty. Could this person also be a deity? Having been in this world for so long, Yiwuyo knew that ordinary people existed in this world. He also knew what had happened in the place he had first arrived. It was said that a group of people wanted a rebel and were discovered by a prince, who intended to eliminate them. But then 3 other princes stepped in to protect that group, leading to a great battle between the 4 princes, turning the entire Qingzhou into a forbidden zone. At first, he thought this world was filled with terrifyingly powerful beings. But later he realized that although the spiritual energy here was dense, ordinary people still made up the majority, and powerful beings like princes were quite rare. Speaking of dense spiritual energy, he suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy here seemed to have decreased a lot. How is it? The palace master of the Heavenly Palace smiled at Yi Wuyo. Where's this? This is the Heavenly Palace in the Heavenly Spirit Domain. What? Yi Wuyo was startled. Wasn't he in the Great Qian of the Southern Wilderness? How did he end up in the Heavenly Spirit Domain? This is the will of heaven that has brought you here. The soul body within you is severely injured in the Southern Wilderness. If it is important to you, by becoming my disciple, I can save it. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo no longer hesitated and quickly knelt on one knee. I pay my respects to my master. Please save my teacher. Jun Tianlin was taken to the Tianyuan continent. After some operations by Yi, Jun Tianlin became the new son of destiny in this world. Your Highness, I will send you to the Heavenly Spirit Domain now. Remember, once you arrive, find the other princes as soon as possible. Be sure to remember 3 points. Do not let the other princes fight with others. Do not let them target anyone. And you must stay together at all times. Do not let anyone take advantage of you. Damn, Ini, what you said makes me a bit anxious. Jun Tianlin was confused, but had to accept this task. Although there was no danger with the treasures given by Yi. What if there was a mistake in the task? Your Highness, don't panic. As long as you find the other princes, everything will be fine as long as you stay together. Yin Yusimilit helplessly. Okay, I'm ready. Just as Jun Tianlin spoke, his vision shifted, and he arrived at the border of the Heavenly Spirit Domain. So fast. Jun Tianlin felt speechless, but could only continue walking forward. Your Majesty, I have already sent His Highness Tianlin over. Yin Yi appealed beside Jun Tianlin. Jun Tianlin nodded. For now, leave the 3rd brother there. Wait until I enter the Divine Palace before settling accounts with the will of the Great Heaven. Once Your Majesty enters the Divine Palace, you will be able to take the Tao-level elixirs. There are 3 world passages in Qingzhou that are currently forming. Go find them and help them a bit. Jun Tianlin's eyes held a cold light. Yes, he left again. How dare the will of the Great Heaven threaten him? He might tolerate it now. But once he attained his own destiny, he wouldn't care about the life or death of this world. He would give the will of this world a little more time to grow. Immediately, Jun Tianlin split off an avatar while he continued to deepen his foundation. A beam of golden light flew towards the Feng Tian Palace. At this time, the square outside Feng Tian Palace was already crowded with people. Jiao Yu stood in a corner of the square with Shao Qing. If they were in another situation, the two might become the focus, but everyone standing here were emperors. Although these emperors were surprised that a woman like Jiao Yu could become an emperor, they did not pay too much attention to her. With so many emperors gathered, of course, they had matters to discuss or people to talk to. In their eyes, national interests outweighed everything. Once Jiao Yu entered the territory of Great Qian, she instantly realized how foolish she had been before. With such dense spiritual energy, it was no wonder the elders said this place was absolutely untouchable. If their beast clan occupied this area, how powerful would they become? Soon, the 5th commander of the Shadow Guard announced loudly, "Please enter the palace, everyone." The emperors dared not delay and walked towards the steps leading to the door of Feng Tian Palace. Shao Qing, you stay here for now. Jiao Yu sighed and followed the emperors into Feng Tian Palace. As soon as everyone entered the palace, they were amazed by the decorations and scale inside. From the outside, they could not see the whole picture. It was only upon entering that they realized this palace was so vast. A shadow guard led an emperor to their respective positions. Soon, the emperors were all in place, with Jiao Yu and Xia Wudu standing in the front. The emperors from various nations looked curiously at the two. According to their positions, it seemed that the stronger nations were at the front. Even the emperors of the 3 great dynasties stood behind the two. Who were they? The emperor of the Zhou suddenly remembered what Yang Hua had said and instantly guessed the identities of the two. As a beast, Xia Wudu immediately understood Jiao Yu's identity as well. The emperors had taken their positions, but no one was on the high seat. Just when everyone was filled with doubt and looked at each other, a chilling and murderous aura suddenly surged without warning. This aura came fiercely, as if it were spewing forth from the depths of hell, sending chills down everyone's spine. The shadow guards standing nearby were evidently very familiar with this aura. Their faces changed drastically as they warned the emperors beside them. Your Majesty is coming. Thanks to the Shadow Guard's reminder, the previously restless crowd instantly quieted down, and everyone's gaze turned in unison towards the high imperial throne. They saw that above the throne, the originally empty space suddenly rippled, followed by two blood-red whirlpools slowly appearing, resembling the eyes of a demon. These two whirlpools were deep and eerie, as if they could devour everything. As everyone stared at this scene, an indescribable sense of fear and unease surged within them. Just as everyone was filled with uncertainty, two figures suddenly became visible within the whirlpools. As the speed of the whirlpools increased, the two figures gradually became clearer. Finally, when the whirlpools stopped spinning, two figures dressed in crimson golden imperial robes, wearing masks, and having white hair like snow appeared before everyone like phantoms. The appearance of these two was like two shooting stars in the night sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Their figures were tall and imposing, and the crimson golden robes shone dazzlingly in the sunlight, as if woven from countless flames. However, the most striking were the terrifying masks on their faces, with distorted and bizarre patterns that exuded a chilling aura. Just as everyone marveled at the mystery and majesty of these two, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed across the imperial throne. This golden light, like lightning, tore through the sky and struck directly at the two figures. With a crack, the golden light shattered like a mirror, turning into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. With the shattering of golden light, a handsome man dressed in a black and gold imperial robe, with a stern expression, appeared on the imperial throne. His tall figure exerted immense pressure on the emperors below. The imposing aura of the emperor left the gathered rulers terrified, each silently exclaiming, "Is this the emperor of Great Qian?" Chapter 49. Sign in again. Emperors, I heavenly punishment. Jiao Yu felt the immense pressure, and her expression changed dramatically. Although she had some predictions about Qian, this was too terrifying. Whether it was the person on the imperial throne or the two masked individuals beside him, they were all far beyond the Great Elder's level. Having witnessed the Great Elder's strength, which definitely exceeded the Holy Realm, she finally understood why the Great Elder and the others were so wary of Qian when she saw this scene. Such terrifying power could hardly be resisted by the Beast Mountain. Scorpion Wudwa looked up at the three figures above with great admiration. They were strong, incredibly strong. They were countless times more powerful than Elder Luo. Having spent decades with Elder Luo, he knew that Elder Luo was a terrifying powerhouse. But he was far from being on par with these three. Jun Tianlin's avatar lightly tapped the armrest of the imperial throne a few times. The fifth commander of the Shadow Guards quickly appeared beneath the throne with the imperial edict. Today is an important day for our Qian to unify the southern wilderness region. It had taken a long time to appoint officials. After all, there were too many emperors in a land of 10,000 nations. Fortunately, Jun Tianlin had come in an avatar, and the two imperial guards knew that he had not come in his true form, so they also sent avatars. However, the Shadow Guards were the ones suffering, as they all came in their real forms. Once the appointments were concluded, the emperors from the land of 10,000 nations were very happy. Not only would they receive salaries, but taxes were also reduced to 70%, and Qian would provide them with tens of thousands of tons of supplies each year. However, Qian would establish an imperial supervision office in each country, allowing the common people to report injustices to Qian. This still made them somewhat fearful, as they had already experienced Qian's terror. Even a single accompanying Shadow Guard was at the Martial King level. Oh no, now they had to be called masters. From now on, the realm titles would be based on the standards of Qian. As for the Beast Mountain and the Yellow Wind Desert, these two places were assigned a portion of territory from the northern plains' 10,000 tribes, and they could exchange the flesh and blood of beasts for equally valuable spiritual plants in Qian. Jiao Yu felt indifferent to this, but Scorpion Wudwa was overjoyed. He understood that this was definitely an opportunity for him to break through to the celestial realm. The Holy Sun and the envoys from the Heavenly Spirit Domain had gone to Yunzhou with the Wind Feather Army. Fengxiang had already consulted the Shadow Guards in Fengtian City, but only received the news that Jun Tianlin was currently in seclusion. Although it was unfortunate, Fengxiang could only take these people back to Yunzhou for now. The envoys from the Heavenly Spirit Domain and the Holy Sun realized what difficult days they had lived through once they entered Qian. The spiritual energy here was dozens or even hundreds of times denser than in their homeland. Upon hearing that the Qian Emperor was in seclusion and that they would have to stay here for a while, they were ecstatic. One by one, they began to practice diligently. After the morning assembly, Qian temporarily fell into a brief silence. After a while, Just as Jun Tianlin was about to break through to the divine ability realm, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Upon hearing this, Jun Tianlin opened the system panel. Emperor Sign-In System. Host, Jun Tianlin Realm. Divine Aspect, Great Perfection Items. Shadowhunter Legion Upgrade Voucher. Shadowhunter Legion Expansion Vouchers X2 Sign-In Attempts. 1. Another sign-in opportunity. Jun Tianlin signed in again. The familiar panel, the familiar vortex, but this time what appeared was not a building model, but a pair of golden eyes. What is this? Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor's Eye Heavenly Punishment. Would you like to fuse? The Emperor's Eye? Interesting. Jun Tianlin chose to fuse without hesitation. Immediately, the pair of eyes flew directly out of the panel and into Jun Tianlin's eyes. A terrifying stabbing pain surged through him. The pain was so intense that Jun Tianlin couldn't help but shout. The stabbing sensation was like sharp blades cutting frantically at his eyeballs, as if countless molten lava surged and rolled in his eye sockets. Jun Tianlin's body trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat soaked his back instantly, and his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. It felt as if a violent storm raged in his mind, with chaotic thoughts and excruciating pain intertwining, making him nearly lose consciousness. Each heartbeat felt like a heavy hammer striking his temples, intensifying his suffering. He could feel his eyes swelling continuously, as if they would burst at any moment. However, Jun Tianlin gritted his teeth and endured the heart-wrenching pain, his veins bulging on his forehead. As time passed, the intense pain gradually began to subside, and Jun Tianlin slowly opened his eyes, which flashed with two golden rays, seemingly containing boundless majesty and power. His realm began to rise continuously. Divine ability, first realm. Divine ability, third realm. Divine ability, sixth realm. Meanwhile, in the great heavenly realm, thick dark clouds covered all 6 domains. This scene was witnessed by strong figures from various forces. The sudden formation of these demonic clouds likely signified a major upheaval. Was this caused by those beasts from the Underworld clan? Probably not. Could the Underworld clan have such power? Many attempted to disperse the dark clouds, but as soon as the thought arose, a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped their bodies. It felt as if a god was watching them. Ian looked at the dark clouds over Fengtian City. Your Majesty has gained a great opportunity. This terrifying heavenly might had even surpassed the world's will in this realm. Haha, it seems that your Majesty is about to become the heavens themselves. From now on, your Majesty will be able to call upon the Qian's national fortune. At that time, we can initiate several interdimensional invasions, and your Majesty's strength will rapidly increase. Let us go. Prepare for this matter and mention it to your Majesty later. The Yin and Yang protectors knew that with the Jun family bloodline, after Jun Tianlin fused with the Emperor's Eye, he would be able to control heavenly might and also grasp a portion of the national fortune. At that time, the Yin and Yang protectors planned to use this portion of national fortune to launch interdimensional invasions against other worlds, quickly enhancing Jun Tianlin's strength and finding the ancestral land, so that Jun Tianlin would no longer feel anxious. 3 days later, the dark clouds in the sky of the great heavenly realm finally dispersed. What exactly were those demonic clouds? They always gave me a sense of dread. It felt somewhat similar to the aura from the heavenly palace, but 100,000 times more terrifying. These 3 days had left people anxious across all domains, but fortunately, they finally dispersed. In the cultivation room, Jun Tianlin had completed his breakthrough and successfully ascended to the 3rd stage of the Divine Palace. Chapter 50. The Blessed and Independent World. It's finally over. For the first time, Jun Tianlin's breakthrough was so painful. That Imperial Eye was truly terrifying. If he hadn't broken through, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of the Imperial Eye. Fortunately, the Imperial Eye was quite considerate and helped him break through. Otherwise, Jun Tianlin might have perished here. This breakthrough was significant, and he gained quite a lot. After breaking through to the Divine Palace realm, he acquired 3 domains. One was his Imperial Might domain, another was the Heavenly Might domain of the Imperial Eye, and the last was the Heavenly Emperor domain that combined both. However, he couldn't fully manifest the Heavenly Emperor domain with his current strength. He was too eager after breaking through to the Divine Ability realm, so he directly transformed the Heavenly Thunder of the Imperial Eye into his Divine Ability. Divine Ability, Annihilation Heavenly Thunder. With a single thought, like the Divine Thunder descending from the 9 heavens, the heavenly might surged forth, making it unavoidable. Divine form, divine ability. Heavenly thunder, incarnation. With the heavenly might upon him, every gesture contained the will of heaven. He had no time to comprehend the divine ability. These two were enough for now. Moreover, he also had innate divine abilities and physical divine abilities, and many capabilities of the Imperial I could rival divine abilities. So there was no need to comprehend more for the time being. Having been in seclusion for so long, it was time to come out. Jun Tianlin stepped out and instantly arrived at the gathering spirit mountain. As soon as Jun Tianlin appeared, the Yin-Yang protectors also arrived, which startled the shadow guards who were training. Your Majesty, greetings, protector. Jun Tianlin nodded. No need for formalities. He glanced around and found that the number of shadow guards who had broken through to the celestial human realm had reached 40. With over 700 grandmasters at the first rank and more than 90,000 grandmasters overall, there were no longer any shadow guards at the third rank. Jun Tianlin nodded in satisfaction. The shadow guards have made great progress. Haha, but it's still not as great as your Majesty's progress. In just over a dozen days, you've crossed so many realms. Your talent is truly terrifying. Your Majesty, how does it feel to master the heavenly might? Your Majesty, what level can your national fortune reach now? Facing the questions from the Yin-Yang protectors, Jun Tianlin felt a bit helpless. Stop. Let's not discuss these for now. Has Xian Ye's world been sorted out? Yes, we have also taken care of the other 3 worlds. Grand Marshal Xian Yi is now at the 6th level of the Divine Palace Realm. We captured some rapidly reproducing beings to provide dark power nutrients for Grand Marshal Xian Yi, and we believe he will soon advance to the creation realm. Is that so? Then why did you come to see me? Haha, isn't it to borrow the national fortune that your Majesty can command? Now that both your Majesty and Grand Marshal Xian Yi have advanced to the Divine Palace Realm, without external assistance, the speed of strength enhancement will become very slow. That's right, your Majesty. We plan to initiate a dimensional invasion against other worlds. In the past few days, we discovered some fairly decent worlds in the starry sky, and we intend to launch a dimensional war against them using the national fortune. Worlds in the starry sky. Your Majesty, do you need us to take you to see them? Jun Tianlin nodded. He hadn't visited other worlds before. A white vortex appeared, and without hesitation, Jun Tianlin stepped inside, followed by the Yin-Yang protectors. Jun Tianlin crossed the vortex and arrived in a starry sky. In the starry sky, there were countless planets, though these planets were not very large and could not be compared to the great heavenly realm. However, they were still much larger than the blue star of his previous life. Jun Tianlin scanned with his divine sense and discovered several planets with life forms, which were roughly the same size as the southern wilderness domain. Your Majesty, how is it? The blessed worlds have a much higher upper limit than the independent worlds. Jun Tianlin noted. The blessed worlds referred to these planets, which gave birth to life under fortuitous circumstances and took countless years to embark on the path of cultivation. It wasn't enough for a single race to occupy a lifeless planet to be considered a blessed world. The independent worlds, on the other hand, were created by powerful beings who would create many life forms from the beginning. So the development speed of independent worlds was faster than that of blessed worlds. However, independent worlds exist in independent spaces, lacking a surface world, and due to the strength of their creators, they have upper limits, whereas blessed worlds do not, as they are not bound by space. The Great Heavenly Realm also belongs to an independent world, having evolved from the internal world of a powerful being after their death, but in terms of the world's age, the Great Heavenly Realm is still too young. This is why the Jun family has set their sights here. The world will of the blessed worlds is also different from that of the independent worlds. The will of the independent worlds is like the continued will of those powerful beings, while the will of the blessed worlds is truly born and nurtured by heaven and earth, even if they gain intelligence. They must learn for a long time before they can truly master the world. How'd you find this place? Jun Tianlin was well aware of how difficult it was to locate a blessed world. Otherwise, the Jun family wouldn't have set their sights on an independent world. Your Majesty, we once controlled the entire Yin-Yang Xian realm, and the entire Xian realm consists of countless blessed worlds. We are very familiar with the conditions for the birth of blessed worlds. Although the Yin-Yang protectors spoke lightly, no one knew how far they had traveled in these 3 days. Blessed worlds are exceedingly rare. That's right, Your Majesty, not just here. We've also found several other blessed worlds, but those are still too weak. This one is already the strongest. Almost forgot these were once great figures. Jun Tianlin fell into deep thought, He could sense that the world will of this blessed world was only at the level of the divine ability realm. He suddenly had the idea of moving the Jun family here. Although the blessed worlds develop slowly, their upper limits are high. As long as the civilizations that emerge become stronger, the world will also rise accordingly. If the Jun family can cooperate with the world will and help it grow, the benefits returned by the world would also be substantial. However, on the other hand, he wanted to control this world. If the world will suddenly turns against him, the Jun family might fall into an irretrievable situation. The Yin-Yang protectors also noticed what Jun Tianlin was contemplating. Your Majesty, how about letting the Qian national fortune replace this world will? Jun Tianlin finally understood the true purpose of the Yin-Yang protectors, but he was also somewhat tempted. After all, this world could be considered born and nurtured by heaven and earth. Would the national fortune work? Your Majesty, you underestimate us too much. Chapter 51. Knight Wuyo's Pursuit of Junshi. After entering the heavenly spirit domain, Jun Tianheng began to inquire about his several brothers. Fortunately, his brothers were quite famous in the heavenly spirit domain, and he quickly located them. However, things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. On the third day of entering the heavenly spirit domain, he found his second brother, Jun Shun. On the fifth day, he found his fourth brother, Jun Yu. And on the seventh day, he found his fifth brother, Jun Yu. But it wasn't until the 13th day that he found his seventh sister, Jun Shi, and he felt quite uncomfortable about a person who often appeared by her side. Xiao Shi, the palace master, is going to open the Red Sky secret realm. Are you and your brothers going? Knight Wuyo, dressed in the attire of a direct disciple of the palace, looked quite handsome in his fitted white robe. But in front of the beautiful young girl, he appeared somewhat clumsy. Jun Shi wore a light blue long skirt, her hair as dark as ink, her skin fairer than snow, and her eyes bright and clear like a spring. Her nose was high, and her cherry lips were naturally rosy. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her look like a fairy descended from the heavens. Jun Shi hesitated at Knight Wuyo's question. Her third brother had repeatedly instructed her not to have contact with Knight Wuyo, and she had come out today hoping that Knight Wuyo would back off. But she was also somewhat tempted by the Red Sky secret realm, which was said to allow those who entered to improve at least 3 or 4 small realms. Currently, she hadn't reached the 3rd rank, and if she went to the Red Sky secret realm, she might be able to break through to a master. Seeing Yun Si hesitating, Knight Wuyo felt a surge of joy in his heart. Xiao Shi, don't worry, I've already spoken to the palace master. When the time comes, I'll let your brothers go in with you, so they won't have to worry about you. Knight Wuyo was still somewhat wary of Jun Shi's brothers, especially her third brother, who had the cultivation of a martial emperor at the 9th level and could easily overpower him, who was at the early stage of a martial saint. During their first meeting, he had nearly been beaten to death by Jun Shi's third brother. Since then, he had always taken a detour whenever he saw him. Both his master and teacher held Jun Shi's third brother in high regard, and even his master, the strongest in the heavenly spirit domain, had specifically advised him to avoid provoking Jun Shi's third brother as much as possible. Jun Shi lightly parted her lips, seeming to hesitate for a moment before softly saying, "How about I go discuss it with my brothers?" At this moment, Jun Shi's shy and somewhat awkward appearance was like a startled little deer, instantly melting Knight Wuyo's heart and making him ecstatic. "All right, go talk to your brothers. By the way, tell your third brother that this is an opportunity one fought for. Okay, he seems to have some misunderstandings about me." Knight Wuyo was genuinely afraid of Jun Shi's third brother. As soon as he noticed Knight Wuyo by Jun Shi's side, he would rush over with a combination of punches so fast that Knight Wuyo couldn't react. He couldn't even mobilize his true energy. He had almost been beaten to the point of losing his will to fight by Jun Shi's third brother, who was once hailed as the strongest genius in the Tianyuan continent. Unbeknownst zu ihm, die Distanz on the state to Yun Tianheng, Yun Yu, and Jun Yu were all staring intently in their direction. "Third brother, what exactly is wrong with this Knight Wuyo?" Yun Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. In his view, Knight Wuyo's talent was just passable. If Jun Shi really liked him, it wouldn't be impossible. "Third brother, I think this person seems quite pure-hearted." Jun Yu was also confused about why Jun Tianheng was constantly targeting Knight Wuyo. Maybe it's because Knight Wuyo is too old. He's almost 100 years old. Enough. No one in this world, no matter how talented, can catch up to us. Jun Tianheng remained silent, merely staring intently at Knight Wuyo. When he first laid eyes on Knight Wuyo, he understood the task assigned by Tianlin and Inya's protector. That indescribable feeling told him that there could only be one of him and Knight Wuyo in this world. "So, are we going to the Red Sky secret realm?" Jun Tian looked at Jun Tianlin. Jun Tianling's lips curled slightly. Of course, why not? 3 days later, Jun Tianling and the others indeed arrived at the Heavenly Palace Square, where geniuses of various races from the Heavenly Spirit Domain had gathered. Jun Shen also saw his former nominal girlfriend, Ling Xiyu. Ling Xiyu was dressed in a light pink, exquisite robe. Her long hair, cascading down her slender waist like a waterfall, held up by a single white ribbon. Her oval face had brows like distant mountains, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like shimmering autumn waters. Below her straight nose, her cherry-like lips were slightly upturned, carrying a hint of a delicate smile, exuding gentleness and charm. As she gracefully stepped forward, the jade pendant on her body made a crisp sound, seemingly narrating her elegance and nobility. Upon seeing Ling Xiyu, Jun Shen's heart stirred slightly, and memories flooded back. However, he quickly composed himself as times had changed. He had once fantasized about marrying Ling Xiyu, but she had always regarded him as a younger brother. Later, when the palace master of the Heavenly Palace wanted to marry his other daughter to him, he refused. Ling Xiyu also noticed Jun Shen, her eyes flashing with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. She elegantly walked up and slightly bowed to everyone. Gentlemen, it's been a while. Jun Shen nodded slightly, and Jun Yu followed suit. Jun Shi looked at Ling Xiyu with slight surprise. Sister Xiyu, are you also going to Red Sky's secret realm this time? Ling Xiyu smiled in response. That's right. I'm about to break through to Martial Emperor, so I'm looking for opportunities in the Red Sky secret realm. Then we can explore together. Jun Shi's smile bloomed like a flower. Jun Tianheng wasn't very fond of Ling Xiyu. She was the eldest daughter of the palace master, who had once taken action against him. He felt quite displeased with the Ling clan. Ling Xiyu also noticed Jun Tianheng's attitude, but didn't say anything. Xiaoxi, a voice called out, and everyone turned to look. Knight Wuyo was approaching with a confident smile. His appearance elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd. After all, he was a direct disciple of the palace master. It's Knight Wuyo, the young master knight. Knight young master is so handsome. But when Jun Tianheng's cold gaze fell on Knight Wuyo felt a shock in his heart. A terrifying crisis instantly enveloped him. When he looked again, his confident smile had become quite forced. Ling Xiyu keenly noticed Knight Wuyo's change. Following his gaze, she was shocked to find Jun Tianheng looking coldly at Knight Wuyo. His demeanor was completely different from how he ignored her. It was as if a seasoned general was staring intently at his enemy. She was very familiar with the ages of Jun Shen and the others. They were very young, so young it was unimaginable, but these people had all concealed their ages. If it weren't for her close relationship with Jun Shen and others, she wouldn't have known their true ages. Chapter 52. Heading to the secret realm of Qitian. Jun Tianheng suddenly revealed his position. Yi Wuyo, as the only disciple accepted by her father, was quite aware of Yi Wuyo's talent. Breaking through to martial saint before the age of 100 was not a problem, and reaching the same realm as her father in the future was also not an issue. Yet, someone like him would actually be afraid? However, Ling Xiyu quickly figured out. Yi Wuyo had been pursuing Xiaoxi recently, possibly due to pressure from his brother. Third brother, don't be so fierce. Jun Shi felt quite helpless. She had already promised her third brother to have less contact with Yi Wuyo, so why was he still like this? Moreover, it was Yi Wuyo who had helped them this time in entering the secret realm of Qitian. Jun Tianheng's lips curled slightly into a cold smile. Don't worry. I will thank him properly. Yi Wuyo steeled himself and approached Jun Shi's side. Fortunately, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace arrived quickly. He came to the square and first looked at Jun Tianheng. He had gone through so much trouble to create various opportunities for Jun Shi and Yi Wuyo, and just as Jun Shi had developed some feelings for Yi Wuyo, this kid Jun Tianheng suddenly appeared and beat up Yi Wuyo. This made him furious. Once I trap you in the secret realm of Qitian, let's see how you disrupt the plans of heaven. Jun Tianheng also slightly raised his head, his gaze coldly fixed on the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. This time, I will see how you deal with Yi Wuyo being left in the secret realm of Qitian. From a moment Jun Tianheng first acted against Yi Wuyo, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace had noticed him. Since Jun Tianheng also bore the surname Jun, he had guessed something, so he planned to take action against Jun Tianheng to eliminate the obstruction in its cradle. Unfortunately, Jun Tianheng had a magical treasure on him, and when he acted against Jun Tianheng, he almost seriously injured himself. After that, he didn't dare to do anything else to Jun Tianheng. But as long as Jun Tianheng existed, Yi Wuyo would not be able to approach Jun Shi. Therefore, he planned to take this opportunity to trap Jun Tianheng in the secret realm of Qitian. But Jun Tianlin also wanted to seize this opportunity to leave Yi Wuyo in the secret realm of Qitian. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the time for the opening of the secret realm of Qitian in the Tianling domain. I hope everyone can explore together and may progress together. You are all from the Tianling domain. As the Lord of the Heavenly Palace finished speaking, a huge vortex appeared behind him. This is the secret realm of Qitian. Please enter. Some people, seeing the vortex appear, became very excited and hurriedly rushed in. Xiaoxi, let's go in too. MMHM. Second brother, let's go. Yi Wuyo walked at the forefront, with Jun Shi and Jun Yu walking together, while Ling Xiyu walked ahead of Jun Tianheng with Jun Shun. Arriving in front of the vortex, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace was still standing there. He smiled at the few of them, and they greeted him in return. Hello, Master. Hello, Palace Lord. Father. Yet, Jun Tianheng continued to look at him coldly. Haha, young people are full of energy, right? Wuyo, take good care of them. Yes, Master. The few of them continued to walk towards the vortex behind the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Just as Jun Tianheng reached the side of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the corner of the Lord's mouth curled up like a cold crescent moon, forming a cold smile. Hee, do you dare to go in? Jun Tianheng suddenly stopped, his lips curling into a cold smile like ice. Having come this far, what do you think? Do you really think you can keep me here just with those eyeballs? We have to give it a try. Hee, you dare to let us all go in together. Aren't you afraid he will get into trouble? I have confidence in him. Then you better keep that confidence. Father, what are you talking about? At this moment, Ling Xiyu and Jun Shun were looking back at the two. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace turned around, his smile as warm as spring, and said to the two, It's nothing. Hurry and go in. If you delay, the opportunity will slip away. After saying that, he turned his gaze towards Jun Tianheng, asking with a smile that was neither a smile, Your Highness Tianheng, don't you think so? Jun Tianheng's lips slightly raised, revealing a smile that was almost imperceptible. Yes, if we delay any longer, we might lose everything. Ling Xiyu and Jun Shun were shocked. The two were surprised by the Lord of the Heavenly Palace's words. It should be noted that no one knew the identities of Jun Shun and the others in the Tianling domain. But now the Lord of the Heavenly Palace referred to Jun Tianheng as Your Highness Tianheng. Ling Xiyu was a bit confused. She looked at Jun Shun beside her, seemingly asking why her father referred to Jun Tianheng as His Highness. Jun Shun was also bewildered. Had their identities been exposed? Jun Tianheng slowly walked towards the vortex. Let's go, don't waste time. Third brother. Just as Jun Shun was about to call out to Jun Tianheng, he had already stepped inside. Let's go. Ling Xiyu took a deep look at her father, then pulled Jun Shun in with her. Upon entering the vortex, many people began to form teams, as the secret realm of Qitian was still somewhat dangerous. Meanwhile, Jun Shi and the others have been waiting for a while. Third brother, why are you so slow? Jun Tianheng gave Yi Wuyo a meaningful glance before turning his gaze to Jun Shi. I was just talking to the Palace Lord. What did you talk about with the Palace Lord? You don't even know him. At this point, Jun Shun and Ling Xiyu also walked in. As soon as Jun Shun entered, he asked, Third brother, how does the Palace Lord know you? You should ask him. Jun Shun wanted to ask more, but Ling Xiyu wisely stopped him. Jun Tianheng looked around and noticed many first-grade powerhouses hidden in the shadows. Are they violating the ancestral teachings of the Heavenly Palace? This is interesting. Then he looked at Yi Wuyo. Lead the way, Brother Wuyo. Yi Wuyo felt a bit strange, but in order to perform well in front of Jun Tianheng, he nodded. Don't worry, I have the route given by my master. Following the route will definitely lead to good things. On the other side, Jun Tianlin and the Yinyang Guardians were already planning to occupy that blessed world. The Yinyang Guardians were using the national fortune that Jun Tianlin could mobilize, intending to replace the world consciousness of that blessed world with the national fortune of the Great Qian. The simplest method was to merge the two into one. But it was not about one side devouring the other. Rather, it was about achieving a perfect fit. To accomplish this, mastering the laws of the world was essential. As the overlord of the Yinyang mystical realm, the Yinyang Guardians had mastered parts of the laws of the world. However, their current strength was insufficient to fully merge the two. But for now, it was enough. At least this blessed world would not harbor great hostility towards the Jun family like the world consciousness of the great heavenly realm. However, to be on the safe side, Jun Tianlin planned to wait until a complete merger before moving all of Great Qian over. They had opened several spatial passages on a few planets near this blessed world. At this moment, Jun Tianlin was leading the mobilization of the national fortune. It was his first time doing this, and he felt a bit nervous. However, compared to Yin Yi, the effort he put in was minuscule, as Yin Yi and Yin Air, Yin San, Yin Si, and Yin Wu worked together using the laws of the world. And as the main orchestrator of the laws of the world, Yin Yi also had to take care of his side, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. Jun Tianlin sensed the position of Jun Tianheng. Even Yin Yi was somewhat puzzled. His strength was much greater than Jun Tianlin's. So he naturally sensed Jun Tianheng's location as well. Both of them had left a backup plan on Jun Tianheng, but since he was in the heavenly spirit domain, they should theoretically not be able to perceive him. The two exchanged glances, and then Yin Yi said to his 9 younger brothers, "Old 6, you take my place first and merge with 4 portions." All right. Seeing this, Jun Tianlin turned his piercing gaze towards Protector Yin Air, and then his eyes narrowed as if 2 golden arrows shot out from his eyes, swiftly entering Yin Air's body. This is the authority to summon the national fortune. The next matters will be handled by you all. Haha, Your Majesty, rest assured, you and Big Brother have been leading the fusion for so long. We can manage this part. Old 2, you must not slack off. Got it, Big Brother, you can rest easy. Let's go. Jun Tianlin and Protector Yin Yi stepped forward simultaneously and instantly appeared in the starry sky. They then rushed in the direction they sensed. With Jun Tianlin's current strength at the 3rd realm of the Divine Palace, he was much stronger than an ordinary 9th realm of the Divine Palace. In this small realm with a huge gap, it was terrifying that Jun Tianlin could surpass the 9th realm with just the 3rd realm. However, compared to Yin Yi at the peak of creation, he was still far behind. Therefore, it was still up to Yin Yi to lead Jun Tianlin on the way. Jun Tianling's location was too far from them, but why was he so far away? The two were momentarily unsure, so they could only rush to Jun Tianheng's side as quickly as possible to prevent any accidents. Upon entering the Red Sky Secret Realm, Jun Tianheng and the others, led by Yi Wuyo, ventured deeper into the realm. Along the way, they reaped rich rewards, obtaining many rare spiritual plants. The demon beasts they encountered were far weaker than them, and Yi Wuyo single-handedly dealt with them. Jun Tianheng kept a close watch on the first-grade powerhouses around them. Those people were closely following them, while Yi Wuyo guided them towards desolate areas according to the route of the Heavenly Palace Lord. Soon, they arrived at a group of ancient palaces. This was the greatest treasure of the Red Sky Secret Realm, the ancient Hall of Inheritance. As long as they acquired the inheritance inside, they could at least elevate 3 small realms. Yi Wuyo pointed at the palace group and said. Ling Xiyu also nodded. The techniques and martial skills inherited from this palace group are the best, but these things cannot be shared. Sharing them would incur the curse of the ancient Hall of Inheritance, leading to death in as long as 3 years or as short as a few months. Jun Shun and the others curiously looked at the ancient halls of inheritance. Let's go. I'll take you to the best ancient hall of inheritance. Yi Wuyo waved his hand and led everyone towards the halls. At this moment, Jun Tianheng smiled toward the shadow and then leisurely followed behind. He found us. He, a martial emperor, no matter how monstrous, cannot escape from us 7 peak martial saints. Let's go. We must leave this person here today. Led by Yi Wuyo, Jun Tianheng and his group entered a grand palace. This was the strongest ancient hall of inheritance summarized by those who had entered the Red Sky Secret Realm throughout history. Since one person could only accept one inheritance, they would receive it here. All right, one at a time, the others will guard. But suddenly, the large door of the ancient hall closed unexpectedly. The sudden change made Jun Shun and the others become vigilant. 7 men dressed in black and wearing masks surrounded them from the shadows. Seeing this, Yi Wuyo immediately reprimanded. We are from the Heavenly Palace. How dare you act recklessly? At the same time, he began to inquire of his teacher within. Teacher, what realm are these people? And why can't I even detect them in the early stage of the Holy Realm? His teacher only replied, Peak of the Holy Realm, and they have taken special pills. If they do not reveal themselves, even I cannot detect them. Remember, do not confront them. Peak of the Holy Realm. Yi Wuyo's eyes narrowed. With his strength, dealing with a late-stage Holy Realm would be no problem for a short time, but the ones who came were actually at the peak of the Holy Realm, and there were 7 of them? How did they get in? Just as Yi Wuyo was puzzled, Jun Shun had already protected Jun Shi and Ling Xiyu as they retreated. Xiao Shi, you and your sister Ling Xiyu stay back. Jun Yu and Jun Yu stepped forward to confront the 7 black-clad figures. Seeing this, Yi Wuyo also stepped forward. His teacher immediately scolded. Foolish boy, their target is clearly not you. Just protect those 2 girls. But Yi Wuyo only smiled. Teacher, they are Xiao Shi's brothers. I cannot just stand by and watch them die. Jun Tianheng, however, stood in front of the 3, and Yi Wuyo was stunned. Jun Yu and the others were also confused. Jun Tianheng coldly looked at the seven. What's wrong? Is the Heavenly Palace looking down on me this much? Only seven? As soon as Jun Tianheng said this, whether it was Yi Wuyo, Ling Xiyu, or even Jun Shi, they were all stunned. Jun Chun and the others were slightly taken aback, but the three of them tacitly avoided looking at Ling Xiyu. They knew Ling Xiyu would not harm them, and she definitely did not know about these seven. But Yi Wuyo was not so certain. The three of them looked at him. As Jun Tianheng had always targeted Yi Wuyo, and this person had a motive. Yi Wuyo loudly refuted under their gaze. Impossible. Yi Wuyo. Have nothing to do with them. All right, I didn't say you have anything to do with them. Jun Tianheng glanced indifferently at Yi Wuyo. Attack! With this low roar, the seven black-clad figures moved swiftly like phantoms. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and Jun Chun and the others did not even have time to see their figures before the seven had dashed like a storm to Jun Tianheng's side. However, facing such a fierce onslaught, Jun Tianheng only slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. His voice was calm and confident. Just you guys? Before his words fell, a thunderous storm of lightning suddenly erupted. The terrifying lightning danced like silver serpents, instantly enveloping the seven black figures. Then, the seven figures were blasted away as if struck by an irresistible force, flying back in astonishing speed and crashing into the ancient hall's door. With a loud bang, the incredibly sturdy door of the ancient hall was actually blasted open. Dust flew everywhere, as if the entire ancient hall was trembling under the shockwave. Wow, amazing, third brother. Jun Yu looked at the scene before him in shock, his face filled with admiration for Jun Tianheng. Jun Yu's gaze was also fixed on Jun Tianheng, who was enveloped in lightning, secretly sighing. Is this the gap between us and the heavenly characters? Jun Shin smiled helplessly and said to Jun Tianheng, Tianheng, this is too exaggerated. Although he knew Jun Tianheng was powerful, he did not expect him to be this terrifying. Yi Wuyo was dumbfounded, struggling to swallow. Ling Xiyu was equally stunned by the scene, speechless as she stared at Jun Tianheng. After a long time, she came to her senses and turned to Jun Shun, asking, is your brother this powerful? In Jun, she quietly said, both my big brother and third brother are very powerful. Is that so? Jun Tianheng tightly clenched his right hand, and the terrifying thunder gathered in his hand, like a tamed giant beast. Finally, this lightning condensed into a ghostly blue spear. The spear tipped shimmering with cold light, as if it could tear through the void. I'm going to return soon. Second brother, take care of them. Jun Tianheng's voice was cold and firm, revealing an unparalleled confidence. Jun Chen nodded and said solemnly, all right, be careful and don't be negligent. Don't worry. Jun Tianheng replied, and his figure shot out like lightning, instantly disappearing outside the ancient palace. Chapter 54, Despicable Scoundrel. Jun Tianheng, are you talking about me? The Red Sky's secret realm. This is a place filled with opportunities and dangers, and at this very moment, a fierce battle is unfolding between seven peak martial saints and Jun Tianheng. Every move they make contains endless power, as if they are tearing apart the heavens and the earth. Prior to this, both sides had some reservations in the ancient palace and did not dare to use their full strength, but once they stepped out of the palace, these 8 powerful beings unleashed a life-and-death struggle without holding back. The sounds of their battle echoed through the sky, drawing countless spectators to watch. These must be powerful beings in the Saint Realm, right? Why are there so many Saint Realm experts in the Red Sky Secret Realm? Besides young Master Yi, how could there be other Saint Realm experts entering the Red Sky Secret Realm? This is against the rules. Their voices seemed particularly insignificant under the thunderous roars of Jun Tianheng. The violent thunder raged in the air like an angry dragon, and the powerful martial techniques struck everything around them like a torrential storm. The ground within several miles was left in ruins, clouds of dust billowing as if the apocalypse had arrived. In this breathtaking battle, the 7 peak martial saints had all sustained some injuries, while Jun Tianheng appeared to be at ease. His combat skills, martial techniques, and cultivation methods far surpassed those of the 7 peak martial saints. And with the innate bloodline power of the Jun family, he could easily make up for the gap in physical attributes with the 7 peak martial saints, even surpassing them. He was once cultivated by the Jun family as an emperor, and even in the Grandmaster Realm, he could rival the Grandmasters of heaven and earth. Now, as a 9-pattern Grandmaster, what was he afraid of from just a few Grandmasters? How could this kid be so terrifying? A peak martial saint exclaimed in shock. We 7 peak martial saints can't even defeat a single martial emperor? Another peak martial saint said in disbelief. Earlier, when they were sent flying in the ancient palace, they thought it was because they were distracted by the concerns for the young lady and young Master Yi. But after coming out, they realized that it was not just them who had reservations at that time. If they had fought with the same mindset they had in the ancient palace, they would have likely been pierced by the gun in Jun Tianling's hand long ago. Just then, a man in black, having briefly lost focus, was caught off guard by Jun Tianling, who seized the opportunity. Jun Tianling's spear shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through the body of the man in black. If it were just a simple piercing of the body, it wouldn't be a big deal for beings of their level, but the one attacking was Jun Tianling. The terrifying thunder was madly devouring the life force of the man in black. Old 2. The other peak martial saints exclaimed in unison upon seeing this. However, Jun Tianling did not give them a chance to breathe. He immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, the 10,000 thunder illusion. In an instant, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning, and the deafening thunder seemed ready to tear apart the heavens and the earth. The terrifying thunder echoed for dozens of miles, causing hearts to race and chills to run down spines. Dozens of bolts of lightning seemed to have come to life, transforming into Jun Tianling's figure. These figures resembled a thunder god descending to earth, surrounded by dazzling lightning, and they lunged toward the remaining peak martial saints with the force of a thunderstorm. "Quick, block it!" The men in black shouted in terror, completely ignoring their companion who had been pierced by the spear. They all used their utmost means to try and withstand Jun Tianling's terrifying strike. Although the strength of Jun Tianling's illusionary body was not as powerful as his true body, it was by no means something these men in black could easily resist. Just when they finally managed to eliminate the illusionary body, it suddenly exploded into lightning. The terrifying thunder struck their ears like a heavy hammer. This thunder was deafening, leaving them dizzy, as if the entire world was spinning. Moreover, the thunder echoed through their ears and entered their bodies, causing their internal organs to tremble as well. The men in black were in immense pain, and they hurriedly circulated their true energy to protect their ears and internal organs from further harm. "Damn it, this kid is too terrifying." One of the men in black gritted his teeth and said, "We can't keep entangling with him. Grab Old 2 and run." After saying that, he turned to find where Old 2 had fallen, but at that moment, Jun Tianling suddenly appeared before them like a ghost. Jun Tianling was holding a man in black who had a large hole in his chest, slowly walking toward them. The man in black seemed to have lost all vitality, hanging limply in Jun Tianling's grip. Jun Tianling looked at the remaining men in black, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Your performance is unsatisfactory. I haven't had enough fun yet. How can you leave?" "You." The remaining 6 men in black were enraged upon seeing this. "Despicable scoundrel. Let Old 2 go." "Despicable scoundrel? Are you referring to me?" Jun Tianling said in disbelief. "This isn't right. Am I a scoundrel now?" Even Jun Shun and the others, who had already come out of the ancient palace, were somewhat stunned when they heard what the men in black said. "This person has no shame. He ambushed us and still calls our third brother despicable?" "Jun," she said angrily, "if I weren't weak, I want to go up and slap that man in black." "All right, seventh sister, just watch carefully. Opportunities for third brother to take action are rare. And aside from big brother, no one else can make him serious," Junshin said, somewhat envious of Jun Tianling's strength. If he had Tianling's talent, he wouldn't have been sent to the Tianling domain. That's right, third brother is truly terrifying, a martial emperor of the ninth heaven hanging these people up to fight. Jun Yu and Jun Yu were also watching with excitement. "What is a gifted divine ability?" Ling Xiu asked curiously. "It's a kind of martial technique that comes naturally, but it's much more powerful than regular martial techniques," Junshin explained. Yi Wui suddenly remembered his mirror-bright spirit eye, which also seemed to be innate. "All right, that old guy wants to keep me in the Red Sky Secret Realm, but he doesn't see how much he weighs. You are not worthy." Jun Tianling casually tossed the half-dead man in black aside. Old 2. One of the men in black rushed to catch him, but a bolt of lightning was faster. The thunder struck the severely injured man in black, instantly reducing him to ashes. Old 2. Old 2. Jun Tianling crossed his arms over his chest, the azure-long spear floating beside him, his gaze cold and his lips curled up. "Did I give him to you? You just take him? You." The man who went to catch him was so furious he couldn't speak. "You dare kill Old 2? So what if I kill him? Not only him, but you all will die here too. All together. Let's kill him." Jun Tianling grasped the long spear once again. "That's right. This is how it should be. This is more interesting." Having lost one man in black, the remaining 6, though blinded by rage, Learn not to engage Jun Tianling up close. Jun Tianling's combat skills were too terrifying. The 7 peak martial saints were suppressed when fighting him closely. After all, Jun Tianling was just a martial emperor. Could his true energy compare to theirs? And they, as martial saints, could draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fight. Heh, at least you have some brains. Jun Tianling smiled slightly upon seeing this. And then the thunder around him raged once more, hundreds of azure, lightning spears coalescing. Hundreds of spears shot toward the 6 men in black like arrows. And the men in black quickly prepared to resist. They each unleashed their martial techniques, some summoning shields, others wielding long swords to block. And for a moment, the shadows of the spears and the brilliance of the martial techniques intertwined. However, the thunder spear condensed by Jun Tianling was too powerful, with several piercing through the defense and striking the bodies of the black-clad men, causing them to grunt in pain. Jun Tianling's lips curled into a smile as his figure flashed, moving like a ghost through the forest of spears. The spear in his hand transformed into a streak of lightning, thrusting directly at one of the black-clad men. The man hurriedly dodged, but was still grazed by the spear on his shoulder, blood splattering. At this moment, 5 other black-clad men took the opportunity to surround Jun Tianling from different directions, try to trap him. Jun Tianling remained calm, circulating his internal energy, with thunder swirling around him, forming a powerful aura that repelled the 5 attackers. He shouted loudly, and the remaining thunder spears accelerated again, raining down on the black-clad men. Under this intense assault, the black-clad men gradually found it hard to defend themselves, and their injuries became more severe. 4th Brother. Chapter 55. The Gaze of the Blood Ancestor. The men in black did not expect that within just a few minutes, another brother would fall at Jun Tianling's hands. The pain in their bodies and the sorrow in their hearts made them unable to care about their identities. Night Xiao, are you not going to make a move? In the distance, Yi Waya was still dazed. What is happening? But in an instant, his body was no longer under his control, and he charged towards Jun Tianling. What? This guy is indeed with them. What on earth is going on? Wu Yi. What are you trying to do? Jun Shun and the others had not yet reacted when Yi Waya had already rushed towards Jun Tianling. Ling Xiyu was also confused. Are these people really sent by her father? Why would her father target Jun, Chen's 3rd brother? Jun Shi never expected that the usually kind Yi Waya would suddenly turn against them. Seeing this, Jun Tianling only smiled slightly. What use are you? But Yi Waya's eyes suddenly changed. A flash of bloody divine light flickered in his gaze. The gaze of the blood ancestor. Jun Tianling was suddenly controlled by the unexpected divine ability, and his life force was actually draining away. The other 5 men in black quickly unleashed their martial skills to attack Jun Tianling. 3rd Brother. Old 3rd. Jun Shun and the others looked on with bloodshot eyes. Boom! Jun Tianling was blasted away, crashing into the side of a mountain peak, raising a huge cloud of dust. 3rd Brother. Jun Yu and Jun Yu immediately wanted to rush over, but were blocked by the suddenly appearing men in black. Do you know who we are? If anything happens to Tianling, your entire heavenly palace will have to accompany him to the grave. Yun Yu shouted angrily. Jun Yu also looked at the men in black with resentful eyes. If anything happens to 3rd Brother, no one from your Tianling domain will escape. You will all die. Hearing their words, Ling Xiyu was stunned. Usually, Jun Yu and Jun Yu were polite and well-behaved, but she never expected them to say such things. However, she could understand their feelings, and she was also curious about the power behind Jun Yu and them that could make them say such things. Are you people from the Heavenly Palace? Did my father instruct you to do this? Ling Xiyu did not know what conflict existed between Jun Tianling and her father, but it should not be dealt with using such despicable means. At this moment, tears were also welling up in Jun Shi's eyes. The usually lively and cute girl was now staring fiercely at the men in black. Xiao Yu. Jun Qin stepped in front of the 2, shielding them behind him. 2nd Brother. 3rd Brother is in trouble. I want to kill them. Jun Yu's aura surged, and his master-level realm actually erupted with such terrifying killing intent. A few men in black were also stunned, but this made them even more cautious. They took a few steps back, looking at the eldest, Jun Shun. Jun Shun was also a martial emperor, and if he was also a freak like Jun Tianling, wouldn't they lose 2 brothers? But Jun Shun just quietly watched the men in black, or rather, the Yi Waya behind them. At this moment, Yi Waya seemed to be in a daze, quietly lowering his head. Do you know what you have done? Jun Qin said lightly. Hee, just helping the palace master eliminate an obstacle. Hee. The Jun family will not let you go. Tianling domain, Heavenly Palace, Ling clan. They will all pay the price for your actions with their lives. The Jun family? Such big words. Jun Tianlin killed our two brothers, and we won't let you Jun family go either. Just as Jun Shan was about to speak, another voice came through. Interesting. Do you few oddballs really think you can touch my Jun family? Jun Shun and the others looked in surprise at the dust not far away. The men in black also looked terrified towards that direction. As the dust on the cliff slowly dissipated, Jun Tianlin stood with his arms crossed over his chest, looking indifferently at the men in black. He had not a single scratch on him, not even a tear in his clothes. Third brother, Jun, she shouted loudly. How is this possible? The men in black were frightened at the sight. They really did not want to fight Jun Tianlin anymore. One of the men in black reacted quickly and tried to threaten Jun Tianlin with Jun Shun and the others. But Jun Shun was not someone to be trifled with. In the moment that the man in black approached, he turned and delivered a flying kick that sent the man flying dozens of meters away. The other men in black suddenly came to their senses and attempted to attack Jun Shun and the others. But Jun Tianlin had already flashed to Jun Chen's side. Jun Tianlin's sudden appearance startled the men in black, causing them to instinctively take a few steps back. Jun Tianlin's gaze was directed at Yi Waya. Interesting. That move just now felt very familiar. Yi Waya slowly raised his head, his eyes looking as if he were a puppet being controlled. This scene also frightened Jun Shi and Ling Xiu. What is going on? Jun Shun and the three were on high alert. Watching Yi Waya, he seems to be under someone else's control. Ling Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Could it be my father? Jun Tianlin smiled slightly at Yi Waya. Why would I know that Tianling would recognize you? Yi Waya was momentarily stunned, his dazed head tilting as if expressing his confusion. Who? Jun Shun and the others were also slightly taken aback. Tianling? Jun Tianlin flashed in front of Yi Waya, who immediately responded, his right fist colliding with Jun Tianling's palm. But his strength was too insignificant in Jun Tianling's eyes. His fist was captured. And then Jun Tianlin kicked Yi Waya hundreds of meters away. Please hold back. He seems to be under control, Ling Xiu hurriedly said. Although Yi Waya was likely controlled by her father, she still wanted to know the truth. Jun Tianlin turned and coldly glanced at her. I know what I'm doing. Old third, capture him first and interrogate him thoroughly. Jun Tianlin flashed away again, and soon the aftermath of battle came from not far away. A few men in black teamed up with Yi Waya to resist Jun Tianlin. But now there were only 5 men in black left. Even with Yi Waya, they were far from Jun Tianling's opponent. Moreover, Yi Waya's move seemed to be unable to be used a second time, and he could only rely on instinct to cope with Jun Tianling's attacks. Such an ugly posture. Wake up. Thunder wrapped around Jun Tianling's fist, striking at Yi Waya's abdomen. Yi Waya was directly knocked out of action by this punch. The other few men in black saw this and wanted to escape. Jun Tianlin sneered disdainfully, just in time. I'm also tired of playing. Several golden long spears condensed around him, carrying terrifying imperial might. The speed of the long spears was faster than lightning and had built-in locking. Those men in black could not dodge at all. They could only watch helplessly as they were pierced by the long spears, and the moment the long spears hit them, their true energy seemed to be instantly drained from their bodies. How is this possible? Chapter 56, The Arrival of the Eerie Being. The dangerous Jun Tianlin. After dealing with the men in black, Jun Tianling's cold gaze, like a chilling star, fixed directly on Yi Wuyo, who was half kneeling on the ground. He said coldly, What's wrong? Woke up and still want to linger in bed? Yi Wuyo endured the surging pain like a tide and struggled to speak. What exactly is going on? At this moment, Jun Shun and the others also arrived at the scene. Seeing Yi Wuyo's condition, Jun Shun felt some anger, while Ling Xiu wanted to know what was happening and why her father had attacked Jun Tianlin. What exactly happened? What grudge did Jun Tianlin have with her father? Jun, she was also somewhat angry, even though she knew Yi Wuyo was controlled. Seeing her third brother struck by the black-clothed men's martial arts made her feel a trace of resentment towards Yi Wuyo. Jun Tianlin walked slowly in front of Yi Wuyo and slightly bent over, saying, You're also a pitiful person. If it weren't for you being used, I wouldn't have attacked you. But who told you to be so unlucky? Third brother, what is going on? Jun Shin stepped forward to inquire. Jun Tianlin stood up and smiled indifferently. This guy was used by the palace master of Tiangong, probably to get close to you all to obtain something. So Tianlin sent me to keep an eye on you. What? Obtain something? And Tianlin sent you? Tianlin is Sixth brother? A task arranged by Sixth brother? Ling Xiu didn't understand why they were so surprised upon hearing the name Tianlin. But she heard that Yi Wuyo was used by his father to get close to Jun Shi and the others. And the purpose was to obtain something from Jun Shi and the others? She didn't expect her father, such a principled person, would do such a thing. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was being used, but getting close to Xiao Shi wasn't directed by him. I really like Xiao Shi. Hee hee. Do you think why you met Xiao Shi? Wasn't it arranged by that guy? I originally planned to. Before Jun Tianheng could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura suddenly swept across the entire Qitian secret realm. Ha ha ha. The treasure is mine. This voice roared like a demon from the depths of hell, echoing throughout the Qitian secret realm, and the terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone like Mount Tai, making them unable to move. The sky above the Qitian secret realm changed drastically, as if the apocalypse had arrived, and a giant whirlpool of dark clouds slowly formed like a ferocious beast. An eerie being, 10 meters tall, emerged from the whirlpool, its muscles bulging like forged steel, its skin covered in dark purple patterns, resembling a demon entwined. The eerie being slowly approached Jun Tianheng. Interesting, interesting. A mere second-tier little guy actually possesses a creation-level treasure. Thinking that it would soon possess such a treasure, the eerie being laughed loudly. Heaven helps me indeed. Ha ha ha. Jun Tianheng was unable to move and could only watch as the eerie being's giant hand reached for his neck. But the necklace around Jun Tianheng's neck flashed with golden light, instantly sending the eerie being flying. Then the necklace formed a shield with a diameter of 10 meters, protecting Jun Tianheng and the others. Now the others also freed themselves from the terrifying pressure. What the hell is this guy? What terrifying pressure? Jun Yu looked at the flying eerie being with a wary expression. Third brother, what is that? Third brother, let us go. Third brother, let's leave. That guy looks so terrifying. Jun, she was somewhat scared. That feeling of being unable to move was too terrifying. Ling Shiyu was also frightened by the eerie being and involuntarily moved closer to Junshun. Leave? Where to? In an instant, the eerie being reappeared in front of Jun Tianheng. It controlled its giant hand, supporting the shield, and grinned. Interesting. A mere second-tier ant can actually exert this kind of treasure to this extent. But how long can you, a second-tier ant, hold on? Jun Tianheng stared hard at the eerie being. Go. Jun Tianheng glanced back at Jun Shun and the others. Keep up. Okay. Jun Shun grabbed Ling Shiyu's hand and said, don't get lost. Ling Shiyu looked at the hand that was being held, paused for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Jun Yu helped you Wuyo up. Thank you. Don't mention it. Just escape first. Just as Jun Tianheng and the others were slowly retreating, the eerie being appeared behind them like a ghost. It pressed its hands tightly against the shield, as if the entire world was enveloped by its power. Little ones, where do you want to go? The eerie being's voice was like that from the abyss of hell, cold yet tinged with mockery. Jun Tianheng felt an indescribable, terrifying resistance surge over him like a tidal wave, making it impossible for his body to move back even an inch. What? His face instantly turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Seeing this, everyone was filled with terror, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. What should we do? Jun Shi's voice trembled. She was genuinely frightened by the terrifying being before her. Don't panic. Jun Tianheng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then softly comforted Jun Shi. His gaze slowly rose to meet the eerie being's eyes, not backing down. What do you want? Jun Tianheng's voice was calm. Ha ha. The eerie being suddenly burst into mad laughter, echoing throughout the space, sending chills down their spines. No, no, no. I won't negotiate with you. Once this shield loses its energy support, I'll devour you one by one. Its tone was filled with greed and cruelty. It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh. It truly is nostalgic. Damn it. Jun Tianheng's expression turned serious. With no way to retreat now, he had no idea how long the necklace's energy could last. Naturally, with Jun Tianheng's strength, he couldn't activate the necklace. Even the eerie being was surprised. After all, this necklace was a creation-level defensive treasure. How could a second-tier ant possibly activate it? However, he wouldn't do anything to harm Jun Tianheng and had already infused energy into the necklace long ago, fearing that the will of the Great Heaven Realm would destroy the Great Heaven Realm. With this necklace, even if Jun Tianheng was not in the Great Qian, he could survive. But Jun Tianheng didn't know how much energy he had infused into it, nor how long the shield could last. Jun Tianheng's mental energy continuously searched through his spatial ring for something that could resolve this predicament. But the best items in his spatial ring were only at the celestial level, and this huge being was not like a celestial being. In an instant, Jun Tianheng found himself at a loss for what to do. An unprecedented feeling of helplessness engulfed his entire body. Chapter 57. The Arrival of the Goddess of Light. The Collapse of the Crimson Sky Secret Realm. Which race are you from? Do you know who the Jun family is? If you make a move against us, the Jun family will not let you go. Ha ha. I don't care who you are, whether it's the Jun family or the Ying family. I'm going to have my way with you today. The strange being relentlessly battered against the shield like a storm, as if each blow could shatter the trembling hearts of Jun Tianlin and the others. Its grotesque face bore a savage grin. Jun Shun and the others looked at the strange being with serious expressions. Third brother, do you still have any magical treasures? Jun Tianlin let out a helpless, bitter laugh. This treasure was given to me by Yin Yi, the protector of this mission. Even if I were a prodigy, my clan wouldn't provide me with a creation-level treasure. Third brother, can you shake it off? Tianling has already ordered everyone to stay away from the Tianling domain. No one can shake it off. What should we do then? Don't worry. This treasure should have enough energy for now. We should be fine temporarily. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. I have plenty of time to play with you. Just when everyone thought they would have to endure in this shield, a dazzling light descended, instantly enveloping the crimson sky secret realm. Interesting. I thought a divine treasure would appear, but I didn't expect to encounter a demonic creature of the divine appearance realm. The light descended, shattering the pressure of the strange being, and the people in the crimson sky secret realm were instantly freed. What has happened? Was it a ghost possessing us? I felt like something was pressing down on me. I couldn't move at all. What is this light? It's so dazzling. At this moment, the strange being also raised its head, its gaze fixed on the white light. The goddess of light, a woman dressed in a platinum robe, slowly walked out from the white light. Her appearance was like the most brilliant star in the night sky, making it hard to look directly at her. Her fair skin was as pure as snow, exuding a soft glow that seemed to illuminate the darkness. Her eyes were like deep lakes, clear and bright, sparkling with star-like twinkles, containing endless gentleness and compassion. Her nose was straight and elegant, her lips as vibrant as cherries, slightly raised with a reassuring smile. A cascade of golden hair flowed like a waterfall in the wind, radiating a faint halo, as if it emitted its own light. She appeared like a goddess born from light, pure and noble, every movement exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Jun Tianlin and the others were mesmerized, filled with shock and delight, as if they had seen hope in a dire situation. Demon, this is not a realm you should tread upon. The goddess of light lightly parted her red lips, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to taste the flavor of the goddess of light today. The strange being's eyes were filled with blood-red, murderous intent. It then suddenly flew forward, charging directly at the goddess of light. Humph. An ant shaking a tree. The goddess of light gently waved her hand, and a white divine platform pressed down on the strange being. The strange being did not dodge and collided directly with a white divine platform. The terrifying power surprisingly stopped the divine platform. The goddess of light, seeing this, calmly remarked, "Indeed, a mindless creature." She waved her hand again, and a beam of white divine light struck the divine platform, the powerful energy pressing the divine platform and the strange being down into the ground. Instantly, 100-meter deep pit appeared. The crimson sky's secret realm began to shake because of this strike. This little world is about to collapse. I will open a passage at the spatial node where you arrived, and you can return now. The goddess of light's voice was like an irresistible command, and everyone in the crimson sky secret realm frantically ran towards the place they had come in. However, Jun Tianlin and the others within the necklace shield were unaffected. The goddess of light noticed that there were still a few people here who could resist her divine sound, and she paused for a moment, but quickly found the reason. There really is a divine treasure, and it's a creation-level defensive treasure. Hearing this, Jun Tianlin quickly clasped his hands. Senior, this treasure is temporarily useful to me, but to express my gratitude for saving my life, after my mission ends, I will present the treasure with both hands. The goddess of light smiled. I have no need to compete with a junior for things. I see that your bloodline is extraordinary. You must be a prodigy from a great race. Let today's actions be a good connection between us. Jun Tianlin was stunned for a moment, then smiled back. Good. May I ask for your esteemed title, so that in the future, my Jun family can be friend with you? Jun family? The goddess paused for a moment. Just as she was about to inquire, a huge purple light shot up from the 100-meter deep pit. The strange being's patterns turned blood red, and its smile grew increasingly sinister. Ha ha, goddess of light. Today, I will skin you alive. The goddess of light frowned upon seeing this. So it's a demon with royal blood. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the strange being arrived in front of the goddess of light. The goddess of light quickly unleashed a beam of divine light, but the blood-red patterns on the strange being flashed and deflected the divine light. What? The goddess of light's figure flickered. instantly creating a distance of 1,000 meters between her and the strange being. Their battle unfolded in a flash of lightning and fire, while Jun Tianlin and the others could only see two beams of light flashing through the sky, unable to capture their figures. Is there really such a terrifying existence in this world? Ling Xiyu swallowed hard. Such beings seemed as if they were not in the same dimension as them. Even her father, the strongest in the Tianling domain, might not be as powerful as these two. Their battle further weakened the Crimson Sky secret realm, and the shaking intensified. Tianheng, we should leave quickly. Okay. At this moment, more powerful beings arrived in the Crimson Sky secret realm. It's actually a royal blood demon. Everyone, we might have to act together. After we expel this guy, we could discuss the treasure. Agreed. A royal blood demon should not be underestimated. Everyone be careful. Dozens of figures of varying sizes descended into the Crimson Sky secret realm. Your Highness, we are here to assist you. The Goddess of Light glanced at Jun Tianlin and the others still in the Crimson Sky secret realm, just as she was about to advise them against staying. But the strange being was too strong, not allowing her to be distracted. Having just glanced a few times, she almost got hit by the strange being. However, with the protection of the creation-level treasure, Jun Tianlin and the others did not need her to worry. With the addition of dozens of beings from the divine appearance realm, the Crimson Sky secret realm instantly began to collapse, the space of this small world continuously shattering. The broken void relentlessly devoured the land of the Crimson Sky secret realm. Jun Tianlin and the others were alarmed. Don't stray too far from me, Jun Tianlin shouted. Jun Shen quickly grabbed Ling Xiyu's hand and yelled, stay inside Tianling's shield. Don't disperse. Jun Yu and Jun Yu each held on to Jun Shi and Yi Wuya, huddling together. Chapter 58. The Gaze of the Blood Ancestor. Once again recalling the boundless night of the Emperor's Guard. The Crimson Sky secret realm has shattered, and this small world has returned to the starry sky. And the battle continues. The strange being known as the King Blood Evil Demon is indeed powerful. Even when surrounded by dozens of God Manifestation Realm experts, it remains undefeated. At this moment, Jun Tianlin and the others are standing on a massive stone. Fortunately, they have the protection of a necklace. Otherwise, with their strength, they wouldn't be able to survive in the starry sky. Looking at the debris of the Crimson Sky secret realm floating around, Jun Tianlin and the others feel helpless. It's over. We can't go back. What should we do? Third brother, what should we do now? How would I know? But the fact that these people can enter the Crimson Sky secret realm means that it is not in the same space as the Great Heaven Realm. So let's wait for Tianlin to find us. They should have left some means on me. Jun Tianlin wants to lie down, facing this boundless starry sky. He has no other way except waiting for Tianlin to send someone to find him. Who is Tianlin? Ling Xiyu is genuinely curious. Jun Tianlin seems to trust this person named Tianlin very much. Moreover, this person seems to be Jun Shen's brother. Could he be a freak like Jun Tianlin? Tianlin is my sixth brother, little Shi's sixth brother, but Jun Shen does not continue. Among the seven of them, only the eldest brother and the third brother have had contact with Tianlin, while the others have never even seen Jun Tianlin's face. Plus, they were sent to the Tianling domain many years ago, so they never had the chance to meet Tianlin. Seeing Yun Tian's hisitangse, Ling Xiyu wisely smiles and does not press further. Jun Tianlin then looks at Yi Wuyo. Hey, why not just not return to the Great Heaven Realm? The others look at Jun Tianlin in surprise. Third brother, we still need him as a witness when we return to the Great Heaven Realm. Otherwise, what if the Heavenly Palace Master doesn't acknowledge it? Fool, does third brother need a witness? When the time comes, third brother will just bring troops to flatten the Tianling domain. Third brother, if he doesn't return to the Great Heaven Realm, where will he go? The earlier anger gradually dissipates, and once things are sorted out, Junshi feels a bit sorry for Yi Wuyo. Anywhere is fine. As long as he doesn't return to the Great Heaven Realm, he can be safe, not to mention that hypocrite from the Heavenly Palace. Even Tianlin probably won't let him off. Hearing this, Junshi's face turns pale. Does the sixth brother want to kill him too? Yi Wuyo raises his head to look at Jun Tianlin, his gaze somewhat dim. What exactly do you know? Following Yi Wuyo's question, everyone turns their gaze to Jun Tianlin. Jun Tianlin smiles faintly. You're not from the Great Heaven Realm, are you? Are you from a place called the Tianyuan continent? Everyone is taken aback and looks at Yi Wuyo. Yi Wuyo nods. Yes, how do you know? They look back at Jun Tianlin. Jun Tianlin smiles and says, because I've been there. When I first came to the Tianling domain, I knew very little information. Tianlin and Protector Yin, he only told me not to let others approach my brothers and sisters. You've been to the Tianyuan continent? How is it there? Everyone is dead. No, All living beings, not a single one left. Yi Wuyo is shocked. How could this happen? You don't need to know why. Even if you do, it won't help. Back to you, on the day I came to the Tianling domain, Tianlin mentioned your name. However, I didn't pay much attention at the time until you were controlled and used that technique, and I finally understood. Yi Wuyo is stunned. Is technique? The blood ancestor's gaze from the mirror bright spirit eye? You mean, the blood ancestor's gaze? Exactly, that technique felt too familiar to me. And, combined with Tianlin mentioning your name that day, I finally guessed your identity. My identity? Third brother. Don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us what this guy's identity is. Yeah. Why is this guy being used by the Heavenly Palace Master? Ling Xiyu also gazes intently at Jun Tianlin, eager to know the truth. Jun Tianlin helplessly smiles and continues. I was once trained as the Great Qian Emperor by the Jun family, so I know quite a bit. Wait, what did you say? The Great Qian Emperor? You're from the southern wilderness Great Qian? Jun Tianlin smiles faintly. That's right, I am from the southern wilderness Great Qian. The current third prince, the Grand Marshal of the North, Jun Tianlin. No wonder you're so powerful. Yi Wuyo finally understands why Jun Tianlin is so strong. It turns out he is from that group of divine beings. Seeing that Yi Wuyo seems to recognize the southern wilderness Great Qian, Ling Xiyu also asks, what is the southern wilderness Great Qian? Jun Tianlin explains, we are all contemporary princes of the southern wilderness Great Qian. Little, she is a princess. What? Ling Xiyu is somewhat surprised. Are Jun Tianlin and the others all princes? But how could such a small place as the southern wilderness have so many terrifying prodigies? If I guess correctly, you should be the child of destiny from the Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to come out of Qingzhou. And both Protector Yin Yi and Tianlin seem to have been paying attention to you, though you might not know them. But the source of your technique comes from Tianlin's Imperial Guard, that is, Tianlin's protectors. I am very familiar with their powers. They practice the path of slaughter, reaching the realm of transformation. In the entire Great Qian, apart from those few freaks under Tianlin, no one is not afraid of them. Even the princes are unwilling to face those two. And you actually managed to obtain their power. I don't believe that Tianlin didn't do anything in this process. Imperial Guard? Yi Wuyo suddenly remembers that terrifying blood-colored giant. Yi Wuyo's head starts pounding. The terrifying pain makes him cry out. How could he? The others are bewildered by Yi Wuyo's sudden outburst. Jun Tianlin ponders for a moment and gets the answer. It seems he remembered something he shouldn't have. It must be Tianlin's Imperial Guard. It seems this guy's process of obtaining that power wasn't easy. Let's knock him out first. Hearing this, Jun Tianlin steps forward and knocks Yi Wuyo unconscious. Third brother, so why was he being used by the Heavenly Palace Master? Because the current conditions of the Great Heaven Realm cannot produce a child of destiny. So the Heavenly Palace Master wants to use Yi Wuyo, this child of destiny from the Tianyuan continent, to seize your fortunes. What? Jun Tianlin and the others are astonished to hear this. Seize our fortunes? Otherwise, Tianlin originally planned to send troops to the Tianling domain. If Yi Wuyo seizes your fortunes, then the Jun family would have to consider Yi Wuyo when acting against the Tianling domain. With Yi Wuyo, who possesses the Jun family's fortunes, he could do too many things. If not careful, the Jun family could be greatly affected. Just during their conversation, the strange being was finally temporarily controlled by the light goddess and others. The strange being had its limbs severed and was locked in a cage made of true energy. This King Blood Evil Demon is hard to kill. Taking down a King Blood Evil Demon is enough for us to boast about. The light goddess frowns. Don't be careless. The King Blood Evil Demon is not that simple. Sure enough, the strange being's aura surged again, breaking through the cage and regrowing its limbs at a visible speed. Just you wait. You stinky bitch of a light god clan. I will definitely eat you today. Chapter 59. The Prison Dragon? The Black Demon? The Minions of Chaos. No, the regenerative ability of this royal blood evil spirit is too strong. Without a high-output divine aspect realm, it will be very difficult for us to win. An elder with a pair of horns looked at the increasingly terrifying aura of the strange creature, and he was also having second thoughts. There's no way. With 34 of us in the divine aspect realm, we've been fighting one for half a day and can't kill it, let alone trap it. High output? How high does it need to be? I'm cultivating the slaughter sword intent. Isn't that high enough? This guy is too abnormal. Should we just leave? I think that is a good suggestion. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone show your skills. If it really doesn't work, we'll use the divine aspect. The consumption of activating the divine aspect is too great. In the starry sky, maintaining the best state is the safest. Therefore, after fighting for so long, no one has activated their divine aspect, not even that strange creature. Fine, it's not at that point yet. Let us see if we can lure it to the nearby Golden Crow remains. The sun of this universe is the remains of the Golden Crow. In the distant chaotic period, the Golden Crow was the leader of the order, and they fought against the leader of the chaos, the chaotic evil spirits. For billions of years, the dead Golden Crows will turn into suns, continuing to suppress the power of the evil spirits. All right, seal it in the Golden Crow remains. A group of people led the strange creature further away, but the goddess of light glanced back at Jun Tianlin and the others before leaving. After thinking for a moment, she took out a token from her spatial ring and threw it over. The token landed near the shield, and seeing this, Jun Tianlin hurried over to pick it up. Upon seeing the token, Jun Tianlin was delighted and quickly bowed to the void. Thank you, senior. After this group of big shots left, Jun Tianlin directly sat down on the ground without any image. Just wait. Either wait for that senior to come back or wait for Tianlin to find us. The others also sat down. All right, but this is my first time in the starry sky. It looks quite unique. With the goddess of light's token, everyone felt relieved. As long as the goddess of light was safe, they could go back. But the progress on the goddess of light's side was not smooth. They did indeed lure that strange creature to a sun that was dozens of times larger than the great heaven realm. The terrifying temperature clawed at the space in the starry sky, distorting and deforming it. However, it was not the strange creature that fell into the trap, but rather the goddess of light and her group. Hundreds of strange creatures, each with different appearances but covered in dark purple patterns, tightly surrounded them. Ha ha ha, I said it. You all have to die here today. The one leading was the strange creature whose surface patterns had turned red. No way. Why are there so many evil spirits here? No problem. There's only one royal blood. The rest of the divine journey realm and divine aspect realm are insignificant. Good. Then let us continue according to the plan. The two sides fought again. Just as they said, there was only one royal blood. These strange creatures were completely no match for them. Bruce. The remains of the Golden Crow were suppressing the power of these strange creatures, and even that royal blood was being beaten back. Seeing its subordinates getting killed and thrown into the Golden Crow remains, it couldn't help but shout, "Prison dragon, black demon, are you just going to watch me get beaten?" In an instant, a gigantic dragon, shrouded in dark purple mist, seemed to step out of the endless void. "Ha ha, Muyenshi, you're still so weak? You are simply tarnishing the glory of our royal family." Meanwhile, in another location, a figure indistinguishable from an ordinary person, cloaked in black robes with a blurred face, slowly appeared like a ghost. "You've completely lost the face of the Mu Yin royal family. Can't you see so many in the divine aspect realm across from you? I don't believe you can take them down alone." The powerful beings on the side of the goddess of light were also startled by the sudden appearance of the prison dragon and the black demon. Damn, 3 royal blood, evil spirits? Shit, I didn't see any treasures, but I stumbled into the lair of royal blood. No witties. There are only a few in the divine aspect realm. Scatter and run. Those who get caught can only consider themselves unlucky. Saying this, one person quickly stepped into the void and left. "This dragon loves to eat small people like you." Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the prison dragon immediately followed, and the black demon closely followed behind. Muyenshi saw that these two were chasing after that person, so he followed as well. As for the other minions, seeing their boss leave, they hurriedly followed suit. These evil spirits really have poor brains, but it's also thanks to their poor brains. Since there are warriors leading this group of evil spirits away, then, should we still stay? Of course. If we don't leave, what if those things come back? That's 3 royal blood. The goddess of light also agreed to leave. After all, that person abandoned them first. Although she is the goddess of light, she is not a saint. In just an instant, this group of people scattered. The goddess of light also quickly flew toward the direction of Jun Tianlin and the others. If she didn't take them with her, they would eventually be eaten by that group of evil spirits. Jun Tianlin and the others saw a flash of light in the distance and quickly stood up, their faces filled with joy. That was fast. However, just as the goddess of light was only a step away from Jun Tianlin, suddenly, a dazzling golden light, like a sword piercing through the void, rushed toward them at an astonishing speed. This golden light was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it tore a huge gap in the void. Accompanied by the sound of the void being ripped apart, 2 massive golden suns suddenly appeared behind Jun Tianlin and the others, like monsters rising from an abyss. These 2 suns emitted a heart-pounding light, and their appearance seemed to distort the surrounding space. However, upon closer inspection, It was astonishing to find that these two massive suns were not real suns, but a pair of unimaginably huge eyes. The moment these giant eyes appeared, a terrifying majesty swept in like a raging tide. These eyes were like an emperor surveying its territory, emanating endless pressure and indifference, instantly engulfing the body of the goddess of light. Under this terrifying pressure, the body of the goddess of light was as if she had been hit by a paralysis spell, completely unable to move. A look of terror appeared on her face, as if she were witnessing the end of the world. The gaze of those giant eyes fell directly on the goddess of light like two blazing flames. These flames seemed to possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, scorching the void wherever they passed. Jun Tianlin and the others looked at the goddess of light, who stood like a statue, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. They did not understand why the goddess of light suddenly looked so terrified. What happened to this senior? Jun, she asked quietly, her voice filled with fear and unease. She seems to be looking behind us. Jun Shin speculated, his gaze involuntarily turning toward the back. But when he looked, it was still just the starry sky. The others followed suit, but they did not see the giant golden eyes either. All they saw was the starry sky. It was as if they were in two different spaces from the goddess of light. Chapter 60, The Order Empire's Origin, the Jun Family. Senior, what happened? Just as Jun Tianlin was filled with confusion, another older voice came through. Your Majesty, it wasn't this little girl who triggered the necklace's protective shield. Hearing this voice, Jun Tianlin felt a surge of joy. Was this Elder Yinyi's voice? Soon, the tall figure of Jun Tianlin appeared behind the goddess of light. He looked down at the goddess of light with indifference in his eyes. Even without deliberately exuding pressure, the imperial aura between his brows brought an endless sense of oppression. Tianlin, Jun Tianlin shouted in delight, but seeing the goddess of light standing there in shock and fear, he understood what was happening. He quickly shouted, Tianlin, this is the elder who saved us. Jun Tianlin's shout drew everyone's attention to the back of the goddess of light. The crowd was stunned at the sight of that tall figure. Noble, majestic, respectful. Is this Tianlin? He is the sixth brother. This was the first time Jun Shun and the others saw Jun Tianlin, and they were somewhat nervous. In their eyes, Jun Tianlin was like a superior. In the Jun family, status is determined by talent, and Jun Tianlin is a being who stands above everyone else. Each of his birthdays attracts countless powerful ancestors to congratulate him, and his father holds grand birthday banquets for him. In contrast, Jun Shun and the others do not even have the qualifications to enter. The lowest status inside is that of a prince of the Tian character, and while they might have a chance to become a prince of the Tian character in the future, it is merely a possibility. Jun Tianlin and their eldest brother were cultivated as emperors from birth. They would at least become princes of the Tian character. Whereas the best future for Jun Shun and others was merely the end of being Jun Shun and the others. Ling Xiyu did not understand the rules of the Jun family, but the moment she saw Jun Tianlin, the terrifying imperial might shocked her. As if he were an unparalleled emperor to whom one could only look up, she didn't even have the courage to raise her head to meet his gaze. Oh, the one who saved you? Jun Tianlin slowly approached Jun Tianlin and the others. His terrifying gaze finally disappeared, and the goddess of light was finally freed. After she was freed, the goddess of light let out a long breath. It was too terrifying. This overwhelming might could probably rival that of her ancestral being of the Light God clan. How did you end up here? Jun Tianlin asks Jun Tianlin. Someone's puzzled. This place is too far from the Great Celestial Realm. Even Elder Yin, it took quite some time to bring Jun Tianlin here. We entered a secret realm, and then we were chased by a strange-looking guy. The secret realm collapsed, and we ended up here. Is that so? It seems that the spatial coordinates of that secret realm are too far from the Great Celestial Realm. But how did the Great Celestial Realm capture such distant spatial coordinates? Your Majesty, there are many coincidences in this world. There's no need to get tangled up in it. However, His Highness Tianheng is quite lucky to have brought Yi Waya out directly. Elder Yin Yi's figure suddenly appeared next to Jun Tianlin, pointing at the unconscious Yi Waya over there. Jun Tianlin also looked over, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and he reached out to grab Yi Waya. But at that moment, a voice came, Sixth brother, can you let him go? Yun Si spoke up, somewhat fearfully. Jun Shun and the others were all startled, and Jun Tianheng also realized that his younger siblings had never seen Tianlin before, possibly feeling intimidated by him. So he quickly said, why is Xiao Shi so nervous? Tianlin won't eat you. Then he looked at Tianlin and introduced, this is Xiao Shi, our seventh sister. Over there is second brother Jun Shun, fourth brother Jun Yu, fifth brother Jun Yu. Jun Tianlin nodded lightly, and then withdrew his hand, trying to show a gentle smile. What's wrong? Sixth brother. He's very pitiful, being used, and not even knowing it. Even though Jun Tianlin tried to appear friendly, She was still somewhat afraid. This made Jun Tianlin sigh. How could they be biological siblings, yet feel so estranged? However, he did not blame Jun Shi, but rather blamed himself for being too immersed in cultivation in the past, neglecting his younger siblings. Ling Xiu, seeing Yuan Si, usually so lively, now so humble, felt a pang of sympathy, but she also didn't dare to say anything to Jun Tianlin. Not to mention her. Even Jun Shun and the others were very afraid of Jun Tianlin, as if he were not their sixth brother, but a strict leader. I never intended to kill him. Jun Tianlin said somewhat helplessly. He has been tampered with. He can't return to the great celestial realm without removing it. Huh? Right. Forget it. You are my sister. There's no need to be so formal. Jun Shi timidly nodded, not daring to say much, and seeing this, Jun Tianlin could only turn away helplessly. Jun Tianlin looked at the goddess of light. You saved the people of the Jun family. I apologize for what just happened. The goddess of light smiled sweetly. I understand that you were eager to save them, but your strength is indeed terrifying. You scared me. Jun Tianlin was naturally very grateful to the goddess of light for saving Jun Tianheng and the others, so he smiled. You are so understanding, I feel deeply guilty. Saying this, he took out a transparent jade box from his spatial ring. This pill will serve as compensation for my earlier rudeness. I will definitely come to thank you in person for rescuing my brothers and sisters today. The goddess of light looked at the pill in front of her, which exuded a rich fragrance. Although it was wrapped in the jade box, she could still tell that this pill was extraordinary, at least at the level of divine abilities, or even divine palace level. But soon, it seemed she heard something unbelievable. She stared at Jun Tianlin in shock. They are your brothers and sisters? Biological ones? Jun Tianlin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. That's right. Is there a problem? The goddess of light looked at Jun Tianlin and then at Jun Tianheng and the others. She was quite sure that the terrifying gaze just now was released by the Jun Tianlin in front of her. But Jun Tianheng and the others were only at the second rank. Could it be? The goddess of light awkwardly smiled and did not ask further. Are you from the Origin Jun family? Jun Tianlin was surprised. You know my Jun family? This order empire, renowned throughout the universe. How could a young lady not know? However, the Jun family has been hidden for millions of years. I didn't expect to encounter it today. Jun Tianlin did not expect that this girl actually knew about his Jun family. It seemed that her background was not small, and it might be worth getting to know her. What if they know about the ancestral land? The universe is vast, and without detailed spatial coordinates, even those at the Divine Palace realm could get lost in the universe. Thanks to Elder Yin Yi's powerful strength, Jun Tianlin could only sense Jun Tianheng's position vaguely. While Elder Yin Yi could find Jun Tianheng in such a short time, Jun Tianlin certainly could not compare to Elder Yin Yi. The gap between their realms was too great. Chapter 61. Restraining the power of the chaotic royal family. Just as Jun Tianlin was about to ask the goddess of light where she came from, a wild and arrogant laughter rang out. Damn bitch, I found you. Mu Yanqi led the prison dragon and the black demon to Jun Tianlin's front. Upon seeing the three royal-blooded evil beings, the goddess of light felt no ripple in her heart. Her lips slightly curled up. The Order Imperial clan. The powerful figures from the Xuan Jun family were here. She did not believe these three royal-blooded evil beings could stir up any waves. Jun Tianlin curiously looked at these three ugly creatures. Who are you? At that moment, Mu Yanqi's heart raced as he looked at Jun Tianlin. He scratched his head in confusion. You are human? You actually give me a feeling of wanting to kneel before you. You have some guts. The prison dragon also examined Jun Tianlin closely. Could this guy be the human Dao Emperor? The black demon sneered. Human Dao Emperor? If we eat him, our strength will greatly increase. Jun Tianlin was somewhat speechless. He looked at Yin Yi, the protector. What are these three? Yin Yi shook his head. I've never seen such an ugly creature. It must have been corrupted by some power. My lord, don't you know? They are slaves of chaotic power, evil beings. The goddess of light was puzzled. After all, the Xuan Jun family was also part of the Order Imperial clan, one of the leaders of the Order side. How could they not recognize their own enemies? Jun Tianheng also spoke up. Tianlin, that big fellow, uglier than the giant clan, attacked us. Fortunately, we had the help of seniors. Otherwise, that guy would have guarded until the necklace's energy was exhausted. Third brother. How many strong ones did sixth brother bring? That big guy doesn't seem easy to deal with. Junshi was still quite afraid of Mu Yanqi. Jun Tianlin and the others also felt fear towards that guy, the goddess of light, and so many powerful beings couldn't take down that big fellow. And they were unsure how many strong ones Jun Tianlin had brought, leaving them somewhat anxious. Ling Xiyu was similar to Jun Shi, also afraid of Mu Yanqi. After all, so many powerful beings couldn't take him down. Jun Tianheng smiled faintly. Don't worry, with Tianlin here, what is there to fear? Did you see that elder beside Tianlin? A peerless powerhouse at the creation realm. That big fellow can't even break the necklace's shield, and he could kill him with just one hand. Hearing Jun Tianheng's words, Jun Shi and the others were overjoyed. The creation realm? Then there was nothing to fear. Ling Xiyu was a bit confused. She didn't understand what the creation realm meant. But seeing that Jun Shun and the others were relieved, she felt a lot more at ease. When the goddess of light heard this, she was greatly shocked and couldn't help but glance at Yi beside Jun Tianlin. This elder, who bore no imposing presence, was actually a powerhouse at the creation realm. Her light god clan only had one creation realm, and they hadn't even been assessed by the Order Royal clan. Was the Order Imperial clan this domineering? Using a creation realm powerhouse as a guard. You dare to attack my Jun family? Jun Tianlin smiled faintly, not putting Mu Yanqi and the others in his eyes at all. The prison dragon opened its blood-filled mouth and came before Jun Tianlin. Don't you like to treat dragons as auspicious creatures? Your imperial robe is also engraved with a dragon pattern. Since that's the case, offer your life to me. Jun Tianlin chuckled. The true dragons revered by humanity. And you? Just a long worm. In the chaotic period, the Chaos Ancestor Dragon protected all races. In the late chaotic period, the Chaos Ancestor Dragon helped the Jinwu clan exile the chaotic evil beings to the void beyond the universe and transformed its body into the cosmic barrier, isolating the chaotic evil beings. As the Jun family, an Order Imperial clan, naturally, they wouldn't forget the contributions of the Chaos Ancestor Dragon, thus engraving its pattern on the Imperial robe to show their nobility. Ha ha ha! My prison dragon clan is not a true dragon? How many of the current dragon clan are stronger than us? We are not true dragons. The prison dragon laughed wildly. Jun Tianlin also chuckled. Then suddenly his expression turned cold. With your status, you should be prostrating on the ground, looking up at me. The terrifying pressure reemerged, and the laughing prison dragon was suddenly suppressed by a powerful force. Its gaze continually lowered, until finally it could only look up to see Jun Tianlin. Mu Yanqi and the black demon saw this scene and couldn't help but mock the prison dragon. Ha ha! Prison dragon, are you kneeling to a human? Your ancestor will definitely praise you harshly when he finds out. What a disgrace. How can it be such a useless existence among the royal family? Jun Tianlin looked at these two as if they were fools. What exactly are these evil beings? My lord, this is how evil beings think. They're disturbed by chaotic power. The stronger their power, the less their brains work, but their imperial clan can maintain rationality. Is that so? Jun Tianlin nodded thoughtfully, then gently grasped forward with his right hand, as if an invisible giant hand had seized Mu Yanqi and the black demon. They struggled continuously, but in front of Jun Tianlin, their strength was no different from that of a newborn baby. Damn it, let go of me. I will annihilate your entire clan. The Black Demon clan will not let you go. Jun Tianlin smiled faintly. You bullied the younger generation of the Jun family. This is the act of a petty person. However, I am different. I will give you a chance. Summon your people. With a flick of his hand, Jun Tianlin sent Mu Yanqi and the Black Demon flying, then looked down at the prison dragon, which was so suppressed it couldn't even speak. With a cold snort, the prison dragon was also thrown over. The three brainless evil beings were casually tossed by Jun Tianlin to a desolate planet, and the terrifying power nearly caused the entire planet to deviate from its original orbit. Tianlin, is it a bit inappropriate to let them summon people? What if? Jun Tianheng was somewhat worried that those monsters had a powerful background as well. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. His Majesty must have seen something. Jun Tianlin was not someone who acted without assurance, and moreover, with the Imperial Eye, Jun Tianlin could see fortunes that ordinary people cannot. Let us summon people? Is this guy out of his mind? Ha ha ha. Who cares? I just want to find someone to kill him. This dragon wants my ancestor to eat him. The three evil beings trembled as they stood up. The impact with the planet was a minor injury, but Jun Tianlin's power was too strange, as if it was eroding them at all times. Clearly, Jun Tianlin had only made a slight move, yet they felt severely injured. The goddess of light couldn't help but marvel. Is this the Order Imperial clan? The powers of order and chaos inherently restrain each other. If one side is strong, it restrains the other, and only when both powers are balanced will there be no restraint. Moreover, power also differentiates between bloodline strength, realm, and actual combat power. Chapter 62. The Might of the Imperial Eye. The most important factor is the power of bloodlines, followed by actual combat strength. An imperial clan at the divine aspect realm can easily crush another divine aspect royal family. However, when facing another imperial clan, both sides can only compete in realm and actual combat strength. In front of the imperial clan royal families, fighting beyond one's level is as easy as drinking water. Even within the divine palace realm, if one is only a level or two higher, as long as there's a bloodline advantage, it is not impossible to fight. Since stepping into the human realm, Jun Tianlin has activated his bloodline power and physique. To these several royal demonic beings, Jun Tianlin's strength is like the power of the golden crow. With just a slight move, he can crush them like tofu. However, Jun Tianlin's command to them to summon people is not mindless. He sees the fate lines of these demonic beings, one of which shows Jun Tianlin crushing them all to death, causing their life tokens to shatter and summoning the phantom of their ancestral figure. Yet, the strongest among these ancestors is only at the 6th realm of creation, with the strongest being at the 7th realm. A single hand from E could annihilate them. However, the royal blood demonic beings of the creation realm are quite clever. The moment the phantom appears, they flee swiftly, then dissipate. This results in him and protector E not obtaining the spatial coordinates of their lair. Fortunately, Jun Tianlin directly commands them to summon people. These 3 mindless demonic beings are very obedient and immediately begin to summon others. A slight smile appears on Jun Tianlin's lips as he transmits a message to protector E. Keep a close watch and get the spatial coordinates. Protector E nods. Yes. In an instant, 3 portals resembling the eyes of demons slowly open, and countless uniquely shaped demonic beings surge out from the portals like a tide. The smell of flesh. These uniquely shaped demonic beings laugh wildly, like a pack of hungry wolves, quickly viewing Jun Tianlin and others as prey. Jun Tianlin's lips curl up slightly, revealing a calm smile, and with a wave of his hand, a dazzling golden light bursts forth like a blazing sun, magnified infinitely, turning these small minions to ashes in the blink of an eye. Got it. He suddenly opens his eyes wide and shouts. Upon hearing this, Jun Tianlin's eyes snap open, and the Imperial Eye emits brilliant light, seemingly able to penetrate the 3 portals and see 3 distinctly different worlds. In that instant, the beings in the 3 worlds witness 2 suns hanging high in the sky, like 2 burning suns, radiating terrifying power that sends chills through their bodies. The screams from the 3 worlds rise and fall, seemingly wanting to break through the clouds. As part of the chaotic faction, they're filled with fear of the Golden Crow's power, and Jun Tianlin's power is no less than that of the Golden Crow. The strongest in the 3 worlds are all at the creation realm, and in an instant, they realize that these 2 suns are actually a pair of eyes. Who dares to spy on my prison dragon royal family? Who dares to spy on my black demon royal family? Who dares to spy on my twilight rock royal family? 3 terrifying mental forces simultaneously attack Jun Tianlin, and upon seeing this, E snorts coldly, shattering all 3 mental forces. Jun Tianlin smirks slightly, revealing a faint smile. Heavenly punishment, 9 heavens, 10,000 thunder. With Jun Tianlin's words echoing like a bell throughout the 3 worlds. Dark clouds suddenly envelop the 3 worlds. The strongest in the 3 worlds look up at the sky, where the dark clouds gathered in an instant resemble a fierce beast, bearing its fangs and claws, instilling fear in all. This is bad. This detestable guy actually intends to destroy this world. Who leaked the location of my prison dragon clan? This prison dragon's consciousness scans the world rapidly like a radar, and in an instant, he accurately discovers a portal. Damn it! Who dares to randomly open a portal? This creation realm prison dragon no longer cares about who is responsible for opening the portal. He hurriedly closes the portal. However, the dark clouds have already gathered like a raging tide, and the 9 heavens, 10,000 thunder are unstoppable, as if they are about to tear the entire world apart. Even more terrifying is that he senses a powerful suppression from deep within his bloodline. Damn Order Imperial clan. The strongest beings in the other 2 worlds also quickly find the portals and close them, then shout at the dark clouds. Damn Order Imperial Clan. Watching the three portals close so quickly, the light goddess is quite puzzled. Have these mindless beings gained some sense? The three royal blood demonic beings are also confused. What is happening? How long has it been since they opened? Who closed it? Escape? Can they escape? Yin. Just after Yin clashed with the three mental forces, he also realized the true strength of the opponents and unhesitatingly transformed the spatial coordinates into portals. Three enormous portals reappear, larger than the three summoned by the demonic beings. But this time the demonic beings that emerge seem to be fleeing, running in all directions as soon as they come out. Seeing this, Jun Tianlin reaches out with his right hand. An invisible force crushes all these ants. Imperial Ancestral. Three huge golden characters for seal appear, sealing the portals, preventing any demonic beings from escaping. Countless wretched screams come from within. Meanwhile, the three royal blood demonic beings are still in a daze. Why did the portal appear again? And were the ones who just came out fleeing? What happened back at home? The light goddess, witnessing this scene, also finds it unbelievable. The portal that had just been continuously spewing out demonic beings was closed by an unknown force. Yet this protector opened the portal of the demonic beings again. And the demonic beings that emerged this time are in a completely different state than those who came out earlier. The earlier ones came for bloodshed, and now they come for escape? Forget about escaping. The portal has been sealed by this one. What has happened in the demonic world? What has this one done? She can only say that she cannot comprehend the world of the big shots. Tianlin, what are you doing? Jun Tianlin does not answer. He is currently controlling the Imperial to cause chaos. Yin smiles and says, Your Majesty is taking revenge for you. It seems that he will not stop until he has destroyed the lair of the three ants. Hearing Yin's words, everyone swallows hard. Jun Tianlin intends to destroy their home as well. Tianhing appears somewhat excited. What a pity. If it weren't for my current low strength, I would also want to annihilate them. Jun Shen and the others are also somewhat moved. Tianlin is willing to destroy the opposing clan for them. Ling Xiu feels that today is surreal. Clearly, she was still in the Heavenly Palace in the morning, and how much time has passed since then. And the events she has witnessed have completely overturned her worldview. Terrifying monsters and these powerful beings from the starry sky. And finally, Jun Chen's sixth brother arrived, instantly turning the tide. Isn't he Jun Chen's brother? Younger than Jun Shen, yet has reached such a terrifying level? No wonder they dared to speak of breaking the heavenly spirit domain before. The light goddess can't help but exclaim, as expected of the Order Imperial clan. Their methods are indeed domineering. Chapter 63. Yin takes action. The balance of yin and yang turns, refining wine with souls. The thunder of the nine heavens roared like a giant beast, carrying a terrifying celestial might that ruthlessly tore apart the three realms. The horrifying thunder seemed ready to shatter the entire world, filling the strongest beings of the three evil realms with rage in the face of such terrifying power. However, the suppression from their bloodlines felt like an insurmountable mountain, leaving them helpless. Even if they were struck by the thunder, they would be injured. And would the watching Order Imperial clan let them go? At that point, their race